and that's his proof that the Earth is curving. Because he
Nah,
saw
they
a
went to
video
space.
about somebody talking about a curving Earth,
went to
so that
space.
is evidence to him.
30
Right,
million
Matt?
views. You want to see it? 3 million
This
views.
is
You want to
so
see it?
funny, man.
Yeah, dude,
This guy
we
can't be
watched it.
serious.
Some
See, the
talking head on the internet. Some talking head on the
You think he
internet
faked
said
that as
that the
well,
Earth
right?
is a globe. Matt, some talking head on the internet said that the Earth is a globe, and you're like, yeah, man, Earth's a globe. That guy said so.
Is
Right?
that all
You know
I
what this
said, or did
reminds
I
me of,
mention that he
Alpha?
went?
Remember when you'd see like on old TV commercials, they'd bring in like Hollywood celebrities to endorse a cereal. They do the same thing with science communicators today in endorsing a globe on TV.
The thing too is like he.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. No, yeah, he's
Yeah.
like,
So what makes
hey,
it
bro.
what makes it so magical is not just seeing it on a medium like the internet or TV, but seeing somebody that you trust delivering the message.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
I can definitely say that some guy, told me once he met Santa Claus in a mall, and he even had a video of him. Like he was sitting there on like some kind of throne, and kids were coming and having fun and whatnot, right? It must be definitely a real then, right? Because some guy told me. Even he has a video of it. And I think he also had
Well,
a
it just
fisheye
depends.
lens, so Santa Claus was also very curved.
It just depends who he
fisheye
is,
lens
though.
again.
It depends. If it's Dave Farina, then yeah, it's trustworthy. That's totally trustworthy. Santa Claus is real. If he's seen,
So
if Dave
everyone's
Farina seen
bullshitting.
Santa
Even
Claus,
the guy that started making
yeah,
videos from his backyard's bullshitting us now.
yeah. Hold on, Matt. If Dave Farina saw Santa Claus, you would believe him. Tooth Fairy, whatever. It don't matter. Yeah, right. Because that's your standard of evidence.
Everyone's being
If Dave
bullshitted
Farina
in the
says
21st
so,
century, Alpha.
yeah. If Dave Farina says so, then that's all good for you, right? That's your
Yes,
standard
absolutely.
of evidence.
NASA son, stop that
That's
weird
actually
giggle
true,
when
yes.
people are talking, yeah? That nervous laugh is not cool when people are talking.
It
I
is
can't
very
take
Hey
it
nervous.
Matt, how come you could see curvature on the ground before they took off?
I don't see much curvature, man.
I posted the image in the chat.
Because they were definitely not using a fisheye lens, and his
So
level
how's-
of
Okay, but how much
how's
does a
that
fisheye
horizon
lens actually
curve?
distort the Earth's shape?
How's that horizon
How much
curved?
does a fisheye lens actually curve enough
Well,
to
no.
curve
But
the
why
Earth like
is
that?
the horizon curved when they're on the ground level? Or just above it?
What do you mean? Why does the horizon curve? Is the
You see
horizon
the
curving
image?
for you?
You see the image?
Yeah. I mean, the
Yeah.
horizon is already
So
curving
that's
for
awesome.
me when I look at it, so always
It's
curving for
already
you.
curving for you.
For me, it's always curving. I always see a curved horizon. Isn't the horizon the surface of the Earth meeting
Wow.
the sky? Isn't that the horizon?
Wow.
That's
So
already
you
a
see
curve.
the
Much for the
horizon
lemon
like
illusion.
it is in that top image? Like a curved line?
golly.
That's what you see?
Yep.
Ah,
The horizon's already a curved effect, I'm pretty sure.
okay. Yeah, so that's your little YouTuber done.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. You've got curvature on the ground
horizon looks
level.
curved, therefore
Yeah, on the
the little
ground.
camera is
On the
making it.
ground, Matt.
Okay, but
Matt, that's a problem.
Cyclone. How
Yeah,
much
on the
is
ground it's
the
curved.
How much is the camera curving to make it look that curved? That I just posted like that. What I just
I
Look,
find
we've already shown you your dude perfect. The curve is present
much is it
before he
curving?
leaves the Earth. Before he leaves the Earth.
But cyclone. That's fine.
No,
That's
but
fine.
Matt,
I
but
acknowledge what you
Matt,
just
but
said.
Matt, can you
I
acknowledge that it's
acknowledge what you
showing a
just said.
curved
Can you?
horizon before he leaves?
The horizon's already a curved phenomenon. What are you talking about?
No.
No,
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
what's the horizon? What's the horizon? Very
He's
simple
not following you,
terms. Even according
Cyclone.
to one of your guys.
He is following Miggy, but he's trying very hard not to. He's trying
I
very
already
hard
acknowledged what you said.
to
The horizon looks
deflect
very curved
immediately.
because of the lens.
This is why he can't. This
I
is why he
understand
can't
what you said.
address the debunking of his YouTube
Did I
video
not
because the
just
curve is there
address what you
before he
said
leaves.
and then asked you a question that you didn't want to answer?
Yeah, because
And I
in
just
the
did that.
image that I posted, that's not actual Earth curve, is it?
What do you mean that's not actual Earth curve? What about it is not actual
You see
Earth
that
curve?
left to right curve of the horizon?
The horizon's already a curved phenomenon, like I told you, so I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah,
So the left to right curve that we see in that image,
follow up
that's
because I
Earth
don't want
curve.
to get
Is
stuck.
that Earth curve,
I don't
Matt?
want to get
Matt, is that Earth curve?
Cyclone.
Matt, is that Earth curve
I
in the
already
top
told you
image?
that the horizons are curved.
No.
But you see how
Is
you keep
that
stopping
Earth
us from
curve,
getting further?
Matt? Yes or no? Is that Earth curve?
Yes, the Earth is curving. So yes, it's
So
Earth curve. The
in that
horizons
top
curved.
image,
Now let's move on. Let's move on to a
that
better
top
question now.
image,
How
that's
much
Earth
is
curve,
the
yeah?
lens curving the Earth for it to look like that?
Matt,
Now answer that question.
yes or no? Is that Earth
Oh,
curve
look
in
at
the
him!
top
Look at him! Look at him
image?
getting stuck on a question I already answered. Look at him. He's stubborn. They
So
can't do it.
what did you answer? Is that Earth
They
curve in
can't
the
do it.
top image?
My question was, how much is the lens
Come on,
curving
Matt.
the
Yes or
Earth to look like
no?
that?
Matt, is that the
How
curve of
much
the
is it?
Earth in the top image?
Well,
He
the
just
horizon,
wants to believe,
yes.
man.
Now let's move on and answer this question. How much is the
So
lens
that is
curving
the
the
Earth
Earth to look like that?
curve. Wow. So you're on a tiny Earth.
Shouldn't
Am I on a
we
tiny
have
Earth?
delusional
We're
people
on a pretty
stay
big
in
Earth.
their
You're on a tiny
delusions?
Earth. He thinks he sees left
Earth
to
is a
right
pretty.
curves of the horizon just above the ground level.
That's what the
Wow, Matt,
horizon
you ever
is.
been in a
Now,
plane? Matt, you ever been in a
have you?
plane?
Have you been on a
Yeah.
plane before? I've been on a
Yeah, you
plane,
don't
yeah.
see a left to right curved horizon when you're taking off, do you?
You must have different eyes then. That's why probably you don't see curvature like a
So
normal
you
human's
see
supposed
a
to see.
left to
But
right
how much
curved
is the
horizon
lens,
when the plane
Cyclone? Oh,
takes off.
look, he's stopping again. Calm down. You lack impulse control. How much is the lens?
NASA's son. Come on now. So you're saying that when you take off in a plane, you see the horizon curving left to right just as you take off.
I'm not looking at the horizon when I'm going out on the plane. So not really. I'm not looking at it.
So you've never seen the horizon from a plane.
He doesn't look out the window, Cyclone.
I've seen the
He
horizon. Yeah, it looks
doesn't
pretty
look
curved
out the
at
window.
30,000
Look
feet
out
high.
the window.
Can you still answer my question?
30,000
It's
feet?
gone
No, that's
unanswered
not
for like about
30,000
5
feet.
minutes
Come
now, by
on,
the way.
Matt. Come on, Matt.
Lens,
You're doing this
Cyclone,
again?
my question's still been gone unanswered, by the way. It's still unanswered.
Yeah, because
Answered yours, can answer mine.
because you're saying this left to right curve on the ground
I'm still
essentially
waiting for my question
is
to be
Earth
answered,
curve.
though.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for my question to
why
be
would
answered.
I answer any question from you, Matt? Clearly you're bricked.
I would answer any question from a flat earther. I mean, it's the same thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Hey,
because that's what you do. Because you come here and you do the dance that we make you do. You embarrass yourself. You embarrass the Globers. That's why
No,
you're
I embarrassed
here.
you.
That's why
No,
you're
I
here.
make
You're
fun of you.
saying the horizon
You
curves
wonder why the
left
other
to
guy was
right at
kind that I was
ground
giggling?
level, Matt. The horizon
You know why the
curves
other guy
left to
was saying that
right
I was
at
giggling?
ground level, according to
I don't
you.
take it as seriously. Because the Earth is curving. That's why,
Oh, it's
Cyclone. The Earth is a
hilarious.
ball.
It's hilarious, Matt.
Look up the Earth on Google. Tell me what it tells you.
Yeah, look up the Earth on Google. Big spinning ball. Therefore, Earth, big spinning
Big
ball.
spinning ball.
Derp,
Yes,
derp,
indeed.
derp.
I think
Yeah,
I'll
but
be
not in
honest.
reality, though,
Define
Matt.
Earth.
Not in
Define
reality,
Earth,
though.
Cyclone. Define Earth,
Yeah.
Cyclone. Define it.
What? Stop spiraling,
Can you
Matt.
complete a task?
Come on now.
Can you define Earth?
No, why would I do anything that you're asking? You're just
Well,
embarrassing
Big
yourself,
Daddy
Matt.
says it's a planet.
Big Daddy. See what a little
Yeah.
weirdo you are. You refer to
So who are you
strangers
talking about?
online and your daddy.
I'm not talking
I
about
mean,
you. I'm talking about
maybe you're
like Google
missing
and
a
stuff.
father figure. Maybe the missing father figure in your life
I'm
is
missing a
the
father figure, but you think the
cause
Earth is flat?
of
That's funny.
this whole behavior that you have. Kind of
Dude, Google's my
maladjusted
daddy. Is it
individual.
not your daddy?
Yeah, Google is your daddy. That's no surprise.
Their
Yeah.
brains are bricked,
So
dude. They just want to be
Google
Yeah.
delusional.
says it's a planet. What is Earth to
Google
you?
says.
Is it a flat
Google
graphical
says.
plane, whatever you say it is?
Google says.
I wonder if he's going to go to when he ever gets a job and they ask him questions, he says, "Well, Google said this."
Yeah, just let me Google it real quick.
I got a couple things from that.
Yeah, Cyclone can't answer questions. That's the first thing I got.
Wow.
Hey,
Amazing.
Here, let's try again, Cyclone.
hey,
How
NASA.
much does
I
the
did you a
lens curve the
favor.
Earth?
I did you a favor. I finished the curve. I hope you're happy now. Look how high in space he was already at the ground. Isn't that amazing? Same with how high in space he was when what you see as a curve is finished to a full circle. Man, you're very delusional. You have a very low standard of anything, I guess. And I'm very sorry for you. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm very sorry,
right.
actually.
Everyone's
I'm very
bullshitting me.
sorry for you as a person, man.
You're very sorry for me, dude. Coming from you, that's a lot. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's funny.
like I pity you, you know.
Oh, you pity me? Oh my god, I can't believe it. You pity me. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
I
not a
can't
grown man to
imagine-
think about this.
Strange child. You're a strange
I-
child, Matt.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it is to live with a thought pattern like this. You know, like absolutely
man.
no.
Hey, so you
I'm
woke up
just,
early just to? Hey, you woke up early just to come and fight with flat earthers, or what? What's up with you, man? Why don't you go
Hey, man.
go do something productive, man, right now while you got time before you go
What
to
do you
school?
mean? What are you doing productive? You're in this chat. I mean,
Go-
I'm
go
younger
do
than you.
some-
I got more
bro.
time to waste.
Go do some chores. Make your mom proud of you. Don't be in here trying to
7 in the morning.
pretend to be something you're not.
7 in the morning.
Get ready
Yeah.
for
I think
school.
it's something
Go
I'm
do
not
some-
talking about.
Go do,
Get ready for
bro.
school.
Go do something for your mom, man. Go do something for your mom.
Like I told you, I have an appointment
Like
later,
your-
so can't really.
Oh, go make her proud of you. Don't be in here making a fool of yourself.
It's 7 in the morning. It's 7 in the
Yeah,
morning.
and
Yeah,
that's
as soon as they
responsibility,
wake
man.
up, they can't wait to come and speak about flat Earth.
I mean, your buddies
Huh?
spend like 24 hours in this VC. Why don't you tell them to do something productive?
I mean, it's
Well, because
obviously
they're
you
already
know it's not
adults.
good.
Isn't that hypocritical?
They're-
And they're like 30.
they're
I'm
adults, bro.
17, so I mean that's a pretty big difference,
That's
right?
what I'm saying. That's why I'm
Yeah,
telling
it
you.
shows. It shows.
They're adults. You're not.
They're adults, so therefore they get to spend 17 hours on Discord straight in the VC.
If that's their choice, man, they're making money. They're supporting a living. You haven't done that yet, so you know it is what it
Wow.
is.
It's funny. Sure, Alpha.
Well, I'm just saying, man, make her proud of you. Don't be in here.
Is the Earth
trying to
flat?
show
Is your
like
mom
what-
proud of you? Is your mom proud of you?
Oh yeah, every day.
Do you tell her that the Earth is flat?
My mom too, man.
Oh,
My whole family knows that I think the Earth is not a ball.
Do you
Can you
think if
imagine that?
I'm the way that I am now that I wouldn't be doing that? Come on, Matt. I got all my bases covered,
Honestly, Alpha, I don't think that you believe in your own bullshit. To be honest with you,
Even
you
my
talking
boss
about, Willis?
knows
You
it.
believe it.
Can you imagine that? Even my boss I have challenged, talked about the sky and so forth. Even he knows that I don't think the Earth is a ball. I'm still having my job.
fine, man.
Isn't that great?
Like, you see how hard
I
you
mean, I
struggle every
wouldn't
time you come
fire
into this
someone
call?
because they're a flat earther. That'd just be interesting.
Yeah,
to
but
me
listen,
that
Well,
dude. Every time you
experience,
come
but-
in this call, listen, Matt. Every time you come in this call, you struggle. You ever wonder why?
Wait, what am I struggling against?
You don't
You
know
saw
how
your
to answer
cycle
questions.
buddy
You,
be stubborn
laugh-
over there because he didn't answer a question.
no, you do your little cycle laugh like every time. You know why you do that? Because you don't have an answer, bro.
It's funny.
See?
No, because I'm
That's
laughing.
see? Because you don't.
I answered
you don't
his
have an
question. He never
answer.
answered mine.
Yeah,
You don't-
because
you
in
never have
answering
an
my question, you proved yourself to be beyond rational discussion by saying that the horizon curves left to right from ground level. So obviously,
does.
you're just triggered, upset, being a child because you're 17. I get it. But obviously, that means you're not going to be capable of having an actual serious adult conversation because you can't be honest
Yeah.
with
Adult
yourself or
conversation
anyone
about paper
else.
shapes.
But
Okay, can you
also,
answer
it's
my question,
obvious. It's obvious that you know, on some level, that the Earth is not the spinning, wobbling space ball that you claim to believe in, or you wouldn't be waking up at 7 in the morning, first thing, going, "I need to hear the flat earthers again," because
Yeah.
you know that we're correct, and the Earth is not a giant spinning space ball. If this was a VC about people saying grass is not green, you would not be waking up at 7 in the morning going, "I need to hear the guys who say the grass isn't green because I totally know the grass is green." So, yeah, your
Wow.
17-year-old attempt at some kind of strange psychological act isn't working, Matt. We know you're
not working,
here
bro.
to spiral, and that's why we let you come back, because it's entertaining to us and to others to hear you say all the dumb shit that you say. So, yeah.
100%. That's why
Actually,
I
I
say,
do
dude,
know
don't
that
even
the
know.
Earth is a ball spinning in space. Just to correct
No,
you.
you don't.
It is a
No,
ball.
you
It's a water ball. Yeah, it's a water ball.
Wish-
By the way, I've seen
water
wish you knew
pictures
that.
of it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
You
a
don't
water
believe
ball
that
in a
bullshit,
cosmic
man.
vacuum.
I know you don't believe that bullshit, dude.
It's
You
okay,
don't. You've
science.
never
Yeah, you don't
provided.
believe it.
You've never provided, dude. You never provided any evidence whatsoever of what you just said. What evidence have you provided?
What evidence did he provide for the contrary?
No, you see,
you already know,
no,
Matt.
listen,
You know.
your debate tactics that you try to do right
You
now,
just said
like
it
that little
wasn't.
teenage debate tactics, it doesn't work, bro. Because we know that right there, what
Well,
you
it's a
just
very
done means you
advanced
don't
one.
have an answer. Yeah, it means you don't have an answer. What do you mean? Like we've been your age
I don't have an
before.
answer.
That's what you're
You
doing.
just said the Earth
Yeah, you don't have
wasn't
an
a
answer.
spinning ball.
Yeah, you
How
know
does
it's
he
not
know
a
that?
Don't
spin ball, Matt. Stop pretending to
No, I
yourself.
don't. Why do you keep saying
Yeah,
I do know that?
You do know. That's
you
why
do
you're
know
here
it.
every day, bro. That's why you're
You
here
consider
every
yourself a
day.
smart person?
That's why you
Cyclone, do you
wake up
consider
at
yourself a smart
7 in
person?
the morning. That's why you wake up at 7 in the morning and go,
7
I
in the
need to hear
morning.
those
Yo,
flat
Cyclone.
earthers again. I need to hear
Yeah.
what they're saying.
Let's
Because
let
you
him
know
rant,
we're
guys.
right.
He's ranting.
Because you know we're right, Matt.
No,
Yeah.
because you guys are entertainment. You guys are a joke, a
Yeah,
mockery.
Yeah,
because
that's what you
you know
keep
Why do
it's
you think
telling
I'm always
entertaining.
yourself,
laughing when I'm talking to you?
Yeah, it's entertaining to hear your
What do you
worldview
think I'm
be
always
debunked.
laughing? Because you're a joke.
Yes, you come here
You're a
every
joke.
day
You
because you
guys are a
know you
joke of
actually
society.
enjoy
You know
hearing
that,
your
right?
beliefs
You're a
get
joke to
destroyed.
society and
Yeah,
mankind.
yeah. If
Yes, I know, Coke,
that was
Matthew,
true,
Coke.
Matt, if that was true, then your ass wouldn't be in here. You'd be out doing something else. You wouldn't care, but you do
Yeah,
care, and we
yeah,
know that you
Fun
do
of
care.
people that are like you.
Yeah,
yeah,
dude.
Get
Matt,
rid
you
of
love
make fun
us.
of flat
We know
earthers and
we know you
laugh.
Matt,
care.
you want to hear us? You want to
We know
learn
you
from
care,
us?
Matt.
Yeah, you're
And
here
we'll
to
No, I
learn,
want to
Matt,
sit here and be
remember?
entertained. And you're
Yeah,
entertaining
you
me.
find it
Thank you.
entertaining to hear your globe religion getting debunked repeatedly, obviously. That's why you keep coming back.
Debunked?
You get into
Debunked.
flat earth chat before you have your breakfast. You're like, I need to
How do you
hear
know I
it.
haven't had breakfast
I
yet?
need to hear my
You
religion
probably
being
haven't even brushed
debunked.
your teeth. Probably even
All
haven't
Yeah.
brushed your
glory to the
teeth yet,
globe.
huh?
All glory to the globe. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. The big spinning
Man, go
space
take
ball
a
you saw
shower,
on
dude. Go
TV.
brush your
You see
teeth.
how I'm
Do
always
something,
joking? I
man.
don't take you guys seriously. It's a joke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
In the
joke.
dude. You
That's why
keep
you're
21st
here
century,
projecting.
every
people
single
arguing
day.
about the Earth shape will never not
That's
be a
why you're
joke.
here spazzing out every single day.
He is spiraling. He is spiraling, by
I
the
think
way.
I'm
This
more
is
calm than you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's another
Yeah.
classic Matt meltdown. Matt
Yeah.
nuclear
That's what they used to
meltdown.
call him, Matt Nuclear.
You seem
They used
like
to
you're
call
pretty
him Matt
obsessed,
Nuclear.
Cyclone. It's okay. Calm
Yeah.
down, man. The
Oh,
Earth's
No,
not
Matt,
going to
we're all
hurt
he's
you,
not
17
man.
upset.
once.
Hey, he changed his name from Matt Nuclear after he found out that nuclear weapons don't exist.
Huh. Is this
Oh,
another
that's
one of their
funny.
excuses? Oh my god. This is another
Oh,
one of their lies. Flat Earth, you guys are
Another one of
delusional
their
grown men.
lies.
It's not even
Yeah,
funny
we're
anymore.
lying, and the government is
Nuclear
telling you the
weapons weren't
truth,
real.
Matt. That's
yeah,
true.
go.
You know what
Yeah,
it
that's
is?
why
Nukes,
he
man.
changed his name. He figured out after we told him about some dumb shit that happened a long time ago. He changed his name.
Oh, so
Yeah, he
Russia
always
keeps
does that.
threatening to use nuclear weapons that don't even exist. That's funny.
Yeah,
And Hiroshima and
I want to see
Nagasaki
him
never
use it.
happened as
Yeah,
well,
they
right?
don't have anything.
Hiroshima and
Matt,
Nobody
Nagasaki.
does, dummy. Nobody does, dummy, or they would have been using them a long time ago, you retard.
No, you don't understand how things work, and you're like 50, so you don't
Matt
understand how you
Matt
don't
yeah.
is an
understand this
expert
stuff.
in geopolitics and history, guys. So you should listen to him. Matt knows what's
Probably
going
more
on.
of an expert than
He's
you
watched a
are.
lot of
Probably more
TV.
of an
He's
expert
very
than you are.
informed.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah, you probably
you
don't
don't
even
know
believe the
how things
government
work,
exists,
guys.
dude.
You don't know
You
how
probably
things
don't
Immediately,
work.
even believe the government. Yeah, Matt. Observable reality is lying to you, and the government is telling you the truth. Well done.
yeah, be
That's
afraid
all
of some
backwards and
bombs
shit.
that can kill
Prove the
you, man.
government exists. Can you prove that?
Dude,
Please
you're
keep
about as
going.
dude. That's so stupid, Matt. Go brush your
don't
teeth,
answer.
dude. Go do
Yeah,
something
don't answer dumb
constructive, bro.
questions.
Get out of this
Prove the
chat.
government exists. God,
Go
you're just
make
too
some
smart,
scrambled
Matt.
eggs
I
or
don't know how
something, bro.
we can't deal with your intelligent
You can,
debate
honestly.
tactic.
But
Prove the
Man,
government exists. I never thought about it that
the
way.
fact that
It's
one of
so
you guys think
profound.
nuclear bombs aren't real
So
is just a
profound.
joke.
How can we debate such an intellect? Really?
Yeah.
At 17 as well. Matt, you sound like a wise 80-year-old. How do you get this smart at 17? You must have
You
watched a
know his
lot of
debate
YouTube.
tactic. You know his debate tactic, Cyclone. I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, be a retard.
That's what he does.
Bang on.
I was
By the
going to
way,
say
Matt,
that earlier.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? That's all Matt Nuclear is. That's it.
I'm having to serve a meal walking through Cyclone and you keep through Alpha. So just wait till they finish and then say your piece.
No, he can't wait till we finish because it's too devastating to his inner self. to hear the
That's why
words.
Cyclone's muting me so much.
That's why he has
Because he
to.
knows
I'm
he's
not
he
muting
can't
you.
handle me.
No, it's
I'm
me.
not muting you.
So Matt, can you not listen? I've just told you
Roots.
I'm the one who's muting you because you keep starting
Well, Roots
sentences.
muting me.
Well,
I
all
don't
right,
know. A
I'm
lot
going
of
to
you
do
guys.
it again. Okay. So this guy keeps starting his sentences midway through somebody else's sentence. So I don't care whether that's a glober or whether that's a flat earther. That's not how to communicate, Matt. So the more you
Yeah.
do that, the more you'll be on mute. It's not Wolfgang. It's not Alpha. It's me. Respect
Yeah,
the
well,
conversation.
this is how bricked Matt is. Roots just said to him, I've had to mute you because of these reasons. And as soon as he talks again, he said, so here's Cyclone muting me, is it? Like, come on, Matt. I know it's 7 a.m, but are you even
Yeah.
paying remote attention to what you're doing with your life, yourself? Do you know where you are? Do you need us to call someone for you?
Like, I mean,
Do your
I
parents
think
know what you get up to?
he's got to be joking about 17.
Can I
'cause,
speak?
Matt, how are you not in
Yeah,
school like every day?
Yeah,
How are
he's
you?
got
Like,
I already
17.
just told you that I have an appointment.
No,
Therefore,
you
I
have
was
an
like,
appointment every
He
day,
failed
Matt.
school.
Every day you have an appointment, Matt.
only today. You know what spring break is? I know you're no longer in school, but we just had spring break for like a week. So, yeah. And by the way, just to the other guy,
do you go to
if you were
school or
truly the
did you drop?
debating,
Did you
non-biased
drop
guy, you would have
out?
muted Cyclone whenever he was interrupting me. You would have also muted Crit, but you're not going to mute people unless they're well brothers, right?
Listen, Mr. Matt, I let you off about 15 times, right? It's about repeat offending. Okay, it can happen occasionally online. That's fine. But if somebody is absolutely disrespecting the other person by purposely starting their starting their statement through somebody else's, that, my friend, deserves muting, and that is bad behavior, my
Yeah.
friend. It's just bad
Cyclone did that
behavior.
like 20 times.
Yeah, Matt, weren't you taught manners as a child?
Were you taught intelligence as a child?
I
think
know
you're
you
just
are, but what am I?
what are you
That's
talking
all he
about?
does.
That's exactly what he's doing.
You think Warden, you think nuclear bombs aren't real? Please settle down, buddy. The people in Hiroshima would be very disturbed in what you just said.
Well, Matt, the great carer of the people from Hiroshima that you saw a documentary about one time.
So they don't exist either.
Hey, listen, guys.
So
he's
everyone's
stuck
making a
on
bullshit.
that.
Everyone's
He's
doing it.
stuck on the fact that I noticed he changed his name because of that. Now he's just only
Everyone's
focused on
bullshitting.
nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
But he doesn't.
I change
The
it
only
all the
reason
time.
why he is here, he is trying to cope for himself that almost everything that he believed in was just a lie and was
This
destroyed
is
by
great
these stupid
entertainment.
flat
That's why I'm here.
earthers.
Hey, I know. Let's give him a good one right now before he goes to school. Matt, what is time?
What is time? And what reference do you mean?
Well, is time something that you
Like, what
can
is
vary and
general time in
manipulate?
general?
Yeah. Can you vary and manipulate time?
You manipulate time. Well, I mean, if you believe in Einstein's theory of general relativity, you can. If you don't, but you're a flat earther, then you can't.
Well, I'm not asking if
Really-
I can. I'm asking if you can.
If I can manipulate time, maybe. If I could,
Yes.
fly at the speed of light or something.
Golly.
Can you fly at the speed of light?
And I right now, no, it's impossible.
If you
From
believe in it,
the
though,
technology.
if you believe in it, you can do anything with time, he said.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just
So
to
can you
believe them.
slow
theory
down
of general
time?
relativity.
Can you slow down time or speed time up?
Me? Not nuclear? Not right now.
Yeah. Can
Matt, you
anyone?
about that?
Can anybody?
Anyone? I don't know, man. I don't know of anyone that can speed down time right now.
Is time physical?
Is time physical? Nah, I wouldn't say time is a physical thing. Like you can touch it.
Does time have an
Time is
effect on
constant.
anything? Does time have an
Does
effect
time
on
have
anything?
Well, it does have an effect. Yes.
Really? On what?
Yeah. Like, say someone just died right now, and you're like, why can't I speak to them? Because they died 30 minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago, or a minute ago. So therefore,
Yeah, but
time is basically just different reference frames.
Time did
It's basically
not kill
time.
them, you dummy.
Did
Yeah,
time
it
kill
didn't
them?
kill them, but it's
Cause of
still
death?
something that's an
Time.
effect. something in effect.
How did
Time
it
isn't
affect?
frozen, right?
Wait a minute. Wait. How did time do anything to that person?
Okay.
He
So
just
say
died
someone
because
grew
of
to be
time.
90 years old and they died of natural causes. Time killed them, right?
Yeah.
Because they grew old
Did
over
it?
No,
time.
Did time
natural
kill him?
causes killed them. You
Over
said it
many
yourself.
years.
You said
Over
natural
many
causes
years.
killed them, not
That,
time. You
so
can't have
time is an
both.
effect. Hey,
You can't say
50-year-old
natural
man, stop fighting
causes
time.
and time is the reason somebody died.
Hey, 50-year-old man,
You
stop
just
fighting
said,
time.
dude, you just said he died of natural causes, and then you said because of time, dude.
Yeah,
That's
but
so
over
that doesn't make
time
any
he
sense.
got older. Are you gonna straw man me? Over time he got older, so therefore time is in effect.
So time is the cause of death.
Yeah.
Bro,
Time
Yeah.
was not the
I
cause
would
of
love to
death,
see that on a
but he
death
did get older,
certificate.
didn't he? Which happens over time. You not
Cause of
understand that,
death,
50-year-old man?
time.
What do you? Okay, that's fine. You can say that. Doesn't matter.
I knew
my
this would
my
be a
grandpa
great
just
Time is
died
a thing in effect.
because of time.
All right, so time
Your
didn't do
grandpa was
anything
probably
to the
really
person.
old, right? He was probably
No,
All
on
right,
this
Matt.
earth
So
longer
time.
than you have.
Alright.
He already died
Alright.
because of time in
Spit it out, buddy.
2006.
All right, listen, dude. So time didn't kill the guy, right? Like you agree with that, right? Time didn't kill him, or did it?
No, time didn't kill him, but he's lived for
What?
longer, so he's more prone to dying than you are. Yes.
He's more prone to dying. So that has nothing to do with time, though, right? Or did it?
No, it does have something to do with
Okay.
time. Because he's
Well, what
old.
does
When
time have to
someone
do?
says, yeah,
What
he
does time
died, he
have
was
to
an
do with?
old man.
Yeah, but what did time have to do with that?
That's referencing his time on Earth, right? What do you think age is?
I know.
That's time.
All right, so it's just
Yeah.
his age. Yeah, his age has nothing to do with anything about like what
Oh,
he's done with time. What did time do to his age?
wait, what do you mean? What did you just say? You just spiraled
What
out.
do you mean
His
by
age
that?
has nothing to do with
Now,
what he did with time.
yeah,
What are you
answer.
talking
No,
about?
listen. What did his age like? What did time do to his age?
The
Okay,
age
so what do you mean?
says that how long
Time isn't
was
physically.
passed for.
Can you
Time
not
isn't
interrupt
what?
your own friend so he can talk so I can respond to him?
Time isn't what?
Okay, sure.
Time is just different reference points. That's basically what time is.
So it's different reference points, but does it affect anything?
But what do you mean by effect? I want to know what you mean.
Does it have an effect on anything in the physical and natural world?
Just repeat what you just said. Just tell me what you mean.
Well, you asked. I'm telling you. In the physical and natural world that you and I live in, what does time have an effect on?
Everyone.
How?
You're just talking. If you're not going to be specific and you're going to be vague, time has an effect on everyone. We wake up at a certain time. We go to school at a certain time. We have an appointment at a certain time. Things happen at certain dates. So time has an effect.
Yeah, I'm not. You're just talking about quantifying a passage of time. I'm not talking about quantifying the passage of time. I'm saying, what does time have to do with anything in this physical and natural world? Not
Because
the
things happen over
passage.
time.
The moments that pass, you're saying, hey, it was 5 minutes ago. I know that. But what does time have to do that affects you personally?
Because I use it every day. That's why it affects me. It determines
You
when
use what every day?
when things happen. Time.
What do you use every day?
Time. Just set it.
What are you setting?
What do you mean, what am I setting? I go to school with like 2,000 other kids at a certain time. We have to wake up at that certain time.
I know that.
Therefore, it affects us.
But it's only that doesn't affect you. What affects you is if
Hello,
you're
you're
going
right,
to be
Lou.
party or not.
It does affect me.
Yeah, very good, thank you. Yeah, very good. It's I don't know if I told.
What the hell?
Oh, he wasn't talking to us.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So time doesn't affect you, okay?
If you
The
mean
passage of
Alpha,
time.
okay, it does
The
affect
pas-
me.
the
But if you
passage of-
mean it
no,
in
the
the sense
passage-
that it
no, the-
touches you, hold on, dude. If you mean in the sense where time is touching you and like being like, hey, move over there, like then time is not affecting you in that sense. Right?
Yes,
But
that's what I'm
time
saying.
affects people in the sense of the conceptualization of time and what time means for us. It
Okay,
affects
so
us
yeah,
in that way.
but that's not what we're saying because I asked you what is time. Remember?
No, but you were
What is
saying
it?
things vaguely before, so
All right, so
you
now
didn't really
what is time?
specify.
What is time?
Time
Since
is
we
just
talked
different
about it.
reference points. I already said that. Like, do you just lack like skills
Yeah,
to understand things?
different reference points. What do you mean by that?
Okay, like for example, if I move my hand up and I don't move my like if I move my hand up right now and I just put it down, that happened in the past, right? That was a different reference point than I am in now. I'm in the present now. Even when I just said I'm in the present now, I'm no longer in that time. Like if I were to shoot somebody in the head, I killed them, I can't no longer go back to the time before I killed them. So that's a different reference point.
So you
That's what time
can't
is.
you can't affect time, and time can't affect you, right? You're just marking the passage of what is called time. So it's merely just a passage of the moments that you can quantify in a. Yeah, you can say
Sure,
that,
if you want to
some,
simplify it in that way, but how
yeah,
is that
it's
relevant
simple
to anything? Why are you
because
trying
you
to
can't
attack
do
time?
anything because you can't do anything to it. Now, in the instance of
According,
like thinking that in the instance of thinking that the Earth is a globe, time is actually bent and distorted. General
okay.
relativity is saying that you could bend time, you could slow down time, you could speed time up. And you just outlined
Well,
everything that
that's.
we
Do
say.
you know what general
You
relativity
agreed
says
with
about
us
that at
in
all?
every instance of talking with me right now. You agree with me in every part of it. So we're in an agreement, and now
No,
we're
we have
against
like a lot of
the
disagreements
Globers.
actually.
Yeah, you just agree with everything that I said. You agree with me, so appreciate it, man.
Well,
Now
well,
you
if
now
you
you can
travel
be
at the speed of
thinking
light, that's
critically.
something different. But you didn't want to talk about that.
No, but
Remember,
you're not
you know
doing
what's
that.
crazy? I
No
can
one's
go
doing
back
that.
and rewind on YouTube when you said,
But
"Let's
you're
not
not
talk
doing
about
that.
Einstein."
Yeah, but
You
you're
didn't want
not
to do
doing
that.
that because
Remember?
no one
You were
is.
like, "Don't talk about
Yeah, no
Einstein,
one's
though."
no
So why do you
one's
have a
doing
problem?
that, Matt. No one's doing that.
It's fine. I'm just saying, though, right,
Well, I
Alpha?
know it's
You
fine.
told us before,
So
don't mention Einstein, and now you're being like, "Well, you can't manipulate time now."
no, I never said you couldn't mention Einstein. I'm just
Oh,
saying the fact that
it's like,
time. What?
yeah.
It's like what?
No, I was just gonna say that you told us not to talk about Einstein. Now you're being like, "Well, you can't manipulate time now."
Who said I said
It's
that you
fine.
couldn't talk about Einstein? Who said
You
that?
said that earlier. You were like, "Well, I'm saying in general." Remember the first thing I brought up? One of the first things I brought up was
Yeah,
general
general
relativity, right?
relativity.
If you go at the speed of
Yeah,
light,
but I
and then
wanted
you
you
were
to.
like, "No, let's
Yeah,
not talk about that.
because
Talk about this shit."
I wanted you because I wanted you to define what time is before we talked about that. So
Okay,
now that
then.
we're on a
Now,
firm
do you want to talk
footing,
about
now we're
general relativity?
yeah, now we're in an agreement. Though, here, check this out. You agreed with me right now, so you can't walk anything back. You can't walk anything you said back.
No.
Otherwise, you're gonna look like the fool, right?
False.
You
I
walk
mentioned
anything back.
general relativity, and time can be manipulated in that sense.
Okay, so how can time be manipulated? Now we're back to it being varied
I
and
already
manipulated.
told you. Do you know Einstein's
How?
equations in general relativity? They said it.
Yeah,
If you travel, you
I'm
don't even
asking
believe in
you.
this shit.
I don't
You don't
care.
even
I'm
believe in this
asking
shit.
you. You agreed with me that you can't vary and manipulate time. Now you're gonna walk back and say you
No,
can.
I didn't really agree with you on that.
Yeah, you did. How can you vary and
When I,
manipulate time? Tell me.
then why do you think I was mentioning general relativity then?
Well, because you were trying to say it, but I didn't let you because I only wanted to talk about what time is.
You didn't
Now you
let me.
understand time is something.
So you
Time is
basically said don't talk about water,
all right.
don't mention water,
All right.
and don't
Yeah.
manipulate
Tell
water.
me.
How can you
All right,
manipulate water
Matt.
yourself without Einstein's equations?
Matt. Tell me what time is.
And then
Matt.
now
Tell
you're
me what
bringing
time
it
is.
up.
Tell me what time is, Matt.
It's 8 a.m. for me, Eastern time, Florida.
That's not
Time's it for
what
you?
I'm saying. What is time that you even said it? What is it? I agree with
Just
you.
different
Say
reference points.
the right way. Yeah. I can agree with you that much. But now, how can you vary and manipulate that in any way?
Can I like vary manipulate the time?
Yes.
Well, with Einstein's theory of special or the special relativity theory of Einstein.
Okay. How do you vary and manipulate it using that?
We're traveling at the speed of light. I
Who's
don't know.
ever done that?
Well, no one's ever done that. That's like very hard to do.
Okay. So then
According to
how
technologies that we
then
have
how
now.
can anybody say they've done that or that it can be done?
It can be done. Why people say it can be done due to math. They do math.
Yeah, but
Very
math is
sophisticated
math
mathematics.
reality. Is sophisticated mathematics reality?
It can conceptualize reality to the way that we can understand what's possible.
Yeah,
what's
but
not.
is it? They can conceptualize it, but is it reality?
But what do you mean by is it? What do you mean by is it reality? What do you mean by that?
So if we just talk about mathematics, is math reality?
Hey, what you just repeated what you just said. What do you mean by reality?
Well, is it reality? Is it if we use only math?
Well, it's
can
in
we,
reality. Math is in front of us, right? If I write 1 + 1, it's in front of me, so it's in reality. Yes.
So
you mean that now? See, I just said that, but now you're gonna say, "Well, that's not reality," because you didn't like.
Yeah, whenever I use math, am I going to be talking about reality? Every time I use math?
Not every time. Is every time I'm going to play playing Xbox?
Then
am I
math
going to be talking about Xbox?
Right. So
Xbox is in reality.
then math
I'm touching it, right?
So then math is not reality. You just agreed with me. Math isn't reality.
Where the fuck did you get to that? Where the fuck did you get to that?
Well, you're the one that keeps saying that we're going to be using math in general relativity.
Alpha, if you write something down,
don't they use math to make computer games like simulations and stuff?
Yeah, they do actually.
Yeah, so math isn't reality.
Because come on, Matt, you know that to make games, math isn't reality. See, this is the thing with flat earthers. Even if I was a flat earther, I wouldn't be denying math. What the fuck? It just makes no sense.
No, we're not denying math. We're telling you that math
is reality, language. Though. If you were a flat earther,
okay, but the thing is, you guys are so vague. What do you mean by reality? And he'll repeat what he just said. Just tell me what you mean.
That which we can experience objectively with our senses is real. Okay, now let's move on.
Yeah,
Matt doesn't know what reality is. That's surprising.
I can write down. Is writing reality? Would you consider writing reality?
Yeah, listen. You got negative numbers in math.
Answer the question.
No, I'm not. I was on a point. No, dude, I was on a point. I was on a point before you jumped in with your example.
Okay, I'll go back.
Actually, I was on a point.
I'll make sure this question's answered. I'll make sure it is.
All right, so you know there's negative numbers in math, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if I was to give you 5 apples, I was gonna. If I give you 5 apples and I take away 10, how many apples do you have?
If you give me 10 apples and you take away 10?
No. If I give you 5 apples and I take away 10,
I'd have -5.
Right. Is that possible in reality?
What does that look like?
Wow. Yeah, draw that picture.
Black hole apple.
Take a picture of -5 apples holding -5 apples in reality for us and post it.
Yeah.
Well, they just say -5. You just
so the apples say -5 on them.
No,
you would just say -5.
It's a bunch of apples with negative signs on them.
See, this is the example.
Numbers in math, therefore math isn't real. Like you're fighting math.
It's not real because
embarrassing as a grown man.
All right, you understand the example, right? So it's not possible to do that in reality.
Yeah.
So if that's not possible, that means math isn't reality.
Okay, where do you see recognize in reality without humans writing it down?
What?
Okay, actually,
can you show me a 5 or a 6?
This is a good time for me to ask my question, okay? So, is language reality?
It's in reality. It's not reality.
It's in. So is math in reality, or is it in reality too?
Yeah, it's in reality. It can be used, but it's not reality itself.
Okay, good. So language is basically like math. Math is basically a language.
Right, like a programming language for your video games, Mr. Matt.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not in reality.
Sure, yeah.
Python doesn't exist in reality. It only exists after you compile something. Then something appears on a screen.
Yeah, but that's basically everything. Like your computer isn't really in reality either.
Listen,
you just bring it into reality.
Dude, here's one thing you need to remember. Once we start agreeing on things, Matt, dude, my God, you're so hyper, bro. Like I'm telling you, we agree.
No, I wasn't even talking about.
All right, so now we agree. So we're gonna move into back to our discussion where we're talking about relativity again, where you said that math is complicated math. I think is what you were saying. Is how they get to general relativity and the idea that you can move faster than the speed of light and all that. But if it's not something that you can say is in reality, then how does math describe that something that they're showing you in general relativity that is real? Because it's just math. It's a language, but it doesn't.
Real.
Yeah. So they're
Theory.
describing something with mathematics, right? Complicated mathematics is what you said. That's fine, but is it reality?
Yeah. They're predicting something that that could happen.
Answer my question, Matt. Answer my question.
What do you mean?
Is it
the
reality?
thing hasn't happened yet.
No.
Can you specify
Complicated
your
mathematics.
question? Because when you don't
Complicated
specify your
mathematics
questions, we always run into a problem.
All right. Well, let me see if I can get specific. Complicated mathematics in general relativity that says you can move if you move faster than the speed of light, time will be slowed down.
Close to it.
Or close to it. So, is it possible with complicated math that is real? That example.
That example is a possibility, you mean?
Well, can it happen in reality?
Well, the math isn't going to move at the speed of light. The
I'm not talking about that.
You that it's possible for you to do that.
That's fine. It's a language, right? It's telling you something.
So
but
specify what you mean.
So okay, so this example, all right, I'm going to tell you. This example is the same example as I gave you when I handed you 5 apples and I took away 10.
Oh my god!
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's only
this is just
math.
A calculation.
It's right. It's the same thing I'm saying. So it has nothing to do.
It's
it has nothing to do.
You will probably be able to do this if you had this.
It has nothing to do with something that anyone can do on Earth. It's only telling you something in math, and it's fine. It works in whatever equation, but nobody can actually achieve this in reality. It's not possible. It's inconceivable.
We can't travel at the speed of light yet, Alpha. Yes.
Good, you agree with me. So now, right. So then why are people saying
no one in science disagrees with you on that? We can't travel at the speed of light right now. Right now we can't do it.
Then why are people like you and everybody else saying, well, that's correct. That's correct. Well, when is anybody ever going to do that?
Calculations of Einstein predict that it is possible. If you move at the speed of light or close to it, the time dilation can occur.
That's bullshit because you're only talking about something that you put in math. Because you put it in math. You're not doing it in reality. Duh.
It's a calculation, you dummy.
Okay.
You know,
but are you doing it in reality, dummy? Are you doing it in reality?
You're so stupid. Because it's a calculation that hasn't happened in reality, which is literally a theory, which is a prediction that something could happen. It's not in reality. It's
never been done. Listen, you agree with me that it can't be done, so it'll never be done. So it's just fantasy.
I agreed with you on that. I said we can't do it right now. Where did you get never from?
When are we going to do it? When are we going to do it?
What do you mean? I don't know when they're going to figure out how to move at the speed of light. I don't know. Maybe
okay.
Maybe after.
So it's just fantasy. So it's just fantasy.
No, it's not fantasy.
Yeah, that's called science fiction, kid. You like science fiction, kid. We get it.
Yeah, so if some like ancient human being said there's no way you Alpha can talk to me across the world or wherever you're from, they're gonna be like, that's impossible. And some smart guy was like, maybe if this is possible, if these calculations, this is right. He's wrong.
It doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but still, hey, check this out. The advent of technology has nothing to do with somebody actually doing something that defies reality. You can't move faster than
Moving
a construct.
At the speed of light defies reality? Can you prove that?
Yeah. When can a human ever achieve
what defies reality about the speed of light, Alpha?
Somebody moving that fast.
Somebody moving that fast? How do you know they can't do it? How do you know it's physically impossible?
How? Because, dude, imagine the speed at what you're talking about. Imagine the force on a human body to move at that speed. What do you think is going to happen to you if you move at that speed? Let alone, if you even, listen, if you were to move, you know how fast, I just had to put things in perspective for you. You know how fast airplanes fly, right? You know that pilots, when they start moving at a specific, pilots moving at a specific rate or a speed, that they get knocked out because the speed, the force on their body is so great, that they couldn't even withstand like the pressure on their body. They faint. So if that is possible at at a considerable speed. Imagine at the unfathomable speeds. What would happen to you? You turn into soup. If that, you'd be probably vaporized.
Vaporized.
Think
Yeah,
about
you
it.
would
Yeah,
become
think
pure
about it.
energy if you did. So you can't. So it's not falsifiable.
Well, again, it is unfalsifiable actually because we don't know. We've never traveled at that speed. We don't know exactly
Now we
what
don't know.
You
You
could
can't.
do. You know what we could use math to do actually, Alpha, is we could predict
It's only
with
in the math.
what would probably happen to you if you moved at that speed. That's something we could
It's
do.
only in the math like a computer game.
That's it.
Why are you
It
so
only
against
exists in
math
math.
as a grown man? How are you not
It's not
embarrassed about
against
that?
it. It's not against it. It's showing you that math is just a language, dude.
We use
It's
it
just a
properly.
language.
It
It
is a
doesn't.
language that we use every day for important things.
All right,
We use
but
math
it doesn't
properly.
mean
You don't.
Is Alpha?
It
Is math
doesn't.
important, Alpha?
Of course it is. But listen, it doesn't mean that
Okay.
math is reality, and it doesn't mean that this
And you're-
complicated way that hold on, dude. It doesn't mean that complicated math that was shown to you in general relativity is real. Like the speed of going faster than the speed of light will
Well, you
slow
don't know
things
whether or not
down.
it's real.
Has anybody ever done it, Matt?
Just because someone hasn't done it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what that means. Yeah, that's exactly what that means. Nobody can do it.
Wait,
Nobody's ever done
what?
it.
Did you just say?
Yeah.
So when someone,
Nobody
an
can
ancient
do
human
it.
being probably said there's no way you can make it to the sky or touch that moon, but someone did it.
Did I?
So now
Who cares about that? We're doing something that's
what do you mean? I just disproved your
incomprehensible.
analogy. I just demolished
No, you didn't.
your analogy.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Because if you
just
were
said just
moving
because
that
it never
fast,
happened, it can't happen. That's
It's
false.
not
Yeah.
even remotely achievable in their own paradigm.
it's not achievable. It's not achievable in this. Okay, in the human form. If you say, well, the person has to turn into energy, then I'll be like, well, okay. If a person turns into energy, possibly. When is somebody going to turn into energy, Matt?
I don't know.
All right, then. If nobody's turning into energy anytime soon, and I don't even know if, like, think about it, dude. What would happen if you turn into energy? Your physical body would cease to exist. Wouldn't it, Matt?
Where are you getting that from?
How the hell do you think you can move that fast without your physical body getting vaporized? Think about it. You're moving at such unfathomable speeds. There's no way, dude, that you would survive something like that.
I don't see where it says that they would necessarily die or have they'd have to be.
Really?
Obviously, never happened yet.
Who said that?
You're just saying they'd be vaporized. Do you know what being
No,
vaporized
relativity says
means?
if it's going as fast as light, it is pure energy. So nothing can go as fast as light unless it becomes pure energy.
Yep.
Yeah, but it says nearing the speed of light, not at the speed of light.
Okay,
Nearing?
it doesn't matter.
So then, as it nears the speed of light, mass approaches infinity. Isn't that crazy?
Mass approaches infinity? Dude, you're just spewing out nonsense now.
Special relativity is kind of weird.
That is pretty weird, but
yeah, but you think that is real. You're banking on that it being real. And I'm showing you in this kind of way that you're understanding complicated math doesn't tell you that it's reality, dude. There's no way in the history of I told you the advent of technology has nothing to do with this. This is something special.
What are you talking about,
that,
Alpha? Can you please stop lying? Can you please stop lying in what you're saying? You're just
about
saying
what?
in the advance in technology has nothing to do with the speed of light. Now you're just lying.
Yeah. Because you said some guy was thinking about, like, how could he communicate with somebody, and then later on in history, somebody invented the phone, and all. You're talking nonsense, dude, because that's
Think
the
about
advent
how
of
the
technology.
phone would be so crazy to an ancient human being. An ancient Greek.
But did they ever
Your
think about
in
them
Greece,
going?
You're in Florida and you can talk to them. Isn't that insane? In reality,
Who cares?
take all the things that we
It's
built,
possible.
like computers and phones and electricity. Take all the shit that we built away off. Just give me a
Dude.
second. Take everything that we
Doesn't
built
mean Earth is the
and deal with
globe.
the true reality.
No.
Hold on,
How
don't
does that
interrupt me.
prove Earth
The
is the
true
globe?
reality. True reality is the trees and everything around us, right? That's the true reality.
I have
So
a calculator.
everything
Earth
else
is
is
a
not
globe.
reality. But we put things into reality. We built things into reality that now you can talk to your buddy across the world. Isn't that crazy? But no one would have ever believed it. They would have thought that guy was crazy. Right?
They
if he
believe
ever
it.
said that.
You know why they believed it? Because it was something they were already doing. They were communicating with each other
I'm
by
saying an
various.
ancient human being.
No,
would have believed it.
no. Wait. Don't say nah, because you already know ancient people were communicating with each other in long distances. You already know this, man.
Through
This
what,
stuff is,
though?
is
Through
you
what,
should
Alpha?
already
Through
know.
what? Through what?
They
Through
were
what?
using various
How?
methods. I'm going to tell you.
Like
So
what?
they could
You
use
can name
things.
one.
They could. Well, if you shut the hell up, I'll tell you. So, like the Native Americans were using smoke signals for over vast distances to send to other people in different places. So they were using smoke. They were using light. They were using different methods for vast distances to communicate with other people. We had, like
All of
sailors
those
watching.
compared to now.
It doesn't matter. They were still
It
using
does
communication methods
matter.
over distances. No, it does. It really,
Over
like what we're
short
talking about.
distances,
Technically,
or
smoke
notes
signals
that
the speed of light
travel
communication.
over
Smoke
long
signals is a form of speed of light
distances.
communication, Matt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, you're just
So
spewing out things, and that's fine if you want to say that. That's fine. But again,
yeah, because
right? What do
they're
you mean?
visually
You think
seeing
they had
something over a vast
flashlights?
distance.
Flashlights weren't invented back then. So what did they use?
We're not
Fire?
talking about
What?
flashlights.
Well,
Did I ever
your
say
buddy mentioned
flashlights?
this.
All right,
Again, so
listen.
the difference
But the
is
advent
those
of
are usually
that.
even things that were traveled,
All
right?
right.
To like, send
Yeah, but
things,
listen, dude.
letters, notes
What you don't
over boats and shit.
realize, dude, is the advent of
Compared to me sending you a
technology
message.
is not something that's out of like the mind to think that they couldn't comprehend something like that, right? Now, what you're talking about with
Not
special
that they couldn't
relativity
comprehend it, they
or
wouldn't
general
believe it.
relativity, yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're gonna travel at
It does matter.
unfathomable speeds, no, it doesn't. If you're gonna travel at unfathomable speed, you're gonna have to think about what your body's gonna be like if you're gonna be doing that.
What do you know about
You
that?
can't just
You're
say,
not an expert.
"What do you
know?
mean you're not an expert? How fast do you think a human body can go?
Okay.
Think about it.
How fast do
Tell
you
me."
think if a human body was just flying across in a horizontal line, right, at 500 miles
Yeah,
per hour, do you think they would survive? It's going
yeah, those are
constantly.
planes. So
You
listen,
don't think that
like what we're talking about,
without planes, I'm just going straight up 500 miles per hour. You think they'd eventually die, right?
500 miles per hour?
Miles from shock or some other shit. But on a plane, you can go at
No,
500
no,
miles
no,
per
no,
hour and you're just chilling.
no. We're not. Listen, we're not talking about that. We're talking about nearing the speed of light. This is what's in
You don't
context,
know
not
anything
what
about
you're
the speed of
talking
light.
about.
You don't
How
know whether or
fast do
not
you
someone
think
would
you're
die,
going to be
man.
going? Well, tell me how.
You're gonna be
Right now, how
going
fast
near
are
the
we going to
speed
be
of
going?
light.
Yeah, if we're well,
Or
how
the
fast
speed
is
of
that?
which light travels.
How fast is that?
Pretty
How fast is it?
fast. Really, really
I don't
fast.
know. You tell me. You studied it.
It's really,
You
really
know all
fast.
you know all the complicated maths. Well, I don't know how fast that is, Matt. Tell me how fast it is.
Fast. I mean, it's not. What are you talking about?
Well, you say that
I
it's
think
not fast.
Well, it's like 300,000 kilometers per second, they say. That's
So
what
a
they
human
say.
body can travel at that speed, and it's going to be all right. We'll be okay.
Well, they wouldn't just put a human body in there and be like, go travel. They probably put a bunch of measures into that. But I don't know.
Like
They
what?
don't know yet. They haven't figured it out.
Nobody knows because it can't be done.
Just saying that. Like, I'm saying an ancient human could be saying that space rockets couldn't be done or something else couldn't be done. A lot of people say a lot of things couldn't be done. Do you think we'll ever cure cancer?
You wouldn't. Yeah, because your body wouldn't be existing. The force that it would take for you to move, the force that it would take for your body to move at that speed would be so incredible. You couldn't. It would be like it would turn into soup, if not vaporized, by the time that something took off at that speed.
You know
that
nothing about
unfathomable
that.
speed.
Be saying you turn
Oh
into
no!
you'd be vaporized. What would be
Go look it up.
vaporizing you? You going at
Go
a
look it
crazy
up.
speed is going to vaporize you?
Go look it up.
How does that even work?
Go look it up. Go look it up.
If you're going at an extreme speed,
Yes.
how is that going to vaporize
Go
the human
look
body?
it up. Just, you know what? Do a YouTube
Nowhere
search.
in
Do
here
a
I'm gonna
Google
look it up
search.
is going to say that. Nowhere is they going to say that.
All right. But if
Only
you think
you're
that it's
saying
okay
that
for
shit,
somebody
bro.
to travel at that speed, yeah, okay.
I'm not
So
saying
you're
it's
saying you can
okay,
travel
but
at
you're
that
saying
speed?
someone will be vaporized and you're making all these
Yeah,
predictions with no basing.
it's not a prediction because you're going at
It
the
is a
rate
prediction.
that energy travels, dude. Energy and light travel at that speed. So how is it possible that you're like what
So
you're
you
made of,
agree with
right? Your
them on a
body?
few shit, but you don't agree with them on a lot of shit. That's crazy.
No, this is very specific. You're saying that because we're talking about time, right? And how you could vary and manipulate it. But no, general relativity is what you wanted to start talking about at the very beginning. Remember? And I said define time first, and then we started getting into what time is. And I asked if you could vary and manipulate it. And you said, yeah, well, time can slow down. At first, you weren't saying that because you were actually agreeing with me. Now you shifted over back into the globe shit. And now you're talking about globe shit again because you think that the globe
What are you talking about?
is
The globe
correct.
shit? What did I say that was globe shit?
Yeah,
Can you mention?
general relativity. That's the cause
General
for
relativity
things
is globe
going.
shit?
Yeah. Oh, you better believe it is.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
I've been talking about that, so I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's globe shit. But you think that that is the way that reality is, and it's not, because there's no evidence of it. No one's ever seen it, and that you can't prove it. No one can.
We can't prove the speed of light.
No, you can't prove that. But I'm saying, amongst other things, you can't provide evidence of it actually having an effect on time.
It's a theory. We don't know for sure if Einstein's theory
not
of relativity is
it's not a
completely true
scientific
in the
theory.
sense that
It's not a scientific theory. It's never been proven,
Or
never
you
been
just said it's not
tested
scientific.
to be right. Yeah. And name one scenario.
research Einstein's
Name
theory
one.
of special relativity at all to be saying that it can't be right? Do you know that it made some accurate predictions or not?
Like what?
You know that it has or not? Do you know?
Like what? Do you know? It hasn't made
I'm
anything
asking
accurate.
You, do you know?
No.
You're just saying it doesn't because you believe in your little script, bro.
Well, then prove me right. Prove me wrong.
You're not gonna agree with it.
Tell me where it has.
Like, well, that's just globe. That's just
I don't
globe
care.
shit.
I don't care. Prove
Dude,
it.
You don't agree with anything.
No, see?
So
Well, then
you're
if
telling
you
me
can't prove it,
Einstein's
then
theory of general relativity is useless. Was useless. It's been useless.
it's still useless.
Okay.
It's a piece of junk.
And you're the smart guy, right?
Bunch of mumbo jumbo. It's a bunch of mumbo jumbo that people talk about just to think that they sound
So
smart.
he got an
It's a
Oscar
bunch of
for
shit.
saying nothing.
He got an Oscar. What the fuck?
He praised them so much.
Great actors in the globe community.
Worthy praising for no reason. They gave him a
You're
safe
talking about Einstein,
flight
right?
to America from Germany for no reason. They
Okay,
allowed
you're getting
Einstein
off
in. They
topic
didn't
here.
allow the rest of the Jews in, but that was for no
What did he
reason.
get best? What did he get
What
best
are
actor?
you on about?
What
No, because
Oscar
I
did he
mean,
get?
they wanted Einstein in the United States. They gave him citizenship. They gave him everything that he wanted, but they didn't let
Dude,
all
what
of the
are you-
Jews
An
in. But
Oscar.
Einstein wasn't special, right? But they just let him in for no reason.
Yeah, you just took a left turn in the argument. I don't even know where you're at right now. What are you doing?
I'm just saying. Well, they loved Einstein so much they praised the dude a bunch.
Who cares? Who cares about him? The only thing we care about is what he put
wanted
forward.
him for a reason.
Yeah, what he put forward was general relativity and special relativity. But what I'm telling you is that any of that made up fable, can you provide any evidence that is real? Anything. I don't care what it is. Name one thing. Just one.
God.
Or you can just throw your hands
about?
up and
Name
give
one,
up.
one.
Provide evidence that general relativity is real.
Well, you don't even believe that general relativity is real. So why
I
would I
don't
even enter
care.
this discussion with you? You don't even
If
believe
you
that
can
the
provide
Earth is the
evidence,
globe.
if you can provide evidence that it's real,
If
then
I
you have
say
an argument.
something, you're gonna just say it's not evidence. It is a theory. It is a theory.
Just say it.
The
What
bending
in
and
general
warping of
relativity is
space-time
real?
around massive objects? You don't believe that either, do you?
Okay,
You
so
don't even believe that
give me
massive
evidence.
objects are crushed
Give
into
me
spheres.
evidence that
'Cause
that's
you don't
real.
believe
Give
that
me
the
evidence.
moon is a sphere or a sun is a sphere. You
Just
think
give me
they're all
evidence.
little-
Give me evidence. Matt, all I'm asking for is evidence. That's all you got to do. What about
What do you
that
want
is real?
citations of?
I
What
don't
do you
care.
want citations of?
It doesn't matter.
Specifically,
Provide
tell me
evidence
then.
that. I'm telling you, provide evidence that it's real. Whatever shows me that is real, then I will look at it.
Oh my god, you're just being vague, and this is the problem, dude. This is like the
I'm
thing
not
that
vague.
they always do. This is the thing that they always do. Is
Who
you be
you
so
appealing
vague.
to
You're
right
always
now?
so vague, Alpha. You're like
Who are you
provide
appealing
evidence
to
that it's
right
real,
now?
and if I provide something, you're like, that's not what I wanted. Well, be more specific.
I didn't say that's not what I wanted. You haven't provided anything.
No, I'm
So
just
I'm saying
that's what
general
you're gonna do
relativity.
because you're so predictable.
No,
dude.
That's
That's like
this is what I
ordering
told you.
from a restaurant, telling the waiter, give me
why
whatever.
Why are you talking about what I'm going to be doing if you haven't done anything yet?
Because I know
Why
what
don't
you're
you
gonna be
just do
doing.
it
You're
and then
like,
see
that's
what
not what I
happens?
wanted. And you've done it like
Yeah,
5 times.
But you're wasting time. Just provide everything.
Tell me what you want. Citation of.
I want evidence. I want evidence of general relativity being real. In any way.
That's it.
Can you do that? Yeah?
Okay.
In any way.
It being a supported theory, right?
No.
Yeah, then tell us,
I want to know.
what else theory got.
I want to know where it's real in this reality. Where can we visualize it or observe it or work with it? I don't know. In reality,
go to space and look for billions. If you want to know how to observe the bending and warping of space, hold on, shut up, buddy. Hold on, shut up. If you want to observe the bending and warping of space time, you might want to live for billions of years and see things get crushed into spheres. I don't know. It's the only way you'd be able to observe it.
Okay, that's still not reality, right? Because what you just said is nonsense.
What?
When am I gonna live for billions of years, Matt?
Yeah, just live for billions of years.
You're not. That's why you won't be able to see things get crushed into spheres. What are you
okay, then.
That's my whole point.
Give me something I can look at in reality, Matt. Not in your fantasy. Come on now. You can do it.
What? Do you believe that mass attracts mass? You believe in gravitational attraction?
I don't need to, bro. I don't need to believe in anything. You just gotta provide evidence. That's it. Simple job.
Well, you just won't believe any of these things, dude. If you want to be able to observe mass attracting mass, just look at satellites. They orbit around the Earth because of Earth's gravitational influence.
No, you know that's not true, Matt. You've never seen that ever happen in your life.
That's not true?
Yeah. Tell me when you've seen a satellite orbit the Earth. When have you seen that,
because
Matt?
I haven't seen Russia, therefore I can't say anything about Russia.
No.
I can't say anything about
Where's it? Okay, how about this? Where's the evidence that an orbit is real?
You literally see it. You can see it in videos.
Who sees it?
Satellites be taken up to space.
Okay, what's an orbit?
You just say everything is fake, dude.
What's an orbit, bro?
What? Are you a grown man asking me what an orbit is?
Yeah, I need you to tell me what an orbit is.
Listen, satellite is going around the Earth at extreme speeds.
Okay,
and the only reason why it's doing that is because of the Earth's gravitational influence on these objects. Because mass attracts mass. The Earth has a gravitational influence.
All right, you've already said all that, but I'm saying, what is an orbit? So one orbit is when it goes all the way around the Earth, right? One orbit?
Sure, yeah. It's orbiting around, so it's going around the Earth.
Okay, who's ever seen that?
People that do this stuff, engineers that work at NASA have seen this stuff. There's videos of this stuff. There's videos of satellites going up there, and you just think they're fake.
So one person, I don't care about that.
Show us something that isn't a cartoon. What you're talking about?
Yeah,
well, you're gonna claim it's a cartoon, but you really don't know whether
or not. Show us not a cartoon. Show us the real photos of it.
So one person has seen an orbit.
Because all the photos are not real. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Show us the satellite in orbit that you're talking about.
Yeah, they're just recording satellites in orbit. That's what they're doing. Here, guys. Here's some images
dude,
and pictures.
You've never seen an orbit.
Have those images.
They've never seen an orbit.
Yeah. They have those images.
Well, I googled it and they were all cartoons.
Oh.
You could see an orbit in pictures? I don't get you, Matt. You can see an orbit in pictures? That doesn't make sense. You need to see an orbit actually go around the Earth.
Pictures? What do you mean? Or can you see its entire orbit? So, Alpha, this is the thing. You guys always assume.
Yeah. Can you see an entire orbit?
Trying to prove the globe to you. NASA isn't trying to prove the globe.
Can you see an entire orbit, Matt?
A satellite going around the Earth.
Can you see that? Can you ever witness that? That's an orbit. That's what you said you witnessed.
A complete orbit of a satellite.
Yeah, you said that.
A normal person isn't probably going to view it, and when if it gets blocked off by the Earth, you're going to say, "Whoa, that's not another. That's another one coming up."
Thank you, Matt. A normal person couldn't see it. Thank you for the concession. So now that we can't see orbits, now that we can't see orbits,
probably wouldn't be able to see a full.
Oh, it's a concession, all right. It's a concession, all right. So now that we can't see orbits, what else?
What did I concede?
What else do you got? What else do you got, Matt?
I didn't concede to anything, dude. I always destroy
yes, you did.
Because you just say a lot of stupid shit.
You told me nobody's ever seen an orbit. Not a normal person can't see an orbit. Okay, So we're taking that out of the equation. What else do you got?
Would be able to see a complete orbit around the Earth of a satellite.
There you go.
A little
Thank you.
teeny satellite
So now
compared to
what
the
else
Earth.
do you got? What else do you got for general relativity? Because that didn't work.
What are you talking about?
You were giving me evidence for general relativity.
Let me ask you a
use
question.
satellites
What do you
and
have
orbits
against general relativity?
You can't provide evidence that it's real in reality.
That's what you have
Hello?
against general relativity?
That it's not real, and you can't prove it.
This dude is hilarious, bro. It's not real. General relativity is not real.
The fuck
That's
was
not
that?
real, bro.
That's fine. If
That's
you want to
Matt
say that, that's
Nuclear
fine.
spiraling. No, if I want to say that, I'm going to stand on that and
Hold
then
on.
tell any glober that comes in here, they prove it to me. If you're saying that general relativity is real or special
Actually,
relativity, then
hold on.
provide some evidence.
Alpha, hold on. I do have to go, but I did destroy all of you guys, and Cyclone that didn't ever answer my question. Thank you. I have to go, though. Peace
We'll
out.
see you when you come back, Putz.
Bro's triggered.
I met Nuclear. I thought Big Roots you've talked to him before. I could have sworn he's never been on in the mornings, huh? He's only on at night.
That was the first time I heard him. He's bricked.
Ooh, Matt? Yeah, he's bricked, bro. I just do my morning drives, kind of get on the ballers that are on right now.
Google isn't honest. I asked what is the fastest speed a human has gone on Earth, and they're trying to list the space shuttle. You know, that's not on Earth.
Yeah.
Well, it
What
is.
was it? Like 12. Wait, no, wait. It's 17. Is it 17,000? No, it's the rocket leaving orbit. It's at 25,000, isn't it?
They tried to list
Allegedly.
the Apollo lander, like the Apollo rocket.
Oh, how fast were they going?
They said 23,000 or something like that.
No kidding. Okay. Barely an inconvenience for those guys.
But in reality, no human has ever even reached 3,000 miles an hour that we can verify.
Yeah, you're kidding me? It's inconceivable to go at those speeds.
But apparently, all those rules apply in outer space. You can go as fast as you want, apparently.
See, this is the double talk that they're doing because they'll say it's space, but also say, "Oh, that's just suborbital or low orbital flight. Still Earth, not space." So they're talking about both sides of their mouth there. They're like, "What's the fastest someone's ever got on Earth? The space shuttle, which is an orbital vehicle, which never left the Earth, but it's in space. Yep. Outer space. Yep. So not Earth. Yep. So what's the fastest everyone's ever gone on Earth? The space shuttle, which is on Earth. Yep, suborbital flight. But you just said outer space. It is a space shuttle. Yep. It's like what Miggy says. It's hard to hit a moving target. I mean, where do you go with that conversation? Is it in space or not? Yes, it's in space. So why did you credit it with the fastest someone's ever gone on Earth? Oh, because that's suborbital flight. So not space.
You're really lacking very good cartoon, vivid imagination. Have those two elements. Everything makes sense.
Yeah, that's my problem right there. I just stopped imagining. Neil deGrasse Tyson
Cartoons
did a.
help, man. Go turn toward the cartoons, and they'll show you how to think about it. It helps you in mental display. If you need to go 17,000 miles an hour, the cartoons really help. Okay, to put your mind there, like your jowls are flapping at the miles per hour. Just get in the middle image of that, as vivid as possible. It really helps to get you to the moon, get you excavating Mars. Don't forget, we're establishing pods and like lunar units to live in. At the end of this year, we're going to start. There's going to be some travel for citizens, suborbital space. You can book a flight, right? You get to be part of it. It does require some cartoons and imagination still when we launch the real thing. But it's going to be fascinating. Don't you want to live on the moon?
Hey,
True.
Rodo.
It's an old dead rock, worthless and purposeless, that doesn't adhere to the Earth's gravity like everything else, like an asteroid being pulled this way. Would absolutely annihilate all living things on Earth. And the asteroids have been coming in for a long time. Lucky. A lot of good stuff out there, guys. You know, it's worth the investigation. The cool thing about people is believing what you're told over and over and over. You can count on people. You can count on people. They love you. Your best interest is at heart, right? And all they're trying to do is pass down wisdom, right? Pass down the science so you can grow. For you, do with anything else. Space programs are all for the people. I mean, look at what India just did. Hard to believe they got that to land on the, but they did. The telemetry data surfacing. Now everybody can do it. You can make a rocket, land it just like India did. It's so impressive. It really is. But anyway, I'm just a wildly imaginative boy. Maybe I'm different. No sarcasm, any of that.
No, I got you, dude.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
How many rockets have you landed on the moon?
Well, I'm hoping soon. You know.
I was gonna say I just tuned in.
Once they get up into unknown elements, thrust, pitch, roll, stuff like that, it gets crazy, and you really need your imagination there, right? Or you're gonna go into gimbal lock, for Christ's sake. You don't want that. You'll never make it back. How you gonna make it back to the Van Allen belt, right? You're not gonna, right? You get it out there and get all wampus in space, you're not gonna get gimbal lock, right? Now, what you're gonna need is something like super thin, like aluminum foil. And whatever craft you come up with needs to have walls about that thick. Right? That's very scientific. Don't ask why. Right? Not the thick tin foil, the thinner sheet of aluminum foil. What you're going to need for that craft. It's the only thing that can hold the fuel, really. You think about it. Ludicrous speed is badass when you think about it. Good stuff, people. Get up in that speed. 17,000 miles an hour is a rush, guys. Trip. You got to love it. Don't you love being shepherded?
And I gotta say, I just tuned in. I just got in my vehicle, and I felt like I just tuned into a dude at a Baptist church giving a testimony about Jesus, but the
Hallelujah.
NASA version. But the NASA version.
Mhm. Well, Jesus loves you, but NASA does not. Anybody else just pretty much fed up with this stuff? You kids are learning this stuff, man.
Hey, Rodo, can you do me a solid? Can you say hello to Mr. Giggles and that he should come in and not be scared to talk about the globe?
Mr. Giggles.
Yeah, it's a guy on YouTube land who's like thinks the channel's dead and there's nobody in the channel right now talking about the globe. So if you say hi to him, maybe he'll feel more comfortable and want to join.
Does he feel that, does misery love company? Is that a true thing? Does he need
Yeah,
company? He needs people reassuring him of the globe status, huh? Yeah. Hi, Mr. Giggles.
yeah. Tell him like maybe send him. How would you want to express that he's safe to come in here and talk, and that you can hold his hand for it?
To come in and talk about the globe,
Yeah,
like
or
along
space
with
flight.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as it's obvious, I'm down for it. I like if you guys were kind of focused on like going 17,000 miles an hour. I think that's a pretty cool start. He can come in. We can start there. You know, you guys don't make him feel welcome.
Yeah, he says, okay, he just typed, you guys are so fragile, you can't handle any smart people disagreeing with you.
Ouch.
I've been
Get
called fragile all my life.
getting
Fragile
in.
is the word for me. That's for sure.
He said it's not going to be long before we ban you.
Okay. Just come in then. Let's get it over and done with.
Flat Earth only creates rooms to invite people, then mutes them. It's classic.
Where's the globe channels? I want to get over there and learn more about the globe.
Any other
Where's a
channel?
good globe channel where a lot of people are amassing? Where? Where's Mr. Giggles? What channel does he peruse to learn more about the globe? Certainly, there's lots of channels where people are so interested in learning more. There's got to be 10 to 100 channels on Discord alone, just packed full of globers, exchanging information like a comic book convention, you know? Right?
Hey,
Aren't there just so
yeah.
many globe channels where it's just where that the information is just so compelling that everybody's flocking to it? Or are the globers coming here?
I think us flat earthers should organize a mission to the moon to get the camera guy. He's been stuck there a long time.
For rescue mission. Oh dear.
It's insulting. It's embarrassing. It's not good stuff. Just, we love liars. Liars rock. especially when they're teaching your children. Like we were at one time.
Especially when they're pedos.
That makes it even better. Seriously, who do they think they are? Who do they think you are? I hope none of this BS is good enough for any of you guys. These globers and these flat earthers, I mean, these anti-flat earthers in here, just everywhere, you know, at this point. Just nothing short of prancing children, seriously, with cartoons and running mouths.
Hey, Roto. Good to
Disconnected
see you.
from physical reality.
I agree. Good to see you, my friend. You missed it this morning. We had a couple of them in just before you joined.
Tell me a little.
We had one. What's his name? Matt. Guy called Matt. He's a young glober, but he's full of confidence, full of sassiness, and lots of nervous laughing over your answers and ad homs, and it just turns into playground buffoonery, doesn't it?
Getting fairly templated, cookie cutter scripting. You know, it wasn't too long ago that there wasn't really a thing called an anti-flat earther. Now they're popping out and they all kind of look the same. They all kind of sound the same, don't they? They all kind of move the goalpost when needed in concert. They know when to drop something that they can't contest. So part of the script is, okay, let's move on. Since you've noticed that that's a bunch of BS, let's move on to this other thing you might not notice. Always trying to pull you into the parlor where the trick is established. Come into the gypsy wagon where I have these smoking elixirs going and tell me how all this can happen on a flat earth. Well, who in the hell are these characters rolling up all of a sudden? You know?
It's so spot on. It's so spot on. This guy was like, what's your best proof for a flat earth? I says, well, the fact that you've never measured a radius and we cannot, detect curvature or motion is enough evidence, to say that the earth is not a curving ball. But you're right, that's his first thing. Well, what's your flat earth proof? He doesn't accept that as a flat earth proof. He rejected that and he wanted a direct claim. I mean, how ridiculous, just playing the game, ignoring the information and just looking for that zinger. You said it well, it's like a card trick. And I was going to say before you said that, they've turned this whole debate into a card game. And, they play a card and then, they're expecting us to play one back. And then they want to, synchronize this card with that card. It's a game to them now, isn't it?
I hope all of you do not get swayed or moved by any of that junk. I hope all of you are solidly footed on this side for very good reasons. Not speculations, not cross your fingers and hope, but sensibilities, logic, reasoning. As grown men, maybe some women here, don't know. Nevertheless, doesn't matter. There's so many things of what the earth presents itself to be if you look. You got to want to look. You're either looking and you want to know, or you're just dancing around like an anti-flat earther. It's not impressive, the tactics that they use. It's not impressive, the tactics that the globe uses. It has to be based in a lie. And to see them go on and on, generation after generation in legacy, passing down the cartoons. Let's look at one page of a cartoon, you guys, and tell me if you can see it in your mind. Darwin and the Theory of Evolution. Do you see the cartoon of the the worm and the fish and the frog, the
Oh yeah.
amphibian. Do you see it as it goes through the steps on up to the ape, then the human? You see it in your mind as it was drawn out for you? Now look at the globers, right? They're in such a way this Darwin looks silly. Now they have to abandon evolution and come up with something else. It didn't take long for them to abandon the geocentric model, and it sure didn't take long for them to abandon heliocentric. By all means, you cannot have the sun being the center either. That puts things way too close when you're trying to, you know, get your voice out saying that you live in a multiverse. Right?
When you're trying to move the creator away from the equation, that the sun is, it has to be further. They have to move it further away than that.
Exactly. One of the common threads to all this is your separation from God, understanding what you really are, a creation and not an accident, not a randomness. Randomness, perfection, perfectly synchronized randomness. You are not. But look at all the efforts and the money, the funding, the efforts to sway us. I hope you guys are not having any of it.
No, over here, brother.
When
Hell
those
no.
globers come in and those anti-flats come in, I hope they don't bring a single convincing argument to anyone in here.
Well, if nonsense can convince you of anything, have it.
Yeah, if the shoe fits, right?
I mean, just saying that a lot of the globe stuff is just a bunch of nonsense. Even though they kind of like use realist level stuff, and then they say, "There you go, reality, therefore globe." I'm like, no, no, thank you. But yeah, they kind of like throw a bunch of nonsense around to see if it sticks in someone's mind, but it's obviously nonsensical. So it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, did you hear Matt Nuclear saying like the fisheye horizon is the same horizon he sees with his own eyes?
Is that true? Does he have fisheye lenses himself?
Yeah, he also said that he could visibly see east to west curvature when looking out to sea.
He's lying.
It's what they have to tell themselves.
Yeah.
That's what's sad is they have to register that, I assume, in their own mind to see what they do not see. You're going to hear water is such a key, is such a gateway. And you have, when you start with water and you understand that level is oriented off of how the earth presents itself, where water obeys earth, the dynamics of earth consistently every time without fail, to a point to where it's so locked in we count on it every day for leveling. And the concept, once you look with the eyes that you were gifted with, you truly look and you truly want to know, level is real. Level is a horizontal that goes on farther than you can go. It will go on being horizontal to the earth the way it presents itself farther than you can go. So, without saying infinitely, which technically it would be, if a body of water was that big and at rest, it would absolutely be level. So, these people have to come now to that. You also have vertical. Now, just with that simple perpendicular, anywhere and everywhere, you're not going to space. You're not talking about curvature. You don't get any of those luxuries off of the earth. when you understand that water is level, when you understand that a hanging weighted line at rest is its perpendicular, a true vertical, straight up and down, and that all of those are parallel. They have to tell themselves things that they'll never see, that water does curve. They have to. They'll never see it, though. No one ever will. They'll have to say that when you hang a weighted line, there's only one that goes to the center of the earth. Exactly. When you put one next to it, they diverge. They'll never see that. They'll never measure that, but they have to tell themselves that to live in that world. Meanwhile, men get things done every single day, build the plumb, square, and true house that the Globers live in, that the Globers don't thank them for. It's just right in front of you, all of us, really. You don't get data to go to the moon based off a sphere when the Earth doesn't present itself in any way like that, and never has. So that's false. Anything they tell you about rotation is going to be false. As soon as they leave that perfect perpendicular, it's all false. They can't get off the porch with anything that they say. So there's no use arguing about going 17,000 miles an hour in some sort of orbit, is there? Not on a sphere. That's for sure. All this rocket launching to escape with its arc is supposed on a sphere, but they don't get to say that because of perpendiculars. Everywhere, all the time, this very minute. Underground, underwater, in the air, and on the ground. Perfect perpendiculars, all parallel. All the horizontals, all the verticals, at all times, is all that's ever observed. You don't get to do rockets like you say. You don't get to land on the moon like you say.
Well, not
You
with
don't
that
get to do any
attitude.
of that. What's that, buddy?
Well, not with that attitude, you won't.
Those
What do you mean?
perpendiculars falsify everything the globe's got to say.
I just said it's a negative attitude, and you'll never get to the moon if you think negatively like that. I agree.
Morning, geeks. I knew that
Why
was
has it
you.
been falsified?
Has it falsified?
Yeah.
Has what falsified?
All the things that you say that are falsified.
You have something specific?
What you just said is falsified. You don't even know what you yourself said is falsified?
Are you just telling me it's falsified, or are you asking a question?
I'm asking you how it is falsified.
You mean anything that the globe has to say?
Sure.
If it's based on a sphere, it's falsified.
How?
I think you mean falsifiable.
Perpendiculars. Perpendiculars.
Ridiculous. Okay. Can you elaborate?
Well, I thought I just did. Did you just show up?
Yeah, you were kind of preaching. You were not really saying a whole lot of substance. You were stacking assertions the entire time. I came in a couple minutes ago.
Just assertions. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No substance like the globe brings, right? Okay.
Not saying that.
The thing about perpendiculars, man, you can see this in your own kitchen. You don't have to have NASA tell you about this.
Huh?
You get a glass of water in a weighted line, and you let them rest, and you put them one to another, what you're going to get is a perfect perpendicular.
Uh-huh.
So if you have a glass of water and a marble on a string,
Uh-huh.
and you put them together and they're at rest, what you're going to get is a perfect perpendicular.
Okay.
That's 90
Okay,
degree
you said
angle,
that 2 times
90
now. Do
degree
you want to
angles.
say it one more time?
Yeah, 90
Can we
degree
like
angles.
build on top of that?
90s.
Okay. No.
So with those
Okay.
90s, you're not going to be curving anywhere
Mm.
because they go on farther than you can walk.
What?
I have a question. I have a question regarding that. So when I have that string and that glass of water, and I have a 90-degree angle between them, does that dictate how that behaves? Like how that's oriented? To, for example, when I leave that in my kitchen and go in a different country, can I access the specific the orientation without like setting it up again and making a new instance? Can I access the
You're not going to be
orientation
able
that
to
this
access it.
has my?
You're not going to
Oh,
be able to access it in any way. But when
oh,
you use put it this way, you're never going to measure diverging plumb bobs.
oh,
You will never measure divergence in plumb bobs. No
oh,
one ever has. So that's just
oh.
speculation.
That is not true.
That is very true.
Apparently,
If your
that is
plumb
not
bobs
true.
are diverging, then you're not plumb. Then you're not vertical. So what you try to do
Well,
as a
that's
glober is
also
put
that's
down
well,
one
well, on a
plumb
globe
bob.
that would also not be true. Well, if you define vertical that way,
I will
then
define
you
vertical.
make that then you're making like you
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
divert
sure am.
you
That's
you're
right.
okay.
Vertical
Can
straight up and down.
hey
It's
dude,
plumb.
is this a conversation or is this just me interrupting your preach? Your speech. I don't know. If it's just me interrupting your speech, then I can shut up.
That's fine with me. Do whatever you need
It's
to do,
fine
bud.
with you.
You can do
No,
whatever
no,
you
I'm
need to do.
asking you if we are having a conversation or if I'm just interrupting your speech. This is a question.
Well, that depends on if I'm talking or not. Don't you know what interrupting is? Don't do
Oh,
that.
because you were talking through me. The middle of my sentence interrupted the start of yours, so I didn't know that
Okay.
I was
That's right.
interrupting you there.
That's right.
All right.
Mhm.
That's not how conversation works, according to what I know.
Well,
How
get
does
on with it.
conversation
Well,
work
go
in
ahead
your
and get
mind?
on with it.
All
What
right.
you got?
Okay. So, you can't define vertical by saying it has to be parallel to each other, and when you measure them diverging, then it's by definition not vertical, because then you're taking away the physical aspect that vertical does represent. We already have a perfectly good definition of vertical, which is the direction up and down, and not any horizontal direction, which is expressed physically, right? It is tied to physical phenomena in our environment. Right? And then it has a meaning. You can't just define it any way you want, because then you would make, depending on how reality expresses itself, it would be very complicated and lose its practicality. So,
You ever built
that being
anything?
said, it is a lie that nobody has ever measured plumb bobs to diverge. There is information out there, which that there is claims out there and demonstrations out there that show that they apparently show that there's a the reciprocal zenith angles are bigger than 180 degrees when you add them up. So
Have you
they
got them?
do apparently diverge. Now, this can
Have
be
you
a
got
measurement
them?
error, as you claim, but it is not
Got,
true that nobody has ever measured that.
That's
have you
all
got them?
BS right there. Every single thing you
That's
just
what you
said
say.
is complete BS.
Unless you can provide evidence that they do diverge. You said it's out there. Could you find it?
He won't. All he's
Okay.
got is 1 degree every 69 miles based off a 3959 radius that he's locked into. But then again, they come back with an oblate spheroid, so it can't be perfectly in formula of a divergence. Also, if they do diverge, they must point somewhere, which would allocate them to the exact center point of the Earth, not fudging, no
Oh,
wiggle
God.
room, lest the tools would be useless. Because if they point randomly, they must point one to another. When you hang more than one plumb bob, they would have to point to the exact center of the Earth for them to be any good at all. And if they diverged, how would you correct them? How would you know what's vertical or plumb if they're diverging? What tool would you use if you can't use a plumb bob to see what's vertical? What tool would you use to correct diverging plumb bobs? Yeah. You got a big old
I'm
mess
not
on your
saying they're
hands.
not anti-FE. I'm just saying that it's a lie
I'm
that
just
there
saying
is
everything
nobody
you
that has
said is a
ever
bunch of
measured that, because there is
BS.
claims of people having measured that out
Right,
there.
it's a bunch of BS. It's never been seen, never been done. Meanwhile, today, men are out
Incorrect.
building with parallel plumbs.
Amounts to be incorrect. I just posted you 3 different people apparently like doing that.
3 different people doing what?
Measuring the plums or zeniths to not be parallel to each other.
Is that right? What distance do they
Yeah.
have one to another?
Thousands of feet.
Thousands of feet.
Yeah.
So how high are these plumb bobs? How tall are they? Because they
They
should
were
ever
setting up total
diverge in
stations on.
altitude. Hmm?
Hmm?
So by
Sorry,
the time they
I
reach
thought
the
you asked a
center of the
question and I
Earth, they
started
should be
answering it, and then you talked
by the
again while
time
I
those
tried to
plumb
answer.
bobs
So.
reach the center of the Earth, they should touch. They should cross
Okay.
paths. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not
So.
what's happening. So thousands of feet.
So you
well,
say
you have 1 degree. You have 1 degree per 69 miles on a
okay.
3959 radius, don't you?
Okay. So
Yes, you do. So you have thousands of feet, and you're noticing less than 1 degree is what you're saying, huh?
Huh?
It's hilarious,
Yeah.
man. Because I can
Huh?
post you some
What's hilarious about it?
actual work of thousands of feet of plumb bob in the air of weighted line where you have to nanoplane planks, okay, to the finest measurements, and it must absolutely be plumb and horizontal level.
Yeah. Hey, is this a conversation still? Just checking, or is this some weird?
He just wanted to make his
It's very
speech
weird.
again.
Yeah, I admit it's very weird. You're a weird person. Yeah, it's weird to talk about this. It's strange that people like you
No,
believe.
it's weird to have a conversation with you because you do not seem to be interested in like making
really
this
not.
like a back and
I'm
forth
not.
that goes.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
correct. I'm really
Yeah.
not interested in talking.
So it's
to
not
you.
a conversation then.
I
Why
never
did
said it
I
was,
asked
did
you
I?
like 3 times already if it's still if this is a conversation,
I
and
see that.
you
You
did
sound
not
like my
answer with me.
ex-wife.
But you
Yeah.
you never answered with, and you never answered me with no, it's not. You know, we wouldn't even have this weirdness going on if you told me that there is no conversation here.
I think I just told you that. And it's not really for
Yeah,
you.
you did.
And
After the third time I
anybody else
asked you,
listening
this
here,
was
anybody
unnecessary.
else,
You could have told me after the first time.
I did.
All right, guys, don't
No,
speak
you
over
didn't.
each other. AK, would you address what the points Roto was making, and just ignore the rest of it?
He was not making any points.
He made several.
At least not ones that would be sensible, because he was not interested in expressing himself in a way that would be understood.
Tell
So I
us why
didn't
they're not
understand.
sensible then. Tell us why they're not sensible. Not that you can remember what he said, but let's see if you can.
I can't, because it was nonsensical.
Okay, so you said it was nonsensical, but you can't remember what was nonsensical about it. Okay.
Funny, we can all remember the conversation and the points that were made, AK.
Okay, what point was being made?
We're talking about zenith angles, diverging zenith angles.
Okay.
What tool? One of the questions was, what tool can we have? What tool do we have to be able to determine whether plumb is vertical? That was one of the questions that was proposed.
Yeah, that would be Fairlights.
Hairless forearms. That's what you've got, AK.
The question is the
You
point
haven't
now?
built a single thing in your life, have you? You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
That's a common thread in this room with Globers. None of them are builders.
Huh?
Yep. You got a lot of work to do, AK, to get connected with
Okay.
what's real.
Great. Thanks.
You're welcome. Get after it.
Is that a point as well, or is that just like giving me advice?
Just preaching, Southern
Okay.
preaching. You know how I am. Yeah. You can call it preaching if you want to. Meanwhile, plumb bobs are parallel. All water levels are parallel over all heights and distances every day, and it has never been not that way. That perpendicular exists everywhere at all times. For you to be in a 45-degree slope underground, for you to even know you're at 45-degree slope, it takes that perfect perpendicular to orient to. And though how we get that perfect perpendicular is how the Earth presents itself at all times, without exception. And how it presents itself, whether you're in a 45-degree slope underground, a 45-degree dive in a submarine, a 45-degree lift in an airplane, or just standing straight up on the Earth. It doesn't matter. That perpendicular exists everywhere at all times and in motion. That's how you get rigidity in space with the gyro. So when the
I've been
plane sets its
told,
vector, it flies a horizontal level path, nose up, no dipping.
Oh,
No
yeah, some people
curvature,
just don't
no
want to
accounting
think.
for that.
It's
Just
okay.
nice and straight. Nice
I've
and
been
straight.
I've been told that plumb isn't always 90 degrees down.
Correct. It isn't.
Oh. What do you mean?
You can hang a weighted line in your kitchen. Any weighted line, tie a rock to a string.
Mm-hmm.
Let it be at rest and see the string. Now put
Right.
it up to a glass of water. That will be a perfect perpendicular.
No, but I've been told by flat earthers that plumb isn't always perfectly 90 degrees.
Correct.
No, that's correct. That's what I've been told.
Which flat earther
Now
told you
hold
that?
on a second. You're saying plumb
Yeah.
is not always plumb.
Yeah, that's what I've been told by flat earthers.
Right. That sounds about right. So how are you going to correct for plumb then? How are you going to get plumb? How are you going to get a vertical if it's not with a plumb bob?
Well, this is like when, you have a giant mountain next to you, and that affects the plumb because of the gravity of the mountain.
Oh,
Is that one
yes,
mountain? or
yes,
is
I
that
forgot
it?
about
Sorry.
that. Mass attracting the mass. Yeah, they can't
Yeah,
let
that's
go of
what.
that one either.
Yeah, the
that-
flat earthers.
Yeah, on a globe,
is that every
that's
mountain?
correct. You heard flat earthers tell you on a globe there are not parallel plumbs. You're correct. On a globe, there are none.
No. I'm not talking about like comparing plumb to plumb or whatever. I'm just comparing, like, just saying, like, when I've, talked about how every plumb isn't always, they're not parallel with each other. And then, like, another one was like, well, yeah, that's because there could be like a mountain next to it, which is affecting
No,
the plumb.
nobody said that. Nobody in flat earth says
they
gravity
even present
pulls
they
on
even
plumb
present the
bobs
diagram.
sideways. Nobody's ever said gravity pulls things sideways. You're a fucking retard.
That's what they presented, the diagram. That's what they used to
The
refute
diagram not
my
flat earth.
reciprocal zenith angles.
The diagram not flat earthers then.
What do you mean? No, this is what the flat earthers used against me.
Can't build buildings on mountains now, apparently,
Yeah, well,
according to you. Is it every mountain or just Mount
maybe I can
Shasta?
find the diagram that you guys always send me.
Well, we always send him this, guys. This is us always sending him this. When he posts it, I want the person who's always sending it to own it.
Can geeks jump in?
Yeah, whilst this guy goes and gets his shirt, yeah.
Now, or you want me to wait? Or
I said, yes, whilst this guy goes and gets his shit, you can talk. What's up?
very well, Mr. Jedi. Good afternoon to you, sir. I was speaking with Captain
crypto the other day, and I presented him with what I think is actually something original, something I don't think that necessarily you guys would have heard. So, yeah, I'll give you the overview. So, you heard about my claim that I was on Concord and saw the curve with my eyes, right? So I was able to go on Concord. Yeah. Whether that's true or not is irrelevant regarding my claim. But on Concord, right? You when it was around, you're aware that it from London to JFK, right? The flight time was about 3.5 hours, as opposed to what a traditional flight would be. It's around, say, 7-8 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Well, that's important because if you land in JFK after 3.5 hours, and there's a 5 or 6 hour difference in time zone, you effectively gain some hours. Do you know what I mean? You know that concept? Yep. That also means that you are outpacing the sunset. So I didn't see this myself, but I was reading up on this, and actually there were some flights on Concord that left just as the sun was setting in London. And because Concord was effectively, beating the time zones, you would end up in New York with the sun then having risen again, but from the west, not from the east this time. So you'd be able to see the sunset again, right? Now, this is more of a kind of a query than a...
Time out.
Huh?
Just a small correction. You mean...
Finish my point. So the point...
Well, yeah,
the point
I said small correction. Like, you could
the
finish your point,
side.
but you made a mistake.
Well, let me finish my point, and then you can correct me. So on the globe side, right, this would make sense, as I'm sure you would agree. I'd just like to know how this could be reconciled on a flat Earth side, or not on a globe side.
Okay, so you think that the sun goes west to east? That's what you think?
Well, that was your correction.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, then you didn't listen to me, sir.
Yeah, I did, because you said you can watch it go east to west and then west to east. And I was just like, well, that's not what he means to say, right?
So, Mr. Jedi, did you hear my
left to right
point?
and right to left? Like, this is a small correction to be like, yo, bro, like, good looking out. I appreciate it. But for some reason, you're not, like, there's this weird, it's almost like you don't like that I'm talking to you. So it's like, what? We're all good, bro. Like, what's the problem? You made a mistake. Laugh it off. Like, I hear where you're trying to go. I'm not trying to stop you, but acknowledge what I'm saying instead of acting like weird. But go
on. Mr. Jedi, did my concept make sense? Would you do you have any clarifying questions? Or?
Sorry, dude, I'm just busy at work, and you'd have to give me 5 minutes and speak to someone else. Sorry, mate.
Sure thing. Sorry, I'll catch you another time when you're not busy. Then.
What's your guys' issue with the AutoCAD drawings I'm presenting? Why don't you like them?
Mr. Gears, hello. I'm a globies. So, are you addressing the globies or the flat earthies?
Anyone that would have a problem with the AutoCAD drawing that I'm presenting?
No one had a problem with it. You drew a line through the earth, and you said that's how theodolites work. They see through the ground.
No, that's not what I said. I never mentioned theodolites once in that.
You drew a straight line through the earth and said, "This is what I see."
No, that is not what I said.
Well, is that what
sorry.
Radwin, is that what you see in his diagram?
Yeah, that's exactly what he drew. A line. You got not that diagram. You got to go up to the other one where he drew a line through the earth, and this is how it works. He said,
I didn't draw a line through the earth. No, that's not what I said.
What were you drawing then?
So let's. This is AutoCAD. So what you do is you can just like input dimensions of objects, right? So like I said, draw a circle with a radius of 6,371 meters. Right? So 6,371,000 meters. And then I drew a line from the centers with another 828 meters added to it to represent the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. And then what I did was I made them so that they were a degree, the starting lines were a degree separation. And I connected a line from the top of the building to the top of the other building. And then I also connected the top of the building to the bottom. And, well, right now I'm just posting the previous one. The newest one I posted shows that the top of the buildings would be able to see each other, but you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the building from each of them. That's all. It's just pure geometry. It's like no trickeries.
Well, I mean, it's non sequitur to reality, though, right? Because in reality, there's perspective. This doesn't account for any of that, right?
In reality, there's like, refraction and stuff like that, which would add something to it. This is just pure
I guess
geometry.
refraction on top of what I said. So
yeah, I get it.
Pure geometry means no perspective, like in reality, right?
Right, but it's just like a good starting point.
Well, good starting point. In reality, like you said, this is the mountains would see each other. Well, in reality, perspective would also take place, which you have excluded in your pure geometry. It's just a yeah, you're right kind of thing where we can move on, not a kind of thing that we kind of have to pretend that that's not the case, and
Well, it's not just that. Like, for example, so like here's another picture I'm going to post right now. So if you look at that, by all means, you would think those are all straight lines. But in fact, the green line is the circle. And that white line to the right, that's 2 meters. That's like, your standard human. The magenta one's the One World Trade Center, and then the red one's that Burj Khalifa one. And like the green line looks flat from there. It does.
Yeah, but this is with a circle with a radius of, what'd you say, millions of miles? Right.
No, not just with I did it in meters because it's a lot easier to work in AutoCAD with. Makes it a lot easier.
Okay, whatever million meters. Like the bottom line is also not representative of neither reality nor at least the geometry put forth by a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
Yeah, but
when we're talking about observations that they're and people are engaging in the argument, it includes 3959, not whatever the hell people want in AutoCAD. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but like this just explains why the world appears flat, though.
Oh, yeah, but it's a totally non sequitur to reality, though.
And why is it a non sequitur?
Well, I just told you, because you're like, I'm going to use this unrealistic thing to.
It's not that it's unrealistic. This is, just the geometry of it, and then there's other factors that contribute to, like, how far you can see. This is just the pure geometry of it.
No, they're not. So check this out. You're telling us why it appears flat, and you're using a non-realistic example to tell us something that has nothing to do with neither reality nor the model that they put forth.
Why is it non-realistic?
I just told you, because you got a radius of fucking million meters long. What are you talking about?
I get it, but like,
yeah. So what you see is dependent on what you see is dependent on the radius. Because if you're using the Pythagorean theorem, then you would have a tangent to a tangent point, which is a known distance. But that's obviously completely divorced from whatever you're showing. Because I mean, with a million meters, your line of sight would be further than the human eye can resolve. So, like I said, it has nothing to do with perspective, like in reality. And
well, I don't think
I understand that you're saying, well, this is why I look flat, but it's not really justified by anything that matters.
Well, I would say that you would at least think that the sun and the moon are more than like 10 miles away, so you know that the human eye can see farther than 10 miles. And the other thing is, like this diagram, you're right, it doesn't account for it. Hang on. I'm still talking, man. I let you talk. I let you talk for a little while. Let me finish my point. Hang on. I let you talk for a while.
But you didn't understand what I said.
Let him finish talking.
Who, me? Like, let me finish talking?
Yeah,
no,
you didn't understand.
I was talking before he interrupted. Like, what do you mean?
So I don't know why
you still got to give me time, man. Give me time.
Yeah, let for real finish, dude.
But you were wrong. You're wrong, though.
Go ahead, Darth.
Let him say what's wrong, then tell him why it's wrong.
No, he already said what's wrong already. And then he moved on from that point by saying, and then. So I'm saying, well, hold on. Let me just deal with the first thing that you got wrong.
So the other thing I was going to say,
this is what I'm saying. Let me just address the first thing you said, dog. What the fuck's your problem? Is that really a problem? Do you have to tell me 5 things before I address one of them? So you're talking about being able to see the sun. I'm talking about your ability to resolve between 2 objects, that being the ground and things above the ground or related to the ground. So there is going to be an angular resolution that there's no accounting for in your geometry. We already know that. So I don't what is the rebuttal to me saying that have to do with anything? Because we already agreed that it's pure geometry. There's going to be no perspective. And so it's completely divorced from reality of what we would actually experience. You keep asking me how, but I'm already explaining it to you.
So how much angular resolution do you want me to account for?
You can't. How are you going to do it in AutoCAD at all? Show me. Tell me. Explain it.
What do you mean? I'm asking, like, how many miles or whatever would affect, like, your range of it?
No, it has nothing. Listen, pure geometry means no perspective. What's wrong with you? There's no fixing it. You just accept what I'm saying is true, and then do what you will with that information. Like you're trying to let me pencil it in. No, it's pure geometry. It's not related.
Right, but I can draw like a flat plane and the towers, and like, and then like say like I can like make the line of vision like at a downward angle for whatever angular resolution you want, and I can plot that.
Why?
Well, that's why I'm asking you what the angular.
Because pure geometry. You already said it. Like
Right. Yeah, I'll make a flat line representing the flat Earth, and then I'll draw the two tallest buildings.
You won't. No, you won't. Because you already made a circle so big that we have what would appear to be a flat line anyway.
No,
like so.
no,
What?
I'll actually draw a flat line.
What difference does that? Why? I don't understand why.
What do you mean? You're asking me to account for the angle. I'm asking you for the
I'm
angle.
not asking you to account for. I'm not asking you to account for anything. I'm telling you, it's not included.
Okay, so
there's no account for anything.
Give me the angle that you want me to include.
Are you telling me that you need a flat line in order to create an angle? Why don't you just use your curve?
You're saying that what I'm doing is not accounting for angular resolution. So
Right.
I'll accept and then and in my version, I drew the globe as the accepted radius that it is. I'll draw a line being flat, represented as the flat Earth, and then I'll also draw.
What you'll do is you'll just take the radius that they've given, and then you'll put a curved line, and then a straight line, and then tell me what you're talking about. So you'll do what they claim reality is, and then you'll do that in AutoCAD.
No, I'll do whatever you want.
You'll do that this is what I want. So you'll do that in AutoCAD, because what you're supposed to be doing in AutoCAD is supposed to be representing what they claim is reality. So that's what you'll do.
And I'll do what you represent is claimed in reality.
Well, I didn't tell you what I represented as reality.
Well, that's what I'm asking for.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? You said there's a certain angular resolution as to how far we can see. I'm asking for what that angle is, so this way I can plot it in the graph.
What 0.002 degrees, I think.
0.002 degrees.
Or is it 0.008? I'm not sure. Why don't you look up the Rayleigh criterion? The angular resolution of benign.
And then plot that.
But then you also have the angular resolution that that you have between two objects.
What do you mean?
So you would have an angle between two objects that will be too small to resolve. I don't know how the hell you're going to represent
AutoCAD
that.
does fractions of an angle.
Excuse me?
AutoCAD will do fractions of an angle. You got a lot of background noise going on right now.
Well, I'm not saying anything.
I know. I just said you had a lot of background noise going.
Okay.
The other point I was going to add
we're completely like before you move on. Is there anybody else in the room who's around? Do you understand what the premise he's laid down, or if he's trying to prove anything like this? Like, what did he initially begin speaking for? Because I feel like we're nowhere near. Like I don't get how we got where we're at.
You were saying that my AutoCAD doesn't count for angular resolution, so I asked you what the angular resolution was that you want me to do, and I'll plot a flat line and two buildings, and then the angular resolution to see the distance of how far you can see from that building.
I'm just saying, like it's not representative of perspective, like how we see. Like I don't know how you're going to mimic how we see with pure geometry. I don't know how you're going to do that. Don't
He
ask me
can't.
how.
He can't.
Would you
He doesn't even know
would
how to
you
use AutoCAD. It's a phone app he's using.
would you agree that Globers say that refraction adds to how far you can see, not diminishes?
But notice how you didn't represent what I said. So I just told you. All I said was you said it was going to be pure geometry that is divorced from perspective. Then you're also using not the radius of the earth to show us how things can appear flat. And I'm like, well, this is completely non sequitur. I don't even know what you're doing. And now you're asking me all these other questions about shit that, like, look, bro, you can't add perspective. You're telling me you can. Stop asking me questions then. Go on and present an argument.
Well, you were refuting my AutoCAD drawing saying it doesn't account for the angular resolution.
No, I never said that. I said you can't put perspective in that sucker.
Because of the angular resolution.
Well, no, just basically the word perspective. Whatever you like, just perspective, just generally.
Yeah, so that's what it does. It does give you the general perspective. It gives you like
Go on
the
and
height from the
do
top of the
something
building
then.
to the other top.
Go on and present something then.
So this explains why you would be able to see the top of the building but not the bottom of the building. Do you want me to post it again? I can try to get it a little zoomed in closer, but I mean, hang on. Let me go back to the drawing. Get it to the point where the one line goes through, representing the radius, and the other line stays above it. Right there.
Nothing, Mr. Amish. He has no clue what he's even doing with it.
So,
and he can't explain how he can draw a straight line to the center of a ball either.
So that next picture shows the white line being from the top of the one building to the bottom of the other one, going through what would be the earth, and the top line staying above it. I mean, here's just another example of this is even further apart. And like that green line, it just appears flat. You're right. It does appear flat. The world appears flat. It just isn't.
At what point is it curved?
It would appear flat.
Yeah, at what point does it curve then?
Every point.
Yeah.
Every point, it's all over you. I mean, we've all seen the sun go over the horizon, which proves that there is a curve. The question is, where is the curve? You know what I mean?
What? What's the horizon? No, don't want to answer that one. Okay.
I wasn't prepared for that question.
That's another question I raised. Like, where on the Earth do you see the sun going back from west to east? Like it, like
Exactly.
because every single time I've seen like the representation of the flat Earth, it's going in circles above you, but I never see it going like no one on Earth ever sees it going east from west to east.
No one on a globe sees anything like that either, dummy.
If you go to Helsinki, which is in northern Finland, and that's not a country in America, but other countries exist. If you go to that area in the summer, you can see the sun circling around you. The sun never sets below the horizon. There you go.
Not Helsinki. You mean like the north of Finland, right? Where Sweden, Norway, and Finland.
I just posted it for you. What it looks like up there. I posted it for you.
It's in the
Okay,
24-hour
but
time.
yeah, but is that's still always going west though?
Above the horizon. Above the
Because
horizon.
that's circumventing the. I would assume the North Pole there.
So going from east to west in a circle.
No, it's always going. It's always
around
going
in a circle.
What do you mean?
Always going around in a circle. If you're north of the
yeah, it's
Arctic
circumventing the
Circle,
North Pole, and we had the same thing around the South Pole. Yeah, like I would agree with that. Yeah, we had the same thing doing that around the South Pole.
So you agree now? So you agree now?
Yeah, but it's always going west.
Thank you.
Never
So I
going
agree.
east.
I mean, never going east.
No, it's just going west in a circle around the North Pole and around the South Pole.
Of course, you understand how directions work and how something that appears to go to the west will eventually come from the east if its path is circular around north. So it's a hard concept for you to understand, Sunshine.
No,
So I
it's
need
not
to post
hard.
20. Okay, so get it then.
It just
Understand it then.
Pole too.
Understand it then.
It does it around the South Pole too, though. But it's still always going west.
Can you show me that? Because I can show you the video cameras from north of the Arctic Circle, 24 hours in the summer. Can you show me that from the Antarctic, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Open. Oh my goodness, for the sake. Revenge. Ah. Open.
So does that GIF essentially prove that the sun is going around the Earth in a circle path?
There you go. There you go.
Been debunked already.
How so?
Is this brand new?
What does that matter?
Because we've debunked all of them, and I'm not going to watch another one that we've already debunked with the same clouds. You can see the editing.
It's 2 minutes, dude. Watch it.
Is it new?
I don't know.
All right, forget it
It's
then.
proving the sun, 24-hour sun in the Arctic region.
Doesn't happen.
Uploaded 8 years ago, so you've probably already seen it.
What's your argument for it doesn't
Already
happen?
debunked it. The clouds match.
Where can you point it out instead of just saying it?
Are you saying like the same thing about like, you know, your little GIF where like at the recycle point the match or something? Like, what do you mean?
Hey, dude, Mr. Nice Flat Earther, back up your claims here, dude.
I'm at work. I'm not going to sit there and watch that one again.
All right, so there's, I mean, you asked for the video to show it, so there it is, Jedi.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get it to play. I've pressed it about 10 times. It's still not playing. That's probably connecting my end. I'm at work and stuff, so just give me another 10 minutes and I'll watch it.
All right.
To be fair, I will say the sun kind of looks weird. Like, it doesn't really look natural in the video.
Oh, this might be the one with the CGI sun that's out there.
But that doesn't prove it's not the sun. I'm just saying it looks wonky.
Yeah, this might be the one with the CGI sun. Don't worry about it. You can pick another one.
Looks wonky.
I mean, if you look at the other GIF from the north, it looks, you can see that's clearly the sun, whereas that one looks weird.
Yeah, it's the one with the clouds.
But it could still be the sun.
The one with the clouds. So if you go into the video about 2 minutes in, you start seeing the one that we saw about 8-7 years ago where the clouds start repeating themselves. I believe this was the one anyway. Yeah, it's the one with the fake watch on the foreground. I remember that one too. Yeah, that's the one.
What do you mean? How do you know it's fake? I still don't understand how you know it's fake.
Watch it. Tell me if 24 hours go by or 12.
You want me to watch it again? Tell you how many how much
You didn't
time?
even examine your own video, did you?
Maybe
I mean, do you want me to watch the clock? Hang on,
dude. Maybe you didn't catch it the first time. It's okay. We all have to watch things over and over again. Just tell me how many hours pass.
It says starting off at 2:30. Okay. There's the 12-hour mark right there. Still going. Now at 18 hours. 20 hours. 22. Yeah, man. 24 hours, man. Actually, 25. Yeah, it goes just over 25 hours on the watch. 25 hours goes by that watch. Do you not see the video? It's a fake watch. Why is that a fake watch? Now you're saying it's a fake watch. Nobody?
I mean, if they're lying about the 24-hour sun, surely somebody who's working in the area would have noticed that already, you know? So this video proves the 24-hour sun in the south.
You're playing a GIF of it going back and forth. I'm not sure how that helps you, Mr. Mean Amish man. It doesn't really. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're not helping your cause. So anyway, you asked me to look at the watch. The watch clearly shows over 24 hours. There's your 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And you're kind of like digressing just from this pure geometry of the AutoCAD and everything also.
No idea what Amish is talking about.
It's gone quiet.
Do you know what he's talking about? About the watch?
The top of the watch like glitching, but he's also like taking a time lapse thing and like speeding it up and like going back and forth with it. Like, yeah, I'm not really sure what he's trying to prove.
Yeah, not convinced.
Is that like some type of effect of the camera, or what is it?
Yeah, so you guys don't see that the top half of the watch is in a separate Photoshop layer and is jumping up and down by like a couple pixels?
Yeah, the watch has multiple layers, like one on top of the other one.
That doesn't really prove much, to be
Yeah,
honest.
this is the very...
At the end of the video, they even show the whole setup from another camera.
But still, what is it? Amish, yeah, Amish.
is to make your claim, and the watch is doctored.
You can
What's
see
your
the
rebuttal?
watch. At the end of the video, you can see the watch itself, like from a full.
Yeah, the watch is in a separate Photoshop layer. The top half was digitally altered and is jumping up and down, and that's what the play sequence is showing you. So with the doctored image, how is it that you can stand by your claim? You need that watch
no
to be
proof.
intact, and it's not intact. Your entire claim is false.
I mean, that on top of the fact that, I mean, you guys can't look. The sun doesn't look like that. All right. Now this guy knows that. That's why that's the first thing he mentioned. Sun doesn't look like that. That's not the sun.
Yeah, I just said it looked wonky. Like that's all I said.
No, the sun doesn't look like that.
I mean, I've seen
That's
the sun
your
look.
claim.
Not really sure what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm talking about the rays due to the angle between the sun and the camera. How you can see like that always changes in every shot of a time lapse of the sun. Like, never does it ever just stay like that. Never, ever, 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 ever. It's crazy that they would throw up a video like that. Like, I mean, sheesh, suspicious much?
There has to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There has to be.
All right, but I mean, why wouldn't they just give an authentic video? This isn't the sun. I think we all know that.
No, sorry. It looks like the sun to me.
Yeah. Okay. So find me another. No, listen. The sun doesn't look like that.
And I'm sorry, but like, okay, so the watch isn't real.
No, forget
Are you
the
saying that
watch.
the sun goes around
Forget
a
the
lot
watch.
faster? Like, what are you trying to say?
Forget the watch. The sun doesn't look like that. Where when it moves and you're recording it, the rays that are emanating from the circle part, it doesn't just stay like that. It doesn't. That's not natural. Never ever.
It could be the sun, but they just added some extra stuff to make it look cool. You know.
No. Well. Let's get it not like that then.
Hang on, I'm a little confused.
We can't
Added
sit
extra
here.
stuff to make it look cool.
No.
That's a possibility.
No. The bottom line is the sun doesn't look like that. So the claim that that's the 24-hour sun of the sun, it doesn't look like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the CGI video. Well, they all are, but that's the one we determined. That's what's videos being manipulated.
Well, no, the one Jedi I was talking about, which is the one with like the bricks or something, the building in the foreground. That's an authentic video, but that's the one where the clouds repeat. Not
Yeah, right.
this one, but this.
Yeah, that's the repeating clouds. That's the other one, right?
But this one specifically, like that's not even the sun.
What is it?
Not the sun.
If it's not the sun,
It's hilarious that you guys have like multiple examples of fake videos of this, and yet you're still desperately trying to find one that doesn't have obvious fakery in it, which you will then go, this is the real one, having already known that they've faked it multiple times. If this was true, they wouldn't have had to fake it once. The fact that they have had to fake it once means that any video you show in this regard is already suspect.
Honestly, a video isn't needed. The sun, there has to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica by design.
Okay, well, if you say so, if you say it has to be,
I
then
can
that's
explain
good
it.
enough
So
proof.
if
That's
you
good
didn't
enough
cut me
proof for
off,
us.
I would have already been in the middle of that.
Nah, we don't care.
So
We don't
during
care.
the vernal equinox, which is basically where we just passed right now, the sun's over the equator. And from now until June, the sun goes more and more towards the Tropic of Cancer. Okay. The opposite for September, it's going to be back over the equator again. And then in December, it'll be near the Tropic of Capricorn, all the way down there. And you also understand that it goes around the world. When the sun's near the Tropic of Capricorn, its rays extend well into Antarctica. And as it's rotating, it rotates, and its rays remain on Antarctica 24
All right.
hours.
Well, very cool, very cool. But if it definitely was occurring, then why are there a bunch of fake videos of it occurring?
Here's another one which just shows the shadow going in a circle 24 hours.
Your
So
premise
why
was a
are people
necessary
making fake
conclusion.
ones? Yeah, why
Your
are people
premise
making fake
asserted that
ones
the
about it?
conclusion was necessary. Your premise asserted that the conclusion was necessary. So that requires a deductive argument. But you didn't provide a deductive argument. So you failed to prove your premise is true.
Yeah, and if it was actually going on, you wouldn't have to have a
It's an
bunch of fake
observation. It has nothing to
videos
do with
that we've been
premises
shown
or anything.
multiple times.
It's an observation.
I mean,
Very good.
if there was one fake video of the North, does that debunk all the real ones? No, that's not a good argument, my friend.
Yeah, but there are no
Well, no,
real
it is. If
ones.
there were multiple fake
Hold on,
videos of it.
hold on. There are no real ones. There's like 3 videos, one of which you've already posted. So
Wait, so
you can say, well, this is what the sun must be doing. Okay, that's why people are posting videos. So it's nice that you explained to us what it must be. We would like a real authentic video, like we have in the north. There's a bunch of those. We're not arguing about those. They're authentic. There's nothing wrong with them. We want the same thing for the south.
You know,
That's it.
Duncan Dirth, there's a dual pole flat Earth model that acknowledges Antarctica and the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That one has no problems with this.
No. My problem is, let me see a real video. That's all.
No one
We're not
owes
talking
you
about
a
a
real
model.
video, bro. It's
Oh,
it's it's
okay.
im-
Okay. So let me
yeah,
get
no
this
one
right.
owes you a real
There's so
video. You're just
many.
sitting back
Let me
gate
get this right. Let me
Go
get this
ahead.
right. So there's so many videos of the north. Now there's a research station in the south where people specifically go there for research. One of the most amazing phenomenons there are is the 24-hour sun, which they've never videoed.
Bro, you're talking in real slow motion. You probably have yourself convinced, but I'm assuring you, whether you believe it or not, there is 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you
just
even
also
Elijah,
confused.
he
Hang
did
on.
say he
if you
Hang on.
even
assures
go
you.
and look at your own flat
He
Earth
assures
models
you.
and some videos you've got.
Yeah, it's okay, guys.
So,
He assures us it's true. Therefore, who are we to disagree?
so
Listen,
Lex,
guys, if the argument for you on the globe side has come to the point that you're making a claim about a thing you've never seen or experienced, but you're sure there's videos of, and the two or three that exist are proven false with obvious manipulation in them, this isn't a good argument. I mean, this isn't even getting you close to proving that the Earth is a spinning ball. You're showing us doctored images of a sun. So
so
come on,
let
guys,
me
step it up.
let me try to steel man your side then. So the sun going around the North Pole for 24 hours works on your model, so you accept those videos. But because it does, the
No,
model doesn't
no,
accept the southern
no,
videos. Do
no,
you think all those
no,
videos are fake?
no, no. Our argument is, oh, so there's a 24-hour video. Show us. That's the argument.
Right. So you believe the 24-hour videos in the North Pole because it works on your model, right? You think those are real?
No,
That's not the logic sequence
the
either.
argument is,
You're
the
being
argument
dishonest.
is, you're saying something. Let's see it. That's it.
Right, but you've never been
Hold
to the
on.
North
I
Pole.
can correct you.
You've never
Stop.
seen the
Stop.
24-hour sun
Stop.
in the North Pole
Stop.
personally, right?
People live there and experience it.
People live in Antarctica and experience it.
Nope.
Yeah, you're still persevering to whistle past the fact that you failed to give a deductive argument for your supposed necessarily indicated premise.
The same that you guys do to accept the North Pole one.
Okay, so that's a two quoque fallacy now. So you still haven't proven your premise.
I'm just missing it. Like, why do you guys accept the North Pole videos where people live because that works on your model? People live in
That's not
Antarctica.
the logic sequence that was said to you. Stop saying that.
Well, explain to me why you guys don't trust the
That's
videos
fine.
from
No, that's
Antarctica.
fine, Greg. That's fine. He said, so explain to me why you'll accept videos from the north, but not videos from the south. No, we've accepted the videos from the south for review. We're telling you, oh, they're fake. So let me get a real one. That's all.
I like
What
the
about the
one
other
where
video I
the
posted?
sun in the south goes in a straight line, but in the north it goes up and down. How come it doesn't go up and down in the south?
Pretty sure it does in some of the videos that we posted.
For some of them. So not all. So the sun is just different for whatever the camera guy is that day.
No, you said that. How come it doesn't? And I said it does. What do you mean?
Wait a minute. How do you know? Let's see the video you saw.
Another video. Okay. Do you have anything to say about the one that shows the shadows going around that thing? Do you have anything to say about that one?
That's not looking at the 24-hour sun. Don't want that.
Would you agree that shadows are an effect from the sun?
A light source.
Yeah,
A
light.
light
Makes
source.
shadows.
The sun being a light source.
Well, yeah. So let's see the 24-hour sun. The same thing we have in the north. Let's see that. Not a shadow of it.
All right. Hang on, I'll got another video.
Yeah, how many videos do these guys need? You know what I mean?
Yeah, how many
One
fake
authentic
videos
one
does it
without
take to prove
incoherent
something is real?
fabrications.
I said it
Yeah, we
first,
just said the
but
same thing.
yes.
Just post about 10 more fake videos, guys. That'll make it true.
They
Well,
think
you
it's
guys
like
can
television in here. If they keep posting shit over and over, eventually we'll believe it.
That's why I keep calling them wannabe occultists. They just repeat it over and over and over and over, and eventually just make it true ipso facto of the repetition,
A better question
which
would
is a
be how
fallacy.
many obvious examples of this claim being faked is going to actually make you start to be critical about the claim being presented to you? Or he's just going to reset on it every single time, be like, well, I guess they were photoshopping the watch and repeating the footage to loop the clouds for no reason at all because it's totally true and this one proves it. Dirt. Could you provide some globe proof at some point?
There is no
Which one?
rationality. There is no sound thinking behind the devotion. You are devoted irrationally. For some reason, you have this fallacious logic sequence in your head that you probably have not even self-consciously conceived of in your head and cannot actually speak out loud. But it is the thought process by which you think and speak and behave as to why you are so devoted to this doctrine about the earth.
Also, though, even though the observation of the luminaries wouldn't attribute a shape to the ground below our feet, the 24-hour daylight is a separate phenomena from the 24-hour sun. So some people think that those are the same thing, but those are different. And even though if many people have actually said that they've seen the 24-hour daylight in the Antarctic region, the claim of the 24-hour sun is a separate one and has been shown in video only. And these videos are in question at the moment here, for what people are questioning in the footage. Because the daylight is different from the sunlight. I mean, in the observation, because you can have daylight without the sun up in the sky. And that phenomena is reported 24-hour daylight, not the actual sun up in the sky. Above the horizon. Not observable sun, but just observable daylight for 24 hours, which is a different phenomenon. It might be in relation, but it doesn't look the same. But that still, those phenomena, we don't determine the shape of the ground. We know this, I think. Quiet. Any other topics? Any newbies have any questions? Any comments? I'm muting people. All glory
It's
to
so
the Most
crazy.
High. You are muted.
It's so crazy, bro, because the video is obviously like. Let me see what. Hold up. Let me see who posted this. Anthony Powell.
There's another one I just posted.
Frozen.
5 days. Time lapse.
Yeah, anyway, frozensouth.com. I don't know who that is, but it's crazy that they would keep this up. like, because we've already critiqued it and pointed it out, and they just kept it up. Like the 35,000 feet you can see curvature on Google. They just kept it up. How does that make y'all feel?
MSNBC last week was discussing, actually, it was one of the people from AI chip makers and some other stuff, talking on how Google, they flat out just only give you what they want to give you. It's not actually a search engine anymore.
Yeah, we have Duncan posted a video of this, the 24-hour sun in the south.
Not only that, but it's 5 days of it.
Yeah.
5-day time lapse.
But it's fake.
This is a continuous footage non-stop for 5 days?
Yep.
It looks pretty cool. But even isn't there like a phenomena that the Earth is kind of like on a tilt, and then this phenomena wouldn't look like in a straight line like it's showing here in the video? Like, how can I look above the horizon in a straight line just without going up and down? It's almost like the Earth is not on the wobble, or on the how do you say? It's like going on a straight line across the horizon, 360 degrees. In a straight line, 360 degrees, like a perfect circle, 360 degrees, a horizon. The sun is doing a horizontal line across the horizon. I mean, near the horizon.
Is it not?
I watched the
supposed to do
whole
that?
video for two minutes, and it's just the sun near the horizon, well, above it. But that's interesting, observable
proof
stuff right there.
I mean, would you at least?
Isn't the Earth on a tilt? Like, the Earth is on a tilt, right? And then if it's spinning on a tilt, it will kind of like make the sun look like it's not doing that circle perfectly. Look at the video. It's like right above the horizon line, and just staying right there for
I don't
5
know who
days
these
straight.
people are. Scientology. Was it? Was it not?
I muted you, Elijah, because you're talking about your religion or something.
Stop that. Shut up, Jesse.
I don't want to hear your private conversations with the girls. Gregory, did you watch the last video by any chance? I mean, it's interesting. Good footage.
Yes, I did. I saw it. I was thinking the same thing you just mentioned. It's not ascending and descending in the sky as it would supposedly, especially over 5 days, where the Earth is supposedly spinning on an axis.
Yeah, and when we look at the north 24-hour sun, it's doing something different that it's doing on this one.
Well, I
Elijah
guess
requested unmute.
what would affect that would be how far north you are. Because if you aren't all the way at the North Pole, then yeah, you would see that result. of the going up and down.
Who said that?
Me, don't.
No, in the north, that's
Okay,
what
that's
happened.
that's
Like
antithetical to your premise.
as a matter of fact,
How so?
yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, because I thought this was like slam dunk, writer proof that the sun would come from the northeast and set in the northwest after going, obviously, um, south. So how the fuck is it going to, instead of just like the southwest, it's going north west. And so then yeah, it does that little kind of V formation, or at least parabola formation. And so how this video, I guess they're pointing out that it's not doing that like we would naturally observe it, even just not even from just the north. Well, I'm in the north, so I guess that's why I observe it that way. But I'm in New York, so you said in the north it would do what we're watching in the video. No, it's the opposite. That's why Gregory said what he said.
Well, you bring up another good point though. Let's like, why does the sun in the northern hemisphere appear to go, say, from southeast to northwest, but in the southern hemisphere it appears to go northeast to southwest? Why does it do that?
No, I just told you it doesn't do that.
It doesn't
It
do
does
that in the
not.
southern hemisphere?
I said the opposite of that.
Right, but on Earth, would you agree
Because
that
you
when
said
you're in the would you agree that in the southern
you said
hemisphere,
northeast to southwest. No,
in the southern
northeast to
hemisphere,
northwest.
in the southern hemisphere, it goes from northeast to southwest.
Okay, you're stubbornly trying to repeat this because you're distracting from the major premise. The major premise is
No,
that the video does not
hold
demonstrate.
on. Northeast, northwest.
Northeast to southwest in the southern hemisphere, in the
Northwest.
northern hemisphere, southeast to northwest.
No,
Maybe fix the microphone, Eli.
northeast. No, northeast to northwest.
It's
You're not
northeast to
listening.
northwest. Have you ever seen the sun move? Go outside in the morning and tell me where it comes from. Then go outside at
Southeast.
night and tell me where it's
It
set.
comes from the southeast.
That's incorrect. You're a dumb ass.
I'm sorry, but I live in New York. It comes from the southeast. That's
It
where it
does
comes
not.
from. Where does it come from?
The northeast. I can see it starting in the northeast in the morning. It's lighter there, not in the south. You're an idiot.
When I go out in the morning and see the sun rise, it starts in the southeast.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, so like I said, he's stubbornly repeating this premise, but he's distracting from the major premise. This last video that you posted does not demonstrate your premise. If it was demonstrative of your premise, then we would see the sun ascend and descend a couple degrees in the sky, but we don't. It just stays perfectly in a straight line throughout the entire video, supposedly, especially over 5 days. So especially over 5 days, we would see it ascend and descend because it's supposedly the result of the Earth spinning on its axis at a 23.4 degree tilt, but we don't see that, so this does not demonstrate your premise.
Lex, you said you live in New York. Where do you see the sunrise in the southeast? Lex, you said you live in
See
New York.
how he's persevering to distract from that refutation?
Yeah, staying away from the actual point.
Lex, do you live in New York with like the
He's
same
still
as me?
doing it.
I live in Boston, and I can observe the sun coming from the northeast every single morning for the whole year. I've seen it.
I don't
It's
believe
not
you.
coming from the. Yeah, you don't believe me, really?
Yeah, I
No,
don't believe you. No argument, just incredulity. So I still
So-
said the refutation, and you're obviously running from it. That's
Lex,
despicable.
you live in New York. Does the sun
And he's
rise in
still
the
doing
southeast?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't have any honor or virtue or piety. You don't actually have any virtue of character to actually engage in this discourse.
It's east. It's rising from. I can see it rising from the ocean to my east. It's the east. I'm on the east coast, and I can observe it going from northern, eastern, and then towards noon above my head, and then setting across the land on the west.
Yeah, Eli said in the open chat anyway, contrary to what you said. So there's your answer. So the refutation still stands, and you're only running away from it, which is a patent refutation.
I don't know why they come in here and just lie on purpose. Like we're not going to catch it.
Because they don't care. There's no God whose wrath they must fear. Right? They don't actually need to suffer the repercussions of their consequences, so they'll do whatever they please if they think they can escape the repercussions. This is what you get from wannabe atheists.
So he left.
I'm
he
here.
knows-
What are you talking about?
Oh, there you are.
So he actually thinks what I thought when I thought it
Let's.
would. I
I'm
already
asking
said what I
you.
said. I
Yeah,
already
you're
said what I
interrupting him
said.
as he's trying to talk.
I already said what I said.
You live in New York, right? Let's.
I already said what I said. Let's
Did
not
you
be
say the
difficult.
sun rises in the southeast and sets in the northwest?
It
Okay, so that's
doesn't,
just patent
you
dishonesty.
moron.
What does it do?
It says right
I
here, in the
already said
northern
what I said.
hemisphere, in summer, May, June, and July, the sun rises in the northeast, as I observe it. I'm in Boston. Peaks out slightly south overhead point, lower in the south and higher latitude, and then sets on the northwest.
Yeah, that's
So
exactly what I see.
that's what I see.
I'm in Ohio, so I'm pretty close to you guys.
So for some reason, he inverted it. He's talking about the winter, right? So rises in the south, but it also sets in the south. He keeps saying rises in the south, sets in the north. No, it doesn't do that. It's not this linear rolling like both you and I thought at one point. That's not what happened.
Yeah, he has to stubbornly keep repeating that because that's what's implicit, geometrically implicit in his paradigm, but it's empirically inadequate, which is both demonstrated by the previous video and the last video he posted.
So I guess I'm gonna have to take my compass out tomorrow morning, take a picture of the sunrise in the direction that it's in, and then take a picture of the sunset in the direction it's in tomorrow.
Yes, please. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead and do that, you dummy.
Okay.
I mean, because he's in New York, so he does observe the sun from the east. It's just that within the year, you're going to see like a northern position, and it's going to be rising at a point and then move a little further
Look,
south from that point, and then it's going to go...
None of that matters.
Okay, go ahead.
Very clearly, he's saying it goes from south to north or north to south. It never does that at any point of the year, ever. It's always north to north, or in the winter, south to south. It's never north to south, south to north.
Rises in the south, sets in the north.
It never does that. Did you hear me? It never does that. Can you acknowledge that?
Can you prove it?
Yeah, I'm an hour
The
south
absence of that happening.
northeast.
Google it.
Yeah, the
Google it.
absence of that happening.
Prove the absence.
Yeah, go observe, go research, like they said, and you won't see it happening. Therefore, it doesn't happen.
Gregory, can you read what I posted? I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now. Y'all are annoying.
It says, yes, in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises in the southeast during the winter months of November, December, and January. The sun rises at a low angle in the south and then sets in the southwest.
Yeah, rises in the south.
And then sets in the southwest, not the northwest. Do you understand, yes or no?
Are they doing this on purpose? Like, this is what
I keep telling you, Eli, self-deception.
So the sun doesn't appear to be moving north as it sets in the northern hemisphere. It doesn't appear that way. You're telling me that.
No, I told you what I read.
Okay. So does it appear to be moving from the south to the north as it sets in the northern hemisphere?
So read what I read. But we already know that you people persevere to deceive yourselves, and that you don't engage in this discourse honestly, and you don't
But
exercise any
but he did
self-discipline
it
according
in
to any
he did it
virtues.
in
You
the
just do whatever you
What do you
please.
mean? What do you mean, you people?
he did it
You
in the
people.
same exact way. The people that exhibit this behavior,
Well,
not just
it,
a given peoples with a given title. Okay, now, we're not talking about it. We're talking about people who act like this. But and he did it twice. So
act
earlier
like
when we were
what?
so earlier when I'm not done. Earlier when we were talking, here's the examples. Earlier when we were talking, I was saying our argument is you said there's a 24-hour sun in the south. We just want to see that video authenticated. We just want it to be an authentic video. So then he said, so your argument is, and he refused to just say, okay, we'll provide one that's real from the south in the same exact way it is. He just kept changing what I was saying, and he did this now. Why is he doing that?
I posted like 3 videos of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Said those aren't real.
Why?
Then I have other people saying that the sun doesn't rise in the southeast in the northern hemisphere, and then literally what you posted was was the thing saying that the sun does rise in the southeast in the northern hemisphere, and it does set in the southwest, but it moves in a northerly direction as it sets.
Yeah, you're still rearranging what we actually said to you. Eli said to use this thing. I'm going to say this one last time because we know that you're a dishonest reprobate. He said he did not say the sun doesn't rise in the southeast or the northeast. He said it doesn't rise in the northeast and then set in the southwest, or rise in the northeast and set in the southwest. He doesn't. It's not the reverse, right? It's not the inverse, right? It's northeast to northwest,
Right. So
southeast to southwest.
I made a mistake of saying that it sets in the northwest. What I should have said that as it sets, it goes in a south to northerly direction in the northern hemisphere, and in the southern hemisphere, it goes from a north to southerly direction in the southern hemisphere.
No, you said that already. You didn't misspeak.
So yeah, I made a
You said that
mistake.
already. You
when I
didn't
said that it
misspeak.
sets- I-
Right, so
yes,
stop persevering to say what we heard you say already and already refuted.
Right, so I made a mistake. However, the sun
No,
does
you didn't
rise.
make a mistake. You're making a mistake in your memory. You said that already and we refuted it.
He's saying that he didn't agree with his sentence, like he's taking it back.
No, he repeated it.
Is that
He said he's
allowed?
taking it back, but he repeated what he's supposedly taking back.
He was wrong, and that's what he needs to say.
I did say I was wrong. I said the sun doesn't set in the northwest in the winter. However, it does move in a northerly direction as it sets.
Yeah, that's what you said already, right? And that's not what happens.
Except it does.
Except you've never proven that. And we've provided to you evidence that demonstrates the contrary.
So if I were to take out my compass as the sun's setting today and say show you the direction that it's in and show you that it's in at a certain degree, and then take a picture of the compass and the sun a few hours later and show you that it's moving towards the north, you would agree with me?
But in all
Yeah,
cases,
you always love to provide the hypothetical instance. You prove the instance instead of just demonstrating.
Let's
Yeah,
just
all right,
still
fine, I'll
man. Let's just still man reality. It makes an arc, hence northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. It makes an arc. So what? At some point, it's going to look like it's going north, and then it's going to go south because it ends up back in the south when it sets. So, what's your point? Is there a point?
Okay, so we do not have sufficient empirical demonstration of his premise. He appealed to one video, which was obviously CGI fabricated. He appealed to another video, which very well could be CGI fabricated also, because the sun never moves. Even though it would if we lived on a ball spinning on a 23.4 degree tilted axis.
Well, I showed what it looks like in reality from the north. You should see the same thing in the south.
In some of the and it's a meal, but in some of the 24-hour Antarctic, it's kind of like going very high in the sky, and in other videos, it's just staying near the horizon doing the 24-hour. But in the other video, it's not doing that. So which one is it? Is it all of them, or none of them, or one of
Can I,
them?
can I get back to that New York thing? So
I'm
it
sorry.
rises in the southeast during the spring, right? And the summer months, right?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere like I've lived, you know, during the summer, for me, the sun appears higher in the sky than it does in the winter. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Let me just confirm this talk about New York, right? So if you're anywhere above the Tropic of Cancer, the sun would appear to rise in the south, like towards the south side rather than the north side, like southeast, right? Do we all agree? Or are people like saying it
You
doesn't?
didn't hear. You didn't hear what I said. It for everybody. It rises north, sets north. It rises south and sets south. There is an arc.
You're talking about the location where it rises on the azimuth or the horizontal would change throughout the year, and that location of where it rises would be southern, southeast in the northern hemisphere. If you're above the Tropic of Capricorn, the Cancer.
Listen, but what's the point though? Like,
Well, I
cause
just got my headset back on, and I'm sure that's what it was.
the reason we're confused is because he said it rises in the south and sets in the north to prove his point, because he thought that that's what it did to prove his rebuttal against the rebuttal to his video.
Let's the
Oh, okay.
screenshot you posted said the sun rises in the southeast, New
Yeah,
York.
but doesn't set in the southwest, bro. Bro,
But you are right. You are right, Eli. It doesn't arc. So if it rises in the southeast, it'll set in the 180 degrees opposite like direction. Yeah.
I'll read it one more time because this reprobate refuses to interpret. Right? Yes, in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises in the southeast during the winter months of November, December, and January. The sun rises at a low angle in the south and then sets in the southwest, not then sets in the northwest.
But it does move in a northerly direction as it sets.
Which is irrelevant to the premise you
no,
are
no. Why is
clearly
he saying that
refuted.
though? No, it moves in a northerly direction when it rises. It moves in a southerly direction when it sets. So why are you saying that?
It's irrelevant to the premise.
Why are you saying
In
that?
the southern hemisphere, it does the opposite.
Yeah, but so what?
Well, explain how that works.
Why we're supposed to be talking about the video? Now we're talking. What you must be smoking.
Okay, so real quick, I posted two of the videos. Can you the one with the clock? Remember the one with the clock with the watch? The one with the watch. So that one, the sun, it goes near the horizon. I mean, above, very far from the horizon, towards the horizon, and then doesn't gets to it, but then it goes back up in altitude to the sky. Right. So it goes up and down, right? And then you check the other one, the last one he posted, and it's just doing a 360-degree circle around the horizon.
Oh, so there you go. I'm just gonna call you Doctor, Mr. Nice, or whatever. There you
So
go.
what
It's
he,
go
so
up and
what he
down.
wants you to do is
It
pick a
does go up and
version.
down.
Pick
See?
one.
Well, you
Is
said
it a
that the
flat
ones
line
in the
that goes
south
around, or is it going up
go
and
up and
down?
down like the ones in the north, but he just said it does
Is
go up and
it
down.
a flat line, or is it going up and down in the south?
It depends on where you are, I would suppose, and during the
Oh
time of
my
the year
God!
and the time of the year.
So its motion depends on where you are.
Of course.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Why?
No, I think
That's obviously
we're
metaphysically
confusing.
absurd. The motion of a given object external to you is not dependent on your position.
Okay, can I just add it? The elevation where it'd be in the south would vary throughout the year, and this arc would be shallower throughout the winter and like higher in the summer, right? But the field of view of the camera would also give the effect.
before you input information that we didn't ask for, keep in mind the argument was that there's a 24-hour sun in the south, like there's one in the north. So we said, well, we know that there are authentic videos from the north. Can you get ones just like them from the south? So if the answer is no, then we can move on because all of this conversation is meaningless.
Right. That's why I keep saying we don't need to keep multiplying words every time the conclusion is reached.
Well, as like the 24-hour sun, can we prove a 24-hour night in any of those places, right? We can do the north, right? Is there any 24-hour nights recorded in the south?
There is a claim there is a
Good
claim
question.
in Antarctica that after after March, I think 20 something. I think it's March. I gotta check again. But after certain day past March, it's 24-hour night for how many months? I don't know how many months. I gotta check it again. Many
Yeah, it looks
months is darkness.
similar to the Arctic Circle. That Arctic
That's
Circle is
the thing.
defined just by it's the opposite of the Antarctic Circle, right? It's like a 60-degree parallel or whatever the number they give it.
4-hour night.
I mean,
Yeah,
that is an interesting question, or an interesting thing to think about. But it moves away from thinking about the fact that there's a claim that there's the same exact phenomena in the South, but there's no actual visual evidence of it, no recorded video of it, but fake videos instead. Like it's almost like we don't want to acknowledge that that's weird.
I get it. I just wanted to pose more verification on both sides, I guess, because if by virtue, if there's a
No,
24-hour
there's no such thing as both sides when clearly,
of the hemisphere of the equator.
clearly prior to 2010, we would all just assume like, yeah, it's in the north and the south, it's the same. These videos are real. Like it's weird. We don't have to talk about everything to talk about how this particular thing is weird. Like, but it's like nobody wants to acknowledge that. Especially because it was given to us as a proof. And we just pointed out, look, no, these are fake. You don't think that that's interesting to be like, yeah, that is fucking sketchy as shit?
For the slow kids in the classroom, that's a rhetorical question from Eli for the globalists, the anti-flat earthers. And notice how they're not saying the reply that he's provoking them to say to demonstrate some intellectual honesty.
Gregory, can geeks give you something new?
No, let me finalize this. Can I just jump in? So by virtue of the 24-hour sun, there must be a 24-hour night, right? I'm just giving more options to verify this from both sides, right? So there's another angle.
No, but that's not,
Oh, yes.
no. 24-hour sun and 24-hour night are not this what's the word?
Yeah. Synonymous.
Here's the listen. 24-hour day and 24-hour night. Thumbs up. 24-hour sun, visual on an actual body in the sky, and then 24-hour night, not the same thing. So the claim is about a visual on a body in the sky. 24 hours a day.
Right, but do you not
It
agree
has
if
to
there's a
be. It has
24
to
hour
be
sun
about
on
that.
one
It
side of
has to
the
be
earth?
about that because it's not about the amount of daylight. We're not talking about daylight and lack of daylight. That's not what this conversation is about.
Yeah,
So
what
I
about the
hope
sun not
So I
setting?
hope you understand that it's not about darkness and daylight. Do you understand that?
No, I think we are talking about that. We're talking about the sun not
No,
setting on the
no. I'm
horizon.
telling you what I'm talking about, and you're saying no. We're not talking about what you're talking about. How disrespectful do you have to be?
Oh, come on, man. I don't think anybody else has a problem with
Okay,
what
well,
I'm
okay.
saying. That
Let's
if
get
the sun's
Gregory's
24
opinion,
hour on one
and
side,
let's get
it's going to
Gregory's
be
opinion and
night
everyone
on the other
else.
side.
Gregory, are we talking about? Are we talking about seeing something in the sky for 24 hours, or are we talking about daylight and night and nighttime?
Former.
Anyone else? So right now, for the people who are in this conversation, we're talking about what I said we're talking about, not what you said we're talking about.
All right. Well, would you agree that when the sun doesn't set on one side of the earth, it'd be not rising on the other side of
I
the earth?
don't know. I don't know. I can't agree to that.
Well, more verifiable evidence would be to find that footage and then give you
No,
more outlets
I don't
to
know
verify
because
those.
then we would be talking about something other than what we were just talking about.
The absence
And
of something is
I
just
want to talk
proof
about
of
what we
consent.
were talking about because if you wanted to talk about something else, you could bring it up later.
All right. Well, I'll let Geek speak, but that rhymes. I'll carry
Yeah,
on.
I would appreciate that if you would like stay out of the conversation if you don't want to add to it. The one we're having. I would appreciate that.
Mr. Gregory, are you there, sir?
I am.
Cool beans. So it's nothing to do about the truth thing we discussed the other day. Still working through that. It's something that I spoke to a chap
Are you
called.
about to change the topic right now?
It's something I spoke to a chap called.
Excuse
What's
me.
his
Are you
name?
about to change the topic right now? The topic on the table is what we were just discussing. You guys are all welcome to that, but we're not changing the topic right now.
I'll come back to you, Gregory.
All right.
So you don't actually want to engage in what we're talking about because it's not like we're lording over information. Like we want everyone to be included in this. What is this weird behavior where when we're pointing out something that's just in general,
Yes,
you
equal
guys don't
rights.
want to be a part of the conversation when it goes against what you believe. What's that about? More silence. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't know why you guys want to speak to these guys when they act like this. They're clearly running away from the dude himself. This was his claim. Maybe this will be the topic of the day. So you can run away from it now. You can ask Gregory whatever you like, but throughout the day, no, because I'm gonna be busy. I'm lying. But I would hope that we would continuously bring this point up.
I still think that if I go to Antarctica and I observe the 24-hour sun by myself, that wouldn't change. That wouldn't tell me like, oh, we live in a spinning water ball.
It wouldn't, but I mean,
But still, the claim is on the table, and there's some fishy evidence out there. But
Well, there's a lot of topics that include in this whole paradigm thing, right? So
yeah, there's many
okay,
topics.
so
This is a cool. I like this one actually. This is an interesting topic. So yeah.
Did you have any input on this topic? Do you want a summary of what we were talking about?
That was for you, Bolt. Yeah, Volt something.
No, I understand it. Yeah.
So what do you think about it then?
Well, as I said before, I do think the sun looks wonky in this Antarctica video.
Well, when you say wonky, can you define what you mean?
Yeah, so when you look at the Arctic videos in the north, you can see that it looks like a natural sun, whereas in the Antarctica one, it looks kind of computer generated. It looks
Oh, okay.
unnatural, basically.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
No.
Doesn't prove anything, but that's what I see.
Right. So but the video was supposed to be proof. That's the problem. You understand?
I mean,
like
it's
it was given to us as proof. That's
That's
the problem.
proof. That's a necessity to prove the globe.
No, it's proving the sun, 24-hour sun, not the globe.
Well, for some people, this observable phenomena, that's evidence of the globe. That's an actual point on
I
case
guess
for the globe.
It's evidence
Well-
of the helio model, right? That's
Well, no, it's not. It's actually.
Some people claim it, but I wouldn't say it is. But some people claim it as is.
No, because
as it is.
when we're talking about just 24 hours, yeah, I guess okay, maybe helio model, kind of, sort of, but not really, but kind of, sort of, because we're just talking about the spin, but I guess the spin and the tilt in relation to the sun changes supposedly. So I guess you could whatever, but the bottom line is the whole thing was, well, doesn't the 24-hour sun in the south disprove your whole idea of flat earth? And we're like, well, there's no such thing. So that's where we're at.
one thing I will
Actually is though,
say.
but there should be though. There 100% should be. If you're just on the other side of a ball, you just should see the opposite. And so it's like, why don't we see that?
I'm wondering if there's no 24-hour sun in the south, where are all the whistleblowers that are doing all the Antarctic research?
Why don't you
about
tell
they're
me?
not?
Why? Because we don't have any videos from them. They're the ones that are the actual authority. They're there. They've been doing research since 1963, and there's only 3 videos, and they're all
Yeah.
fake. So you tell me.
Actually, there's like 5 in the text, not 3. But yeah. I've
And
seen
they're
like
all
5 different ones now, but the ones that Duncan posted, I think. What is it? 5 Duncan that you posted in total? Yeah, I think it is. I'm trying to collect them.
Yeah.
well,
like
one of them doesn't count because it's just a shadow on the floor.
Yeah, and the last one is showing like the sun for 5 seconds or something, maybe less, and that's
So
it.
the 5-day one was created by the guy who made the first one with the CGI. So those 2 are out. So now you're down to 2.
Oh wow, the same guy made those 2 because
Yes.
the one with the one you're talking about, the one that goes 360 degrees near the horizon, like it's going in a
According
circle.
to what Amish said, it was made by the same guy. So I didn't look at it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Made by
so
the same guy. Wow, yeah.
it's made by the same guy. One's a flat line, one goes up and down. Which is it? You can't have both. You got to. He fucked up and said, "Oh, we read their chat. It needs to go up and down. We'll make a new one."
No, that's not what happened. So I already told you that depending on where you are, it would affect that up and down.
He's in the same location.
So yes, but like where you are. So like for example, the North Pole one that I posted would show
Dumbass.
like it's
He's
going
in the
up
same
and down.
location.
It's at
This
the
is why you get
77
interrupted.
degree.
This is why you get interrupted. This.
Why? Because I'm talking and you guys just interrupt me?
No, because you're deliberately trying to digress from the major premise and the focus.
You just have to listen to everything I'm saying first. Then you can talk about it.
No, the very sentence where you said it depends on your location implies that we see things from several different locations in the video, but we don't.
Would you agree that there's only one sun?
So see how you just whistle past that refutation?
Yes, because I'm trying to explain why. So would you
You're
would
trying
you
to
at
explain
least?
why you're whistling past the refutation?
No, I'm trying to tell you why the path of the sun would differ where you are on Earth.
Right, that's irrelevant to the premise because your video doesn't show multiple positions. It shows
That's
only
exactly
one the
relevant to
entire
the
time.
premise. If you ask me why the
You
sun
see how
doesn't
you had to talk through that?
because
You,
the
you see
north
again?
the same as
Right
it
there. You
does
see,
in
you see,
the
you see how
south.
you did it again right there? You
Yes,
see?
because it's that.
The listen, you have two videos from the same guy in the general same location with two different observations. Like, dude, we're talking about the same location, not different locations. And he gets it wrong the exact same way every time. Because he said southeast to northwest. And I said, no, northeast to northwest or southeast to southwest. And he said, yeah, so southeast to northwest. And I said, listen, no, northeast to northwest, south. And now we're telling him, no, you have the same location, same guy, different things happening. And he's like, yeah, well, in the north, different locations. No, same location, same guy.
Same general at the bottom of the ball or that location, but I think he's saying. Are you saying that different location means that on one position he was lower, in another video he was higher in altitude or something? What are you saying? Like the videos are just from the same guy. I mean,
Altitude is not going to change anything either.
he's saying location, so it wouldn't be altitude, right? Because location, altitude. I don't know what he's trying to say. What would it make? Oh, he's deafened now.
Yeah, what would be observed if we live on his ball is not observed.
Hey,
I'm saying that again just to concentrate the focus on the major premise. So his premise with a ball on a supposed 23.4 degree tilt, spinning in a cosmic vacuum, making the sun appear to do what it obviously does in the north and supposedly also does in the so-called South Pole. We don't see the same phenomenon at all ever in the South Pole, which there is none. Therefore, his premise implies an empirical inadequacy, a falsehood. Therefore, it's false. That which implies falsehood is false.
No, you're just straw manning me. So you're asking me why the sun doesn't do what it does in the North Pole and the South Pole, which is two different locations. It is.
Where?
So now
But I
you're
didn't
asking
show the menu.
why the
So
sun
what
would do.
part of
No,
my
no,
argument
that wasn't the
is
question.
not your
No,
argument?
Seriously,
no,
I
that
let you talk
wasn't.
for
No,
so
that
long,
wasn't the
and then as
question.
soon as I start talking and say one
He
thing, you
can't keep.
just
He can't.
interrupt.
No, that
It,
wasn't the. No,
It was funny.
no. Pay attention. Pay attention. In
He's
one
deaf and
low.
Elijah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's
Okay.
okay. It's okay.
Okay.
In one location from the same person in the South, you have two different phenomena. Not it's supposed to look different in the North than it does from the South. First of all, no, it shouldn't. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about no, in the same video, if Radwin is correct, because I don't know if Radwin is correct. In one video, he just has it going in a perfect circle, and in another video, he has it kind of going up and down.
Whether it's the same guy or not, how do you get both?
So from this point forward, Duncan is either going to Mott and Bailey, or he's just going to move the goalpost.
So Duncan Darth, the same guy on at the same location, observing two different phenomena, but making the same claim about both different phenomena. The sun behaving differently on the same location. I mean, I don't know. Go ahead.
We're gonna kind of guess this. What we're all guessing.
So,
Doritos.
so Manufactotem posted the video, and I clipped out the clouds at the beginning and the clouds at the end. Another fake. Thank you guys for keep posting the fakes.
Somebody thinks they're funny deliberately eating their chips right into the microphone.
Not anymore.
You gotta fake for example curvature on commercial TV televised channels with a helicopter experiment that turns out to be faked. You gotta make sure to fake a lot of 24-hour sun videos. It's just all by coincidence that it's fake, because just like the image of the Earth to be fake, it is just because the Earth is actually a ball. That's why they fake so much stuff about it, and we're getting them caught in the act all the time, and they need to like re-edit and give other explanations of why this and that has to be changed. Pretty interesting, how that works.
Which is a patent concession to the expose in the first instance, and then after they complete the re-edit, I suppose, it just is an additional fabrication that further corroborates the initial critique.
Of course. Well, if I would take someone who has been caught in the act of like cheating on my wife, if I would have caught them a second time and she's still my wife, I must be a Glober. Because they just run around and they can live with the fact that astronauts keep, being inconsistent with the so-called realm of space and the description thereof of things they see or not see. They can live with the 24-hour sun being faked all the time, with fake curvature videos on major televised channels like the History one. They can live with the fact that NASA openly claims the Earth is photoshopped and it has to be. Like, they can live with so many things. especially still making fun of flat earthers, which is it's just, you know. And this is not even talking about the fact that the Earth scans flat, measures flat, observes flat, is obviously flat. I just don't get it, man. It's like, I don't get these people at all. At this point, I'm just sorry for them.
Hey, man, but it's all relative. So if she enjoyed it, that means you enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I forgot about that. That makes sense. Yeah, must be a ball then. Must be my wife then.
Wow, Doctor, what was it? Radwin, did you actually found the same clouds at different hours of the day, night, day, whatever that is?
It was 24 hours later, the same clouds came up.
How can you explain that?
It's the same way they explain they have the exact same clouds, 9 years difference on globe pictures.
I don't think I've ever in my life seen the same clouds. Ever.
That one was a good one, man.
Have you ever seen the same clouds looking the same? Have you ever seen that yourself?
Nah, it's just so much trash, man. It's just so inconsistent. It's like a leaking bucket that is already empty, you know, and you know, and what they did is they just put that bucket over their head. And sometimes through the little gaps and cracks, the light of the glorious truth of the earth is shining through, but the globes inside are like, no, I want to be stuck in the darkness.
It might be too late, but Jemsy, can you repeat that again, Edwin, what he said to you?
Jamsey?
Yeah, you, Jemsy.
I said that about the clouds?
Yeah, what'd you say? What was your question?
No, it wasn't a question. I was telling Radwin, Doctor something, that he posted 2 screenshots of the last video that who was it? One of the guys posted, and it shows kind of like near the beginning of the video. So let's say the beginning of the day, right, or the beginning of the night. It shows certain clouds, and then like 20 hours after that, it shows the same clouds or something like that.
Then Redwin said, isn't it the same thing with the same copy and paste clouds you find years later on a blue marble picture?
Yeah. Yeah, no. You're not going to see that. They're too polymorphous and dynamic in their motion.
Which, again, maybe that's just actually, I would say it's actually consistent, because NASA itself claims that the Earth needs to be photoshopped. Therefore, if you see duplicated clouds, that's at least aligns with the consistency of the statement thereof, I guess.
Can't believe Radwin caught that. The same clouds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's not the only video, man. There's
Yeah, you just joined. Maybe you just joined, but we've been watching like 6 different videos, and there's trouble for this
Cloud
video.
School was invented in Photoshop for a reason.
I'm trying to figure out like why there's always a critique of the flat earth or a question about the flat earth, but there's never any never any skepticism or any questions about the things we're talking about like right now. There was just trying to obfuscate and trying to move away from, trying to deflect from, but there wasn't yeah, you're right. There claimed to be a video in the South like there is in the North, obviously, but all we were able to produce are fake videos. That's fucking weird. Like, I don't understand why they don't. Zero. We were yesterday. I was reading quotes that tell us we've been lied to, and there was like zero critique or zero um, attention to anything they were saying. Only, well, you're probably reading it out of context. Yeah, but
Well,
you
after the
don't know
fact.
that I did.
Yeah,
Hey,
well after the
I
fact that
gotta
we
tell you,
completed
I got the
reading
reason
those
for it. I got the
passages.
reason for the same clouds, by the way. They looped it so they could make a screensaver.
Yeah.
It came from Manufactotum.
Yeah, so they never made any comments within the minute or within half a minute while we were reading the passages. It was total radio silence from them. Total radio silence from them.
That's funny. I think that's the same reason they made the globe for a screensaver.
Eli, look in the open chat and tell me if I missed anything.
What you put in the open chat? Okay.
So it's kind of like the supplement to the other paragraph where it begins in my clipboard where it begins, make the public believe, right? You've seen that paragraph from me before.
Mhm.
This accounts for refuting the idea that this or that crime, hoax, conspiracy would have been exposed by now or would have been exposed by then, but isn't. It's a refutation of that.
And then this guy says you've described flat Earth thinking. Tuh. Like, oh boy.
Yeah,
And
we
he's
do.
not
We
even in the
think
voice
about you
channel.
Globers. We think about you Globers just like that.
Yeah, the guy is not even in the voice channel. So for the YouTube audience who can't see the open chat, some of you already are aware that there are persons who creep in the open chat here in this voice channel and never engage in the voice channel. They just irritate. Right? They're like the gremlin or the goblin in the swamp. Right? They just hide and irritate. They never come out and face the opponent. So I didn't miss anything in the list. Did I catch everything? Eli?
Hold on.
Human proclivity to sin,
No, guys,
self-deception, lying, pride, cowardice, apathy,
my most
complacency.
favorite flat earther is Dave Keegan.
Like, can you hear Jemsy?
No, he
What?
can't hear me because he can't hear me, right? No, I know he can hear me. It's just that we do that to each other sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Sorry, man. I turned
I've
you
done
up.
it to you. I've done it to you, so it's okay. I was just reading here to try to, lack of complacency, lack of curiosity, failure to be critically consider, and self-scrutinizing, failure to think with logical soundness, direct and or indirect institutional coercion, Duncan Coase fallacy, herd mentality, hierarchical compartmentalization, etc. All factor into human society, including the perpetuation of this worldwide cosmological deception.
Here it kind of sounds like you're describing the, you know, like the followers, but there is the active guy that is in here actually trying to deceive. He's not just the guy that believed the liar. That's, you know, oh yeah, I'm a glober because, you know, I saw it in TV and I like Star Wars and, you know, I believe he's a globe. That regular guy that is your friend in school and he's a glober. That's not that you kind of describing the people that just follow. But there is the active people like these ones that are lying. You know, there's Duncan out there, and there is the other one, the one that
I
posted the
actually
other
touch
video.
both. I actually
You
touch
touch
both.
yeah. I think there's
Especially with the
there's
part where I
an
say
extra
lying and
layer.
pride.
I think there's an extra layer beyond these guys because I don't think they're doing it just. I don't know. There's something. There might be some possession. I don't know what it is. Parasites or maybe a good, very very good check and a very good lifestyle that just, you know.
Right, right. So those persons are specifically touched with lying and pride and failure to think and a refusal to think with logical soundness, or failure or refusal to be critically considerate, self-scrutinizing, and also
Yeah.
sunken cost fallacy, and especially the higher up beyond them, like you just mentioned, the direct or indirect institutional coercion and the hierarchical compartmentalization and herd mentality.
You did cover what I was thinking about, yeah. That there might be some unseens and unknowns, but yeah, you did cover a bunch of the stuff.
Right? So all that factors in, all that is evident in human society, in every human society throughout history. So with that being the case, there is no rational justification to say that this or that conspiracy, whatever greater or lesser scale thereof, would have been exposed soon after or would have been exposed by now. Like, no, that does not follow, especially given the very abundant data, as it were, to indicate the description that I just gave. It's really the norm that, I mean, why do you think there's so many cold cases? Like, there's so many cold cases. Right? You don't have a cold case because you live in a world where humans are in the habit of and successful the vast majority of time of catching the criminal and prosecuting them correctly, or just lost things. The case is not even known. It's not even aware. Humans are not in the habit and are not mostly successful with refraining from crime and sin, let alone exposing crime and sin.
I don't want any of these globers as a jury or something. If I'm innocent and these guys are like in the jury, it's the death penalty, I think.
Yeah, these types, these anti-flat earthers who are just virulently antagonistic. I mean, the people who really have the opinion that flat earthers are the bane of human society, they just should be suppressed and coerced into silence, if not even banished from society, if not even put to death.
Are you guys getting, where is it, Duncan? Are you getting like a special spot in Antarctica, or are you getting like your own island or something next to Epstein or something? What is it? Is it like a
Are you
drug?
seriously trying to call me like a pedophile or something right now?
No, are you getting an island? You know, like you're getting like a private property, and you're gonna measure it with your theodolite, and you're gonna build your structure there horizontally placed in a vertical. You know, kind of like with the plumb line. Are you gonna do that or no?
Are you talking about repeating Aristophanes' experiment that I want you flat earthers to get in on with me with?
Aristosthenes? Who's that?
I know. I heard that too.
Is that like a cartoon character?
They wouldn't talk about Eratosthenes, but it doesn't make their stomach turn when they realize there's a bunch of fake videos of the South. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is that not weird? I can't get my mind off it.
Yeah, Duncan, why are you defending the fake videos, bro? Tell me.
Because
You haven't proven that they are fake.
We have.
Right. Okay. Right. So it's like it's so weird to me because the only reason we're here is because of shit like that. Like that's why I'm like it. That's where it began. It began with some sort of truth statement that we just thought, okay, yeah, that's the statement. It must be true because I don't have any reason to question. You didn't even think to question it. It was just the truth, right? And then there's something along the way when this topic came up where someone put it in front of us. Hey, look at this thing that they claim is true and it's not. And we're like, holy shit. For some people, it's what are they doing faking videos on the ISS? For some people, it's what are they doing fucking faking videos in the South? For some people, it's oh shit, what the fuck is an impossible eclipse? Like, I'm trying to figure out if that was the bridge to really getting to the nitty gritty. Like, okay, these are the dimensions. Okay, this is the claim. Because you're not going to get there unless you see something that is weird to you. And I'm just trying to figure out with all of these people who are pointing out shit that is weird, mostly us. how the hell have y'all not taken one of those avenues? I don't get it because the avenue is, oh shit, this is a lie. That's the avenue. It's not. Oh, it's not. It's like
Let me make this analogy, which is a part of what you're describing. I'm watching a TV series. Well, no, I just finished watching a TV series, a 5-season TV series called Yellowstone. Some of you may recognize it. And it's starring Kevin Costner. The character is John Dutton. He is one of the largest landowners in the U.S. in the lore of the story. And he owns the largest ranch in the Yellowstone National Park. And his whole life was to be dedicated to protecting the ranch from any enemies. It's very similar to, being a magistrate of the state or the federal government, protecting the area from any enemies, foreign or domestic. And so he perseveres his entire life to protect the land from anyone who he perceives to be a threat to its health or his ownership thereof, and as an inheritance to his children. And his father, very strictly and very straightforwardly, implored him, don't give them an inch. See my emphasis, don't give them an inch. And this is what the anti-flat earther is like. Don't give the flat earthers an inch. Don't concede to any critique, or at least don't concede to any critique that we perceive to give credence to their position and to decrease the credulity of our position. Don't give them an inch. So you cannot acknowledge any supposed critique, not just about the earth, but about any aspect of the cosmos and their paradigm and the discrepancy between the two, the empirical data and their paradigm. Ironically enough, where academia already recognizes that they're in a cosmological crisis, where they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. But of course, the anti-flat earthers that come into the voice channel, they ignore that. That's really insignificant. It's really meaningless. It's really trifling.
Donkey, why are you ignoring the priests of the religion? They say they're wrong, so why do you think they're right?
I mean, just that premise alone, like I just mentioned, you watch the clip from Michio Kaku. It's really readily available. We're off by 10 to the 120th power, right?
I mean,
so
they're
if the
admittedly so
cosmologists
saying they
themselves,
are wrong.
look at that. People don't live. I'm sorry. I'm still on this. People, let me turn down my meeting. I'm being a bad boy.
you naughty boy.
This is good. Listen, like he's like, well, people live in the north, okay? They can just literally witness the 24-hour sun in the north. But nobody lives in the Antarctic Circle. It's just supposedly these researchers that live there. And again, the ones that are giving us these videos, and there's only 5 since 1963, and they're all fake. What the fuck is that about? Look, because I was like, well, maybe Australia can see it. You know, like, does any part of Australia and New Zealand witness midnight sun? No, both are outside of the Antarctic Circle, 66.3 degrees latitude. So again, like, it's something that they know is like very faith based because people don't live there. So you kind of have to just take it on faith value that this is actually a phenomenon, because in the north you have real people who live, you know, in places that you can see the sun 24 hours. So it's like, okay, well, they don't have people who can see it, but at least the people who are researching there can give you video, except all the videos are fake. Come on. You can't tell me that that's not a tantalizing morsel of meat that has to be investigated and acknowledged.
Of course it's not, because I don't want truth. I don't want to self-scrutinize. I don't want to critically consider.
I want a paycheck.
Massa is good to me. Why should I bite the hand that feed me?
It needs to be a globe because reasons.
I mean, and then if it's not a globe, I don't know. People might have to realize that eventually we kind of have to maybe answer to a higher authority.
How dare you invoke that?
Maybe some people have done things in the past. They don't want to acknowledge that. They kind of have to, look in a mirror for that stuff.
Sometimes you wonder what people have done that they're so scared of the truth, man. Like what can you have done that is so... Like, I've done bad stuff, man. I've done very, very bad stuff, but it's not like that I'm scared to ask for forgiveness, you know? I just don't get it.
Yeah, so here we are again. Here we are again talking about these profound implications of these cosmological truths. It's inevitable. There are implications. There are ramifications. There are repercussions concerning this. This is not insignificant. Anyone who says this is insignificant is either not thinking this through, which is the common habit of most humans, or they're deceiving themselves and not being honest, because they don't want to acknowledge the profound implications that they know are implied concerning this issue. It's only one of the two.
Yeah, I would just say...
as the God designed this place for us to be able to experience it and test all things in it, for can the God also introduce, I don't know, some type of agents into the equation that might troll some people? I don't know. I'm just putting it like that, but
there are agents of wrath, vessels of wrath prepared for destruction. The apostle Yehuda, Judas, the betrayer, prophesied. The tyrant Pharaoh prophesied.
Sorry. Isn't it odd though? Like, Iceland experienced the midnight sun. Let's see. Places in north that get midnight sun. Let's see if they generate a list. That'd be nice. All right, there's a little bit of a list here. Norway, Iceland, Greenland, Finland, Sweden, Russia, Alaska, and Canada. Now,
okay, what about Tierra del Fuego, like something like that? Argentina, do they see the 24 hours? Argentina, South Africa,
And like you were saying, Australia, New Zealand, do they experience that?
Look at this. So I Googled places in the north that get the midnight sun. Now I'm going to Google places in the south that get the 24-hour sun. Here's what this response is. The midnight sun is a natural phenomenon that occurs in the summer months in places south of the Antarctic Circle. When the sun remains visible at midnight, the midnight sun can be seen at latitude from about 65 degrees to, how do you even say this? 65 degrees, 44 something to 90 degrees north or south,
Degrees,
but
minutes,
does not stop.
seconds. Degrees, minutes, seconds.
Okay. But does not stop exactly at the Antarctic Circle due to refraction. At the South Pole, the midnight sun occurs for up to, where's the list? Other places that experience midnight sun. Northern Finland, Sweden, Greenland, Iceland, northern. What about the South? Where's the South list, guys? Where, like, what's going on? Like, you guys are always talking about, look, you guys are pretty cool with the map in the North, but in the South, you're crushed. I mean, who the fuck even lives in the South for real, for real? Like,
Let me try to globe my way.
and when I say who the fuck lives in the South for real, I mean there's
People.
no land proportionate to like the North in which you can see the same exact thing.
Wrong.
That's the okay. Hold on. Let's do this again. Places in the North that get the midnight sun. Okay. So here's a list. Including where's that whole list that I just had?
I mean, are you upset about the geography
Nine
of the
places
Earth?
to see. No, don't worry about what. Don't try to guess. I'm gonna tell you directly. It says 9 places that you can see the midnight sun. Iceland, Alaska, Sweden, Norway, Canada, Finland, Greenland, Russia, and Denmark.
Right.
This is
There's
National
more land
Geographic.
masses in the northern Arctic Circle than there are in the
So
southern Antarctic
when
Circle.
you objected to what I said, what you really meant was, no, I actually agree with you.
I just don't understand. Like, you're upset about the actual geography of the Earth. Like, it's not our fault
upset.
that there's more
Not
land
upset.
masses in the northern Arctic
Upset.
Circle than there are
Not
in the
upset.
Antarctic Circle.
Not upset.
Okay. Talk through
Not
them. Go ahead,
upset.
talk through them.
Yeah,
You said
because
that 10
I'm
times.
right, but not upset. Because the actual point was,
The actual point is that we can show you
that's supposed
southern
to be proportionate.
midnight sun.
No, you can't. That's what we spoke about
Okay.
all
We just
morning. So what, are you gonna put yourself on the chopping block now? What's up? Did you just
I
get
just
here or
don't
what?
understand. Yes, no
No,
Glober is going to disagree with you that there's more.
because he's mute him because he's not useful. Other guy, what are you saying?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted for a second. I'm saying we can show you the midnight sun in the southern hemisphere, but you don't
Yeah,
want to
that's
see it.
what that was the point. Like we asked for an authentic video. Any one of them will do.
Show me an authentic video of the northern.
What do you mean?
So just attempt to reverse the burden, even though you haven't met your burden.
People
No,
can
the burden of
see,
proof is not on me.
people can they inhabit places in the north that they can see. They don't inhabit places in the south because there's nowhere for them to inhabit that they can see it, except for the one place that people are supposedly stationed, and that's in Antarctica, where they since 1963 have only produced 3 or 4 videos.
So if
I
you
mean,
continue to deflect from your burden, you're only indicating that you don't have what is required to prove your premise is true.
so all I said was, just like videos in the North, can we get videos like that from the South? That was all I asked.
Yeah. No, that's a fair question. So do we both agree that there is a midnight sun somewhere on Earth?
Well, we already know. I just didn't I just tell you what I told you?
Well, it's just a simple question.
No,
I just
didn't I
popped
already
in.
answer? Didn't I already in detail answer that question? See, like, because when people
I kind of
ask
came in late.
questions,
Sorry, real. I came in late,
no,
brother.
I just told you just now. I just named to you the places that people can inhabit to see the midnight sun. Why would you be asking me right after that if there are
Clarification.
places that I just told you?
So you,
How much
yeah,
more clear could I have been?
that's
This
why
is
I
the
asked.
part where you give yourself pause and critically consider what was said to you and scrutinize yourself and realize perhaps I should pump my brakes and actually pay attention to what's being said to me.
I know. Well, thanks, Dad.
So, midnight sun in the south. Any videos like there are of it in the north?
Yep. Let me show you a video. Hold on.
Oh, great.
Gemsy, look in the open chat, and I'll also send this to you in your DMs.
Yeah, I'm listening. Let me check.
You know, it was interesting because somebody said that if God created good, God created evil, right? And the guy was like, just like, you know, cold is the absence of heat. It isn't something on its own, the absence. Evil is the absence of God's love and truth and all of this. So he didn't create evil. You just absent of him when you do this despicable shit that you do in here. Like, lie,
Well,
deceive yourself.
not quite, because if he goes with that line of reasoning, then that, of course, eviscerates all things, because all things are contingent upon him to possess their nature. So if there is no God, there is no thing. But rather, good and evil themselves are, of course, abstract entities which are eternally grounded in his mind, and his character is the ultimate good. And so anything that is evil is contrary to his character.
That's what I just
And
said, nigga.
so, say again?
I posted a video
That's
for
what I
real.
just said.
I posted a video for
Not
real.
quite. Unless you meant that, then good.
Well, absence of is the same thing. Like it's like if you don't have any truth because it's in him and you don't have him. That's what I said.
I
Well,
posted a
in that
video for you,
sense.
real. I posted a video, fellas, for you guys.
Okay. So let me just. Okay. So,
Midnight Sun.
you said absence in the sense of this person is not with the God. Okay. Because I thought you said it in the sense of absence, in the sense of the God not being there or not being where the God
No.
is.
I was making the point that they don't that specifically and I tied it to God. I was like, well, God is not in them. The truth is not in them. They're lacking they're lacking something. It's not that it's the nothing that is there is something of itself. But
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can't remember exactly what I said, but I definitely included that in the beginning.
Yeah. So,
The whole God thing.
yeah. So to remind ourselves of the concentrated premise, when the person says God created evil, that's metaphysically absurd. If they're saying evil in the sense of the abstract It's an eternal abstract that's grounded in his mind. Right? And evil is evil because it's contrary to his character. So there's the category, right, the abstract entity itself, and then there are instances of evil actions that have elapsed in history and are elapsing now in the present moment, right, which is contrary to his character, contrary to his law being an enumerated codification of his character. So when you transgress his law, that's why you're transgressing against him. It's a violation of against him. He is the law, and the law is him. And so he did not create evil in that sense of the abstract category. Now, as it concerns the instances of creatures doing evil, he decreed whatsoever that has come to pass and will come to pass to happen. He is not the perpetrator of the evil. He's not the one committing the evil. It is not immoral for him to decree creatures to do evil, because it's not a transgression of any law. Hence why when you see me put the refutation to the so-called theodicy, the Epicurean paradox, or the Euthyphro dilemma, it has several synonyms. That's why where there is no law, there is no transgression. It's a very simple issue. The person who wants to raise the critique against the God, that the God has done something immoral or unjust or committed some sin, they have to appeal to some authentic law from authentic authority personnel. If they can't do that, then they cannot justify the claim. That applies to the God and everything that is non-God. Just the same as when someone comes to them and accuses them of a crime or a sin, they're going to ask, on what basis do you accuse me of? What law have I transgressed? And if you can't find that, if you don't appeal to anything like that, then your accusation is baseless. It's very simple.
I posted a video of the Southern Sun and someone deleted it.
No, we see it. It's still there. Yeah. So why doesn't this one look like the one in the north? Why doesn't this one look like the one in the north?
You just reposted the same one that Darth posted.
It does.
Ah!
It does.
No, it doesn't.
But how do you know? Have you been to the North Pole? You been to the South Pole?
No, I just
Have you?
I'm looking.
Are you meeting
Yes.
your own standards?
Yes,
hold
I
on,
have
hold
actually
on.
been to the North Pole.
No, listen. I'm looking at all of the videos that I could, at least the top 5 videos that I can find from the north, and they're all the same, but they're all different from this one you posted in the south. I'm just asking, why is it different?
Yeah. I don't. What do you mean by different? It's got 24 hours of sunlight. I posted a video.
Okay, here's what I mean by different. All of the other videos in the north, they kind of make a V shape. Where they're above the horizon, touch the horizon, and then come back. But in your video, it just goes in a straight like line or circle.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just asking, why is that? Where's the 23 degree now? Where's the tilt? The 24, whatever, however many
Well, the
degrees it
tilt
is.
is what's causing the difference in the visualization perspective.
What?
No, but
Say again? Say again?
The tilt is what's causing the difference in your perception of what the sun is looking like.
So why is that not happening in the video you posted?
Because I just told you, because if you're on the bottom of the globe, what you guys would call the bottom, and compared to the
It's
top,
not tilted. It's not
it is
tilted.
tilted. The Earth is definitely tilted, and that explains
Right.
why
So
it's tilted.
where is the movement then? Like in the north, that's the point. Because
Yeah,
supposedly because of
it
the
doesn't. Yeah, I know
what?
your question, and your question is it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical.
Well, it does make sense because I'm asking about the difference between the videos. It's not that it doesn't make sense.
And I tried to
It's
explain to you, there's no
literally
difference. I don't. You're claiming there's a difference just because you're claiming it.
there.
You don't really have anything
But
to back it up.
I just told you visually, all of the videos from the north make a V or a parabola. The video that you posted doesn't do that. It's just a straight line with respect to the horizontal line in a circle.
Again, nonsensical. A straight line. As I'm saying, you just talking in circles, man.
Okay, here we go. Listen, are you ready? Your video doesn't display what would be happening if we lived on your ball with a 23.4 degree tilt.
Sure, man. Whatever you guys say.
Right, so just a canard and no refutation. So the refutation stands.
Sure, you guys are winners, man, all day long. You guys, Earth is flat. You guys got it.
So another sarcastic canard and no refutation, the refutation still stands. So this obviously is a fabricated video because the sun does not behave like that.
Nothing still stands, dude. There's no scientific backing that you guys ever get. There's no one that even is on your side about this at all. So nothing stands on your side at all. You're making
But
shit
it
up.
does. But it does, given the following argument.
No, it doesn't. A bunch
But it
of
does,
fucking.
given the
You
following
guys are.
argument,
You
as you
guys have
attempt to suppress my
no.
voice.
You guys have no authority in
As you
anything.
attempt to suppress my voice, it's not going to work. So
I'm not suppressing you. You're the. This is your sermon, not mine. I'm not suppressing nobody.
He's Rob Notches. Do not engage him.
no, I know. I'm not straining myself. I'm producing content. You know,
But
wink, wink, prick.
I don't even want content from him.
I know.
Because
I
he's
know.
the
I hear it all
worst
the
of
time
them.
from you
He's
guys.
not
I'm the
gonna. He's
worst.
not. You see how he's like one of those. He's like one of those old style debaters where they're like it's old style wrestling where you say one thing and then they say something that's completely non sequitur, and it's a bunch of informal logical fallacies. Not even just logical fallacies, straight up informal logical fallacies. Has absolutely nothing to do with the information at all. That's not helpful. He's the worst of them.
Well, he's muted now, so that's fine. Yeah. So just to complete this, the reply that I was going to say to him, he said it doesn't still stand. There's no scientific backing. Yeah, that's wrong. Given the following argument, given that you suppose that the Earth is a ball with a 23.4 degree tilt, it would imply that the sun would ascend and descend in its angular elevation or apparent angular elevation in our perspective, just like it does in the north. And so it would do that also in the south. But it doesn't do that in the supposed footage that is supposedly from the South Pole. Therefore, not only is it empirically inadequate, but it's evidently fabricated because the sun never behaves that way.
It was fabricated and it was posted by Manufacturing. Go ahead.
This is crazy. Whoa, I'm sorry. What about manufacturing?
Just messing around with the names. Manufacturing, because Gregory said it was manufactured. The video it was like made up, and Manufacturing posted it.
Funny.
So now Duncan Dark, does water swirl the other way in the southern hemisphere? This has been debunked. This is one of those things that I'm talking about that's been debunked so many years ago, but they still like post this. Like everybody knows, like no, that's not true. It's just the nature of the 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 housing of their toiletry. That's it. Like it's so stupid. There's videos of them showing that it can spin the other way in the south. Like this is retarded.
Actually, we have people in Australia that said they
So that's
one
the
of the
that's the
builder one of the builders
Oblate.
in here. My bad, Elijah. One of the builders in here, he actually builds structures, and he said that he has multiple restrooms that have toilets, and he said that the toilets spin different ways, both of them. Like it doesn't really matter. Like you were saying, it's the setup that kind of can cause the flow of the water.
So to the GF6 Oblate spheroid, the video you posted, that's the one with the repeat clouds.
Well, anyone else? The floor is open if they'd like to continue this debate about
No,
the
they want
polls.
to talk about everything other than what's on the table. So oblate spheroid, yeah, that's the one with the repeat clouds. There you go.
And so, yeah, in that video I posted, they control for that. And yes, you're right. The plumbing, the way like you flow the water, that will affect the swirl. But watch this video. They control for that.
No,
No, you won't watch the video.
it's utterly foolish because even storm systems go in both directions in the south, so it just makes no sense.
Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Hurricanes go both directions in the south.
Yeah.
Can you post that?
Also above the equator, there's storms that have moved through the Caribbean from the, they come from Africa towards the U.S. There's been
I'm not
storms
talking
that
about
go
the general
from
direction. Not talking about the general direction.
so there's storms that have been seen go the opposite direction of that.
But
Yeah,
that's not what I'm
because storms don't actually spin. That's the problem. Like I'm reading hurricanes in the southern hemisphere spin clockwise. They don't spin though.
Yeah, they do.
Like
We have pictures. We have satellite images of them spinning.
We're not talking about like tornadoes.
That's what. Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about tornadoes, hurricanes.
Yeah,
I've been in multiple hurricanes. They definitely spin.
I've been in multiple hurricanes. Yeah.
And you're not really talking
They
about
spin,
the
or
video.
they kind of do they spin, or do they kind of just like
the whole storm?
See,
spins,
that's what I'm
man.
saying.
It's a giant pinwheel.
Maybe it is, maybe it
I don't
isn't.
understand.
Elijah, there are storms that don't look that they're spinning, but the hurricanes. I've been through the beginning. So we've been in the eye. There's calm. There's like no wind, no rain. You can see the daylight and everything, and then the storm comes back even stronger after that. So it's kind of like
does the storm go in the opposite direction after it passes over or something?
Nope.
No, you're basically
so then other than satellites showing you a spin, I'm trying to figure out like why they're saying that it's spin.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because I've seen the TV, I've seen the cartoon, whatever spinning thing in the TV, yeah, and I question that. But from the ground, I think we will need an airplane. I mean, an airplane above
No, we
it.
don't need to see it. We just need to wait for the storm to pass over you. It just has to go in 180 degrees the opposite direction on the other side of the storm. That's all.
No.
If it's a pinwheel, don't say no. If it's a pinwheel and you are on one side of the diameter and then you're on the opposite side of the diameter, obviously the wind is going to be going in the opposite direction relative to your position. So like don't say no.
It doesn't though.
So you're not really refuting the second video I posted. I granted you the first video is most likely a scam. You're right about that.
Oh my god.
But you're not
There's no such thing as Coriolis. Like it's not happening. It's not a thing.
There's no such thing as Coriolis.
Rather than verbally brawling again, this is annoying. Duncan, please define your concluding premise.
Yeah, there's no such thing as Earth-based Coriolis. My bad. There's a such thing as when you throw a ball in the air and then you can see the apparent deflection. That's actually Coriolis. Earth-based Coriolis, no, we don't see any. We don't see any deviations. We don't see any. We don't see planes appear to arc as we travel in a straight line or a curved path. We don't see any of these effects of Coriolis from the Earth.
Okay, Eli, I asked him to do something. Okay, so Duncan, please define your concluding premise.
This is an observation.
Is that it?
Are you denying the observation of what actually happened?
What the fuck are you asking me that? I'm asking you to define your concluding premise so we can actually understand what your point is.
A Coriolis effect would explain why the water spins clockwise on one half of the sphere and counterclockwise on the other half of the sphere.
Right, okay, and this supposedly is happening. Your concluding premise is this is caused because of the Earth spin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You haven't empirically detected the Earth spinning. You're just interpreting this phenomenon through an a priori, empirically unverified cosmological premise of the Earth spinning.
No, Bob Nodell proved the Earth is spinning.
Well said.
He's your guy.
So, again, what is your refute to this video, the second video that I posted?
It's not a refutation to the video, it's a refutation to your argument. So the video, I wasn't done with the answer, I wasn't done with the answer, you know that.
But you're not answering
And you're not,
the
and I
question.
still wasn't done with the answer, so I'm waiting for you to stop talking.
Of the video, not something else.
I'm waiting for you to stop talking. I'm going to keep interrupting you until you stop talking. Thank you. So I'm refuting your argument, which includes your appeal to this video, as an inductive argument for your concluding premise that the Earth is spinning and therefore causing this phenomenon. This argument is a weak inductive argument. You have not empirically verified that the Earth is spinning. You simply presuppose it as an a priori controlling premise through which you interpret the phenomenon, which is not empirically verified. That's the refutation.
I'm asking you for your refutation of this video.
I just said my refutation to your argument.
I'm not asking about the argument. I'm asking about the video. Your refutation against
Okay,
the
so you're distracting from your own argument.
That's not a refutation, Gregory. You're just saying I don't believe it based on no clear reason.
Yeah, that's not what I said either. That's a straw man fallacy.
Well, if you said that it's a refutation, you haven't refuted it. You're just saying, well, there's a chance it could be wrong.
Okay, so that's just another UNR, unjustified negation report.
To refute it, you'd have to take his evidence and say why it's not evidence.
Yeah,
No, his
I already
evidence
said
has
the
to line
refutation,
up.
regardless of you denying that it's a refutation. As I just 1 second. So I said the refutation. So Duncan digressed from the argument, his own argument, and then you're just committing the very same error you're accusing me of, which I'm not guilty of.
I asked you for your refutation of the video.
Again, digressing from your argument.
Can you not refute the video? Are you not capable?
Wait, because
again, digressing from your
let me get this.
Hold
Let me get this. Gregory, he presented. You've been waiting, Elijah. Go ahead.
Is the video not representative of your argument?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You two got it. Yeah, he's digressing from his own argument.
Can you articulate your refutation again for me?
Of course, you want to
first of all,
ask me to say it again.
ask him to define his premise.
Okay. So you want me to?
Yeah, based on the
Jekyll,
video evidence
we're
that
asking Jekyll to ask you that.
All right.
Go ahead.
So using the
let Jekyll ask. No, let Jekyll ask you so they could get a feel for how being genuine feels. Make you ask him, and you let him tell you, so
Ask
that we
him,
know
Jekyll.
that you're paying attention.
Ask Darth, Jekyll.
Okay. So ready?
Ask Darth what his point is.
So ready?
Ask him to define his concluding premise, Jekyll.
Right.
Define your concluding premise, Duncan.
So premise 1, we live on a sphere where gravity pulls towards the center of the Earth. Premise 2, because that sphere is rotating, if you are on the northern side of it and the downward, that clockwise direction would make this water drain one way. And on the other side of it, being as how down is opposite, it would appear counterclockwise. Therefore, because you're on each side of the sphere as it rotates, the water is draining counterclockwise or counterclockwise. This video shows that.
Okay. So once again, premise 1
Duncan, you're
and
aware
premise
that
2.
that's been debunked, right?
Why are you interrupting this? I know you can hear me.
apologies. I was only just taking your side. I'll remember not to do that next time.
How does that video? How has my video been debunked?
Okay, so how many words are going to multiply before I can resume my reply?
Okay, go on, Gregory. Whatever you want.
All right. So, premise 1 and premise 2 are empirically inadequate. I can articulate the refutation to his gravitation appeal later. Premise 2 is, again, an a priori, empirically unverified, controlling premise through which he interprets the phenomenon of aerial phenomenon, atmospheric phenomenon, or hydro phenomenon. That's it. He hasn't observed the Earth spinning. He's just interpreting the spin of other things, hydrodynamics or aerodynamics, as being indicative of the Earth spinning and causing that to happen.
Okay, Greg. What is causing the water to spin clockwise in one direction and counterclockwise in the other direction? What is causing?
No, I know because I have a need for getting deep, but I won't give in.
So, Gregory, what is causing that in the video that I posted?
I see it from here.
So, given, yeah, Eli,
I can see the future.
right. Watch this. So, given the person you've demonstrated yourself to be very conspicuously, right? So, given the person you've demonstrated yourself to be, Duncan. Well, let me finish the reply. Let me say this.
Gregory right now. I'm trying just to listen to Gregory right now.
Okay, so given the person you've demonstrated yourself to be to us in this voice channel, Duncan, we can strongly anticipate you're building up to a too cool quay fallacy. So don't do that. And secondly,
again,
my
there's a
position.
lot of background noise going on from Wes. Someone can mute him so this way I can hear Gregory.
He doesn't have eyelashes.
Can someone
Eli,
mute Wes so I can hear Gregory?
Eli, you're hot micing.
Just disturb me.
Sorry.
There he is. Once again, given the person you've demonstrated yourself to be in the past, that you have a habit of doing this, we can strongly anticipate you're building up to a too cool quay fallacy. Don't do it. Secondly, my refutation to your position does not depend on its veracity. Its soundness is not logically contingent upon a substitution to account for this phenomenon. So those two are clear. Lastly, concerning water, hydrodynamics, and air, concerning aerodynamics in the atmosphere, it could be whatsoever else, right? Whatsoever is actually happening in the air, interacting with the air, and whatsoever is happening down on the earth or in the bodies of water, artificially made bodies of water or natural bodies of water, for different bodies of water to spin in the opposite directions in the same hemisphere, north or southern. It is not necessarily the case that the Earth spin is causing that to happen. It's not even strongly indicative of the supposed Earth spin, which is not empirically verified, to cause this to happen.
Hello, sir.
Can you think of one thing that would cause that to happen, if not the Coriolis effect?
Like what was already said to you concerning the toilet water, the design of the toilet water.
It's not toilet water. Did you not watch the video?
Okay, you weren't appealing to toilets. What is in this video of yours?
Do you need me to repost it?
It should still be there.
I'll repost it.
Okay, where is the water swirl? Is it just where is the water swirl? Where is it? Supposedly?
You have to watch the video.
Can you not tell me where it is?
You mean it like the time stamp on the video?
No, the location in reality where this was recorded.
Yeah, one of them is in the southern hemisphere, one of them is in the northern hemisphere.
Fucking gosh. Is it toilet water or what?
Are you not watching the video? No, it's clearly not toilet water.
So then what is it if it's not water spitting in a toilet? What is it? Okay, so it was several different things, including a pool, an artificial pool, little pool for this supposed experiment. So there's that. Eli, you don't have a red mic. You muted yourself.
So Rob says, "What can I do to stay off mute?" Address when your point is being addressed and refuted. That's all. Don't just continue to power through and move on as if your point wasn't addressed or refuted. And Jekyll is just completely wrong because why don't you tell me where the 24-hour sun video is from the south that isn't doctored in any way, shape, or form?
The reason he asked you that, Jekyll, is because that's what we were talking with Robo about just before he was red mic'd.
Yeah, he said that the what disproves flat Earth is the midnight sun in the south, and we said where that at, and then he provided a fake video, and then provided another fake video, and then provided another fake video. Fake isn't the right word. Manipulated. One of them was fake. One of them was of a stick, and the others were manipulated.
And hilariously enough, the video that Oblate posted wasn't even a full circle. It wasn't even 90 degrees.
So we keep asking him.
Eli, are you talking right now?
No.
Oh. He said we keep asking him and then silence.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry, fellas. I'm back.
He said that like we didn't know.
This sun is like barely discernible throughout the video. I don't even.
Yeah, I was trying to locate it. Didn't hear the latter.
I'm like, I mean, I don't know if that's a fair refutation. I'm just give me a second to think about it.
Do you guys agree that that video is a real video?
One.
No.
The one in the 24-hour Antarctica sun.
There's several
Well,
of
this
them in
doesn't
the
look
open
like
chat. Which one?
24.
Hold on, I'll
This
get the
doesn't
timestamp.
this doesn't look like 24 hours. I mean,
That's what I just said. I said it barely even rotated 90 degrees.
The one posted by GF6 Oblate Spheroid, whatever his name is.
Mhm.
You guys believe that video to be fake?
I didn't say it was fake.
I know, man. I'm not trying to start a fight. It's just really is just it's a simple question. There's nothing behind it. It's not a build-up question. I just really want to know your opinion. Is that a fake video?
Doesn't seem fabricated to me.
And I mean, we both agree that it's showing some kind of light source moving around in what we would consider a circle around the camera guy, right? He's following the sun.
No, that's not a circle. It didn't move in a circle yet. It didn't even rotate 90 degrees.
Gotcha. But it is moving, whatever direction it's going somewhere, right? That sun.
Yeah, it's obviously moving.
All right. Now, I ask you this for the simple matter of where would that sun be moving like that in that type of pattern on a flat Earth?
The north. The Arctic.
And so you're saying there's no way to tell that sun is down by the Tropic of Cancer instead of the Tropic of or the Arctic Circle compared to the Antarctic Circle? There's no way to determine that?
this is a very weird video. The length of time it takes to, because it's very, for some reason, hazy. I mean, the sky is clear as fuck. Can barely see it. But it appears like it's next to the horizon, and then, but I guess it never was. Because if it wasn't near the horizon, then it's still just making a straight circle through the sky. But then at the very end of the video, it appears as if it's going towards the horizon. But again, it's hazy. I don't look, I'm not trying to have a problem with it. I just don't know what I'm looking at. Like
It's just not the clear
it
shot. It's
again,
just not the clear
this
shot.
doesn't look like any of the, I can look at all of the videos from the north, and there's nothing I can say about them. They just look like what I asked for. But what I don't know. What
Fair enough.
you maybe you can critique it better. I don't feel like that's like I got to think about it. I got to think about it because I mean I'm not.
If you
I
don't know
No,
what
can't
you're
listen,
even.
looking
listen,
at,
listen.
if
It's
you
not
don't
that
know what you're
difficult.
looking at, then how can you be so sure that you know that you're not looking at it?
Well, I'm not.
Listen, listen.
That's
Hello,
why I'm
listen.
giving pause.
Yeah, just again the critique. It's a very hazy shot. It's a very unclear shot, and it barely even rotated 90 degrees. So this is not demonstrative of a 24-hour, 360-degree rotation around the supposed South Pole. That's it.
It's a hazy shot, and it's basically like a clear sunny day. I just don't understand the logic in that. Hazy in Antarctica. Where's the haze come from in Antarctica? Is it pretty polluted down there?
I mean, but it did. But it
Clouds.
also didn't
You heard of them?
rotate. It didn't.
Yeah, look at
It
the
didn't
picture. There's
even.
they're super high stratus clouds that day.
It,
There's barely any
but it
clouds in the
didn't.
sky.
Yeah, right, right. It didn't even rotate 180 degrees. Like
Didn't even rotate 90
how
degrees.
is
Well,
this a
follow the
20?
video. It goes all the way
Oh
around them.
no, it doesn't, man. Like whatever.
Like if you actually watch the entire video,
Oh
it did not
God.
rotate 360 degrees. It didn't even rotate 90 degrees.
Whatever man is an answer. That's just crazy.
What
No,
about
just
my answer?
look at it. Just look
What's
at
that,
it.
Gregory? What's that, Gregory?
Unless my voice
Just
is being
look
clipped,
at.
of course I can't tell on my end. Right? It didn't even rotate 90 degrees, let alone 180 degrees, let alone 360 degrees. This is not demonstrative of a 24-hour sun rotating around a supposed South Pole.
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion, it's a geometric fact, which is patently obvious in the video.
Yeah, see, this is
Well,
where
well,
this is
Gregory,
where
the
the problem
video.
starts. See, if you would have just said it's your belief or your opinion, then you
Well,
can have that, and that would
well,
be valid. But to say like when you really don't know anything about what you're talking about is just
well,
ridiculous.
well, Gregory. Funny enough, like it actually
You
is
try to sound smart,
showing.
bro. You're not smart.
This is why you're gonna get muted again. So, Gregory, it's actually going back to the initial start point, but I just don't see the rotation for that to be happening.
That's
I
my
don't
point.
get it. Like, how wide is this camera? I don't understand what I'm seeing.
It's insufficient. It's a very poor shot. And so, of course, once again, this annoying person, the likes of Robel, just denies. People just want to deny my arguments are arguments. That's like, I guess that's the best that most people can do against my arguments. It's not sufficient. So denying them argument is an argument is no refutation, of course.
There can never be 24-hour sun on an ice rink.
Yeah, but there's supposed to be a 24-hour sun in the south, and there's no like clear video of that.
Well, there's multiple dozens of videos. People have been there,
Yeah,
experienced it. Thousands of videos.
there's not dozens of videos.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so give me half a dozen, and half a dozen that are different. Find me half a dozen.
There's already been a half a dozen posted, but I'll find some more for you. Bring it back.
No, there have only been what 5 posted? Because only 3 really exist. 2 are from the same guy. One of them is just a video of a stick in shadow. So we don't really have much to choose from. And this is after they've been doing research for since 1963. Maybe sooner than that. I'm not even sure. When let's just say 1963, we got 5 videos. You say there's dozens of videos. No, there's not. If there is, let's see it. So moving on, we don't have any real authentic
There you go. There's
especially not.
a live camera webcam. That's not a fake town. It's not a model town. It's not little miniatures. It's a real town with real people doing real things in a real place. There you go.
Yeah, repeat clouds. This is the one. You're the third person to post this video. You know why? Because there's only 5 of them. We already talked about this one. Repeat clouds, not 24 hours.
There's not repeat cloud. This 24-hour sunlight. It's a total visualization of the actual entire.
Hey, Rob,
time
if
lapse
I
of it.
prove that they're repeat clouds, can I get you permanently banned from the politics server and our home server?
Well, that's just kind of harsh.
Well, I mean, because my point was that there are repeat clouds, and your rebuttal was nuh-uh. So okay, so what are you willing
Yeah.
to? Are you?
Well, it makes no
Are you?
sense. There's gonna. What do you mean
No,
repeat
no, we're
clouds?
not talking
It's
about
a
making no
360
sense. We're
camera.
not
I was
talking
in the
about
middle of
making
talking. I was
no.
just.
We're not talking because we're not talking about making no sense. I said in that video there are repeat clouds. You said no, there's not. So either you
Yeah.
know
What do you
there's
mean by
not.
repeating clouds? You're acting like
So
clouds are fake and they're put
either
there.
you know. Okay, so either you
It's
know
going in
that
a
they're
circle.
not.
Of course, you're going to see the cloud again once it comes back around. I don't understand your point. Is moot.
24 hours later.
That's not the dude. Show me it. Let's see it. You don't have any of this. You guys are just making stuff up. It doesn't exist. You guys asked for videos. I showed you videos. Now you guys want to tell me the videos ain't real. And so you guys didn't really want to see the videos. You just want to
Well,
just tell them that they're not
there's
real.
only
That's what I'm
5.
saying. This is the bigger point I'm trying to
We
prove. There's
already.
nothing we can ever show you. There's nothing that'll ever prove anything.
Why you get muted, Robo? This is why. This right here.
Why? What am I doing? I'm having a conversation with grown adults. What's the
What am
problem?
I doing? He asked, which is patently indicative of his lack of self-awareness and self-discipline.
Yeah, like I said, Rob Notch is a shadow, not the 24-hour sun. Mm. This is what I'm saying. It's like, can we just get the same kind of quality videos that we get from the North that are
That's
geometrically the same,
quality. That's
that
8K
are
resolution. That's
geometrically the
8K
same,
resolution.
geometrically the same
That makes no sense.
as they
Geometrically the
are
same.
in
It
the.
doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't that make this, Gregory? Does that make any sense?
Does what you said make sense? Yes. Does his denial of the sensibility of what you said make
It
sense?
should be almost identical, Elijah, because if you're on a ball and those are poles and it's supposed to be equal in the middle, you're going to get the same effect on both ends. They should look identical.
Yeah, Rupert, we're not talking about from Norway in the north. So thank you.
Yo, hello, Geeks is here.
Hello?
Do you want to talk about this fakery?
Can I speak
Yeah.
to Mr. Gregory about what I wanted to talk about with him earlier?
Oh, you still don't want to talk about the topic of the day?
Mr. Gregory, can I talk to you, sir? I will give you my.
Gregory, he seems to be ignoring me. Can you ask him what I asked you?
Geeks, if you want to talk to me about something else besides the subject right now, then hit me up later.
That's a shame. I didn't realize that this.
I
this
just
other
want people to
person
know that you
controlled the
guys don't
discussion.
want to talk. I just want people to know that you guys don't want to talk about anything that's worth scrutinizing from your side. Like, this is obviously one clear thing that should be, oh, that's weird. Like, but it's just weird that you guys don't want to talk about it. That's what's weird. And I want more people to notice. Because even though they might not open their mic, I'm sure they're thinking,
He's
well, somebody's
talking
going to
now.
come along and,
Bored of
yeah,
you
I'm still
already.
talking. Okay, so go do something else like you did before.
Yeah, I
If
wanted
you're
to talk to
bored.
Gregory because he's interesting. That's what I
Well, he
wanted to
just
do. But
he just told you what he told you, so go find something less boring to do.
I'll talk to Gregory. That's less boring.
Well, Gregory, ask him what I asked him then, because that's the topic on the table. Since he
I
wants to
don't
talk
care
to
about
you.
that. I don't care about that. I want to talk about something interesting.
Oh, okay. So he told you that he would talk to you later then, or are you gonna ear rape him?
I just want to talk to Mr. Gregory about
Mr.
something.
Gregory told you he would talk to you later. So what's your response to that?
My response is, "You're very boring, sir." And I
So
want to talk
go
to Mr.
do
Gregory
something
instead.
else because
Yeah, I
Gregory
will talk to
doesn't.
Mr.
Because
Gregory.
Gregory,
I'll talk to Mr.
well,
Gregory,
Mr.
not to you.
Gregory said he. So Gregory, can you tell him again? Because he's being weird and gay. I want to talk to Mr. Gregory. I want to talk to Mr. Gregory. I don't want to talk to you.
No, I
I want
know.
to talk
You
to
probably
Mr.
hear that a
Gregory.
lot. I don't want to talk to you. You probably hear that line a lot.
I want to talk to Mr. Gregory. Mr. Gregory is the one I want to talk to. Mr. Gregory.
Do you ever ask why people don't want to talk to you?
I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Gregory.
Consistently.
They don't like hearing the
You
truth.
guys
That's why they
mute.
don't
You
like
guys
talking
mute
to
me.
them.
Let's listen to this guy, dude.
Gregory. He did. Rob Mattress is not wrong. He's not wrong.
On the other hand, he's trying to have some kind of dialect. This guy's talking like he's a crypt keeper. And who the hell's the hyena laughing in the background, dude? Why? Can I laugh too? I don't want to get muted. I want to laugh too.
God. Anyway, Gregory, can I give you an original?
He just told you 60. He just told you 60 to 90
he's still
seconds
there.
ago that
He's
he
still
doesn't want to talk to you right
still
now.
around.
He just
No,
told you
bloody
that.
hell.
Gregory,
You gotta deal with his hype man before you can get to Gregory. You gotta deal with Flavor
I
Flav
don't
first.
want to deal with it. It's like sticking my head in a dishwasher and just, ugh.
They think they're entertaining, and they are. Like, they are entertaining. That's the problem.
A really boring dishwasher. It's like sticking my head in a really boring dishwasher.
We're not entertainment. When you look up our fields like science and stuff, it's not listed under entertainment. When you guys look up flat Earth, it's listed under entertainment. You guys are entertainment.
Well, actually, under every globe it says
Right. Anyway,
for
Gregory, can I give you my original thought?
entertainment purposes only.
You'll like it, Gregory. I promise.
Yeah, entertainment purposes
Just
only.
spit it, man. You keep saying his name. Just start talking to him.
Yeah, I know, but I need this.
Just irrate him.
This little annoying thing to shut up.
Yeah, just go ahead
Right,
and
Miss
take
Gregory.
it. Why don't you? Why don't you go
Do
ahead and take
you remember? You remember what I was talking about with the whole Concord thing, right?
Yeah, go ahead and
So,
take it instead. No,
so
I'll talk to you later. I'll go ahead and take it
do you
now.
remember? I don't know if you remember, or
I'm
if
just
you
gonna
even
force you to
heard
have the
about.
conversation because that's what
If you heard Concord
interrupt.
traveled up to Mach 2, so twice the speed of sound.
So you didn't hear Gregory? Can you repeat to him what you said to him?
Were you aware of that?
I will eventually when there's a window to talk.
Here's one.
Yeah, if you want to talk about that, then hit me up later.
But you'll really like it. It's an original argument that you wouldn't have heard before.
Is this how you respond to women who say no, thank you? It's very weird.
And you must be bored of listening to the same old arguments, right? So don't you want an original one?
Wow.
No.
Oh.
This is low rent, dude.
Oh my god.
Yo.
What does that mean?
I knew he was gonna say that. I'm trying not to laugh. It's not that funny. That's why I'm trying not to laugh.
It's not that funny, man.
Yeah, bro.
So
I so
Gregory,
needed that.
I just want to convince you that now
Stop talking before I laugh again. It's not that funny.
Just want to convince you that this is interesting and now's a better time than later.
This is all a deflection. Instead of talking about the meat and potatoes, you guys want to play games like children.
Yo, Jedi, you don't know. Jedi. Now that you're here, you might be at work, but at least you're listening. Look, I just want to know, why can't we get the videos in the north, the way the sun looks as observed by people? It's not like they could create fake videos because people actually inhabit these places in the north that you can actually see the sun in the sky. All I'm saying is, seeing is that no one lives at the latitude that they claim that you can see the 24-hour midnight sun in the South, other than the people who are at the research station. Can we just get a video that mirrors what happens in the North? That's all we want.
Can I reply to you, real? So basically, what you just summed it up as, you know that only scientists basically have research station in Antarctica, and maybe a couple rogue tourists going around there. Besides that, you just said yourself, no one lives in Antarctica, but yet you want
I
a
don't know.
video.
I don't know
Hold on, I'm
how
almost
these
done. Hey, man, hold
people's
on. I
brain works.
didn't interrupt you. Now, real, come on, man. Now we're trying to be real about it. Your name's real. Now be real. I didn't
Why
interrupt
are
you one
you so
time.
determined to talk
say
in the voice channel? That's what I want to know.
Because he thinks he's making sense. Like, he thinks he has a point, and he's dead ass. And I'm like, how do people think like this and survive? Like, how do you know what I'm saying? Because you know that they use their brain or their thinking capacity as a way different level than others. Like, for example, the other guy, we're asking him the same question. No, not even. He's saying southeast to northwest, and I'm saying no. Only northeast to northwest, and southeast to southwest. And he's like, yeah, but all I'm saying is southeast to north. And I'm like, what's wrong with their brain, man?
I told you. I'm going to keep telling you every time you ask the question. I'm going to keep telling you the same answer.
Nah, go ahead and talk to him about what he wants to talk about. He has a boner for it.
Damn, how about that for a fucking idiom?
Right.
So I'll just let it come.
Mr. Gregory, hello, sir.
He's there. Look, he doesn't. No,
He's still talking.
no.
Like ADT.
No, I don't want to address anything that could actually come to an actual conclusion where I would have to actually put my pussy on the table.
You're killing me today.
Go on. I'll mute myself.
No. Wait until this. He's mute. He's turned his mute off. Right. Okay. Cool. Mr. Gregory, hello.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Concord. You're aware of Concord was a commercial jet that flew at supersonic speeds.
Okay.
You've heard of it, hopefully.
Now I have.
Oh, have you not heard of it before? Okay. So it was. It started flying in the 1970s, and it stopped flying in 2000, year 2000. But it was a commercial plane that flew from London to New York, JFK, London Heathrow to JFK, or Paris. I think it's Charles de Gaulle is what it's called, to New York, and also right. So it was London and Paris to New York and back. Those were the only two legs, and Concord was a jet, supersonic commercial jet. So it.
Can you say that any slower, mate? Can you slow it down?
So it flew at Mach 2 was its maximum speed. So what you would usually do, what you would usually experience in a regular plane when you go from, say, London to New York, is it would take about 7 to 8 hours, but the time difference would be about 5-6 hours, right, depending on daylight savings time. Following so far? So, so that means that with Concord flying at
Mach 2, actually, instead of it being 7 to 8 hours flight time, it was only 3.5 hours flight time, which means that you would land, if you were flying from London, in New York earlier from a time zone perspective than when you set off, right? Make sense so far? Yes?
Yeah.
Cool. So the reason why I'm telling you this is because, I mean, I didn't see it myself, but there were flights from Concord that left in early evening where the sun would be setting basically in London. And then effectively you would land in New York where the time zone difference was 5 hours, but in 3.5 hours. So you'd arrive earlier than when you set off, and the sun would not have set at that point. In fact, what you would see is watching the sun stay in the sky and actually kind of rise a little bit. Even though it was in the west, it would rise a little bit because effectively you were you were outpacing the sun. Now, this, I guess, makes sense. This phenomenon would make sense on a globe model. I'm just wondering, with this phenomenon of outpacing the sun, how does that reconcile? How would it reconcile on a flat Earth model or a non-globe model? Does that make sense?
What with
Yeah,
the
where's the
plane traveling at
discrepancy?
56,000 miles
Can
an
I
hour?
answer him? Is there a discrepancy?
Sorry?
Is there a discrepancy?
I don't know what you mean, sorry.
Is there a discrepancy between that phenomenon and moving, traveling through the air over a flat plane?
I don't know. That's what kind of what I'm asking. It's less of this is proof of globe Earth. It's more, how does that reconcile with the flat Earth model? Because I don't know how it could be explained with a flat Earth model.
There's no apparent discrepancy to reconcile. The flight outpaced the sun.
But how does that, how would you draw that kind of on a diagram? Because I could draw it, I guess, on a globe diagram for you to kind of explain the phenomenon, assuming it's a globe. How would it work?
Don't they use Mercator though?
Can I answer him? Even though you're probably right. The same way you would on the globe. Of course, in principle, that line of the flight path is curving around the surface of a ball. In contrast to a straight line over a flat plane from the starting point of the flight to the end point. Very simple.
What's going to happen to the Edomites?
I guess it's just because I suppose I don't even have a diagram, like a starting point diagram of what the model is for flat Earth.
What's going to happen to the
where I'm having trouble? Do
You don't
you know
need
what I
one.
mean? No?
So then where is the discrepancy?
Plane was flying faster.
So there's the end. There's your answer.
Cool. All right. Fair enough.
So you came back the next day to have absolutely nothing?
I was hoping for at least some at least some kind of explanation, but okay. Fine.
You've already give it.
Well, did you
What's the
not get what you
difference?
asked for? I believe it gave you what you asked for, right?
What's the difference between the two ideas? What's the cause of sun moving across the sky in your model? Well, that's the movement of the Earth. So your plane's going faster than the movement of the Earth. In the flat Earth idea, sun's moving across the sky and your speed is catching the sun up. I mean, 10 minutes and I don't understand why you even asked the question, dude.
And so the Earth is not moving, the sun is moving, the plane is moving faster than the sun. There you go.
Okay. I mean, do you have a diagram by any chance?
You don't need a
no?
diagram.
Diagram of something going faster.
I mean, I don't have an image. I don't have an image
Sure.
to post to you, but it's very easily conceivable in your mind's eye, of course.
So I put some blur line to be on the plane.
Totally understood what you were saying.
Cool. Well, never mind.
So you forced Gregory into this back and forth conversation to have absolutely nothing.
It would seem so, yeah. Sorry for wasting your time.
You damn well you are.
No, not with you. I don't really care about you, but I'm sorry for
I
wasting
know,
it to
because it's
Gregory.
with Gregory, the person that you like were very affectionate
Yeah, that I actually respect. Correct, yes.
about. Yep. So he just wanted to waste his. That's so gay.
Okay.
Gregory, can I get your attention? Can I get your attention? Okay, so what's the point? No reason, I guess.
How has it come to this?
Yo.
Goodness gracious. Okay. Fair enough.
So are we still on the sun, or have we concluded that? The sun and the poles, have we concluded that or no? Supposed poles.
Cool. Sorry for wasting your time, gentlemen. Until next time.
Till next time, peace to you.
Thank you, sir. You too.
How's it come to this?
How did it come to this?
It's funny I'm saying that. I was on my decks last night playing some tunes, and I actually played a rework of The Streets. How's it come to this? And original pirate material. You listen to The Streets, and the main lyric is "How's it come to this?" And then when I listen to people like that, I'm thinking, "How has it come to this?"
Why did it end this way?
So from my perspective, I wanted to have a conversation, and the guy interrupted to say, Gregory, can we have ours? To ultimately have nothing. So from my perspective, you interrupted a conversation to talk about absolutely nothing. Perhaps you just didn't want the conversation on the table being heard. Because you provided absolutely nothing. What else am I supposed to take?
So I guess evidently the subject about the sun and the supposed poles is concluded. We only got an insufficient quantity of footage that didn't actually display a 360-degree rotation, or we got fabricated videos with copy pasta clouds or a sun not behaving the way it ever does and would on their ball spinning at a 23.4-degree tilt. So unless they like to finally provide photographic video footage, authentic photographic video footage of this phenomenon that supposedly is happening in a supposed South Pole to finally empirically verify their premise, the premise is not empirically verified. It's empirically inadequate.
Who's made that claim in the first place, anyway? Do you know?
At least a couple of them today.
Not on here. I mean, is there actual claim out there that's happening?
Yeah, a couple of them suppose that today here in the voice channel.
I know, but I mean, is there? Well, no, it's official. Is there an official claim from some sort of?
Is it? I wonder. Do the scientist institutions teach that there's a 24-hour sun in the so-called South Pole?
Is it part of the?
Yes.
Is it in the education? Is it in the curriculum for?
Yes, but the difference is, you can name places here, just zero there. Can you elaborate on the list I brought up earlier, Greg?
Say it one more time.
Can you elaborate on the list that I brought up?
The list that you brought up concerning what?
Who can see it here versus nobody who can see it there?
Okay. Did you say it, or am I still missing something?
Here versus where we are versus there where no one lives.
Okay, so did you mention the list that you asked me for, or have you not said it yet?
Yeah, earlier today.
I wanted to do what you asked me to do, but I think I'm failing.
Hold on. Look in the chat.
Okay, yes, that.
So there's a number of places that. No, my bad, not this. Hold up. This one.
Oh, the places. Yeah, Sweden, in Norway, and all them.
Yeah, Sweden, Norway, Canada, Finland.
It's funny as well because these guys always, they always go up in the sky and say, well, the sun proves flat Earth. Yeah. And then when they're given an opportunity to show that, then they can't even show it.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? I was watching David Attenborough on telly last night, Life on Earth, and he kept saying global sea levels are rising.
Right. It's such a shame, bro.
So we're gaining more water? Is it just coming in from space?
But it was a global sea level. It was a global level rising. I just couldn't stop laughing.
It's such a shame, and it's so duplicitous and so seductive that beautiful voice of his promulgating these false doctrines with those tremendously gorgeous cinematographic and that swelling score.
Global sea levels are rising. Yeah, right.
For several decades, my purpose has been to deceive the public, while myself am deceived about the Earth and life on it.
But while humanity carries on and energy increases and human population continues to destroy the planet, global sea levels are rising. Oh my God. Global sea levels.
The tremendous amount of resources that are poured into these operations and these projects for the purpose of the entertainment of the public and the perpetuation of their mental prison in this deception is all a worthy cause for the endeavors of science.
Flat Earth's the mental prison, bro. It's no map, no model, don't want a map, don't want a model.
I mean,
that's a prison to me. That's all I'm saying.
The global levels have rose so much, it's actually looking level. Oh my God.
Given the right atmospheric conditions, you can see the back of your head throughout the entire face of the Earth.
It's like we'll be talking about something for like an hour, and then somebody will go. So let me ask you guys a question. It will have nothing to do with nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, any more insufficient appeals to celestial phenomenon or atmospheric phenomenon? Anti-flat earthers, anyone?
Or level globe
Floor is
sea
open.
levels? Or globular sea levels?
You know, why don't they make haste to have an amicable discourse? Usually when they make haste to speak, it's to just quarrel. Eli, do you want to chat today?
After Zoom.
After what?
Zoom.
Oh, Zoom. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Zoom. Somebody recognizes the Commodores. I hope.
Going to do you want to listen to a bit of a poem story? Anybody? I'll read it anyway. Called Dust Mite Science. In the year 2006, there's a strange phenomena which has occurred, and humans are not yet aware that this phenomena has taken place, is taking place. It seems as though some entirely unique and as of yet undiscovered characteristics of the electrical impulses running through certain ordinary home computer systems has interacted with the microscopic brains of certain types of dust mites living inside of these computer systems. The dust mites, over the course of several generations spanning several years, have actually become self-aware and highly intelligent, almost as intelligent as humans. I say almost, only because of a strange intellectual phenomena that is currently taking place among the dust mite population. It seems as though some of the dust mites, due to their observations of what they consider to be an unlikely amount of what seems to be highly specified order extant with their surroundings, have begun to suspect that maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance that the computer inside of which they are living, sealed inside of, can't get out of, may have been designed by some other intelligent entity. Of course, the academic elite within the dust mite population only laugh at this notion. They laugh at the quaintness of the
Did you say
dust
the
mite.
academic elite in the dust mite population?
Yeah, and they laugh at this and other dust mite silly notions because, of course, they know that there is an entirely naturalistic explanation for how the computer came to be. They make fun of the ignorant dust mites who had the possibilities of such fairy tales because the dust mite science tells them that the idea that a designer may have actually designed the computer is not a testable hypothesis.
You know why?
Damn,
Think about
dust
this.
mites is smart.
Think about this. It's I doubt that, because the only reason now I don't know at what, like at some point you could get off the ship and go, okay, I was bullshitting, because there would have been enough people to scrutinize your position to at some point go, you know what, if I'm being genuine, I have to let this go. And so the reason that things in academia are the way that they are is because there are people who really progress these ideas, not because they knew them to be true, but because they truly believe them to be true. Like, and that's what people out like normal people are missing, because when you read the journals, it reads that way, that this is what I believe. But mainstream media has people thinking that no, by way of science, this is what they know to be true. It's like, no, these people have postulated these things as a belief, and it's been peddled as true. So the people who are teaching these things in academia probably believe them the most ardent are the most ardent believers of it. Like, they truly believe it because they know it's a belief. See what I'm saying? Like, they're not deluded or confused about it being a belief. It is their faith, and they don't have any problem with that. People just have a problem with us pointing that out.
So
Right, Gregor?
that little go ahead.
No, I said right, Gregor.
Mm-hmm. So I posted a video of Dr. Greg Bonson critiquing and refuting materialism and positivism. Most people don't even recognize the term positivism, more so materialism than positivism, but positivism is still here. Now in academia, it's been refuted, of course, but people still believe it, of course, regardless of being refuted. And so positivism is basically a synonym for scientism, this worldview. But positivism is specifically categorically an epistemological school of thought, materialism being a metaphysical school of thought. And so positivism says that you cannot know anything if it is not um, verifiable by the causation inquiry method, aka the scientific method. That's their idea. And so, of course, that is now called scientism, properly so, rightfully so. And it fails its own standard because you cannot verify that premise by the causation inquiry method. You know what I'm going to call it? I'm going to call it an acronym, causation inquiry method. So CIM, the CIM, right? Because it's such a mouthful to say the entire thing. So the CIM is not verifiable by the CIM, right? Because the CIM itself is not a premise about causation. It's an epistemic idea, not a predication about what is supposedly causing this effect. So it fails by its own standard. And of course, the necessary and inevitable presuppositions of this epistemic premise that you have a hypothesis and then you test the hypothesis concerning what is causing the given effect. Presupposes a number of things that the scientific method cannot verify also. Induction, the uniformity of nature. Right. And so Dr. Bonson mentions all this in more detail. So it is not from wisdom, right? It is not from a point of good scholarship or wisdom that theology and whatsoever philosophical issues is derided and denigrated as worthless, a mere speculation that cannot be known to be true. Right? That is just atheistic propaganda, and it is a stupid categorical error. They are demanding that you use a hammer to blow up a balloon. It's dumb.
Do you think, like, whether or not the Earth is flat can be found through the scientific method?
No, because it's not a matter of causation. If you are referring to the CIM, the causation inquiry method, aka scientific method,
But I mean, science
categorically
also
erroneous.
science also is about observation, right? Like it doesn't just have to be the cause of our observations.
Okay, so now you're saying the word science in a different sense, and now it's just ambiguous. Just you're just saying it in the sense of
Maybe in a sense that you
an
don't
inquiry.
understand.
No, I understand it. Can you
But if like a
persevere?
biologist,
Here we go again. Another one. Here we go again.
okay, am I allowed to speak or
Am I allowed to speak, or
am I allowed to speak or?
am I allowed to speak? Because
Yeah, go
I let
ahead.
you finish.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
Okay, if I interrupted you, then finish.
Yeah, I
Because
was
your
just gonna
interruption was
say
an
that.
interruption to me trying to complete my answer after you completed yours, but never mind that.
Well, I was just trying to say that like there are sort of scientific studies that are not strictly investigating causation.
Right. Did you hear the part where I said, now you're saying it in a different sense?
That's
That
fine,
wasn't
but
an
I think.
instance. I'm sorry, I know I paused, but that
Sorry,
wasn't
go
it.
ahead.
When I said that reply, that's not indicative of me failing to interpret you, of course. That's indicative of me interpreting you correctly because I recognize you're saying the word science in a different sense. Because you explicitly said that I'm not only saying science in that sense. Do you understand that?
I think I'm a bit confused because I'm trying to sort of appeal to how science is sort of practiced in society. So, like, sure, it may not fall under this strict definition of like the causation initiation principle or whatever. But what I'm trying to show is that, like, a biologist, for example, will make observations like, chlorophyll is green. That's an observation that is
Yes,
empirical in
I
nature.
understand. I understand. I
Yeah,
know.
but it's not concerned with causality.
I know. I know. So if you're saying in that sense, then yeah, of course, the surface of any given concretely real object, should it be visible, you can see whether the surface is curving or not. And if it's not, then it's flat. Of course.
So
It's
it would
truism.
be sort of. Would you say that sort of process would be a scientific one?
In that sense, there's no point in saying scientific. This is the problem with the scientism culture. Right? They overuse and redundantly use the word science and scientific. Right? Evidence, just evidence. There's no need to prefix it with scientific.
Well, I think the reason we do say scientific is to sort of appeal to that notion you were talking about in like a positivistic sense, like the idea that it can be sort of demonstrated, like in your experience. I think that's what we're appealing for. And I agree with you in your case against positivism. I think to rely on just what you personally experience is to be, extremely reductive with what you can know. And so I would agree with you in that you shouldn't just rely on positivism. But I do think there are certain claims, like whether or not the Earth is flat, that would be a scientific one that we can look to positivism for an answer.
Right, but there's no need to call it scientific. There's no need for that. It's just redundant.
Sure. I mean, but it would be a scientific claim, though. It may be redundant
It's
to
just
sort of.
it's just an empirical claim. Right?
Yeah,
It's scientific
and
doesn't
that
really
would be
mean anything on its face. That's why you have to specify in what sense the word is
there are
being
many
said. The word
senses.
itself is vague. Right? So when you say scientific, right, you're obviously saying it just in the sense of empirical evidence. Right? So there's no
Yeah,
need to say
that's
scientific.
exactly
You're
it.
just saying empirical data.
But but empirical data would be data that you've experienced, right? And if scientific is just, short for that, I don't see what's wrong with, as you said, using a scientific method to come to whether or not the Earth is
I
flat or
just
not.
said because it's vague on its face. You have to specify. After you say the word, you have to specify in what sense you're saying the word. It's a
I
useless
literally
word
said
if it doesn't
empirical.
convey
I
already what
literally said
you're trying to convey in the first instance.
we've already had a conversation about it. We've been talking about science being empirical.
Right, so there's no need to say scientific. Now, if you want to keep talking like that, then fine.
But if
Right?
it's an empirical claim I'm talking about, why shouldn't I specify that it's empirical or scientific?
I just said, God damn, bro. I can't make it any more clear. Right? Scientific, the word itself is vague.
Maybe you can't make it any more clear because it's extremely unclear.
Oh my God, dude! You're just being
unable to make it
obtuse.
clear
Now you're
because
just
you've
now you're
muddled
just
your point.
deliberately interrupting now. So I'm not going to go through the circle again. The point is so simple. Obviously, the word scientific in science is vague. That's why after you say it, you have to specify in what sense you're saying the word because it's vague, right? It's ambiguous. So you might as well just cut to the chase past the vague step and just get to the sufficiently specific step. So obviously you said the word in the sense of just empirical data. So we've already established the truism that, yeah, if you want to prove that the earth is flat, that the surface of the earth and oceans is topographically planar, then yes, we have to observe it. We have to measure it. That's a truism. We should all agree on that one now. We can move on.
Mm-hmm. But when you said earlier that finding out whether or not the surface of the earth was flat or not isn't just a positivistic question, I would agree. I think you're right.
I agree too.
So yeah, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to look for like a disagreement. I'm just sort of just saying that I think we agree more than we disagree.
So there's that.
There is that. But I would agree with you that the term scientific does seem malleable because there's been so many different forms of science.
Yes, that was a funny allegory. One deck. The Decimites debating about the computer that they're in. Well, he's not here, but anyways. So Eli, if you can hear me, hit me up. Hit me up later after the Zoom.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Hello, hello. Anybody here? Hello? Am I like cutting out or something? Oh, okay. Heretic, are you there?
Burb.
Hello. Is anyone here?
Yeah.
Okay. What's up? Um. So, why is it so quiet here?
Because no one's talking.
Oh. Is there any flat Earth believer here?
Yeah.
Who? You?
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way, but you probably would. So let's say yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think it's
I
a
don't.
belief?
I don't
Where'd you
believe. What the?
Where'd you hear that part from? Do you think the Earth is what it is, regardless if someone believes it to be so or not to be so?
Mm-hmm. What's the point?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, it is what it is. It has
Yeah,
nothing to do with beliefs. So.
belief, right? So, if a cat is a cat, even if you believe it to be a dog, it still doesn't make it a dog. Like humans aren't orcs in Warhammer 40k, where they can just believe like red paint makes a vehicle drive faster, so then now suddenly it does after they paint it red.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if there's no curvature, what is it?
But yeah, I mean, people can believe whatever they want, but you know,
You said the same
I have
thing
this.
that was just debunked.
I have this
He
feeling that
reset it, yeah.
I
Eh,
should stand
Okay, hold on.
against bullshit.
Let me ask him a question. Ilya, that's your name.
Yeah,
How you say your name?
Ilya, right?
Ilya. Okay, Ilya. Does the Earth look flat? Like if you
From
go to
what
the
perspective?
ocean, right? Does it look
Yeah.
flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
But no,
So is that
no, no,
hold on? Is that a belief?
no. It doesn't look flat.
Now it doesn't look flat.
Yeah, because I thought more about this.
So it looks like it's a big ball when you go to the ocean. That's what you think. Look, it's a
It
giant
has
ball.
curvature. It has
Where?
curvatures.
Where?
From the.
I live by the ocean, so don't tell lies. The ocean's literally a mile from where my ass is.
All right, good for you. So, how can I say this? I don't know how to say it. But it's from your side of your view, like left side and right side.
Okay, yeah, that's in your head though. I didn't ask you like how you're thinking about it. I asked you how it looked.
I don't know about. I have never been into ocean.
Now you don't know.
The Earth is a square.
Okay.
Mom's a square. Oh yeah, why can't you be honest? You know the Earth looks flat. Even scientists say the Earth looks flat. People in the past, they used to think it was flat because it looks flat. It looks flat. That's not a belief, right?
Yeah, looks flat. Yes.
Okay, that doesn't. I'm not saying it proves it's flat. I'm just saying, on first impression, it looks flat.
Yes.
Now you might go out there and do some experiments and prove that it's round. Fine, but the starting point is, hey man, what's the Earth? Looks flat, but is it actually flat? That's when we start the investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's investigate this together.
All right.
There's some people called well, you think there's a bunch of scientists. Some people came along, some Greeks, not all the Greeks, but some of the Greeks. They were like, you know, you flat Earth Greeks, you're all wrong. The Earth's actually a globe. It's just too big to see.
Yes.
What was the evidence, kind of like that they presented that was the case? You know.
Wait.
The Greek guys, we're going to change everybody's mind from flat to globe.
It's just so big to see it. There was a site, there was a website that
You're
was
talking. I
telling you.
can't hear you, even though you're lit up.
Yeah.
Anyone else hear him?
I'm not good at this, but yeah, if you
Barely hear him.
wait, you barely hear me?
Yeah, now
Is
I
it
hear
I
it.
hear you
I
now.
had you.
I hear you now. I
okay?
think my
Okay, so
headphones came out a little bit.
yeah, I was saying that I'm not knowledgeable in this perspective.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Most people aren't.
Yeah. So, but the question I have for flat earthers is that how the solar and lunar eclipse happens?
Holy
How does
crap!
They,
Yeah, we don't know.
they
Oh, your
ain't said
mic's.
nothing.
No, Sonny, no, Sonny, absolutely not.
He's got us. He's got us in a corner. Oh no.
I had
We're
to
done.
mute you, Sonny, because was that noise coming out of Sonny's mic?
Yeah, that was Sonny's mic.
Okay.
Yeah, yesterday it was like that too, or maybe it was 2 days ago. Well, it was just recently too. It was like, dude, you might think you're coming through clear, but just go listen to the live stream. That was like, that just made someone that just woke the dead. Okay.
Sounds like he's going through a. Sounds like they're feeding him through a distortion pedal.
That was like an episode of Spinal Tap or something.
Oh my god! It's like a Russian
Okay,
screaming
Ilya.
in the mic.
Ilya, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What does an eclipse have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Okay, so flat earthers believe that moon and the sun are like plasma. Some shit like
No.
that. Yeah, they do believe
No.
this.
Who's
Yes.
they? I don't believe that.
You remember we
Every
looked at
Actually,
single
the
flat earther
Globers
I've
believe
met-
the sun is plasma. They think the moon is rock, right?
rock.
Okay. That's what you guys think.
The flat earthers believe that the moon is rock.
No, you do.
No, you do.
Yeah, I do that the moon is rock. Yes.
What's the sun made out of?
What?
What's the sun made out of?
Gas.
No, it's actually plasma. That's the story.
Okay, so
yeah,
what
dude.
is
So
exactly
flat earthers
plasma?
believe the sun and moon are plasma, but we also believe it's plasma. Come on, man.
What is plasma? Explain this to me.
Plasma is ionized gas, in which the electrons and protons are separated and they're not bound.
Okay, so
Ilya, let's get back to the point though. What do eclipses have to do with the shape of the Earth?
okay, so the Earth must be between moon and the sun.
Oh, really? It must? Why is that?
Yeah, must be.
Why?
Because there must be a shadow on the moon. So
how do you know it's a shadow?
Then what the hell is that?
That's not an answer to my question, is it?
No,
Your
it's not.
incredulity of that you can't imagine it being anything else is not evidence of what you claimed it was, is it?
There is no light in space. Okay, and when
what are you
the
talking
moon
about?
is becoming dark, when the moon is becoming dark, it means that it's becoming a shadow on it. There's a shadow.
So that things only become dark because of shadows? Is that it? That's incorrect.
Yes, the moon.
That's incorrect.
No,
okay, you ever watch a projector? Listen, do you ever watch a projector?
Yes.
Like a movie that was projected onto a screen?
Yep.
Okay, it projects color, right? There's a light, it projects color.
Mm-hmm.
How does it project black?
If you black it?
No, like how do you get a black color on the screen? Is the light projecting black onto the screen?
No, there is just no light. So it's
yeah. Is there a shadow?
No.
Okay then. So your whole supposition that this can only happen because of the shadow, that's all incorrect. So, what's your evidence it's a shadow?
You can observe it with the telescope and
you can observe it with a telescope.
Yeah, you can observe the shadow with the telescope.
Listen, you broke him,
so
Indio.
the thing that you're trying to prove, you can observe it that it is the thing you're trying to prove. That's so funny.
You broke him.
I know. It was quick, too.
Yeah,
I smash all my toys.
these guys, man. It's like it can only be what they told me it was.
Well, I still need the evidence for the shadow. And no, a telescope don't tell you it's a shadow. You're just zooming in on the same thing. You don't know what it was. What if I could give you evidence that it can't possibly be the shadow of the Earth?
Then go ahead. Why don't you share it?
Okay. Look in the live stream. Look in the
Yeah.
text chat.
Here comes the sullen alien eclipse. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's already posted.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm just telling them to look at what you posted. Look at what Mr. Nice Flat Earther, obviously not the correct name, but someone change your name, man. Anyway, so what are you looking at here?
I'm trying to come off as not being mean anymore.
Hell with that. We gotta have good cop, worst cop, man. Can't. So Ilya.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So this is an eclipse, right? This is called a selenilian eclipse. So the sun is visible, and the moon is visible, and with the shadow, what you say is a shadow of the Earth, is coming from the top of the moon down. Now, how is
That's
that
not the shadow
possible?
of the Earth.
Oh, it's not. What is it then?
It's the darkness of the moon because sun cannot lighten every part of the moon. That's not the shadow of the Earth, obviously.
Okay, do I really need to post a video so you don't think that this video is like authentic? That is a lunar eclipse, and you're right. It is not the shadow of the Earth because that's impossible. But
That is
that is
not
a
the
lunar
shadow of
eclipse.
the Earth.
But that is a lunar eclipse nonetheless.
It's not a lunar eclipse.
Yes,
It's
it
the
is.
night side of the moon.
No, that is not a phase of the moon. It's not a phase of the moon. That is a lunar eclipse. It's just well known to have happened. It's called a selenilian eclipse. We didn't make it up. It's known.
Also
this
known
is
as the
geometrically impossible.
Impossible eclipse. They try to explain this thing away. It's really funny to listen to this NASA lady explain it. It's the funniest thing you'll ever freaking hear about the umbrin, penumbra, and all that nonsense.
No one gives a shit about those words.
They literally start to talk about like light coming in at angles. It's like, oh, it's coming in at angles now, not from parallel.
So, yeah, I'm gonna post a video of a selenilian eclipse. Now, this is the whole eclipse. Sun comes up, and he sits here, and he's a regular just globe earther trying to explain what he's seeing, and he's totally baffled because him, like you, has the idea in his head it's the shadow of the Earth, but geometrically, it's impossible.
Yeah, you should see him standing on the. You should see his shadow somewhere on the moon if that was true.
Wait, you will not believe this, but
I live by the ocean, so don't tell lies.
I cannot watch the
Ocean's
video
literally a
because
mile
I
from
don't
where
have
my
a
house is.
VPN on my
You don't
PC.
have to watch it now. Watch it when you okay. We're just posting evidence. You can do whatever you want with it. Want to be an ostrich and stick your head in the sand? That's fine. If you want to look at it, that's fine too. Anyway,
No, don't look at
not
it.
only are these eclipses impossible, any sunrise or sunset eclipse where the moon and the sun are supposedly in alignment, casting shadows or blocking each other, those are also jetted.
Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board.
Any other Glober want to step up to the plate?
I am Spartacus.
He dipped.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. They have no staying power, man. They're Minutemen.
He won't use that eclipse anymore.
No, he'll never bring that up again.
I love when that happens, and that first thing is eclipse, and you show them that they're speechless, they quit, and they never bring it up again.
He tried to deny it was eclipse. He tried to say that was the phases of the moon. That was priceless. That was actually one of the best attempts I ever heard. Like saying, "No, that's just the phases of the moon." Like at least he tried.
I posted a perfect drawing of what we're seeing, and they just will say, "No, that's not it."
Well,
If you live on a ball,
draw a
that's
better
what
one,
you're
man.
saying.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Just saying, if we live on a ball, that's what should be happening right there.
The other thing too, how it's daytime, that they're looking at this and they're like, "Huh, that's weird."
Daytime, they're looking at a nighttime eclipse. Weird.
Well, we're going to hear about the eclipse a lot on, probably for like going up to April 8th. And I heard that the eclipse is moving backwards or something again.
Well, it's going north and south basically versus west to east, or it's going south to wait. I don't remember. North to south, north. I don't remember which direction. Anyway, yeah, north to south, if you want to call it that. The last one went from like Washington to Florida or something. This is going from Ohio down or up, whatever direction it is. I didn't look.
This is why Tyson was all in on saying eclipses really aren't that big of a deal. If someone didn't tell you what was happening, you wouldn't even care. Because it's not matching.
Also, they don't want you to care about eclipses anymore. They want to make sure that that's nothing. Don't even look in the sky anymore. Stop asking questions.
Animals act all weird during eclipses, so people would still like notice them.
Yeah,
notice the animals.
Yeah, I was just citing Tyson who was saying that. Because soon they started saying, "Oh, eclipses," and people said, "Oh, sure, let's look at all the eclipses, not just a few of them, not just a handful, every single one." It's like, "Oh wait, never mind. Don't pay attention to eclipses. They're not interesting. They're not really interesting." So that's what happened. The globe model, when they started invoking sky magic, that's a heavy burden. That's a lot of proof you're gonna have to bring. So now they're like, "Oh, we don't invoke sky magic anymore." Well, too late. Okay.
You notice how like a lot of the globe model, it's like it's very compartmentalized. So like some particular phenomenon that they say only works on the globe, it doesn't cross over into anything else. So you can't use like other claims to test that claim. There's no. Okay, Sonny, good to go.
All right, thanks. How's that? Sorry about that.
Yeah, good. Your mic must got an 11 on the dial.
No,
yeah,
there was yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I tried to unmute you earlier, but you were hot micing too.
Okay, it's because I was working on the mic. That's all right. I got it figured out. Thanks. Sorry about that. I went back and listened, and it was horrible. How embarrassing.
Don't run it through a mixing board with your effects channels running.
No, that was the PC mic turned on at the same time. I never use the PC mic, but the system will turn it on sometimes.
You can go into your settings and permanently disable it.
I need to
delete
permanently disable it. Yeah.
You can always add it later.
Yeah.
Thought you were having a horrible freaking bike accident or something. It was so freaking crazy.
I think it has something to do with the power cord going to my interface, my USB audio interface, because if it loses connection back there, those connections get old after a while. And I'm usually really careful with my equipment, but like
Can
sometimes
I
I
ask a
know
question?
cut out. It will cut out the power to the interface, and then all of a sudden the microphone to the PC will come on full blast.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
You mean another one?
Yep. How come they can't just take like photos of actual things? Like,
What do you
like,
mean by that?
so there's obviously an eclipse going on, and so new scientists decided to post this picture that I posted in the chat. This is obviously CGI. Why couldn't they just use a real picture?
I don't know. Maybe they can't afford a camera. I don't know.
Because nobody sees that little dark circle thing. Because they're trying to make you think that that's like the moon.
You think they use the AI to generate that image?
No, I've tried. It can't come up with anything like that.
Did anybody else notice that when I went
Not properly.
When I went to time and date this morning a couple times just now, when I go to the eclipse part, it won't show it. I'm wondering if anyone else has had that problem with time and date.
Don't forget, I have a program I wrote that tracks the sun and moon, so I can tell you exactly when it's going to be over my house.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you saying that what I posted, that's a real photo or something?
No, what he was saying is an AI. Like you can like type, "Hey, make me eclipse in an AI or any image," and typically it can make
and it doesn't do it.
Yeah,
It doesn't figure it out right. I've asked it a bunch of different why. I've asked it, just give me the Earth from space, draw me the Earth from the moon, draw the moon for me from Earth. It just screws them up all the time. It puts weird shit in there, like it'll put like sometimes it'll put 6 moons around it, weird stuff, and it won't. I'll put like draw me a moon orbiting the Earth. That's unheard of words to that thing. It doesn't even know how to conceptualize that.
That's interesting. I saw this YouTube video about why AI can't draw hands. Even if you teach it to draw hands, it still can't grasp the concept because it views things as objects and not as fluid movement. So that's probably why. Like if you try to view it as an object, then it could just draw, hey, draw me a black circle and a white circle intersecting. It could do that, but then if you say, show me the movement of these two objects in three-dimensional space, it can't grasp that concept.
It doesn't grasp any concepts at all. It never will. But
oh yeah, I meant like
it's just analyzing the pixels and performing probabilistic matrices on it. It doesn't understand anything. It's just a probability machine.
Oh yeah, I was being more not exactly like giving it agency. I know it doesn't have any agency whatsoever. If you don't do anything with it, it'll just sit there and idle forever. It's not like somehow when it's on its coffee break, it's out there like playing chess with or something like that.
It's not out there thinking. It's not like, oh man, there's no one typing into the prompt. I'll just sit here and
it'll just type in.
I have legs.
It'll type in BRB and go talk to another AI about what they're doing this weekend.
Yeah, it's not out there making weekend plans or anything. It'll just sit there and completely idle and never do anything at all if you don't interact with it. It's not intelligent.
Wait, can't they program it not to do certain things to, if they don't want
like make it poetry?
Well, like if they don't want it to make, I don't know, that I guess there wouldn't be a reason for it not to make a picture of the Earth from space. But I don't know. They can program it not to do things, right?
How are they going to program it to do that?
Program it not to do that? I don't know. I don't know computers that could.
How are you going to program it to draw Earth from space?
Oh, yeah. Sheesh. Yeah. I guess that you're saying that's
Well, the
why
way they
it screws it up so bad.
Well, what
Yes.
they've done, so
Mm.
what they've done is they had humans label pictures, and then they feed the AI. I mean, they did all this stuff long ago. So, and then they feed AI the images, right? And then the images, and then the AI does their, mathematics to sort through all the images that are shown. So when you type in, so so it can generate bases, so it can reverse it. I don't know if their data set, right? The data that they fed to it is a bunch of, globes from space. I mean, where would the data come from?
That's what I mean. You can't it can't draw that because it only
No,
had
they
it's only
can't.
like you said, it was fed so many pictures and it can only and they're two dimensional to it. It has no idea what that even means.
That's funny. I, I'm just thinking that we've all noticed that the globe images are so
Interesting as hell.
inconsistent across each other, right? They don't ever seem to match each other. Any individual globe image, you look at another one, they don't look the same. They're not the same color. The shit isn't the same shape. Like they're all different. Maybe that's actually you can't even train an AI with that data because the shit is just basically random art. So you actually
Because it's not real. It's not real in any
exactly
way, shape, or form.
It knows what a dog is in 1 second though. My phone, if I take a picture of just any dog, it'll if I just touch it, it'll say, "Oh, this is a greyhound or this is a German shepherd. Do you want more information on this?" They've already trained it. It knows how to detect objects. Earth isn't an object in space.
Well, so check this out. Imagine they trained it this way instead. They didn't show any pictures of dogs, and all they showed it was drawings of dogs.
You know what? That's really
dogs. They'd have to show it before it realized that this is a drawing of a dog. And the globe is the same way. They have to make lots of drawings of globes or art of globes before the thing can even be trained. Hey, this is a globe.
That's not a bad argument, though, is it? Like, if anything that you tell it to draw, or it comes up with a zillion different options, but this one thing, like, don't you think a glober would look at that and go, "Huh, that's freaking weird. Why can't AI come up with a, like." I would think that'd be
they're all art because they don't actually exist. None of those.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is, why wouldn't someone put two and two together and go, "Oh, well, that's obvious that."
Man.
I know, but I'm saying, and a freaking glober should be able to do that too. They should be able to go, "Oh, well, shit, maybe it isn't real," because AI can't freaking even do it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, next time someone makes like the simulation argument, I'll bring it up to them.
So, but it could do like mountains and stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
That's funny. It's just this thing that it has trouble doing or things that are fake. Can it do Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, but they don't look right. Like they're distorted. Like so, fictional objects like Bigfoot, unicorns, things like that. It can kind of do them, but some things will be messed up about it.
Wait, what about Mars or something like that? Can you give me a picture of Mars from Earth? I don't know.
It
can't do that either. Okay.
I just asked AI to draw me a picture of a German Shepherd. It's pretty damn accurate. Let's see what it says on the other one.
Oh, screenshot it. Let's see it. That's funny, man. Like, yo, every day, every day we bring up shit that like should wake you up, and the same motherfuckers are just like, "Can I ask you a question?" Like little fucking drones. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Then there's like a million of them.
You need to ask yourself a question. Why can't AI draw a picture of Earth? Sorry.
Mm.
So not to change the subject too much, but did you see the lunar eclipse last night? Because apparently it was last night.
Yeah,
On this.
I didn't even pay
So
attention.
another eclipse last night.
Seen one, you seen them all.
The lunar eclipse, yeah, it's a
That's what
full
she said.
moon. So I guess the moon set for me at 2:43 a.m. or something like that. So it was already set near 3 a.m. 3 a.m.
By the time I could see the moon, it was over.
Yeah. It was probably cloudy. I'm sure it was like it's overcast every night here. So
It bees like that sometimes.
but the next new moon, of course, as we already know, is on April 8th, the day of the full lunar eclipse. I mean, solar eclipse. Sorry, my bad. Let's continue on the road with the Greeks there. I was serious about that actually, Indio. Oh, you're still here. So it looks flat everywhere. Everyone uses it as flat. What's the problem? We all see it as flat, stationary. Is that too elementary? Need to be more complex or something? Elementary, my dear Watson.
You notice too that when people make 3D spherical models of the moon, it doesn't look like the moon. But when people like make a flat version of the moon, like it looks like it. Weird.
I haven't seen that, but I could believe it.
Lens shape even looks more like it does than when people make it into a spherical model.
Oh, I wonder if it's showing it for what it really is. Sorry about that.
Let's ask the resident Glovers what they think about our conversation now. So you got a couple of GF6 boys, you got Jekyll, and you got Oblate Spiro, and then you got Al Glory, whatever. I can't see the rest of his name.
Glory's a concave.
So what do you guys think? Are you guys there? You want us to ask you later when you pop up? Alrighty.
Holy crap, Radwin, that is hilarious.
Oh, you missed it, India. We were talking about the fake Antarctica videos of the midnight sun. It's funny because they all came in one after another, and then all posted the same 5 videos, which was our point. Was like there's only like 5 videos, and they're like, "What about this one?" It's like, yeah, we just spoke about that for like 30 minutes.
Pretty soon they'll have fake animated German shepherds running around.
Look at what they did with the solar system. This is AI generated solar system. Like this solar system, not some magical fairy tale one that they picked up with like a Hubble telescope or James Webb. This is what AI thinks this solar system looks like.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
You know what's kind of interesting? This is probably better than the average globalist if you were to ask them to draw it out.
Are you
Since
talking
I
about
have one of these dogs,
Are you talking about the last image that Radwin posted at 34
they look
minutes?
pretty much like this when they're running.
That's
So
what you're talking about, right?
The
Radwin?
Greyhound, yeah.
mine looks just like that, just different colors. If I tell it make it all brown, it would probably look the same then. It even got the face almost exactly right.
My neighbor has a Whippet, and it's like kind of like a miniature Greyhound, and yeah,
they're
it's
tiny
pretty.
miniatures. They're like exactly the same. They're just tiny and they can jump high. Well, the big ones jump higher. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's a trip. So that's
It even
all
has the
well.
muscles in the right place.
That's what
Pretty
I was
much,
just.
pretty
That's
close.
what I was just going to ask about. Are the
Yeah, my
looks
dog.
like
The dogs are. I'll get a picture of them when they're all shiny, and you'll be able to see their muscles when they just stand there. There's hardly any skin. It's just a little tiny thing. All you have to do is bump into a coffee table and they start bleeding because they have no skin. Really, it's just a little tiny thing.
That is hilarious. I'm a Canadian atheist. That quote is perfect for Golden Globies. Perfect. You flat earthers are so.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would say he's like, you flat earthers are so dumb. Earth looks flat. Yeah, duh. That's why we say it's flat.
and that's our argument. Everyone's using planar surveying.
That's like that Professor Dave when he was debating Dave Weiss. He's like, tells Dave Weiss, you don't see the curvature. And Dave's like, dude, that's my argument. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Earth too big, look flat. Yeah, that's a caveman or whatever's argument. I mean, do you have an argument for actual curvature? You don't. Okay, so then how are you saying it's not flat?
That's pretty good. Caveman globe earther.
They picked the tribalistic cave. They want to live on the ball while all observations, measurements, and practical use demonstrate a flat stationary world.
I noticed all the balls. Look how many planets are in our solar system that it drew. Anyway, they all have Earth's atmosphere.
Oh yeah, the little haze that around them.
Yeah, they all have life on them.
That's why if you ask an astrophysicist, they call it paradoxes, why there isn't life in the universe, they don't know. It shouldn't. The sun is unremarkable. The Earth is unremarkable. The solar system is unremarkable. The place in the galaxy is unremarkable. But yet, Earth is so unique it breaks the mold. So what they do is they took Earth out and they put a substitute in there, Terra. And Terra's a lifeless rock without a moon, even just one body. Earth and the moon, just one object. And that's how they fix their paradoxes. They just take Earth out and put something else in there in its place.
Phenomenal. That's what a lot of these kids are doing, huh? Aren't they using AI to get answers? And they're just spouting out something that AI told them to say or what AI said about flat Earth.
Not anymore. They
Because they
gave
got
up.
caught. Because they got caught.
That's funny because they implemented AI as usage in our office. So let's see, how many of us got it? I'm not sure how many people got Copilot, but I'm one of them. So they built AI into our office for us, Microsoft. So if I want to build a presentation now, I can just give it some bullet points and say, build me a presentation. And it'll build me a presentation. And then all I have to do is clean it up from there.
Sounds pretty cool.
Ask it to draw dogs playing poker on the moon.
Yeah, really. Or something like that. I'm sure we could all think of something ludicrous. I mean, all you have to do is go to the local science news when they talk about exoplanets and the possible, what is it called? Extraplanetary zoology.
You guys, right now, NASA is starting to build their next class of astronauts. They every 2 years, astronauts go through a cycle. And 2 years ago, if you watch the commencement ceremony, whatever, they had 2 empty seats. They said there wasn't enough people who wanted to be astronauts, so this class is going to have 2 less people in it. So right now, all these people should be getting hot. They should be like using AI to say, generate the best possible astronaut packet that I can give to and get into NASA. Do something. Oh, that's so funny, Redwin.
I told Dolly to draw Earth from space, and it's crashed. It's just stuck. Like the bar that goes up, it's just stuck there. At the end, it won't do anything.
It gave me one, but it looked like it was planet Africa, so I figured it was just drawing the scanned picture that was scanned in. So I asked it to redraw it, and it failed.
Yeah, look at the main. This is a perfect example. What do you think Earth looks like from the moon? This is it's so bad. It's like
as a dog playing poker. You might as well.
I believe it has moons orbiting the moon.
Yeah.
It drew the dogs almost perfect compared to what we would expect to see everything else.
It was using a known dog painting of dogs playing poker.
Yes, I know. That's why I used it.
Yeah, but that's perfect.
I love that painting. I got a replica of it at home.
It's nice.
Is it on velvet?
It's a classic.
No.
You got to get one. You got to get the black light velvet version. They used to sell it at Spencer's.
Oh my gosh, dude! Going through the Spencer's posters, all the freaking furry black light freaking posters.
Or that one, the poster or the painting of the old diner, the old retro diner, whatever, Art Deco looking thing. It looks like my gosh, it looks like some sort of spaceship, but it's a cafe, a diner. That's a famous painting too. I wish I knew who the painter was, but I'm sure you know what I mean. And I bet AI will pull up the same one I'm thinking about.
May or may not be sealing some bags up for a guy in Boston. To you.
I don't even know why I got banned. Crit, do you know who banned me?
Yeah, it was a mistake. It was a mistype. There was somebody making like orgasm sounds. I think at the same time someone joined, so it moved your spot over.
No, someone said like third strike to me and then banned me.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Oh, so you went ahead and posted that same thing for the third time, right?
No, I posted something different.
No, you posted it for the second time when I told you the first time, stop posting spam. Pouring water down a drain proves the hemispheres. You fucking retard. And if you talk about it again, I'll reban you.
That's not nice.
Didn't sound like it was an accident either.
Okay. Well, I will look in the log. I didn't see anything. But there, now you know why.
He was warned in chat. He shouldn't even be questioning why.
You warned me about the thing about like on Ecuador or whatever, and I like conceded like, all right, yeah, that's a scam. I looked into it. That is
So
a scam.
why
So
would
then
the
I
guy have
posted
to scam people, but then you post a real one? Are you fucking that retarded, dude?
Yeah. I mean, no one's calling you names, man. I don't know why you guys stoop so low.
Because I told you the first time it was a scam, so you went and looked for another one, which is a scam, and you decided that one's real.
The other one's not a scam. What do you mean? How is the other one a scam? How's the second one a scam? Doctor, whatever, radon, whatever you going by. How's the second one a scam?
Just disengage.
Same as we already debunked your daytime in the Antarctic, but yet you keep posting videos on it. So you're like so fooled by the shit. You have to take a break from this once in a while.
You guys kept asking me to post more videos.
You kept posting videos. We already debunked them all.
You guys kept asking, no, that video's fake. No, post a different video. I posted a different video. Oh, that one's fake.
I told you at the beginning we already debunked them all, and you said, "Nuh-uh."
They were debunked years ago.
You haven't explained how you debunked them.
They debunked themselves. One guy has a flat line, one guy has going up and down. Another guy has the same clouds. They're all just pretend, dummy.
Another guy, the watch goes out at sync, and the watch loses like a line of pixels in the middle of the freaking shoot. Yeah, it literally part of the watch like disappears in the middle of it.
I didn't see the
Why
watch
did anybody
disappear.
do that, man?
I didn't see the watch disappear.
I'll
So
tell you exactly
Indio,
I'll tell you exactly
yeah.
what frame it is from the original video.
So Indio, a Glober in here told me they clipped they looped the one with the same clouds together so they could make either some kind of a screensaver or something, and it was done on purpose for aesthetic purposes, not to fool anybody.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the second video I posted of the water going counterclockwise and clockwise. It has nothing to do with that second video. And that's not a scam. Like, they're not luring tourists in there to
I
scam
told
people. It's
you
just
to. Why would you pick a scam one and then say, "Oh, that's a scam. Let me find a different one"? Why would they have to scam anybody?
because there's tourist traps in tourist areas.
So it doesn't really happen. They're just scamming people.
In the Ecuador one, yeah, like they're manipulating it. I
Oh,
looked
so it
into it.
doesn't really happen. They're just scamming people.
Yeah, like I said, like I'm willing to concede on certain points, like, you know.
Uh-huh. So when NASA lies, then we just expect the next one's going to be the truth?
Yeah, the second video had nothing to do with NASA.
When NASA lies, do we expect their next one to be the truth?
Yeah, I'm not talking about NASA.
I'm talking about you posting a lie, then do I expect your next one to be the truth?
I posted a video. I looked into
You can't
it. You were
answer that
right.
question, can you?
Yeah, I can. I'm trying to answer it. You're interrupting. I posted one video and I looked into it. You were right. That's a scam. See, that's me, a Glober, admitting something that I have no problem admitting to. Like, yes, that one's a scam. The other one, though, it's not a scam. There's no scam there.
Earth must be a ball in a vacuum, huh? Spinning.
Dude, you do realize that doesn't really happen anywhere. It's just nonsense. Like,
what doesn't happen anywhere?
Is this
Holy
about
shit.
24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No. This is a video that Verisatum put out in YouTube, which they had like a controlled experiment where they filled up a kiddie pool and they made sure that, you know, they weren't like creating a current or diverging the water in any way. And when they released the valve, the water started turning clockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, synchronized toilet flushing doesn't.
It's not toilet, not a toilet.
Yeah, it was synchronized
But
toilet
it
flushing.
doesn't. Oh my!
No,
It's
it's not
basically
a
this.
toilet.
Oh my! Dude, you
it's a
can't
big.
believe this nonsense. Are you serious?
It's a big toilet. All they did was scale up the toilet to like double, triple size, and they said, "Look it, synchronized
No.
toilet flushing."
It's not a toilet.
Even if it does, what does it mean?
That's to show the Coriolis effect.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, that's what the video's showing.
Well, you're just going to declare that, right? Going to declare the cause. Right, yeah.
Okay, so what can you come up with another cause? Can you come up with another cause?
I don't need to. Why would I need to do that?
Well, they have it. Did they? I remember. I haven't watched the video in a long time. Did they make sure it was level, or was like one side of the pool dipped?
Was one side of the pool dipped? They did it in, I believe it was like a garage. So, like, are you saying the garage was built with the dip or something?
Garages have a dip to them, so the water.
Fucking garages are pitched. You want water standing in your garage? Mine has a drain in the middle, and the whole floor is pitched to it.
Crit, that water thing that you just like, why are you like making it seem like it's an actual toilet? Like, why are you trying to like make it seem like it's something that it isn't?
What makes water in a toilet swirl around? Is that Coriolis?
No.
What do you mean? I thought you can flush a toilet in the north and it flushes opposite in the south.
That's fake news.
No, that's not what I said.
That doesn't happen then?
Not that I'm aware of, no, because the toilet is made to have water come in at one source or whatever, and then which creates a whirlpool effect, and then the vortex happens. So
You know why they
yeah,
do
no.
that? So it's self-cleaning, or tries to be.
Okay, so yeah, it has nothing. Yeah, toilets have nothing to do with the Coriolis effect.
Good. We'll never hear a toilet from your mouth again, or anybody else in here.
Yeah, I never posted a picture or a video of a toilet.
No, you did an oil drain pan with in the tube. They've got fins going in different directions, so when the water goes down, it creates a vortex, or it just comes straight down in the middle, depending on how you set that thing. As a scam, now you're going to tell me they did something different?
You keep talking about the first video, which I have no problem conceding was a scam. You keep talking about the first video, not
What
the
are they
second
draining
video.
this other one through?
Do you want me to post it again, or are you going to ban me for it?
I'm going to ban you for it.
Dude, why would they have to fake anything? If it was really happening, why would they have to fake any of it? Why wouldn't there just be tons of shit? Tons of easy. Dude, you should be able to do it yourself. You can't.
But Dunk, brother, when you see water swelling in different direction in different hemispheres, so you see an effect just like that, you conclude that the cause of that effect is just Earth spinning.
What if it's instead of Earth spinning? What if it's because the sky is spinning above us? That could be causing the same thing. So it can happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go that far, Sonny.
It's true. It's true about not going that far. I agree with that because
But yeah,
because
honey,
it's really ridiculous. Hold on,
told him in the other server, he said
let me
the
speak
same
for
bullshit.
one moment, please. The swimming pools is ridiculous at very best. I think I agree with that. That's ridiculous. Going with bathtubs. It's like a 2013 argument.
But yeah, you guys are right. It is an affirming
And
the
how those
consequent
bathtubs
formal
are
logical
spinning in
fallacy.
different direction than the pendulum? How
Yeah,
is
exactly.
that?
Exactly. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy built upon a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Oh, he agrees. Well, yeah. So it's begging the question. Yep.
Or it's just a natural phenomenon that we see.
That you can't claim that you can't make a correlation between that and anything else. If so, please show us the correlation. Walk us through it logically, step by step.
Would you
Dude,
agree it's a natural phenomenon that we see?
some actual curvature. Find some actual
Connect those two
curvature. And
things.
stop watching toilets flush or drains empty.
Like, just go ahead and walk us through logically, step by step, of how you get from something happening with a swimming pool and another swimming pool. Correlate that with anything. Like, go ahead.
So water finding its own level. If you have if the ground is the actual thing rotating, if you're in the northern hemisphere, it's going to rotate one way, and then in the southern hemisphere, it's going to rotate the other way because of your reference point of looking down.
Okay, so that's a begging the question. But did you were you able to test that and see, like, can you duplicate this?
I mean, I'm sure
Be
I
able
could
to?
if I had to. Yeah, but what makes it cool in the video is that they're doing it from two different locations simultaneously on video at the same time.
Organized toilet flushing.
No,
I mean,
no toilet
really,
flushing.
it's still really ridiculous.
Why?
Because you can't correlate it logically back to what you're presupposing. They don't connect. You have begging the question, then you go to a non sequitur back to the begging the question.
Okay, well, tell us how. Tell us how.
Tell us how what? Yeah, that's what we're waiting for him to connect those two things logically in sequence so we can all understand that he's going from swimming pools observed draining in one direction in one latitude and one draining the other direction in the other latitude. Logically walk us through that so we can know what you're talking about And how does that correlate to Earth spinning? Please connect the two. Okay,
Well,
that's what I
turning
thought.
clockwise in the south hemisphere, and the pendulum turned clockwise in the north hemisphere. What?
Okay, so
What?
now your job would be pendulum moves, therefore Earth. Do that, connect that together.
Direction of rotation is opposite to each other. So they are both connected to the spin of the Earth.
Okay, now connect how? Explain it. How are they connected?
No, I'm not. I'm not with the idea that it proves the spin of the Earth. I'm a flat earther. I'm telling him that they are turning the opposite way to each other due to the claim of the globe earthers. So, if you claim that the water is spinning because of the spin of the rotation, and it follows the path of the rotation, and it causes it to turn clockwise in the south, but how the pendulum turn opposite in the south and clockwise in the north? So they have opposite effect in the two things, but they still claim that it's due to the rotation of the Earth. Just check that. You can, Dunk. You can check the effect of the rotation in the pendulum. It turns clockwise in the north.
No, it don't. Making shit up, dude. Why would I say that? You know why I say that? Because if you look, you look at any of these pendulum manufacturers that make pendulums for museums and wherever, malls. See one of these Foucault's pendulums? They have adjustment screws to make it do what you want. So basically, you do the calculation, how fast should this process, and then you adjust it until it processes exactly that rate. And look in their manual. I'll tell you where. Academy pendulums. Mark 5 pendulum. Instruction manual. Read it.
With the kicker mechanism, which you were so gracious to post those things years ago. I saw those here. Or
So
at
here's another funny thing. I like bringing this up. So they did this Foucault's pendulum at the South Pole, what you think is the South Pole, Amundsen Station, and they did it in a 4-story stairwell. So it's a long ass pendulum, right? Well, the first time they did it, they were like, "Yay, we did it, 15 degrees per hour." And then they realized that they were on the wrong pole, and the thing had actually spun backwards. Yeah, how did that work?
Yeah, tell us, Globers. Come on.
Backwards? Was that like Joshua's longest day, man? Yes. Come on, man.
Always going to these secondary means of like measurement, going to something else other than what we're talking about the surface. I guess we just can't talk about that part. Anything else?
You crack open your mic there, Oblate Spheroid Pilot, so I could just smack you around on voice.
He won't.
Is this the
So
same
what?
guy?
He's just a chat skank? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
that's Canadian atheist. He's a chat skank.
Is that the same guy who said he would only speak to flat earther pilot about maps and traveling?
Yeah.
Oh my
Canadian
god.
atheist. That explains everything.
He's the guy who said that he wants to go to Cape Town, but he can't. And you're like, okay, why can't you? Because flat earthers told him the earth was flat. And I'm like, yeah, don't let anyone hold you back, dude. Go, you do you, right? You want to get to Cape Town, do it. He said, no, he still can't. I'm like, well, why? Why can't you now?
What?
Yeah. He said, because flat earthers haven't given me a map yet. I go, make your own map.
So let me get this straight. So if he had a globe, and we gave him a globe, he could get there?
Apparently.
I want to see that trick.
I'm like, okay, go ahead, show him the globe. There we go. Here's your globe. It's right here on this piece of paper.
I want to see you navigate from Canada to Cape Town with a globe in the cabin.
Exactly.
Cabin of the ship, right?
All
It's
the
got a
maps
globe in there. That's
flat.
all you got. No fucking charts. No astronomical and navigation charts. Nothing, right? No
Just a
nautical
globe.
almanac. Just a fucking globe. I want to see you
A
do
globe.
that.
And you know what? In order to check this out, in order to have that, you would have to have the globe on gimbals. Those gimbals would be situated to the horizontal. Thank you very much.
But wait, aren't all the maps flat? Why he is struggling to travel to anywhere? The map is flat. Have you ever
No, this
used?
is not navigational advice, okay?
This is dumb, dude.
We've been asking
Please
for
don't anybody
flat,
try what
flat
NVO
world
said.
map. We've been asking for that.
Antonio Silverats made one like 5 years ago.
I
I've
imagine
been
something very
begging.
nice.
I've been begging for a flat Earth map. I've yet
Yeah,
to see one.
Antonio Silverats 5 years ago.
They gave
And
you
you,
three sources. I gave you three sources for flat maps.
you gave me 3 sources for a flat map.
Yeah.
Duncan, you
When?
ever heard of the dual pole flat Earth model? The dual pole.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
There's a guy on QE's show that's trying to get like a more accurate. He's like changing the AE thing and like trying to get it all, like a
Antonio's.
legit map.
Who's
Yeah.
this? Who,
In
Brian?
my
Or,
opinion, in my opinion,
trying to
this
make a
dual
map?
pole map is the closest map that I think we could get to visualizing the world.
Yeah, why do you need 2 poles on a flat Earth map?
I think he likes the dual pole
No.
because
Let him answer his own
there's a
question,
magnetic North
I'll
Pole and a
mute you.
magnetic
Shut
South
the
Pole.
fuck up. I want him to answer.
You need 2 poles because we actually do have decreasing circles of latitude south of the equator.
How are those
okay?
determined?
Prove.
They're determined by actual distances.
Oh, really? Can you show me the data?
I'm
where
not
they
going to show
measured
you a
those?
fucking thing. I'm not going to show you a
Yeah,
fucking
okay,
thing.
then
I'm
you're
just
gonna
going to
leave.
tell you how it is.
You're gonna leave.
Cool
That's up to
story.
you.
Yeah, damn right it's up to me.
He's gonna
Now,
make a claim
You're
but
gonna
not
make
show
a claim
anything.
that
Yeah.
latitudes are
Yeah, that's what
measured
this
on the.
clown does. Every single time he makes the same claim and then you ask him to back it up and he says, no, fuck you. Fuck him.
Yep, just declarations.
You want to back
Cool
up his
story,
claim,
bro.
Duncan Darth? Do you think that separation of latitude lines are measured on the surface of the Earth?
Do you mean, do we have lines that go from the equator to the South Pole? Yeah.
Yeah, what color
Do
are
I
they?
believe in the dual pole flat Earth map? No.
Why? No, my original question was, why do we need two poles on a flat Earth map? Why is that required?
Because of the magnetic north and south poles.
Oh, where are they?
What do you mean? Where are they?
Yeah, where are they?
They're on the poles of the globe.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No,
You don't have a South Pole.
there's actually two magnetic south poles, and one's in the middle of the Southern Ocean, and then the magnetic north pole is in the Arctic Ocean, and it's not even near the geographical North Pole. So why do we need two poles again for the flat Earth? We're not mapping the magnetic field. We're trying to map the Earth.
But there is a magnetic field around the Earth.
No, I would say there's a magnetic field on the Earth.
Not around it, also.
No, you don't
Like
think
once you leave the surface of the ground, there's no more magnetism.
Over the top of
No,
us.
there is over the top, dude. What I mean, on us, dude. Just like the air is on top of us, there's a magnetic field on top of us. Now, Duncan Darth, do you think that compasses point towards magnetic poles?
They align with the magnetic field.
Yes, exactly. Does that point north and south?
Yes.
No.
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 Really.
Yeah. Something called magnetic declination.
So when you have a magnet pointing north, where's the other end of the compass needle pointing?
Depends on where you are.
What do you mean?
It's different depending on where you are. You can look at maps and they'll have a little compass rose on it that says north, south, and then it'll have a little another arrow for magnetic declination. And that magnetic declination, so north, south on one of those maps are north, south in using the celestial sphere as the reference, as a spatial reference. Whereas
Maybe I can help you out.
Whereas the compass is using the compass direction as north south.
Can you
There's
look at?
There's a difference between the celestial north south and the compass north south. So that's called magnetic declination.
I just posted a photo of a compass. There's one needle that points north. Where's the other end of the needle pointing?
No, you're pointing to magnetic north, not geographical north.
Yes. Where's the other end of the needle pointing?
The only reason it points the opposite direction is
magnetic south, dude.
You made a needle that points that way. That's why it points
It depends
north.
on what the declination is.
And you made the needle point. Sorry.
Well, go ahead, Sonny. Sorry.
I was just going to say that the way that it's made is you have the compass pointing north. That's the north part of the needle. The other part of the needle, the reason it's going to the opposite way of north is because you made it that way. If you made it perpendicular, it would be at 3 o'clock.
This
It would
is the
still
point
be the same thing.
this is the point you're not getting, is that when you whip out your compass in any particular place on Earth, the magnetic north-south is locally true, but it's not universally true.
Yeah, I get it. There's declination. I have no problem with declination. I mean,
So if you were in the South Pacific in a boat and you looked at your compass and it said north, you're facing east.
Well, I tell you what, it's very strange once you get out there and you start seeing these things for real when you're out at sea.
Well, I mean, it's almost like there's a bias for people that live in the north because that's where the compass, like the least declination on Earth is in the north. But the further south you go, the more fucked up it gets.
Yeah. And they have no clue as to why that is exactly.
Yeah, here's a really good picture of. Look at that as you go out. the E20 map going through the west coast there.
I posted a picture of a compass. I see the arrow pointing north. What's on the bottom of it? That's not an arrow, you dummy.
It's a balance.
That's all it is. It's a balance. He tried this before. He thinks I forget.
Yeah, it's just a balance. Showing you where horizontal is as well. What horizontal is.
I didn't
Hey,
forget, man. I
hey,
remember when
hey,
you
Duncan
posted the
Earth,
video
Duncan Earth.
of a compass going around a circle around the North Pole, and then you got into a fight with the other person because he said if you go straight east, you're not going in circles, but you say yes, you are going in circles. Yeah, I remember that.
What are you talking about? If you go east and you follow a compass, you go in a circle, right?
Yeah, same as if you go west. Same if you go north and south. It's all one big circle.
No.
So Duncan, Darth, can I ask you a question? That compass you posted, what is the purpose of the white hand?
You mean what Doctor posted?
No, the one you posted.
What
There's a
white
compass
hand?
needle and there's a white hand. What is the purpose of that?
I don't see the white hand. What are you talking about?
It's on the right hand side. It's at like this doesn't have one.
2 o'clock
That's
or
just
something.
that's just a glare from the light. What are you talking
No,
about?
not that. It's actually a brat. It's actually part of the watch. That little metal piece, right? That's at like northeast. See how it's sticking out from the center, the northeast.
Okay.
That little arm. What's that for?
I think it's to balance the needle if it gets knocked off or something.
This is hilarious. No, that arm. You move that arm, right? You align your compass north-south. You look at the magnetic declination in degrees, and then you align this counter to the magnetic declination, and this arm will be your true north.
Uh-oh.
So it's even built into the compass.
All mine have that.
Yeah, no, that's not what this thing does. This is just like a locking
Yeah, that's
mechanism.
what it's for, dude.
No, it doesn't move around the compass.
Yeah, it does.
100% that moves.
It
The
moves in
dial's in the
relationship
center, it
to the
looks like.
bezel.
Listen, he always says "nuh-uh" until he proves himself wrong. So you got to deal with him.
It's attached to the bezel like in a watch or a clock. It's attached the same way to the center. Yes, it does rotate around.
A lock, to put your needle back in balance.
That's probably what that little green thing is in the center. That's probably the adjustment for that device, that
Usually
part of it.
twist the whole dial, right, Sonny? Usually, like in the military compasses, you twist the whole dial, and that'll move that little arm.
Right. You twist the whole bezel.
I guess I'll post a military compass now.
Let me see. I have one right here.
In the photo that Mr. Nice sent,
Look,
you
this
the
thing
north where
right
it
here. You're
is.
talking about this thing. See, it doesn't move. It's stuck in there. This thing,
It's some WE-40, man.
twist that up and down, which just locks it. What do you mean?
Look, the whole face of the glass should rotate where you can move that arm.
You can put the north at the left.
Yeah, you just discover it.
He's confused by that. When I posted that before, he told me that was a north pointing needle.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'll show you. I'm going to post it again. Here's the military one.
You know, what possesses you guys to like do these things? You don't know anything that you're talking about. You're going to come in here and tell us what's what. It blows me away. Like you're like the arrogance of globe earthers.
So the top is the one you dial. The bottom is the compass that moves around.
And that's because compasses don't point north-south. At least not in reference to the celestial sphere, which is how you would navigate from Canada to Cape Town.
So do you understand now? Have you been watching this video long enough? That thing doesn't move in my compass. It's not that type of
Some
compass.
WD-40, man. It's corroded.
Yeah, it's broken, dude. It's like your theodolite that measures 190 degrees in a triangle.
Explain to me how this moves around the whole compass when it's sticking out of a hole.
That must be a toy then.
Dude, your camera's on, but nobody can see what you're doing. Oh, there you go. Let me see this.
That button you're pushing locks the needle in place.
Exactly. It doesn't rotate around the whole compass like you guys keep telling me
No,
it
the
does.
face of the compass. The face of the compass.
The face of the compass doesn't rotate. It's not that type of compass.
So it's just a decoration.
You close the
It's just
lid. You show the lid top part.
Looks like a
Yeah, look
souvenir.
it's a souvenir. Yeah, it's
toy.
not a.
No
It's
wonder
a
why it
toy.
don't
Yes,
work.
it's just
Toy,
a basic compass.
No, it's not even a basic. You get lost with that one.
It's a
That
toy,
one will
dude.
get you killed.
Get a real
unless
one,
you
man.
unless you want to carve marks into it, and then you got to figure out which mark you're left with. That's why they put a dial on it.
There is no dial on that compass.
Because it's a toy. We already told you. Get a real one, like I've been posting. Those are mine. I have more. They're out in the garage. I'm not going to go find them.
Send him 1 Bitcoin, he'll mail you one.
Oof.
No. I'm not sending any of you guys money ever.
Hey, Heretic, are you there?
Why are you calling him out?
Why not?
Well, I'm asking, why are you calling him out?
I want to talk to him.
About?
Something.
Is it flat Earth
Like
related?
Bunch of clothes is lawyer, man.
Absolutely.
Why, he's not answering your DMs? Is that why? We're calling him out here?
No, I just wanted to know if he was there so I could talk to him. But I
You
don't want to
got
talk
a
to
loud
him. No
clicking.
offense.
You got a bunch of flares here, man.
mouse.
Come on.
You have a loud clicking mouse.
Yeah, sorry. It's you're making me anxious, right? So I'm clicking really hard.
We are making you anxious. God
You
damn.
got to stop watching TikTok videos where they tell you that you should be afraid of everything.
No, it's because I get banned so often and you're both mods, so I feel like you're gonna get me.
Oh, appeal to emotions now.
Yeah,
clicking
that
mouse, it might happen.
Your paranoia is getting the best of you.
I really don't think it's paranoia at this point.
Yeah, you're kind of losing it. It shows.
I haven't managed to last 24 hours in flat Earth in like 2 weeks. I mean,
Yeah. I had to be itching,
So
yeah.
you didn't do nothing.
I really didn't do nothing. But
So, how are we navigating from Canada to South Africa with a globe?
We're going to use my military compass because apparently it's got a. If I tip up the side and it's got crosshairs on it, and then if I tip up the other side, it's got we'll call it a plumb bob on it. I can just tip this up and get the degrees to the star I'm looking at with this.
It's got 2 ways. You can use it looking across like the horizon or looking down on over a map.
That's correct. Crazy, isn't it?
And then the part that faces you, the reticule, if you push that down, it locks the needle in place so you can bring it to your map and still have the same orientation.
I want to know how I'm going to cross the Atlantic with a globe. And what's going to happen when I lose sight at land?
Pull out Dark's compass. You'll be safe.
Oh God!
That's Canadian atheist. He can't. He's not going to be able to cross the Atlantic. I said to him, like he's in Canada. I go, have you at least got? How far have you got so far? Nowhere. He hasn't gotten anywhere. He hasn't been able to leave his house yet.
He hasn't
And
left his house in years.
that's
You're gonna have
flat
to cut him out of
Earth.
it, and he'll be on Maury Povich or something.
Yeah, it's like
You
somehow
guys
that's now
sail
flat
then?
Earthers' fault because he can't get to Cape Town. Well, can you get anywhere? What direction would you start heading? Have you done that? Have you taken one step yet?
Do you guys all sail then?
You don't have to know how to sail to know that you can't navigate Canada to South Africa with a globe only in your cabin as your navigational instrument.
I know that. I just asked if you all sailed.
Oh, me? No. Sonny did. I don't know about Crit. Crit, you
Yeah, I'm a retired sailor. I haven't sailed in. I sailed recently in the last couple years with another flat earther. We sailed we had a 30-foot boat for 3 days. That was pretty fun. But I've sailed long distances for many thousands of miles, like 6,000 miles, one trip.
Was it
And that
uphill
was
one way and then downhill the other way?
no.
Did you go over a hump?
Never went
Over a
over any
big
humps.
hump?
I saw a huge. Listen, I saw a huge lump.
This is a big hump. They saved a bunch of gas going downhill. They did.
Listen, there's moving lumps of water, though. I'll tell you that much. Like big waves come rolling through and big giant swells that you can see. They could even be on a glassy day where you see this big lump of water coming your way, and it's just like it's huge, but it's so wide.
Well, it must be the
doesn't
tide
affect
moving
you that
around.
much. That's a weird feeling, man. If there's some strange, like that's a lot of freaking water. It moves in strange ways.
There's a lot of shit going on, man.
But if you have any questions about sailing, I'll just ask. I'll let you know. I'll tell you what I know.
Canadian atheist just said he's at the planning stage. He's been planning this for about 20 years. He hasn't figured it out yet how to do it.
Yeah. Hey, so Darth, how many? Like, what sources? Oh, you muted.
Oh, he didn't like that.
No, he knew. Earlier, he said no flat earthers ever given him a map. So here's three. So settle it once and for all. Here's where you can get a flat Earth map if you want one. You can go to the Library of Congress. Right here. Yeah, Library of Congress has a flat map, flat stationary map. Go right there, get that one. Or you can go to.
Why isn't that a link that you can click?
You can go to NASA right here. NASA has a flat map right there, taken from satellite data. And if those are still not good enough, then you can use the MGRS.
Why not just navigate with a picture, with the blue marble picture? That's two-dimensional. And at the Southern Africa is on it. These people aren't serious, man. GF6, y'all are unserious people. Just trolls.
You guys
None
should
of us
take it
has
as
said
flattery,
anything.
right? They spend all this time trying to understand you and coming up with ways to fuck with you.
No, they don't. I asked Jekyll the other day. I said, "Steel man a flat Earth sunset." And when you steel man someone's argument, you have to give the best possible argument from the opponent's position. He didn't even know what the opponent's position. He didn't even know what our
To be
position
fair,
was.
me, with respect to
on,
that, I
dude.
think it's one of the indefensible ideas. So can't give me an indefensible idea and say steelman it.
I
It
think that's
doesn't matter, regardless of how
mistaken.
indefensible our idea is. You still have to know what the idea actually is to know it's indefensible.
Yes, I communicated to you what flat earthers tell me with respect to that. They say
No,
we don't know what the
I
sun is.
talked to Miggy that night, man. He said
Yeah,
they were
they said
talking
we don't know
about
what the sun is.
distance to the sun, not sunsets. Just like I said. You're
Well,
not paying
when people
attention.
talk about
Why,
sunsets, the
why
first
assume
answer I
that,
get
that Jekyll's
is the
Machiavellian
sun
when you can just assume
physical?
he's retarded?
You know, how do we know what the sun is? How do we know what it's doing? Is it not just projected? Could there be more than one sun? You know, all these questions come up.
Who said more than one sun?
I had
See, this is why you just proved my point. GF6 is
several
just a bunch of
times
fucking
with different
trolls.
people where they suggested there's more than one sun, potentially.
I've never heard that in my life other than from Flat Earth Society.
Then why am I hearing it all the time and you're not? What's going on, India? I thought you were the one who knew all the flat Earth
Not a
arguments.
flat Earth thing, you dumbass.
It's not a Flat Earth thing. It's not a Flat Earth argument. It's a globe troll argument.
I see. Well,
Someone
I don't know why
larping
they're
as a Flat
trolling with
Earther.
the globe then.
Listen,
It's weird.
we've been dealing with this shtick for a long time. One of you can't say bad words.
You're just saying,
One
no,
of
they
you
didn't
guys
say it, but
pretend
I'm
to
not
be a
making
Flat
it up,
Earther,
Mr. India.
say something ridiculous, then another one of you idiot trolls say, I heard a Flat Earther say this, and you know goddamn well that person was trolling, was never a Flat Earther in the first place.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely
literally
trolling when they said
exists for
that,
this.
I'm sure.
Listen, Flat Earth Society literally exists for this purpose. It is the entire purpose of Flat Earth Society. Is to
Well, then why
say
am I hearing it in this
ridiculous
room?
things. There's no Flat Earthers in Flat Earth Society. They're
In
global.
this room. With some of the household names,
Which
no
Flat
less.
Earther said there's two suns in this room? Which one? No,
Which
you're
one
not
said
gonna
there could be
remember,
more
right?
than one sun? I'll say it was maybe about a month ago.
Name them.
It was about a month ago. Both Heretic and Alpha suggested there might be more than one sun. We don't know that yet.
Horseshit.
Oh,
Was that Speculation Sunday? Do you have a clip of that, maybe?
Go back a month? I don't know. There's lots of streams to look through to get that.
Maybe it was Speculation
He
Sunday.
can defend himself. I'm gonna ask
Well,
some
yeah.
guys, and it's gonna turn out
Ask them.
bullshit again.
Yeah, if they say no, then why would I have made that up?
Then you find the clip.
I'm not trawling through copious hours of streams to find that.
Then don't say shit that you can't back up.
Why would you make it
He's
up?
saying shit he can't
Because
back
I'm
up. He's
exposing you
saying
as a
no
troll,
flat
and
earther
you
would
need your
ever
cover
say
story.
this. Amen.
And you
whatever
made a
someone
claim, so
says,
now
why would
you
I
need to
lie? They're a
present
liar.
the
No,
evidence.
the
You
claim that he made was that no flat earther has ever said this in this room.
No, I
Did
made
they
an
claim
even
that?
greater claim than that. No Flat Earthers ever said that ever.
Ever. There you
Anywhere,
go.
in this room or
Thank
any other
you.
room.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's not
right.
about whether or not I can tell you what
And
flat
I'm gonna
earthers have
ask
told
the
me.
parties
It's about
accused,
whether or
and
not
they're gonna
you
tell
will
me.
accept that flat earthers can sometimes say things are a little bit silly.
Yeah, well, we're gonna I think you're saying something a little bit silly. And I'm gonna ask Heretic and Alpha if they said
By
that
all
and in
means.
what context. And what we're gonna find out is that you were half fucking listening while you were playing Fortnite or something, and
Yeah, I'm
fucking
sure.
didn't hear what they said correctly.
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, if it look,
Just
there
like
was
the
another
distance
case.
to
There
the
was actually
sun
the case
thing, dude.
India. The day that you asked me to do this yesterday, when I told you this is what flat earthers commonly say, some flat earthers confirm that, and some globe earthers confirm that.
You're a
So I don't know
fucking
why you're
liar. You're
pretending
lucky I
like
don't
you didn't
ban
see
you
that.
for straight up lying. You're straight
Lying.
up lying,
Yeah.
bro. No
I think
Flat
you're really upset to hear that flat earthers say things you don't
Heretic
like.
Okay, now I'm
clarified in the
banning you.
chat, by the way.
Jekyll, you know you're fucking lying. No Flat Earthers confirmed that. And when I talked to Mickey about it, remember when we were talking about it, I said Flat Earthers only talk about that in
and to
reference
be
to the
honest with you,
distance of the
Indio, this
sun.
was in
And
relation
it
to
turned out that that was correct. It turned out that that was correct. They don't talk about it in regard to sunsets. Period. Ever.
Heretic
I don't know
actually
what the sun
clarified
is.
in the
That's why the
chat.
sun sets. That's stupid.
Heretic clarified in the chat that he said that there would need to be two suns in order for there to be extra lands.
Yeah, so speculation. Not that
Yeah,
they're worth
there
it.
you go. Speculation
Jesus
Sunday.
fucking
He
Christ.
wasn't listening, as predicted. You knew the whole story before he even got the details.
No, I
But was
think
he playing
Heretic's
Fortnite?
recalling a different
That's the
time he
only
said
thing
that, but
wrong
I
with the
clarified
prediction. We don't
exactly
know
the
if he was playing
situation.
Fortnite.
No, so the first thing is, you said he'd never say that. And now he's saying, well, I said that in this context. And I'm saying to Heretic just now, actually, it was this specific context, which I'm sure he won't disagree with, I'm sure Alpha wouldn't, because it was just to do with the dome of perspective. The idea that one could have several apparent suns, assuming the sun isn't a physical object, within different domes of perspective. That was just the point. It wasn't like something overly outrageous.
Did you read what he said? He said,
And
I
that
don't
was a
think
few
there's
months
enough
ago. That was a
suns
few
to
months
go
ago.
around for extra lands, basically. So he's
Yes, that
basically
might be a different context.
debunking the extra land hypothesis by saying that would require two suns. That's way different than saying there's two suns.
No, I wasn't. Well, when I spoke to him and Alpha, it wasn't in reference to sexual lens. It was in reference to
All
the
right,
dome of
you're a
perspective.
fucking liar at this
To be
point,
honest with you,
you
Indio,
dumbass.
even if that was the context, I fucking proved you wrong because you said flat earthers have never said that. So,
I said that they
no,
never
right?
claimed there was two suns. That's what I said. Okay.
No, you said that the flat earthers have never claimed that there could be more than one
Dude, put
sun,
it in
whether it's
context or I'm
apparent or not
banning
in the
you and your
sky.
friends.
And
Put
then
it
you
back
see
in
a
context.
context added in, and suddenly, now they have said it. Now it's obvious that they would say
No,
that.
he didn't
Obviously,
say it.
this
He did
context
not
makes
say
sense
there were
here, right?
two suns. He said in this situation, this scenario, which don't exist, there would need to be two suns. That isn't the same as saying there's two suns. You know goddamn well it's
Well,
not.
there's also the case that we're
schmuck,
talking
dude.
about apparent suns.
Shut up. You're a dishonest schmuck. You got exposed. Well, if there were unicorns, then Bigfoot would be the only person that rides them. Oh, you said Bigfoot rides unicorns. You're a fucking retard. I might be insulting the retards.
I'm not defending him at all here, but I have, when sunsets have been brought up now after lengthy discussions with other flat earthers about all the different things that come up when we're talking about sunsets. I have said there are a lot of unknown factors about the sun, such as its composition, its distance, its size, etc., the medium that it exists within, for us to know with any certainty what we should or shouldn't be expecting it to do, or what we should be seeing it do or not do. I have said that.
Yeah, I understand that. But what he was asked the other day was, Steelman, the flat Earth explanation for sunsets, which is give us the best flat Earth argument for sunsets. And what he said was, flat Earthers just say they don't know what the sun is, and that's their explanation.
That's a little vague.
Well, I've never heard flat Earther explain a sunset, and there's we don't know what the sun is. I've never heard anyone say that. They'll say, well, the sun moves away, and it goes away because of perspective, and it disappears into the horizon because of angular resolution, yada,
Right.
yada, yada.
Yeah.
They don't just say, I don't know what the sun is. That's horseshit.
That's right. And like I said, after lengthy discussion about those things, I have then caveated that, right? But
I know exactly what the sun is. It's a light in the
he's
sky.
Right, yeah, it's an apparent source of light and heat that moves across the sky visibly each day. Yeah.
100%. That's exactly what it is.
Well, the point of the Steelman exercise is to see if they're actually paying attention and listening. And the thing is, what brought it all up in the first place is because Jekyll says he destroys or refutes, or I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, flat Earth arguments, every flat Earth argument or whatever, destroys them or something. So I just wanted to prove that he doesn't even know what the flat Earth argument is. So how can he destroy it?
He doesn't even know what the word flat means, let alone even Earth. He said, "Oh, you destroyed flat Earth." What does the word flat mean? He doesn't know. He thinks it's a shape.
He's fighting against a straw man.
you'll ask him, so in your worldview, there's a square, a circle, a triangle, and a flat. And he's like, yeah. Can you draw a flat for me? And he's like, yeah.
Why don't you unmute him so he can give his position?
Why? We know his position. I'm going to be as dishonest as possible. That's his position. Look, I don't know. Do you typically entertain dishonest people? Like, what is the actual point of that? Like, why entertain liars? Like, where are we going to get? What do I have to keep, like, calling him out in his lies and I'm constantly playing catch-up? So, like, he tells a lie. I have to speak for 5 minutes to expose his lie. Then he tells 3 more. Then it takes me 15 minutes to expose all those. Then he tells 6 more. We just keep going like that forever and ever and ever. I'm well aware of the tactic.
I don't think he's necessarily lying.
Well, what would you know?
What do you mean?
Why don't you think he's lying?
Because I think that flat earthers tend to just defend what everybody says all the time. So, like, I think even if he was telling the truth, you guys would say he was lying.
Okay. That's your own personal bias. That's not objective.
Well, that's
just your feelings about flat earthers. Oh, I feel flat earthers do this, and I feel flat earthers do that, which is the generalization.
Okay, so the flat earthers in 24/7 flat earth do this. There we go. It's more affirmative statement.
That's not. Well, I don't do this. Okay. When I said he was lying, I gave a specific example. I was very specific. And then he tried to cover up his lie by telling more lies.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'd just rather hear his, like, the argument that Crit gave about what he thinks about flat. I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth, right? So it's not necessarily a commentary on you, Indio, but it is a commentary on Crit, I suppose.
The point is, you'll get
Crit,
different
Crit wants to
responses.
deal with that shit. I mean, that's up to him.
No, you exposed it well. He said, hey, give the best flat earth argument. And he said, flat earthers argue that they don't know what the sun is. Has nothing even to do with the flat earth to begin with. So in his worldview, if he hears someone say flat earth, he hears them say the sun. That's how brick this dude is. It's like, hey, give me your best proof of X. He's like, certainly. Let's talk about Y instead. Or Z. Talk about everything other than X as his best argument for X. And it's highlighted in the highlight that he doesn't even know what the words mean.
I asked him to steel man a flat earth sunset, flat earth explanation for sunset. So that means give us the best argument that flat earthers make for a sunset. And he said, flat earthers say, we don't know what the sun is. First of all, that's not an argument flat earthers even make. So it can't possibly be the best flat earth argument because no flat earther makes that argument. I've never heard anybody make that argument. Oh, how's the sun set? Oh, we don't know what the sun is. They just put their hands up. I've never heard anybody do that.
Oh my lord. This guy's been here like for more than 6 months and still doesn't know.
That's what I'm talking about.
Holy shit.
And then we got me, or whatever your name is over here, White Knightin', which is kind of weird because you're a female, but White Knightin' for this guy. Like, it blows me away. And then questioning our integrity, saying we're unfair and we're just calling people liars.
No, Indio. I just said that there's possibly the response I get the most is just we don't know what the sun is. There could be more. The sun might have weird properties. And every time I say this, you're like, no flat earthers ever said that. When some have just told you today.
That's not the main argument, though. That's not the main argument. Why you keep saying that?
The main argument. Look, you ask me what I think the best argument is, and I think that is the best response.
How many of us have said that here when we ask about what's going on with the sun?
I think that's the best response flat earther can give you on that topic.
Okay, who said that in relation to a sunset?
No, that's a
Very
lie.
specifically.
That is a lie
One
though.
or
No,
two
no,
at a
no.
time.
It's
I need
my
you to have
opinion
a
on what the best
conversation about
argument you have for that case
guys.
is.
Before
2 seconds.
before we
2
get into
Let's see a
all
seconds.
flat
of
earther
the
argument, not your argument.
before we get
Right,
into all of the
seriously,
bullshit, listen,
I muted him for a
listen.
reason, and that wasn't for 5 people to start talking all at the same time. So one of you talk to him, not everyone.
Well, I'm trying to respond to what
Good.
I want
he
Elijah's
claims is
rebuttal.
an argument, because I was there too. But so we don't know what the sun is. Isn't a flat Earth sunset argument, which is what he asked you for. What that is, oh, so you tell us what it is. We don't know what it is. That has nothing to do with the question Indio asked.
Yes, I did bring up atmospheric magnification when he clarified that to me, but I still would say that as far as flat Earth is coming with ideas of a sunset concerned, it's usually in relation to responding to a globus saying, why does the sun do this? It's not just like your own invention of this is what the sun does. Globus will say the sun does this, and you'll say, nuh-uh, it does this, it moves away, and here's a gif of it, or nuh-uh, it's something else with some other queer properties that the sun has that means that we can't actually know what it's doing. It's usually a responsive, it's a reactive argument, not a proactive one. So when I say what I think the most effective one is, I think it's when you talk about how we don't actually know what the sun is, because it leads a glober to have to justify what the sun is, and that takes some elbow grease. So when he asked what's the best argument, that's why I said that one.
Okay, well, let me tell you in detail why everything you said. Listen, we want a flat Earth argument, not what Jekyll thinks is the best flat Earth argument, or the argument that flat Earthers should be making. Typically, when we talk about sunsets, it's because some globers said flat Earthers can't explain sunsets. How would saying we don't know what the sun is be a refutation of you can't explain sunsets? That would be conceding.
That's not true.
What?
Do you want to explain? Do you
Are
want to
your
explain that
wires
comment?
crossed? I can't explain
Don't,
sunsets.
don't get upset, dude. Don't make it emotional, man. Just
That
It's
was
relax.
not that you
someone
can't
else.
explain sunsets, is that you prosecute I'm a pragmatist with this. When you put the argument forward that we can't know what the sun is or how many there should be or what the properties of the sun are,
Right. Slow
it
down.
gives you the ability to challenge the glober into defending how they do know what it is. So it's an effective defense, and you can switch it to an offense.
Great. No flat earther does that defense that you suggest.
Okay, well, I think
The
it's
point.
effective.
Great, but I want the flat earth sunset. I don't want the Jekyll's if I was a flat earther today sunset. And that's why I asked
Well,
you. So
yeah. That's
The onus is already on those presenting positive claims of the sun anyway, so.
Well, I think an argument is just like that's all it is. I mean, like your ability
That's
to
not an
control the
explanation, though.
conversation, good rhetoric. Well, if you ask me for an explanation of it, I don't know. Like, I might talk about it moving further away with a GIF. That might be something that would come up. I mean, I did allude to atmospheric magnification, but I don't think that's as effective as just doing what I said.
well, you also had 2 days to think about it. You didn't say any of this shit that night.
I did. I said it was more effective, and you said I don't care about what's more effective, and I kept saying, well, this is what I think
Yeah, because
makes
I
an
wanted the
effective
flat
argument.
earth argument. Now you're coming up with like flat earth arguments, magnification, blah blah blah. You weren't saying it that night.
I said it that night. I said it was effective, and you didn't like when I said it was effective.
No,
You
I'm
wanted
talking
an
about
actual reason.
Listen closely. Listen closely. Okay. You didn't say that night that a flat earth explanation for sunsets is magnification. You didn't say it that night. You're saying it now.
Okay, it was last night. I could clip
So,
myself
but I'm
talking
proud
about
of you that
atmospheric
you actually learned
magnification. I could clip
something.
that. I
Well,
could
I'm
clip
proud of
that.
you that
I
you
could
actually
find me saying that.
learned the flat earth argument in 2 days, even though you've been here
No,
6
I
months.
could clip that because I said it that night. In fact, I'm sure Manufactotum was there. I'm sure he could verify that. I could clip it and show you
I don't
right
trust
now.
you. I'm not going with your Club 6 or whatever.
All right,
Trying
Alzheimer's.
so hard not to
Alzheimer's.
say that name.
No, goat fuckers 6. But yes, I did say atmospheric magnification at night, but I don't think that's as effective.
The giggling fundies.
Gay friend 6.
Yeah, gay friend 6. Yeah, I prefer goat fuckers. Bro.
Gay fag 6, but
Troll team 6.
that's kind of redundant, though, right?
It's troll team 6. They're partially.
Let me ask Jedi, right?
Are you allowed to say gay fags
going to
in
tell
this
you,
server?
put forward the best. If someone's going to put forward, Jedi, to you, the best flat Earth argument for sunsets, and I say something like, well, this is the most effective way for a flat earther to deal with sunsets, because in reality, a flat earther would say, we don't know what the fuck the sun is, what it does, or why it does what it does, or the properties of the sun, or should there be more than one, right?
Here's a question. Why is the sunset a problem for us?
It's not a problem. It's an effective argument.
You assume it is.
Hold
Listen,
on, Jacko. You just said the same
it's an
shit that I
effective
already
argument.
told you. No flat earther
Yeah.
said. You just
It's
repeated yourself again.
Yeah, it's just his opinion. Look, in your opinion, that's our best argument. We get it. We get it, but we don't agree.
That's not our argument.
Oh, I think it is.
Even though no
Okay,
flat
well-
earther says it, it's still our argument. So you're going to give us our argument for us. Thanks, dude.
All right,
Yeah.
let's ask a
Don't
simple
quit
question.
your day job.
Let's ask a simple question. Jekyll, put on your flat earth head. Why does the sun appear to go down as it goes away?
Okay, so I don't know much about angular resolution, but things converge to your to eye level, and as they do so, they reach a vanishing point, or someone posts a train track, blah 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 blah. Sun disappears as it moves further away and looks like it's going to your eye level, and it can disappear bottom up because some people show that because of the same reason.
Listen, Jekyll, I
To
would
the eye
have really
level?
settled for this because the sun moves. I would have settled for that. I wasn't even trying to rail you on it. I didn't want any technical. I didn't require any technical. Just the sun moves. Why is the sun set? Because the sun moves away. Real simple. It's not even complicated. It seems like you're not paying attention if you can't even the simple basic premise. The sun moves. The earth don't spin.
That's what I always say. First thing when they say sunset, I said the sun moves. That's my first response every time, because that's the truth.
Yeah, but he implied the sun was moving, right? That it was moving, and that's why you're visually perceiving the movement in a specific way, which he described, right? The
Right here.
movement is implicit.
Look at the guy who just started paying.
Co-pilot.
The guy who just started paying attention.
I'm
The
paying
thing is,
attention.
perception is full of cognitive biases. So when you think you live on a planet and it's spinning, you see a sunset, you're going to have a confirmation bias.
Well,
I didn't say that the Earth was moving.
well, what's the conclusion? Because he gave the argument. Okay, so is
Well, I don't know what the conclusion is. I told India what I think the most effective way, line of argumentation a flat earther can go down. He disagrees.
That's not what
That's the end of it.
what he asked
Done.
you. That's not the question. That's not the question. The question was, what is the argument that flat earthers go with?
They all have different ones. I don't know what possible.
Yeah, it's a wide variety, right?
None of them are. We don't know what the sun is. So.
Okay. Are you sure about that? You've never heard a flat earther in this room say, in response to those questions, well, we don't know what it is?
Not sunsets. No, I've never heard that.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know.
what is the sun?
Not on that
What is the sun?
category.
Listen, I'll
they're
wait for
right.
it to come up again.
I've never heard a flat earther answer, how does the sun set with, we don't know what the sun is. I've never heard that.
Okay.
That's not even an argument.
Would you say it's a bad? Would you say it's a bad argument?
Because we know since it's above us, it actually never touches the marine horizon.
It doesn't set. Yeah, in either.
Would
model.
you say it's a bad? Would you say it's a bad argument? So, if I ever catch a flat earther doing that again, when we talk
It's
about
not
sunset,
an
I can
argument
say,
for why does the sun
no.
set.
The Council of Flat Earth have told me to tell you not to go down that line of questioning.
Listen, if you ask why does the sun set on a flat Earth, and I say we don't know what the sun is, I effectively gave no argument. It's not an argument for why the sun set. just like in
it's
just
not.
like
It's
in
not
the
that. It's not an argument for that. It's an argument to say it's meant to be an argument that you can, which is what you try to do in debates. Is the most. You always want to be in the offense at some point in the debate. You want to turn it around.
No,
So
no,
when someone
no,
makes that
no.
case
It's
and you
never
say, "Well,
been. It's never
I don't
been
know
the
what the sun
case.
is," you can then turn it around on the glober,
It's
who
never
will
been the
have to
case.
claim that they know what the sun is,
That's never
yeah,
been the
and
case.
that
prosecute his
leads into
argument.
the listen.
But
That
that's
leads
never.
into
Why can't we just have a go right now? I mean, like, because this is the second day where we kind of. Well, I kind of put you into a situation where we were in the middle of a debate. So let's do it now. We give
just prove the
our
sun is
best
plasma.
argument for the sunset over the flat Earth, and then you can
Well,
rebuttal.
this is a wasted exercise. Jedi, Heretic, and Alpha
No,
have
it's
heard
not a
me debate
wasted
flat Earth.
exercise. I'm gonna make an
They've heard me
argument,
debate
and then
for flat Earth.
what's the
So
problem? I'm gonna actually give the answer, and then you're gonna rebut it as best you can.
no, I've debated.
So, coward. So he says he can defeat any argument, and then loses to me. With the because what was it, the black swan? And I was like, well, what's the legitimate response to it? Yada yada yada. Then, so now he doesn't want to talk about. I don't get it. Why no?
Well,
What's the
listen.
point of talking about it? You're comfortable talking about what happened instead of just going with it.
Maybe because it's your skin color. Talk to me. Talk to me. Come on.
No,
No, it's
because he keeps
it's not
on,
skin color.
but he keeps on trying to make it seem like our best argument is getting on the defense, and I'm like, no, it's not. So let's have a go right now. I'll go in the offense right now.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna explain what the sun is. You're gonna give us like a theory of why the sun exists and why.
No.
Is
What
that
is the sun?
sunset
What is
or
the
is
sun
that
according to you?
No, I'm not
isn't
going to be
that
doing that.
it's a category change, isn't it? I thought we were on sunsets, not what is the sun. And I think your boy couldn't prove the sun is plasma, so he got the hell off the mic.
There's
No, I
two.
think
I don't,
we're
okay, let's for real. Can you clarify what you're asking me to do? Because on the one side, if you're asking me to prove I can argue for flat Earth, just ask Alpha, Heretic, and Jedi. They've
That's not
seen
what
it
I'm
happen.
asking
Or
you.
Cyclone. If
It's
you're
not what I'm
asking me,
asking
on
you.
the other hand, to for you to defend flat Earth from me, by all means, if you think that you can do that.
Defend? No, I'm going to make a claim, and then you're going to rebut it, and it has to be justified.
What's
Okay.
your claim?
Okay.
Go ahead.
As the sun moves over you in the sky, it approaches the horizon, but doesn't actually touch it. It just disappears over the plane of the earth.
How do you know that?
Well, I have a couple of videos.
Yeah, and our videos proof.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Because
So if I showed you a
if
video,
we were in the ocean or standing in the beach, and we had the equipment to eliminate the glare from the sun, then yeah, that's the condition in which I'm saying you will never see the sun touch the horizon.
So if I just to ask the question again, so we can really force this one down, like, you think videos are in fact proof in and of themselves?
Yeah, if it can
No,
be repeated.
the video is indicative of something we would actually be able to do if I had the money to fly you out somewhere so that we could actually see it ourselves. The bottom line is it's just a standard video, could probably be, with a solar filter. Regardless, if you have an unobstructed horizon, it's never going to touch it. It's just going to disappear above it over the plane.
Okay. Well, there's two things we're going to have to pass out first of all. If you're saying videos are proof in and of themselves, then when you see videos of the Earth and the sun far away and the sun, the Earth being spherical, you would obviously say those videos are not proof. So we have to delineate between why the fuck you've decided that these videos are in fact proof.
Because sunsets are something that is a terrestrial phenomena that we all can witness with our eyeballs.
Okay, and you think that makes a difference?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. So let's move to the second thing then. As far as the sun not disappearing over an obstruction and actually just moving away, if I showed you a solar lens of the sun being obstructed, would that put your argument to bed?
Obstructed over the marine horizon with no obstructions. Yeah.
All right.
What's the solar lens doing?
Can you post your video first, just so we can see what you're talking about as a demonstration while I get my
Why
solar
not?
lens?
Sure, why not?
Can't you just use a plane to just fly around the globe and the sun will technically never set, right? If you just match the speed of the rotation of the Earth.
You got a big fucking gas tank on that plane, huh?
Well, obviously,
except that the premise is wrong because the airplane never takes into account any globe under it.
I don't
So
know
how
if you
can you
fly
say?
a circle.
Yeah, flying a circle, doing a circle. Sure, you can do that.
Yeah, that proves a sphere, though.
well, it proves that it's not so flat plane.
I think you should let your boy Jekyll handle this and just be quiet. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, look, just to be clear, right?
I'll second that.
Once it's been shown, as far as Let's For Real has said, it is dead. That argument is sorted, right? We brushed that under the rug, and he will then believe that the sun does in fact go below an obstruction, right?
Well, it's a battle of videos now. Where's the other video?
Okay, now we're saying, whoa, oh no, whoa. Okay.
Don't take his answer for mine, stupid.
So what would be the? Why would you?
You gonna still try to apply what you're about?
Why would you not accept it then? Because there's no point in me going through the modes.
Did I say anything about accepting or not accepting anything?
No, you didn't.
Well, yes, you did. I said, would you accept that if there's a solar lens put up against the sun and the sun's disappearing bottom up over an obstruction, would you say then that that's the actual reality of the situation?
I said if it was over the marine horizon, aka unobstructed, like for example in the middle of the ocean or over the ocean. Yeah.
Where's the video?
Obviously has to be a clear.
Yeah, where's the video?
Clear enough. It's coming. I'm looking for it.
No, I meant his, bro. But yeah,
I
that's
didn't
what
say I'll
you
get
said.
a video. I said I'll get a picture.
Oh, a picture. See, listen, this guy's not dumb. He says if you accept images and videos which you can't verify, then what about my images and videos that you can't verify?
He's happy to accept.
Hold on, Jekyll. Hold on. I'm saying you have a valid point here in your offense and defense, but maybe not the proper platform to deliver that message.
I think all debates strive for that sort of dynamic. But I've sent my GF6 people to go and find it, so I'm waiting for them to get back.
Jekyll, why don't you go to the Central Park over there in London and promote your religion over there with the Muslims and the Christians? Like, you go to the Central Square in London and you talk to them. You go there and speak to them.
Come ye globe, come ye globe.
You don't have to do it here.
Yeah, Hyde Park.
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
Oh, come ye globe.
At Hyde Park. I don't know why you guys like the GF6. Like Embo got banned, so why you? I thought you were one for all and all for one.
Is he banned?
Yeah.
Why did you guys ban Embo?
This is the only fish we got, man. Don't run him off, Cret.
Well, no, it's just curious how they make it sound like they've got this.
I'm hungry.
If they go away, the conversation will just end. They need to be challenged on that. They need to realize that the conversation.
Mackey thought that too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to realize that.
Going.
Yeah, they're not important. They're actually kind of like ruin the space, not elevate it.
I think we enhance it.
Let's just focus on the merit of
I would agree with that for some of you, but not all of you. So, but there's times that I'm not the best thing for the conversation too.
I see.
Oh, GF6.
It's okay for the conversation to take its natural course, right? I mean, we were perfectly fine discussing, like the metrics of Earth's rotation 2 minutes ago, but now we're like, we're talking like too meta, right? Because
one man's
people's
trash
attention
is another man's
spans.
treasure. One man's treasure is another man's trash.
People's thoughts have wandered off at this point, right? Nobody actually wants to do the legwork
the meta conversation
associated with.
Do you actually have an argument?
Longer. When you say we, do you mean you and I?
I'm
Posted a
wondering what
GIF
he
and a
means
video.
by meta conversation.
It's a meta
Posted
conversation.
it.
Is a
Posted a GIF.
conversation about the conversation, but he's having a conversation about the conversation about the conversation.
Yeah, I know. I
There's a
just wanted,
video.
I wanted to
I'm
hear
just
his
pointing out
explanation.
we're not.
But yeah,
GIF as well.
I'm just pointing
Video
out that
and
we
GIF
stopped
posted.
talking about the actual shape of
yeah.
the Earth.
And we're all in the current
All right.
conversation while you're in a conversation about the past
We,
conversation.
all
Yeah,
right,
we're
cool.
with you.
We cut it short. We cut it short. Jedi.
What did Eli post?
Elijah
Video
posted.
and
Elijah has something to say.
Yeah, video and GIF posted.
Okay, give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell the get fucked boys that it has to be an
Oh, don't get too
unobstructed
excited
horizon.
just yet, sir. Don't get too excited.
All right, unobstructed horizon video of a sunset video, like action words.
What's the criteria for joining GF6?
To defeat any flat earther in a debate, and then
No,
You also
qualify.
You lost to me yesterday, bro.
you also have to take it from the back as well. So
We
No, you
recruited
gotta.
AT yesterday
I heard
because
you
AT
got to reach
destroyed
around while
Dempsey.
you get it from the back. You got to reach around. That's what I heard.
Yeah, there's also that.
You have to advocate.
No, Crit. Mike, you got to make the human caterpillar. That's how you get in there.
Oh yeah, the human centipede. That
Hey man, when
Man,
when there was
Elijah don't fuck
listen,
around. He's real as hell. He said the get fuck boys. That's some real shit, man. I'm from Michigan. That's real talk.
when the team began, it was only 2 guys. Now there's gonna be like 6. So I mean, you don't want to participate there, bro.
I thought the G had something to do with Gem Panda.
yeah, it does. It's like a different version of like a
Gem
side.
Force.
They know the Troll Team 6, but they wanted to be like, hey, we're Troll Team, but separate from Troll Team 6. They're GF6.
Yeah, they're the super friends, the global super friends.
It's called gay friends.
Look, we all know why they're here. We know
Disruption.
Your purpose. Yeah, exactly. So that when people that are actually curious and actually want information come here, you throw your body into the gears and waste our time, never concede, and talk a bunch of crap.
Obfuscate all day long.
Running
I mean,
interference.
we have the right. We have the right to make a rebuttal, right? I mean, if we can't just agree with you if we don't
Well,
agree
that
with you.
depends. You're on a private platform. If we allow you to make a rebuttal, then you have the right. Yes.
And if we tell you to take a
This
left,
isn't public.
you can't take a right if we tell you to take a left.
So do you guys explicitly not want to debate with the Globers?
Debate? There's no debate.
Listen. Hold on. Let's be specific. There's 2 categories: anti-Globers and Globers. There's people who've never heard of this, and then there's people who live their entire life and wake up every day and make their mom make them Kool-Aid and a bologna sandwich so they can go fight flat earthers. They're sending Craig money on the internet to fight flat earth, and they're all on the same bullshit. So there's a distinction between the 2. It's not like we're being specific just to Globers.
So to be clear, the only people you want to debate are the people that don't know anything about the topic.
Yeah, I've just looked at this video, and there's a few problems I have with it.
I'm in the middle of a bloody debate right now.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this video really quickly. So we have before us, let's for real, a non-marine sunset with no solar flare. Solar lens. Sorry.
Somebody else was clearly fucking talking, dude, and you just spoke all the way through Elijah because you've got no fucking social skills. Elijah,
Yes, I
can you
don't.
finish what you were saying? Shut up. Elijah, can you finish what you were saying, please?
I was telling the girl, for bloody hell's sake, I was literally in a debate. She's sitting there asking why we don't debate. I'm in the middle of one right now.
Debate? What's that?
Here's another, no filter.
It might say debate.
Can you get one with a solar filter, please?
Alpha, debate is what you put on the end of a hook.
I've
Catch a fish.
demonstrated what I have.
Oh Christ! You guys are obfuscating the debate by saying debate.
Because he
What
thinks
the
that
fuck?
he thinks that it has to be for sure an unobstructed one for me. No, I'm asking you to make it unobstructed, so I know it's not some local horizon that's blocking the sunset. That's the only reason that stipulation is in there. Me being able to show you the phenomena without it is also valid. Why would it not be? So Black Swan me.
Yeah, all right, okay, I've got it for you. I'm going to respond in kind with kind. This is over the ocean, and the sun doesn't reappear on... This is posted by a flat earther, as far as I'm aware. It does not reappear over the horizon. How fabulous is that?
Wolfie is not a flat earther.
There's no solar filter on this.
Well, yeah, look, sir, you haven't posted one of the marine one, and you haven't posted a solar filter
my
one.
stipulation was that you would need one with a solar filter.
No, sir, you don't change when. Oh, I don't have to provide that level of evidence.
Because obviously, there's going to be what's that we call it?
A back and forth,
angular resolution issues. So the bottom line is, obviously, he's not going to be able to zoom in any further, and then we're going to see this phenomena. But the point is, if there was a solar filter on this joint, it would never even touch that horizon. That's what I'm telling you now. If you can't get me that, then it is what it is.
No, look. There's two cases being put forward here. One case is you're saying it definitely does this, it definitely reappears, and the other video shows the exact thing not happening. And you say that the qualifier for this, one way or another, is whether or not there's a solar filter on the video, which you'll only apply to myself when it's your claim. I could get you a solar filter of a sun going over a horizon. I can't really find a marine one off these Google searches, but it'll be your case to put forward. It's your demonstration, right, of why this definitely happens in all cases.
Well, not in all cases, obviously, because there would be cloudy days. There'd be days that you can't see the horizon. There'd be many other things. But the bottom line.
So what's going on with my video then?
But the bottom line is, all I need is
no, it's your claim, sir. Remember, you're defending this case.
All I need is it. So I showed you what I had to show you.
I can show you the sun going behind an obstruction. I don't know whether or not it matters if it's over the ocean or not. Here's a GIF.
Let's for real is on the defense here.
Yeah, there's the one going over the obstruction. No matter what happens there, the sun is not disappearing, moving further away or whatever, right?
Yeah,
it's
but I just
clearly
told
going over an obstruction. Doesn't matter if it's on the ocean or not. But what does matter is that you demonstrate to me your claim.
When I said no local horizons, it's going to describe exactly what you have with this local horizon here at 15 minutes past the hour. I already stipulated, no, we don't want those. I already told you, yes, if you're going to provide something, it has to be with a solar filter if it's going to be over the ocean. Yes, I did.
Yeah. The first thing is, when he interrupts me, I hope you don't mind, but just don't mute me, all right? The second thing is, again, the sun in this solar filter is going over an obstruction. It's not moving further away. It's clearly moving down, right? As for your video, you're meant to be
touch the horizon.
Putting forward the claim that the sun does in fact.
My argument, if you were going to
back into
my
view.
argument was that it would
and
never.
I posted a flat earther showing the exact opposite.
There are things in the way, then it's not the horizon, dog.
What's a horizon if not an obstruction?
Well, a local horizon is what I told you not to use.
Oh, why does that matter?
That's exactly what you're using.
What is the horizon if not an obstruction? Everybody hear that? Everybody heard that, right?
Well, he's begging the question. He's saying that, oh, no. The Earth is definitely of this nature, right? And so when I post this video, and I post a video showing the opposite effect, the exact opposite reality, he says, well, show one with the solar filter, show the solar filter, the sun going behind an obstruction.
Hold on. Use my words.
Not just moving away.
Use my words in the fallacy.
Yeah,
And
so
the
you have to
question fallacy, use
demonstrate
my
your
word.
claim first. You know,
I
it's kind
did.
of your
I
job.
shared the videos. I shared the videos.
You've shown me a video for which you wouldn't accept is strong evidence. You said you have proof, sir. Remember that. You said
May
you
I
have
say
proof of this.
Okay,
You're not accepting your own proof.
There's literally a with an obstruction, still a sun fade out with the
No,
solar
you're
filter
not
video
accepting
that
your
I've sent.
own proof.
Can I say
But I
something
have.
on the topic?
Yes, I've literally given the video where the
So is
sun does not.
so why does my
go
video
below
not?
Why is he talking in the middle of my
Okay,
response?
I apologize. That was me.
So he's telling me I didn't give him
He's
exactly what
excited.
I did give him.
Forgive him.
And on
Yes.
top of that, it did have it wasn't over water.
Okay,
Funny
one
enough.
second. So there's this one. There's this video where that effect he's saying definitely happens doesn't happen. And there's his video, which I'll get now. Here's the video. His video he posted wasn't over water, but he posted a GIF instead. Now, for him, right, he looks at those two situations. I mean, I'll speak to you directly. I won't even speak to you like you're not in the room. For him or yourself, you're saying that the bottom video is obviously reality. It's obviously reality.
Okay.
And then the top one is not reality. In fact, you showed the solar filter
That's not
over
my
land.
argument.
You
Nope,
showed the solar
wrong.
filter over
Nope,
land,
wrong.
which by
Nope,
the way,
wrong.
I also
Nope,
did.
Nope.
The solar
You
filter
can't
is
just keep
happening over
talking
land.
like
There you go.
that was my argument. That's not my argument. Nope. Nope.
You said the videos are proof because they
Yeah,
happen
so?
over the Earth.
But my
terrestrial
argument
proof.
is not what. But my argument or rebuttal to you is not what you said. What I said was, here's my video. Even with an obstructed horizon, the sun is still fading out over that obstruction. You've given me a video of the sun without a solar filter over the horizon, over water, and I told you just find me one of those with a filter. That's what I told you.
Yeah, and you said that the terrestrial proof, videos of terrestrial happenings are proof, right? So what you have now is two solar filter images and videos, both taken over land, right? And you have two videos over the ocean doing exactly the opposite. And you're insisting that your video is true and mine is false. Why is yours true and why is mine false?
Why does he think he can mix match that? Like, well, you have an instance of the sun completely disappearing over obstruction, and mine is just obstructed. Like, well, no, it's not supposed to be disappearing into the distance, period, my man.
Remember what you claimed at the beginning.
Listen. Second of all, with your first from Wolfie P900 maximum zoom, it's not that it wouldn't appear that way because we already know that that's how it would appear, because that's how it appears in the beginning in my video, just with more glare, and he zooms in. Well, look, he's at maximum zoom, so he's not going to be able to do that. So obviously the next step would be slap a filter on that thing, see what's actually going on.
Okay, right. Just to be clear, right, you said at the beginning of the debate, videos of terrestrial happenings are proof. And so we have two videos of the same vein, right? Well, you have a GIF and a video because you posted a GIF. And they both show opposite things happening. But you're meant to be making the case. You're meant to be making the case, let's for real, that this video is proof of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but when I bring up a dissenting video, you're saying, well, I've got to provide more evidence than you for your case. Remember, you said videos of terrestrial happenings are proof at the beginning. You can't change it now.
There's also a caveat. Just put a solar filter on it.
Oh, there's a caveat now, right? What?
Well, it was there in the beginning.
So why is it that when you demonstrate...
It was there in the beginning and you didn't say, no, I don't want to do that. I said it in the beginning. Why didn't you object then?
Oh, I didn't know I wouldn't be able to find one over the marine, but it doesn't really matter because the case doesn't change for you, right? The case doesn't change for you. If you look at this video, they're both showing the proof, right, that the sun does this if you look over a distance. Regardless of whether mine has a solar filter and yours doesn't, you're meant to be making the case. You're in the defensive, and you're saying the evidence I need to provide is lesser than the person who's meant to be arguing against me. Actually, I've given you the exact same evidence that is supposed to be, in your words, proof. And you can't argue against it without saying, I've got to provide more evidence to you.
No, I just argued against it. I just argued. Yeah, my argument against that was I never said that there wouldn't be an angular limit that the sun would appear like this. But
So how do you determine which one's the true video?
I know that it's a. Why is he talking? Why is he talking? Why is he talking?
Why? Oh, sorry.
He's appealing to his female side. Just
yes, my female brain is coming out.
Why is he talking? Because he was asking. I'm telling.
All right, go on. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, shut up.
So I never said that angular resolution wouldn't produce what we see in your video. In fact, my first video looks exactly the same. Because that has to do with angular resolution limit, except the sun is in the sky. You can see the top half. As a matter of fact, you see it look like a destructo disc. As a matter of fact, again, if you have some of these filters and depending on where you are on Earth. But anyway, all I'm saying is that if you could zoom in, you just see that the distance between the ground and the sun is going to increase again, just like it did in my video. But he's at maximum zoom, so there's no way to actually falsify that at that point. But you can put a filter on there.
I don't know what the maximum zoom has to do with it necessarily. I think what the case is. Let's separate, because you said a few things just there, right? You said a few things
because it's going to appear to look that way, even though that's not the case. Case in point, my video where it zooms in and it doesn't look like it's obstructed anymore.
Question begging. Anyway, so then in those two videos, just to be clear, right? Yes, it is question begging, because you're saying.
Tell me what in the form of the fallacy. Tell me now. What did I say?
Yeah. So if you're saying my video is false because in that video you're seeing the effect I don't want to see, so the maximum zoom is obviously the issue, and I won't demonstrate any further for why it's a problem, then that's question begging.
That's very clump. No, first of all, that's not question begging. Second of all, I didn't say your video was false.
You're begging the question.
An argument. You're not making an argument. I'm just telling you all your video there is showing is that the sun appears that way because of angular resolution. How do we know? Because look at my video. It looks like that, except you zoom in and then the angular distance between the ground, object 1, and the sun, object 2, increase.
Remember what would like. There's a few things you said. By the way. No. That's for real. Let me just make
somebody like.
Oh my lord.
You got like because we're going around in a circle. So
yeah, I'm going to address something else you said.
He's listen. There are two videos, and he's trying to say, well, you posted 2 videos and I posted 2 videos. The bottom line is no. The video that he posted is my rebuttal to that is its angular resolution. Well,
okay, perfect.
The P900 is at max zoom, so there's really not much else you can do, but I can show that effect. In fact, it's in my first video.
Okay, that's perfect, right? So angular resolution it is. We'll put angular resolution on the table. But first of all, let's just know where we are so far, right? That Let's For Real said that he could prove in a video that this is the case, but another video has been put forward that is the opposite case, and now he's saying that this video, what's happening here, is unique to angular resolution. So let's For Real answer me this question.
Everything includes
answer me this question.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, answer me this question. What is it? Why did angular resolution become a problem in that video, but in other sunsets it stopped being a problem? Why does angular resolution pick and choose when it wants to be relevant?
It was never not a problem, dog. It was never not a problem.
Oh, so what changed about the angular resolution of this video versus your video?
Well, it was never not a problem. In the beginning, I stipulated that if you're going to give a marine shot, it would be with a solar filter. I said that in the beginning, and you didn't object. So you just haven't given that. That's all.
You guys really
you just haven't given
you can't
that.
say
glad, bro.
You can't say to me.
You just haven't given that. That's all.
Serious?
You can't say to me, no, sir. Well, actually, the difference here is that angular resolution's relevant in my video because it's going over a large body of water and it's in the distance.
Really my argument.
But when it happened in your video, angular resolution stopped being important. It went away, right?
My argument.
Why is that?
Rebuttal. That's my rebuttal to your video. It's actually demonstrated by my video. There's no argument there. It's just a demonstration.
You're trying to find you need to find a symmetry breaker.
Me pointing it to you. My argument is actually that the sun doesn't actually disappear because of the horizon.
Yeah, you need to find a symmetry breaker.
It actually fades away into the distance.
Yeah, you need to find a symmetry breaker because on the one side you're saying that angular resolution defeats my video, but
Eli,
when you apply it to your evidence, by the way, the case you're trying to make, it doesn't apply.
Bro. I already
it's not there. It's not a problem anymore.
The demonstration is in my video.
Let me put him a pause. He's not going to relent, bro.
Like he's just arguing for nothing. It's not like what I'm saying is not justified. He's just trying to logically.
No, you're speculating.
All right, we're gonna mute everybody who's interrupted right now because we're trying to get off. We're gonna get off.
You're saying that it is absolutely angular reflection, but you haven't proven it to be the case. You're just speculating that.
Right.
No, you don't. No, it started out as my argument, but go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah, no, they don't want to get off this train. You made your point, bro. You're going in circles again, over and over again. They're just gonna use invincible ignorance to avoid the fact. That's all that's happening. So right now, I guess the point was in contention about the sun. Where did we start, Eli? If you could just
I said I make an argument right now that you can't refute. I said sunsets actually disappear and never touch the horizon if unobstructed using a filter. That's initially what I said. And he said, show me a video. So I gave him 2.
Okay, and his rebuttal was his videos, and then
and then he just yep, circle jerking around that.
Yeah, it sounded like circle jerk, but I mean, if you gave him the video, if you gave him the evidence,
then his response, to be fair and honest to his position, was he since I gave an actually because I told him no obstructions, like no local horizons, like buildings, trees, things like that, elevation, and so. But I did post a video with what appears to be some local obstruction. It's just that I used it because you can actually see the sun fade out because they used a filter. So he said, well, here's my photo of an obstructed sun using the horizon. You use the local horizon, so I'm using a local horizon and it is obstructed. But that's not what I asked him for. It never was. The first thing I asked him for was, my claim is that over an unobstructed horizon with a solar filter, it never actually touches the horizon. It just goes away in the distance.
So
then I gave my video. So
if you gave him that evidence, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they provide as long as you showed them that one instance where it shows that. Because you could show an instance where it doesn't do that, but that's still not arguing the case that you brought forward.
But he can't show me an instance. I mean, it's angular resolution trickery. Because again, my other video shows that it appears like it's setting, but then you zoom in, and then it increases the angular distance between, again, the sun and the. So it's not complicated. Wolfie's video is literally titled. It's literally titled maximum distance, maximum zoom. So
all right, I'm gonna pose something, I guess, to continue, I guess a segue to this, and I'm gonna kick it over to the chat. Maybe we want some new dance partners. I'm just gonna fade to the black, but I'm just gonna post. I'm gonna talk about something relevant to your topic, Eli. So when looking at the sun, are we looking at the actual position or an apparent position? This is the next phase of where we're going with this. An apparent position. I'm going to mute all the interlocutors that were muted before. Apparent position or an actual position. That's all I wanted to talk about. So if you guys don't circle jerk, just make your case. Apparent position or actual position. You can choose one of those two, but make your case for either one. Anybody else that's muted, we'll get unmuted. Go ahead, guys.
By the way, Embo came through for me, and he got the ones with solar filters. By the way, but that's irrelevant. I don't really care about demonstrating that because I'm sure he's going to find an excuse for why.
We're not going back to that point. We already sailed past it. So can you please move on to
if it's
the next
legit, it's
question?
legit, and I'll stop.
Yeah,
saying
but we're
what I'm
gonna
saying,
circle
and
back to that, and then you guys are gonna go right back to the same thing. I know this. We're trying to get to the next phase. So here we go. Go ahead, Jekyll. We're not going
What's the
back,
next phase to do with what? Sorry, Mark, was this a conversation? Are we still doing the debate?
Yeah. Is the sun right now that you're looking through your solar filter in an actual position when you're looking through that solar filter, or an apparent position?
I don't know how long you've been here, Alpha, but the point of this exercise is for Mr. Let's for real demonstrate he can.
Yeah, I know, dude, but this is the next phase because we're looking at the sun through filters. We're looking at the sun without filters. We want to know if the sun is in an apparent position in the sky or is in an actual position where I see it. So this is the next phase. Go ahead.
Oh, I think I'm done then. If that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. So anybody else in here, the globe earther, because we're looking at the sun through filters and without filters. Is the sun in an apparent position or an actual position? No answer will give a concession to all parties. Well, to the ones who think that they can ascribe to it. So what would we say on FE?
Apparent.
Do we have a consensus? FE?
I don't know what I would say. I would say what I know, which is through a filter, the sun and the moon are the same size and give the same shadow angles through the day and night.
Yeah, that's fine, but we're trying to figure out if we're actually looking at the sun in its position in the sky or apparently in the sky. Which one is it? FE? We want to know if everybody's on firm footing on this.
There.
Say again?
I'd say apparently it's right there. And the kids start to
All right. Okay, FE is 2 for apparent. Anybody else? We want to know if everybody's on the same page here. Go ahead.
I think it's apparent.
That hurt.
Oh, dang, that actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do. Unfortunately, I do have a rebuttal. You see all of that?
Rebuttal. It's just a question.
No, I'm sorry. To this solar filter sunset from BMLS, be our boy. On the FE side, you see that layer of cloudiness above the water. Yeah. That's not the horizon. So, not.
So, and we got 2 for apparent. Anybody else?
Tough cookies.
FE? Okay.
Apparent?
So globe Earth, yeah. So in the sky, when we see the sun, is it in an apparent position or an actual position? Do I see it where it's at, or is it not where it's at?
I think we all say apparent, FE side.
FE?
Yeah.
Apparent.
Yeah.
So is there anybody in FE that would say it's an actual position?
Never heard that one before.
Yeah.
Hell no!
All right. So when we're looking at the sun, there's a lot of phenomena that's taking place, where it's at, what it's doing, on the horizon, up in the sky, noontime, doesn't matter. So when we're looking at the sun, it is in an apparent position in the sky. I don't think most flat Earth would disagree with that, but if the globe Earth is saying that the sun is where I see it and it doesn't change any sizes, then how do you know where it is? Where is the sun? Is it right where you see it or not?
Oh, okay.
So all the
you
talk about
can tell
solar
where
filters,
the sun is.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
But like how precise you know where the sun is, it's like a margin of error, right? We know that refraction can take place and cause the sun's apparent position to change in the sky, but there's a limit. And if you know the atmospheric conditions, then you should know how much it refracts approximately.
You do know that within your model, that's sun where it was 8 minutes ago because of the speed of light. So every time that you look at the sun within the globe Earth model, that's where it was 8 minutes ago. Then you can add your refraction.
Yeah, that's
So,
another layer that we have to
so
add. Yeah,
apparent.
sure.
So apparent then.
Yeah, of course it's apparent. I don't.
All right, so this is
Yeah.
important. Yeah, the reason why I want you guys to get honest with this question is because it actually demonstrates that the argument from saying that the sun doesn't change size is a load of nonsense. Because we are looking at the apparent position. So the sun, apparently to total Terrence, is refracting through the sky. So we see an apparent position because the sun is being refracted through the sky. Solar filter or not, we do not see the actual position of the sun. So how can we tell the size of the sun? Yes?
Well, I mean, we don't tell the size. Like, we can't confirm the size of the sun just by looking at it.
Okay.
It's just an inference we make because we deduce that the sun is an object in the sky, and objects typically don't change like that. Like it's a star, and we know how stars
But
work.
can refraction change the size of an object?
We can change the apparent size of an object, but when we say the
Right.
sun isn't changing size, we mean that it's
What?
actually not changing size, but atmospheric
How do we
conditions
know
make,
that? How do we know that?
How do we know that the sun isn't changing size?
Yeah, because apparently we always see is its apparent position in the sky, and refraction causes a lot of myriad of problems for those who think that it's not changing size.
Well, I mean, we've seen the sun from other like vantage angles
Well,
and
that's
stuff like that from
yeah,
satellites.
yeah, but
So
that you're using satellites, and we're not doing that because the sun apparently on Earth is being challenged with solar filters. Is it not? Not
well,
changing
I mean,
size.
I've already said that like we can't tell just by looking from the Earth that the sun
Well,
isn't
I'm agreeing
like
with you,
apparently
sir.
changing
But
size.
I'm agreeing with
So
you. But I'm
yeah,
waiting for the next globe earther to come up and say that they're going to argue about the sun not changing size and doing something in the sky when they don't even know where it is.
okay. I mean, if the claim is that the sun can appear to shrink until completely not visible, then I would interfere there because that's something that
Why?
I have to.
Why?
Why?
You just finished
Because
saying that
refraction has a
refraction
limit.
doesn't. Yeah, but you
Yeah,
said it
refraction
does a
has a
myriad of
limit. It
things.
can't do
It
that.
does. How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because
Yeah,
there's no
that's a
atmosphere.
claim.
Okay, you need very specific atmospheric conditions to cause that to happen.
Right.
Very
And we have
specific.
had that before.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have.
I don't think we've recorded something like that. Because
Yes, we
in order
have.
for that to happen, you'd have to have a whole lot
How
of
do you know?
compression.
Have you examined all evidence of every video that could be taken possibly about the sun not doing that or doing that?
Well, okay.
I
I'm gonna
ask you,
say
sir.
that it's completely rare. I'm not gonna say that it hasn't
Right.
happened. I'm gonna say that it's not a regular occurrence that
So
happens.
therefore you can't dismiss it. Like you just did.
I'm gonna say that it's not a regular occurrence that happens.
It doesn't
So
matter.
I don't think it's
If it
evidence
does
as in
happen, yeah, but
it's not
if it
evidence
does
for
happen,
anything.
if it does happen, yes, it is. It's evidence that you're not
It doesn't.
making
It
your
hasn't
claim
happened
correct.
though. We
How do
haven't
you
seen.
know,
I don't
sir?
think I've seen a video where it
How
happened.
do you know? We have examples of that. We can show you. Very simple.
It depends on the
We have
optical.
evidence.
Well, no. What we have examples of is solar flare
What?
and things
No, we
being
don't.
obstructed in
That's
the
not. How do you know
atmosphere.
what I was going to present? You're making a claim.
How do you know?
Another
Because I've
claim.
seen every argument you guys make, man.
No, you haven't.
I know
Dude.
every argument you guys make.
Then, if the sun does change its apparent size, why would you? Are you agreeing with that? Does it change? Does the sun change its apparent size? Yes or no?
Marginal differences in size, but
So
it
it
will
does. So
completely
be
shrink.
honest, sir. In
It
the
will completely
conversation, when I
shrink out of
ask if
view.
it changes size, I don't care about marginal.
I've already
If
said
it changes
yes.
size,
You
be
need to
forthcoming with your
understand.
truth. I don't need to understand. I need you to be forthcoming with the truth. If the sun
I've
does
already
change
said
its
yes.
apparent size, okay, then
And
that's
I
what we're
qualified
good
that.
right there. Now, a full
And I
stop.
qualified that. And I
I have full
qualified
stop.
that.
It doesn't matter. It changes its apparent size. That's the only thing that needs to be said. Once we are on that mission, the next mission is to identify that if we're making a claim that the sun does not change its apparent size, that would need to be kind of sussed out, right? So we haven't done that yet. Now the claim is on the globe Earth side and the flat Earth side is that it does change apparent size. So now we're getting to everybody else here in the discussion, right? Everybody in the discussion needs to know whether or not it's going to do that. So it was real heated just a while ago. It seems like the energy
in typical conditions.
Hold on, Terrence. It seems like the energy is lost on the globe side. It seemed like on one point they were so sure. No, I'm not. Does the sun change its apparent size, sir?
Yeah, but marginal differences.
Yeah. All right. So we don't need to know about marginal.
And run with
if it does, yes, I'm running with it because that's what it does. So now if somebody says otherwise, then that's what they have to provide evidence of, because apparent size change does happen, filter or not.
You're equivocating though.
How?
In one sense, you say it changes size, but what you really mean is that it's able to completely shrink out of view, or out of completely, like, as if
That's
it
what
was
size
moving
change
away.
means, sir. That's what size change means.
That's not the extent of my claim, though. My claim,
It's
when it
not,
says it can
yeah, but
change
it's not.
size, I
That doesn't
qualify
matter.
that. That's
It
not a
doesn't
claim on its
matter.
own.
You're
That's not a
saying it
claim on its
changes.
own. It's not
Yeah, but
complete.
you're
It needs
saying
to be
it changes.
qualified.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying it changes sizes, just not like that. So you want to say what you want to say, but then you
it
don't.
won't do that.
It
won't
doesn't
completely
matter.
shrink out
In
of
rare
view.
conditions, listen, in rare conditions, as you outlined, rare conditions, it could, right?
Then it's not proof for anything one way or the other.
It is.
I don't have to
Admit it,
see
sir.
anything about that.
Yeah,
Admit it.
admit it.
What?
In rare instances, it could do that, right?
I've never seen it happen.
It doesn't matter if you've never seen it, sir. Answer the question. In rare instances, it could happen, right?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you for
So
your
what?
concession. Now, let's move forward to anybody else here in the globe side. Do you think that the sun changes sizes or not? And if you don't think so, please put up your evidence, because I have some. And it's not any flat earther saying anything.
I haven't conceded the entire argument.
Yes, you have, sir. You have. We're past that now. We're now on to anybody else in the room that does say that the sun doesn't change its apparent size. Please put up your evidence, because you had energy to talk about the sun and filters and arguing what it's doing on the horizon, but you have no idea. And if not, this is going to be your concession, Globers, that you don't have any idea what the sun is, of its size change, or anything of the like. This will be your firm concession.
Again, you're being dishonest.
I will accept it. Your silence, I will accept it.
You're being
dishonest. And then if
again.
it gets brought up in the next, 20 minutes or so, it'll be hand wave dismissed. Any argument. So you're either going to stand firm to say that it does change size or not. Any Glober can chime in right now and make their case. The floor is open. Terrence tried, but he agreed with me, so we need a Glober that disagrees.
I haven't conceded what you think I conceded.
Yes,
just
you did,
being
sir.
dishonest, and I don't think
No,
anyone's
you
going to
admitted
argue
it.
with you.
I only take concessions. I hope you know that. That's the only thing I take, and you've done that already. So the
You're
only
being
thing we're
dishonest.
going for
When
is
someone qualifies a
Yes.
claim, you need to listen to their qualification. You can't take
Doesn't
that
matter,
and
dude.
then assume whatever you're thinking is right.
If it changes sizes,
you made
in
the claim
rare
that we
instance,
don't know.
let me say it again for the
You made
audience,
the claim that
because
we
you
don't
seem
know
you
anything
don't
that's
like the
happening
way
with the
you
sun.
don't like the way it felt when you conceded. So let's do it again. Maybe perhaps the second time it'll be smoother, right? In
You
rare
said
instances,
that we don't know anything
I'm
that's
gonna
happening
tell
with
you
the
what I
sun.
said. I'm gonna tell you what I said. In rare instances, does the sun change its apparent size small enough to where it goes down to a pinprick? In rare instances, maybe one that you haven't seen, but could it possibly be the case? Go ahead, Terrence.
Could, but I don't know if it did. Right?
Okay, thank you. That's your concession. So now, moving on, let's go to see if anybody else could actually speak up and say that. Globers, is your moment to shine.
Someone
If
says
not,
something is
another
theoretically
argument will
possible.
be lost. Another argument will be lost, and another attempt.
Isn't an argument.
I'm not talking.
There is
to
no
you,
impact
Terrence.
of what
Thank
you're saying.
you, sir. You've done your part. We just need anybody else in here to tidy up the argument. Like I said, if not, we'll just go ahead and move on. And I'll open up the floor, and anybody else can bring up their arguments, and we'll move ahead. There was a lot of energy about the sun talk, but not enough evidence backing it up. Anyone? Okay. Thank you very much, guys. You've been real kind. We're gonna move ahead and open up the floor. Anybody else can bring up the next argument, and we'll go ahead and talk about the new thing that someone else has. So, Globers, if you have another argument, please bring it forward. If not, we'll probably think of one and then put it forward to you guys. A lot of energy in the room right now, so go ahead, guys. All right, Terrence, you're back up.
I mean, there was really no point being made.
Yeah, there was that you
All
don't
you've
have a
made me
claim about the
concede is
sun
that
size
under
change.
theoretical conditions that the size can change, and I wasn't arguing that it
It
couldn't
wasn't
change.
theoretical. No, sorry. It
So
wasn't
what? So
theoretical.
what point is made here? What point is made here for your?
It wasn't
Well, if
theoretical.
we're looking to move it on, I heard Terrence say that he knows everything we say here. So you know then that we say that no one's ever measured Earth's curvature. What do you think about that?
Go ahead, Terrence.
No one's measured Earth's curvature. Well, interesting claim. I mean, you could use tools to measure. Well, you can't directly measure Earth's curvature. I won't say that.
Oh, okay.
You can
So you don't
indirectly
disagree with us
measure an
when we.
inference.
So you don't disagree
I
when
can,
we say no one's measured curvature.
yeah, but you can make mathematical inferences that will logically.
Yeah, we're good.
Why do you think?
Now,
why do you think no one's ever measured Earth's curvature?
Mathematical.
The Earth is massive. There's no one tool like an abacus or something or some ruler that you can measure the Earth with.
Yeah, I don't think you would
There's
try and
nothing.
use an
There's no
abacus.
tool you can use. There's no
Yeah.
tool you
So
can use to measure something of that size.
So do you know?
Period.
So do you know how much curvature they say exists over 10 miles, for example?
I forgot the exact number, but there is one. Yeah.
How
I don't know
do
the
you know
exact number.
roughly? Do you know roughly how much it's supposed to be? Like a foot, a centimeter, 10 foot? What do you think? More, less?
I'd say. I think it's 8 inches per mile.
8 inches per mile.
I don't remember the exact number, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 8
Okay. But if you were
inches
to
per
say
mile
that
squared.
Earth's but for you to say that Earth's too big to measure curvature, you would surely have to know how much curvature they're claiming exists.
Well, yeah, I mean, the curvature part is like a mathematical inference, though, and it's an average based
Well, it's
off
a
of.
claim. It's a claim, but you're saying no one can measure it because it's so huge, but you don't actually know how much curvature is supposed to exist over 10
You
miles.
can't. Okay, I mean, in one sense, I agree with you that it's not an exactly proven claim, but it has reasonable deductions made to get to that point too.
Right. So it's not a proven claim that the Earth curves.
Yeah, I mean, proof is hard to get.
Okay, so the globe isn't proven.
Absolute concrete.
You agree with us when we say the globe isn't proven?
The globe isn't proven. Well, I say that it has the most evidence of any other theory concerning the
But
Earth's
if the curvature if there's no curvature proven, then the globe isn't proven, right?
Neither is flat Earth. So what?
Yeah, but why don't you just
I
answer his
will
question?
give you that. I will grant you that. I have already answered your question.
The globe is the positive claim, though, right?
And so is
you
flat Earth.
experience the flat Earth already. Yeah, but you experienced that
No, I
already.
don't. I don't experience a flat Earth. That's a claim being made, and that's only been reified using. You can only reify that.
No,
So you experience curvature.
I experienced
The
a flat Earth.
curvature that can't be measured.
I can't determine that. I've only experienced a small percentage.
Right. Right. So then, by default, if you're not experiencing curvature, then by default you're experiencing it to be flat. Right?
You stop muting me. I'm answering his questions.
No, you're not. You're talking through him. Answer his question.
He's talking over my response to his questions.
Please answer his question.
What was his last question?
Yeah, you're saying you don't experience curve. You don't measure curves, so it would just be flat. So that's
no, I can't assume that. Because I can't measure something doesn't mean I have. If I can't measure
Right.
something, I
So, but
can't
I'm
make
saying it's
inferences
what you
about it.
experience. Right. But I'm saying that's what you
Experience.
experience. Correct.
I don't experience. I wouldn't say it. I experience. Okay,
Oof,
what
the
I can
struggle.
see.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Oof.
Okay, so what do you mean by my experience? Do I experience the Earth being flat? Is that what you're saying?
Your experience. Well, you said you don't experience curve. No one can measure curve. So yeah, we experience it as flat by default.
I don't experience the entire Earth, so I can't make
No,
inferences
but
about
what
the
you
entire Earth.
No, you
See how
just
that
changed
works?
it. You just moved the goalposts.
You're,
He didn't say entire Earth. He
yeah,
never
yeah.
said entire Earth.
That's
You
the,
just
no.
moved the
Right, so
goalposts.
You just
if
your
I say parts of
experience
the Earth
of
are
Earth.
flat, if I say parts of the Earth are flat, does that go for flat Earth theory, or does that
Flat theory.
negate or
So
go
we're
Earth theory?
talking
It
about
doesn't.
your direct experience of the Earth. You just said you don't experience it to be curved. You don't measure curve. So by default, we experience it as flat, meaning the positive claim is that it's curved and it's a globe. So your thing of,
I don't
well, you have to
experience the
prove it's
entire Earth.
flat, it's not really the same thing because the curve is a positive claim. You don't experience it.
And so is flat being a positive claim when you're talking about the entire Earth.
Well,
I
no, that's
haven't
just what we
experienced the
experience
entire
by
Earth.
default. No, that's just what we experience by default because there's no curve, remember. We don't
Think an
experience the
average.
curve.
Think about it this way: it doesn't prove or disprove anything because when you have a
Yes, it
globe
does.
Earth, right? All the claim is that
Right.
on average there is curvature, right? This doesn't mean that
Where?
there could be
But
not
this is the
flat
thing.
points on the Earth.
This is the thing. But this is the thing. You need curvature for the positive claim that Earth's a ball. But you're just
I
telling us
wouldn't
you
need to
don't
see
have it.
curvature.
No one's measured it.
Yeah, that's the worst
I
part
also
about it.
wouldn't.
You don't see it totally. You don't see it. You don't measure it. You don't even experience it. So how do you know it's there?
Well, how do I know
Yeah,
the entire Earth is flat? I
I'm only
don't know
really
the
picking
No,
up
entire
on
Earth
answer
is
the
that
flat.
question.
because
Totally. Answer the question. Why are you afraid of the question? And ask
How do
me a
I know
question.
curvature is there?
Yes,
Well, I
sir.
can do it without
Experience it.
directly measuring it. I've already said this. Mathematical inferences and deductions.
but you should be able to measure it.
I don't have to measure it. No.
So you
I'll
don't
have to
have
use
to, but
one
someone
form
should
of
have been
proving
able to.
something.
Someone should have been able to measure it at some point, though.
No, that's a false claim. Like I said, there's no tool
Well,
that can
no,
make it practically possible to
because you
directly
don't.
measure
Well,
something like that.
you say that, but again, remember, you don't know how much curvature is supposed to exist, so you can't claim that.
I do.
You don't even know
I
what it's
do know
supposed
how
to
much
be. I
curvature is
asked you.
supposed to exist.
Okay, so how
Using
much
mathematical
curvature is there
deductions.
supposed to be? Okay, over 10 miles, like I asked before. How much curvature is there supposed to be?
And using mathematical inferences and deductions, I gave you a number. I gave you an
You
8
didn't give me a
inches per
number.
mile squared. I gave you 8
No,
inches per mile
that's
squared.
not an amount of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, so
That,
tell
over
me what
1
it is.
mile.
Right, for
8
10
inches per
miles.
mile
Well,
squared.
okay,
10
so what does that
miles?
make over
Just
10
scale it
miles?
up. 80. 10
Yeah, you
miles?
do it. That's
Just
why I'm
scale it
asking
up.
you.
It would be
Saying
80. It would be 80 inches. Mathematical
80
inferences.
Oof.
Ooh.
Oof.
Ooh.
What's your point here? I can't use math? This is a dumb claim. This is a dumb argument you're making.
Yeah. I guess the point is you can't do math. 8 inches per mile squared, 10 miles. Okay, so they say it's about 66 feet.
Okay.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
believe
maybe I was
that?
wrong.
66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
Maybe I was
Yeah,
wrong.
I believe that. I believe that.
Okay, so you know that there are lasers that can shoot further than 10 miles, right?
Lasers that can shoot further than 10 miles.
Yep.
Under
Or
what
10 miles.
conditions? Like, are
Yeah.
you like
From
you have to
point of
qualify
origin.
that?
Yeah,
so
from
they
point
should
of
be able
origin
to.
to the target.
Yeah,
Point of
so they should
origin
be
to
able
the
to
target.
measure this drop of 67 feet over 10 miles. But you're saying no one
Okay,
can.
and all right, so let's say you have two lasers and you're saying that they're the same height and you can point one over 10 miles.
No. Yeah, one laser shooting to a target, Terrence.
A
Well,
target,
regardless,
and they're at the
right?
same
So
height.
you
They're
can
at the same
draw.
height, right?
Yeah, so you would be able to notice a deviation between the laser and the ground over 10 miles of over 60 feet. So why can no one do that, according to you?
I can no one do that. Are you sure about that? Have you searched this up?
Well, yeah, you said no one's done it.
Right. I think there's been, because I do know there's like land surveyors who do something like this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, because
I
before you
don't think
said
they
no one
measured
measured it.
exactly what you're talking about, though. Like exactly like the
Like the
deviation,
curve.
because the Earth is not some smooth surface. It has a bunch of like
Yeah.
deformations and
So,
stuff.
so
You're
you need to
going
be
off on a
clear. You
tangent
need to be
totally.
clear. Yeah, you need to be clear. So are you saying they have measured it now? Because before you said they hadn't.
I asked you if you were sure about that. I didn't say.
No, if
No,
you
no,
were
no.
sure about
Before,
that.
I originally asked you, has anyone measured it? And you said, no, we can't measure it. It's too big, blah, blah, blah. You said that.
Well,
So,
I
so
said
which is
there's
it?
no reasonable, practical way to measure it. And even the method
Yeah,
you're
so no one's
proposing,
measured
right?
it. No one's measured that
No, even the
67
It hasn't
method.
been done.
10 miles.
Okay, I've already said this. Why do you keep on reiterating things that you already said? I've already,
Right, so because you've kind of gone
I
back on
already
it now,
granted
which is
these
it? Have
things.
they measured it or not?
I said they haven't directly measured it.
Okay, well, how can no one measure 67 feet of drop over 10 miles?
60. That's a different claim. Like
It's the
again,
same one,
the
Terrence.
laser method. The laser method might work.
All right, so has someone
Just
done
done a little
that?
bit differently.
So
Let me
someone
see. I
measured the
think there's
curve
someone
using
who
a
has
laser?
done it.
And I was only bringing this up because you said, I know all the things you guys say, meaning presumably you heard that no one's measured curve, and you've disproven that to then be coming in here arguing with us. Because without the
Well, no,
curve,
it
if
wouldn't.
we're right saying that no one's measured it, you don't have an argument at all for the globe.
No, what you need to understand though, right, is with the laser experiment, that wouldn't prove it, right? All it would prove is that there's obstruction in the way. And that wouldn't do anything because the Earth is uneven, it's not completely smooth,
Can you show one
et
example?
cetera, et cetera.
Do you have
Like
an
if you
example?
do, I'm not talking about like topography though, like do it over a lake or something.
But even still, he hasn't provided. You haven't provided evidence that that's the case yet. There's no evidence to back what you're saying. You're just saying
What's
that
the
you think that.
case?
Where has somebody done that?
Where has someone done what?
Are you lost?
I think you're lost.
What?
You think I made a claim. I haven't
Yeah,
yet.
you said that somebody used lasers somewhere, and we're asking who.
I think, yeah, I said I
There you
think
go.
someone used lasers in a
See,
similar
don't get
experiment.
lost. You listen to what you just said. I think, right? I think
I
somebody's
believe
done
in
it.
you.
Yeah, but
So
Someone's
now,
I
how do you
definitely
know?
done it.
How do you
I
know
haven't
that's
really
true?
made a burden yet. I haven't really made a
It's
burden to
proven
prove
You
it
science.
yet.
just said, dude. You
Proven
just said, I
science.
think somebody's done it. You said it right now. I haven't made a claim. Right after you just made a claim. What are you talking
I
about,
think
dude?
isn't a claim. I think isn't a claim.
Okay, yes, it is. I think
The
somebody's
statement of
done it.
belief.
Okay,
The
so
statement of
right.
belief.
So can you bring some evidence to back up that statement of belief?
If you give me some time, I think I can.
Well, that's what you need to
All
do.
right. We will wait patiently for your curvature measurements. Thank you.
Yeah, we ain't gonna go nowhere.
But
24/7,
this
man.
isn't a curvature
Come on.
measurement, though. This is an obstruction measurement. There's a difference.
What's the obstruction caused by?
Shit. What's obstructing?
Because this
Say
wouldn't
it.
measure curvature. This would measure obstruction.
Well, what's causing
And
the
what's this
obstruction? What's
obstruction?
causing the obstruction?
It would be whatever the land is. It could be the
The
ocean. It could
land.
be.
No, we're talking about over a lake or something, so you don't have topography to worry about.
Okay, so it could be the water then. It'd be obstructed by the water.
Why?
Obstructed by the water. Are we shooting into the water?
Why would it be obstructed by the water?
Yeah.
How would the water obstruct the laser?
He doesn't want to say it. He's kind of reluctant to. Sounds like.
Yeah, they all know it's ridiculous. They know
You
that spinning
know.
ball in a
Laser be
vacuum
obstructed by.
fantasy is crazy.
Say it.
Can you repeat your question?
No, don't. You were so close. Why are you denying us? Like, okay.
So no, I'm actually confused. You said what would the laser be obstructed by?
Yeah.
Yep.
It'd be obstructed by water, but it depends on
Why?
like.
Why?
Why would it be?
Uh-huh.
There'd be. Oh, hold on a second.
How would it be obstructed by the water? Say it. How?
Starts with the C.
He was doing the March. Someone was doing the Martians, the attack from Mars sound. The Martians, something like that.
He feels like he's losing steam.
Okay, yeah,
It's
it
like
would be
a
absurd
little
to become a
kid.
curvature.
Oh, he said it. Oh shit.
There you go. There you go. Okay. So yeah.
Predictable obstruction due to curvature. We can measure that then with the lasers. Great. Let's see it.
Yep. Now all you got to do is go get the evidence. Pretty simple.
Should be like hundreds of videos, right? Like just
should be swimming in videos, man.
The whole body of science.
Go ahead, Terrence. This is gonna be easy.
It should be videos with like, you know, that Goku Jiren fight music. Ding, 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 ding. Just you know, us getting our snot boxes racked by waves of evidence.
Be a playlist, Terrence.
That's his moment to shine. Come on, Terrence.
If you've only got one, to be honest, I'm going to be disappointed.
Now is the moment. Show us why we shall remember you. Come on.
I'd be surprised if you had one, to be honest.
Well, I mean, it's the globe. It's so obvious. There must be a playlist full of this stuff. Must be like 50 videos.
I can hear the keyboard just like hammering right now on Terrence's location. He's just pouncing on it.
He's collabing with the GF6 boys. They're interweb of connections, and they're all trying to quickly find an answer.
They got their heads in the huddle, huh? All right, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We gotta send totally Terrence in with the best that we got.
Somebody's gonna say you gotta optimate, dude. Somebody's gotta play. Who has the most band time? All right. The one with the least. Look, we gotta rotate these guys.
Team. All right, Goldberg, GF6 on 3. GF6 on 3. Let's go. Ready? Break.
Throw up the Mac light. All right.
Oh man. I'm you throwing him bone? Come on, GF6.
All right, Terrence. That's more than long enough for a Google search. Come on, what have you got?
Oh, we're gonna wait, but not forever. Oh, Terrence.
Well, I mean, the only experiments that have been done over water are the flat Earth ones. But,
why? Wait, are you telling me? You're telling me whenever they go and shoot lasers over lakes, it turns out to be flat?
Well, flat Earthers try to use these things.
Right. So you don't.
Flat
So
Earthers try to
no
use. Sorry.
So there are no globalists
we had nothing?
that are actually trying to prove that there would be some sort of obstruction or deviation. There's nobody on the.
Well, no, they're not doing the exact same experiment you're talking about. There's a different experiment that is sort of like it, which is like when you look at a mountain. Yeah. So,
that's
let's
different.
say
That's not what we talk about.
Yeah, it is different. I don't think we're gonna do that experiment. There's no need to.
There's no need to.
What about the 67 feet over 10 miles? You said it.
Because basically when they say, hey, we can't see this thing because of obstruction, well, the way to validate that there is 10 miles away with a laser right here, right now. Very simple.
Yeah, you said it, bro.
Not exactly. It's not exactly as simple as you think it is.
Well, if it's not simple, then why are there a whole bunch of flat earthers doing it and none of you guys?
Terrence, you just said it. You said that if the laser went across 10 miles and it was obstructed by the water, then it would be evidence that something's obstructing the laser, which means that it would be the Earth curvature. You said so yourself, right? Pretty easy, knockdown, easy win. Why isn't that being
Are you changing your mind? Are you changing your mind, bro?
That's what, because that's what you said. That's exactly what you said, Terrence.
Well, if it was obstructed, it would be the Earth's curvature, yes.
All right.
Right. So then,
bingo.
So then let's just do that. Like, why are there?
If it's not obstructed, then there's other things at play.
Like what?
There's
no obstruction. things
The
that
main
play like
factor in obstruction.
There's other things at play. You don't even know because you haven't seen it done for the Glowbird site. So how do you know there's other
Oh,
things at play?
I've looked into your Bedford leveling
We're not
experiment.
talking about that, Terrence. Why do you got to talk about flat Earth? Dude, talk about globe Earth and providing evidence that the Earth is curving, bro. That's what we're looking for. And you said the laser test was a good way to do it.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anyone do it because there's no need to. Only
Why
you flat
isn't
Earth
there one?
weirdos are
Wouldn't
obsessed
it be
with this.
easy though? You even said it yourself. It'd be easy because the Earth curvature would be obstructing the laser that would hit the water. You said it.
If I were to do it myself, if I could do it myself, I would. But like, I don't think anyone like has like a study or done this before who isn't one
Why?
of you flat Earth weirdos.
Yeah. Flat Earth weirdos, are you getting triggered now? Like, listen, all you got to do is
I'm
find
not
some way
triggered.
to
I'm
do
just
it, right?
amused.
Amused by what?
I
By
don't know.
there's non-evidence on your
Amused
side?
because he's run out of shit to say.
Yeah, you don't have anything else. There's nothing left in the tank. It says E on your little needle there. Your car ain't going nowhere no more. It's done.
Son.
There's other things I could show you that would.
We don't need. This is the primary
You just
thing.
realized. You just
So
realized.
you just want this one specific form of evidence, then? See, that's the thing.
Well, that's
there's
what
no
you
way to
asked for.
argue with you guys.
No, check this out. This is what happened, okay?
You guys get hung up on one thing.
You thought logically that
Terrence.
obviously if you
Coping
were
more.
on the ball that you would see. You're the one who brought up 8 inches, or maybe you didn't, but you said 8 inches per mile squared. Not without the squared. Somebody probably corrected you or didn't correct you. Regardless, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So over 10 miles, you would see 66 foot of drop. You didn't object to that. So we said, so there's got to be some sort of practical way to validate that that's true. And you're like, yeah, sure. So we said lasers, and you didn't object to that. And you was like, well, what do you mean? And they're like, well, a laser. If you shot it like over the day, then you were like, okay, so it would be obstructed. And then somebody said, so you would shoot it into the water, and then you were confused for a little while. But ultimately, you thought, well, that there should be some obstruction. Now, we think there should be some deviation because if you're standing, relatively speaking, at the top of a ball from your position, all other points would be dropping away from you. So you would think that there would be some separation between how much curve there was downwards in the horizontal laser. So in other words, if you were to shoot towards the target horizontally, then it would miss the target if it was on a curved surface. That's what would happen. Or if you want to think that it would actually hit water, then it would have to do one of those two things, but not hit the damn target because the target is across a lake with a straight line of sight. That can't be the thing that's possible because, again, we're talking about 66 feet of drop. So I don't think you objected to any of that. You thought it made sense because you thought it made sense because you're like, well, it is a globe. Obviously, there has to be curvature. Okay, you guys don't sound deceptive. Yeah, okay, if it's true, 8 inches per mile squared, then yeah, 66 feet of drop in 10 miles. Yeah, so of course there are people doing it. Let me go check. Oh shit, nobody other than flat earthers are doing it. And that's when you started to. That's when you started.
You said
not
it has to be a
honest with yourself.
curvature. Are you a flat?
That's when you stop lying. That's when you stop being honest with yourself and look for a way out.
Is it okay
And
if I
that's
speak
what's
for
been
Terrence
happening ever
momentarily?
since.
So,
I don't know.
if
Ask
I could,
somebody else.
since Terrence, I think Terrence is more of like a new glober and hasn't really gotten the fundamentals
so he has to
down,
get
and which
the
is why he kind of
indoctrination.
petered.
He has to get
I've seen Terrence kind of peter out multiple times, and he's tried to
Are
like
you the room
challenge things I've
liaison,
said.
Talon? Are you the
I'm
room
just something
liaison
of
for
a,
the resident glober?
Yes, I'm something of a globe interpreter because I kind of know what he's talking about in terms of like the
Globe
laser
whisperer,
situation.
more like.
The globe
Terrence,
whisperer. Yeah, I can speak
hold
for.
on, Talon. Hold on, Talon.
Yeah,
So
tag
Terrence,
him in.
Yeah. Go ahead and take a knee. Let Talon kind of school you a little bit, and then we'll kind of rebut what Talon says. Go ahead, Talon. Let Talon speak.
So the whole laser across the body of water is a very important tool that you can use to determine whether or not the curvature of the Earth exists. And so just to kind of keep it short and quick, the issue with your guys' situation with the whole 10 miles across a lake, I asked ChatGPT to do the calculation on how much curve there would, assuming that globers are right, and you're looking at 0.00404 mile drop distance or drop over rate in terms of the 10 miles. And so what if you really want to use a laser to determine a curvature or not is to go further than 10 miles, because you need a lot more distance to see the curve. Whereas
Give a number.
at 10 miles, it's
Give
like
a number.
4,000th
Give a number.
of a mile.
Motherfucker, give a number. Just the
Oh,
other.
half a mile.
It's actually 66 feet of obstruction of the horizon is what it's detailed at. So
it's 21 feet.
No, listen, whatever. No, at 10 miles, there's 66 feet of obstruction behind the geometric horizon. If you're using the radius of the Earth and the Pythagorean theorem, are you using that?
Well, what do you mean 66 feet? And from where to where?
Well, how the hell? Oh my God!
Welcome to Talon.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm just asking, like, from where to where. The 2
So
points.
you want a point?
You're talking about the 2 points between the 10 miles.
Point of yeah. So
Holy
here's
shit.
Yeah, he doesn't. He was not helping him. So Terrence, you do understand that over 10 miles, because that's the arbitrary distance that we were using, right? So Talon wasn't really that much of a help. It didn't seem like, because he's.
Well, I'm just talking about the curve is too small. Your guys' sample, like you're using too small distance.
Yeah, but the curve is too small, right? So okay, so you're gonna stick to that? Is the curve too small?
No, I'm saying from your distance. If you're trying to measure a curve
10 miles.
of only like
10 miles,
6 meters over, if you're like you can't see 20 feet over 10 miles of anything, right?
All right, let me show Terrence some evidence of something that you're saying that will contradict you straight away.
Like a 21-foot target.
Keep in mind,
from 10 miles.
Keep in mind.
Think about
this is your claim. You just made a claim, right?
Yeah.
So it would be minuscule, nothing to worry about. Probably couldn't see it, on and on, right? You need to hold to that claim.
20-foot poster from 10 miles away, even in a straight line.
But here's the thing, though. You said that there's no way possible that the Earth would be obstructing, right? This is what you're claiming, right, Talon?
No, I'm just saying that the curve is very minuscule.
Yeah, so you're giving Terrence false hope right now. Now I'm gonna ask Terrence before I show him the evidence. I'm gonna ask Terrence. Terrence, do you believe what Talon is saying? It's up to you, Terrence. Use your critical thinking.
I mean, you could from a high distance.
I know, Talon, but let the man speak for himself. Let him speak. It's his own mind. He can make up his decision whether he's going to trust you or not. Terrence, do you believe
say that? Yeah, at 10 miles apart, if you have both lasers, I would expect to see those lasers diverge from each other or not be in the same direction. And you'd be able to tell from 10 miles. But I think if you're talking about viewing an object and being able to like have one laser touch an object or a target, that's a little bit different. Unless you're completely sure that it's like horizontal, then I wouldn't really use that for anything.
The perspective is 66 feet, right? So if you're at 10 miles, do you think the laser from point of origin would hit the target 10 miles away?
Depends on the height. If you're talking about
but according to Talon, it's
like
minuscule.
1 foot even. Let's say 10 feet. 1 feet, 10 feet, doesn't matter. But 1 foot is good.
I think
people have done it at 1 foot. People have done 20 miles over 1 foot, but again, arbitrarily, we're just going with something easy.
No, it's too small. It's not easy at all.
Well, he needs the pipe down because 66 feet of drop beyond the horizon is not small.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, but the angle you need to change, right? But think about it this way, right? That sure seems like a large distance and whatever, right? But if you're talking about the angle needed to look down, like the what's it called? The angle elevation change, I guess. Those are differences in like the fractions of the degree. So I don't think, unless you're completely sure that you're looking horizontally, I wouldn't say that you wouldn't be able to see the target.
Like, what do you mean? What does that have to do with anything? Because let's say you're not. Let's say it's not horizontally. If you shoot it down, it's just going to hit the water. If you shoot it up, it's just going to deviate from the target, in which you can just say, voila, that proves that the Earth is curved.
Voila.
So the one thing
shoot
it
it
can't,
down, right?
the one thing it can't do is hit the target when there's supposed to be a geometric horizon obstructing it.
No, that's
All right,
when like the height
let me show
matters.
you.
That's when the
Yeah,
height
hold on,
matters. A
hold
foot could
on,
cause that.
Terrence.
Man, 1 foot.
All right, Terrence. I want you to look at what I posted at 17 minutes after the hour in the text channel. Can you see that GIF I just posted, Terrence?
Yeah, a boat.
Hmm. What's a boat doing? What do you see it doing in that GIF?
I don't think it's doing anything. I think you're just zooming out. Never mind. I think it's going over the horizon.
Oh, okay. So Talon said that that's not possible within 10 miles. That's what
No,
Talon
I did
said.
not say that. There's plenty. You can still see bottom up occlusion. That's
Yeah,
and
but
that's
then
more than 10 miles.
so double speak.
The drop over that's 12 plus
So
miles
double
right
speak,
there.
right? Double speak.
What do you mean?
It
How do
is-
you know that?
I'm not talking about double. How is that double speak? That's very consistent. Over 10 miles, you start seeing more. You continue to see the curve. But like at
Okay,
10
so
miles, you're only
Larry-
seeing
so-
like 20 feet of. There's only 20 feet of curve over 10 miles. That's all.
No,
That's
there's
like nothing.
66. There's 66 feet.
66 feet, sir.
There's 66 feet of curvature, not curvature.
What do you mean
over
66 feet
10
of
miles.
curvature? What does that mean? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because there's
Right.
66
Some of the
feet of
arc
drop
length of
from
structure.
there's 66 feet of drop from your feet.
66 feet of drop.
Vertical
What are
drop.
you talking about? There's no drop. It's like a consistent surface.
Vertical
So
drop.
so again, like if we're just gonna deny what the Earth curve calculator says and what the mainstream narrative says, then what are we doing here? He's not even arguing for what you believe in.
Yeah, Talon's a
I mean,
Discord
I think we're
globie.
having a misunderstanding of what
He's
we're.
not an actual globie. He's a Discord globie. But I want to talk to Terrence, because at least Terrence is relatively new to the topic, doesn't seem to know a whole lot about it. But Terrence, doesn't it bother you that no one can measure 60 plus feet of drop over 10 miles? Doesn't that concern you?
I think there's another way that this has been done.
Like, yeah, but I mean, they're saying they can put little robots on Mars, but they can't measure 67 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Well, not with this experiment, no.
Well,
think
like,
there's a different
with
experiment.
what methods can you measure the drop of 60 plus feet over 10 miles?
Okay, so instead of like determining if you can see a target, or if a laser touches a target, you could do something where you look at a very tall object and then you move away from the object and see how the angle to the top of the object changes from
Well, that sounds like
the
you're introducing a lot of additional variables that you can't control for, like perspective, the atmo conditions, whatever effect you might have in the atmo from moisture and all this kind of stuff. Much more simple. We just need to see the 67 foot of drop measured, like a horizontal reference, and then the ground, the water beneath it, deviating away from it at the rate they claim. Like we said, the lasers shoot further than 10 miles, so there should easily be countless demonstrations of this. So why can they not measure it? Why can no one do this? Because it's
I
not
don't
there,
think 10
Terrence.
miles is large. I don't think 10 miles is large enough to
Yeah, but
determine.
67 feet is large enough to measure. No? You can measure 67 feet.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a
It's
question
not
about
like
this?
It depends.
a nanometer. It's not like you're trying to measure a nanometer. 67 feet is quite significant.
Can I ask that question, Cyclone? Are you talking like when you say 66 feet? Are you talking about
speaking to
the
Terrence.
distance
No, I'm speaking to
past the
Terrence.
horizon?
It's all right, Terrence. It's okay. Come on, Terrence. Why can no one measure it?
Still trying to understand here. So 67 feet of drop.
Is it possible, Terrence, hear me out here, Is it possible that no one can measure it because it doesn't exist?
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that it's very difficult to measure, and no one has any incentive to.
Is it
Is it possible
possible?
that no one measured it because it doesn't exist?
Well, no one has attempted to measure it who isn't like a flat earther.
Well, people have shot lasers across lakes before.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Like,
they didn't measure it.
to ensure that they're completely level, like that
Well, they
matters
weren't
too, right?
detecting curvature.
The-
They weren't detecting curvature, so.
You weren't
Well,
detecting curvature
I
because
want to
that's
take
not how you do it.
I want to take on the next argument, which is kind of in line with this, because he's saying that's not how you do it. But I want to show him globe earthers who took flat earthers to a lake specifically to show them Earth curvature, and I want to see what he has to say. But yeah, you guys can. I'm good with hearing another 30 minutes to an hour of this. Just put me in the queue.
Yeah, feel free. I mean, that's kind of wrapping it up. I mean, for Terrence, like, no one's measured it. You already know no one's measured it. You really need to have to consider the possibility that no one's measured it because it doesn't exist. But if Eli's got another example to talk through, let's hear it.
Well, just give me like
Some.
5-10 minutes. I'm rolling the blunt.
All right. So
Give me
Terrence,
a
that's
second here.
possible, right? Possible that no one's measuring it because it doesn't exist?
No, I think that it's just very like small.
Small,
Hold on a second.
but we just discussed how big it was.
You know, Earth is not
66
flat.
feet.
It's quite round. Round as hell. Okay.
Oh, round, like a pizza, Donnie?
Like it's one thing to. Okay.
No, round like my forehead, you know. It's terrific.
All right, I'll speak to Donnie. Donnie, how do you know that
How
the
are
Earth
you?
is a globe?
How do I know what?
That the Earth is a globe.
Because it's round. I've seen it from outer space. You know, they have the technology in the White House to where I can see everything from space. Yes, I can.
All right, fair enough.
I have
Well,
a
Donnie,
spy cam. I have a spy cam on the universe, okay?
Oh, wow. That's very impressive.
I know,
Man,
it's
if only
terrific.
the other globies had that kind of access. Because these other guys are just believing it. Donnie, do you think they went to the moon in the 60s? Come on.
You know, well, based on the fact that, you know, I know that the real landing was actually a separate date. It was actually the wonderful date of 4/20, okay? People got high as hell and they went to the moon, okay? They went to the moon and back, okay? They were unscathed. But listen.
Okay, Donnie, but why did they say that they destroyed all of the telemetry data and all of the first-hand video of this recorded historic event? Why did they do that, do you think?
Because they didn't want to get caught for the drug ring that they had, okay? Let me tell you. The mushrooms that they took on their way to space, it was a lot of mushrooms, okay?
Donnie, can you tell us, though, how can you have gas pressure existing next to a vacuum?
A gas pressure? You know, a gas pressure? You know, my asshole has a gas pressure. It's a terrible thing. I can't believe it. I was like, wow. Can't believe there's a gas pressure
Donnie?
there.
Come on, you know gas pressure requires a container.
The
right?
vacuum, you know the vacuum? That's Nancy Pelosi. She's the vacuum.
You're all right, Donnie. You're all right. All right, Terrence. Where were we? Yeah, the possibility that no one's measuring the curve because it doesn't exist. You figured that out yet?
No.
Well, no. What I'm trying to do right now is calculate the angle that would be needed, like the differences in angle to see an object, not see an object over that distance, basically.
Okay.
Sorry,
But
to
Wouldn't it be line of sight?
have a,
Line of sight would be more important than angles.
yeah, it would be more important than angles. Yeah, so like the experiment you're talking about where you have one laser being shot at a target 10 miles away, right? What I'm trying to like see here is that if you say that they're completely horizontal and it's hitting the target perfectly, right? What I'm trying to say here is that we can't be completely sure that it's 100% horizontal. And
What
Well,
does that even
before we get to
mean?
that, if you're shooting a laser 10 miles across a lake, should you be able to hit a target on the other side if they're both like a meter or two above the surface?
Yeah, you should be
Yeah?
able to.
So what happens
Yeah.
to the 67 feet of drop over 10 miles? Where's the curve in that case then?
Meter, 2 meters above the surface. Hold on, let me get my calculator out, man. I think I made a incorrect claim.
Perfect. We'll wait.
Sure. Calculator. Hmm. 10 miles to
Let's say a meter above the ground for 10 miles.
Observer height is 2 meters. Target size 2 meters.
Let's make it 1 meter. Like the height. Or 6 foot, whatever. I guess that's about 2 meters, isn't it?
Okay, then I don't think you'd be able to see it.
Okay. So we've got quite a lot of examples of people shooting lasers over distances that you shouldn't be able to see them, and they see them.
Okay. Can you like show me the studies?
Well, I'm
Like
driving
tell
at
me
the
about
moment,
it.
but if you're on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, if you go under the additional information section and you look under L for laser test, you'll see a whole channel full of them. I'm sure people can post them in the chat. But yeah.
Okay.
So if you
I
saw a
mean,
laser
sure.
from 10 miles away, let's say you go to the lake with your friend and he shines a laser across it and you see that laser. What's your thoughts? What are you going to think?
I'm gonna think that, man, that must be some crazy refraction at play.
Right. So you're still going to beg the question of a curvature that's not apparent or obstructing the laser.
No,
The one that no one's ever measured. Why would you do that?
I wouldn't call it begging the question. I just
Well, yeah, because no one's measured that curvature that you're then assuming the light is bending around, which you've also never seen. Right?
yeah,
So
but
why would
that's not what I'm
your
using
first
to
assumption
confirm.
why would your
That's
first
not what I'm
assumption be
using.
that that's still curvature? You just said you wouldn't be able to see it.
Well, the next assumption I'd make is that maybe the Earth's measurement is larger than expected, or something like that. Like it could be a ball, but a larger ball.
So a larger
Oh no! Then you're gonna have to call NASA to deduct 50 years of photography from the Earth and all the numbers that they put to go to Mars. All that stuff failed
No, what I'm
because they
saying
didn't
is,
they didn't put the correct math into the. They didn't put the correct math into the equations to be able to reach certain places. So all that failed because you know it's a
I
difference.
get it. What I'm saying is, right, just because I can see the laser doesn't mean my next inference has to be that the Earth is flat. I could make
Well, I mean,
other
I didn't say
immediate
you have to
inferences.
think either way. Yeah, I didn't say you have to think
Right.
one way or
Then it's
another.
not
But I'm
begging the
just saying,
question. It's not.
no.
It's not
Just
begging the
say,
question. It's speculating.
well, if you were to, okay, fair enough. If you were to say that must be refraction going around the curve, then that would be begging the question. But fair enough. If you're just saying, I'm not saying that's the case, then fair enough. Would you also consider the possibility that you can see the laser because there is no curve?
No, because of everything else I know.
No. So you would consider a bigger ball, but you would not consider that it might just be that there's no curve.
Well, no. Well, I'd consider a bigger ball before I consider a flat Earth, but I consider refraction before both of those things.
Yeah, but the bigger ball would contradict everything you know.
I mean, yeah, but a flat Earth would also do that more.
No, because the realist level, that's where you operate at. Everything you have accomplished to this point on, you did it in reality, not in the fantasy. So if you throw the globe to the trash, you still standing in the realist level, and the globe is in the trash.
With the other things you know, like you already said in this discussion, you know that you don't see the curve, and you know that no one's ever measured a curve. So if you're shining a laser that should be obstructed by a curve and it isn't, surely that would logically be pointing you towards, well, I've actually got no evidence of a curve at all.
Isn't that 66 foot
Surely,
spread?
in other instances where I've seen other phenomenon, right? I can say, sure, some things support my theory, some things don't, and I need to explain those, right?
Right, but if any of your other
For the
theories...
most part, I think everything supports the globe Earth.
Right, except for there being no curvature.
Isn't that a contradiction?
Well, no.
He said everything contradicts everything supports the globe Earth. I mean, is that an absolute statement? Everything supports the globe Earth. Really? I mean, come on, bro.
You can't say that there's no curvature for certain. It's that you can't tell what the curvature is.
No one, well, unless someone can measure some, then yeah, I will say there's none, because none's observed and none's measured. So why else? What else would I say?
Well, no, I think it has. Well, no, I'm not going to say it has
You
been
already
measured,
said.
but I think there's
Yeah,
other
you already
ways to
said it has
infer
been
that it
measured.
is curvature. Yeah, but there's
And
other ways to infer curvature.
Yeah, but the only way that your inference of curvature would be that you would know that's correct is if it was actually measured. And not only has it never been measured, the demonstration, like you were just talking about, has been done, and the thing that you said should obstruct it isn't obstructing it. So
I didn't say it had to obstruct it. It's just,
you said you wouldn't be able to see the
I'm not
laser.
going to say that
It doesn't
under
have to
every
obstruct it
condition,
because it could be a bigger ball. That's his argument, that he's kind of like
or there
jumping
could be
back and
refraction.
forward from the globe claim that he was programmed with to now. If it's not that, it has to be a bigger globe. It can't be anything else.
Yeah, why are you so married to this globe idea when you've got no curvature, bro? Consider something else.
It's not exactly that I'm married to it. I just find it more useful. I find the globe Earth model more useful.
But you never treat the Earth.
A spinning ball, though. So how is it useful?
How is it useful? I mean, well, I can use it to, like, think about our climate models, right? And like our, predicting the
Climate
weather and stuff like
models?
that.
Nah, bro.
And
I don't think you can usefully
the
use
Coriolis effect
globe.
and all those things. Those things work on a globe model.
Give me something practical in reality. Tell me something in reality that you've done this week that required the globe.
Well, I mean, I don't do this in my day-to-day life, but
I'll tell you. You remember
You've never done anything that required any globe.
Hey, remember the table? You were talking about what supports the globe. So the only place that you can see a globe is on a flat table, motionless, right? The globe that you put on top of it as a decoration. That's it. That's all you got.
No.
As a support in the realist
if you're talking
level.
about my day-to-day life,
That's all you got, bro.
I'm not gonna use science in my day-to-day life like that. But like, if you're talking about like solar eclipses or lunar eclipses and stuff like that,
That's
I'm
an
gonna be like,
assumption. That's an
okay.
assumption. You're not treating the Earth as a spinning ball. You're just looking at the sun. Right. So throughout your entire life, tell us the most globe thing you've done. What did you do that you were like, this definitely requires a globe? I need to account for this globe to know what I'm doing here. What was that?
I mean, probably nothing that you're
nothing,
expecting.
right?
Yeah, nothing as big as
nothing,
you're
because you don't use the Earth as a globe. It's not useful, like you said. You don't use it as that. You just
It's
imagine it
useful
to
in
be that.
scientific context.
Yeah,
scientific
you.
context.
Well, I mean, okay, so you think that some people are using it, but you're never using it.
Well, I mean, I study these things in school. I mean, I
Yeah,
have
yeah. I
some.
mean, we read about it. So did we, but you never use it. There's nothing practical about the globe.
Well, no, it is used in weather prediction and stuff like that. It's also used
Oh, sorry.
in
When you're checking the weather, bro,
determining
you just open the app. You don't think about the Earth being
determining
spinning.
when the sun determining which parts of the earth will be covered in sun, which parts of the year have sun all year round,
Again, these are
stuff like
claims
that.
beyond you.
Does
quote
that have
unquote.
to do with does the sun correlate with the weather? Are these like the same claim?
The sun does correlate with the weather.
Yeah, is this the same
And
claim?
they're
I was just
different
wondering if it
claims.
was the same claim when it was like we use it for the weather to find out where the sun is. So it's like one and the same, the claim there.
Right.
Well,
I feel
no,
like
it's
we're
slightly
maxing it
different.
out
It's
at
like
this
what
point.
I'm talking about is slightly different, right? Like when I say the sun's position and stuff like that, and like what parts of the
Again,
Earth are
looking at the sun has
in day
nothing
and
to
what parts are in
do.
night.
I mean, when you're looking at
Yeah,
the sun moving, you're actually just thinking
times.
about the sun moving. You're not thinking about the ground being a spinning ball, I would wager. This is why you say sunset. The sun sets, not the earth set. The earth spin. It's the sun moving. This is how you naturally think about things because this is how you experience them. So not only do you
Yeah, but
not
you're
use the
talking
globe in
about
any practical sense, but when you actually deal with the world and think about it, you're thinking about it as a motionless plane with the luminaries moving above you. Anyway, I don't want to
Dan,
deviate too much on
no
this one,
problem.
unless because Eli was wanting to get in with something if he's still about.
yeah, I just did a screen recording of a laser test, 21-mile distance, 5-foot elevation, and they're seeing the laser.
Oh yeah, sweet. Go through that. I'm gonna go on mute for a bit.
I mean, this is assuming that this is 21 miles, and this is also assuming that they're at a height which this is not possible. This is also assuming a lot of things.
Why? Look, I'm not in the game of convincing. I'm just showing you what's possible. Now, you can choose to go out there and validate that this is the case with a buddy of yours over a Great Lake, or you can never do it. Doesn't matter. But you could. I've done things. Do I expect you to believe me? No. Do I expect you to accept my video? No. But you could go out there and do the same shit yourself. But I know you're not going to do it because ain't no other Globers out there doing it. Like you said.
I think it's a waste of time. I think other Globers think it's a waste of time too.
Yeah, 21 miles, over 200 feet of curvature. Right. Waste of time. Sure, buddy.
No need to do something like that. Like you talk about like lakes and stuff like that, but a lake isn't usually like 21 miles long, dude.
There are
I
many
mean, next
lakes
time I
that
go
are
to,
bigger than 20. There are many lakes that are that big. Many.
well, most of them, like, well, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say that, but no one usually like does that sort of thing. Like have one friend go to one side of a lake and you go to the other.
No, people
Hey, let's
don't
do
don't go with the laser to the lake. People do other real life activity, right? But the laser is to test one side to the other side of the lake. But people in real level, like in the lake Titicaca in Peru, it's like 100 miles across, and people from there will tell you we can see across the lake with our own eyes. They'll tell you themselves
Yeah, that's a
across
good point.
at the horizontal.
Yeah, people don't usually, even think about it. They're just like, hey, when the real pretty girl's on the other side of the lake, they wave to her and they figure she's, at the same elevation. That's why I can see her. She's right there across the lake. She's not further down. She's not like, people don't assume that at all.
Hey Elijah, how
If
far
this
is
is
the laser? Elijah, the laser that you posted, I watched it. It's pretty. I mean, it's dark, but
21,
it's interesting.
21 miles, 5 feet in elevation.
That's a good one. I'm gonna keep it here.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that lakes
it's
are
from a
flat.
video. You want the video? I'll send it.
Yeah. Terrence, you know that lakes are flat, right? The girl on the other side of that lake, she's not low, like down low. She's looking right at you, waving. You can see her eyes. She's right there.
The lakes I've seen, but they're usually not that long. And also, like, after a point, I would see them bottom up obstructed.
Yeah, you would think that like, on the other side of the half-mile lake that you can see her on, she's like, I don't know if you're a 4-inch or a 2-inch guy, but she's you'd say, oh, she's 4 inches lower. Or would you? I've never done that. I've never even thought it for a second. I'm like, nope, she's on the other end of the lake
I'd be like,
at the same level as me.
oh, I can see her face, but oh, I can't see her legs.
What are you
He's
waving
just
to then,
expecting.
man?
He's
You
just
see a little head?
expecting to see. He's just expecting to see a phenomenon. He's never gonna test and validate
I have
that
seen something
when
similar to
he.
that.
So right. So you're
I've
never
been in
gonna
fields.
actually. So right. What you're never actually gonna do is validate that the reason that her legs are missing is because of curvature. Because at this point in juncture, you don't give a shit about actually seeing across a distance and seeing something due to there not being any obstruction. So when you do see it, you're like, oh, that's Earth curve. Well, you don't know that because first and foremost, you would have to tie that to the actual size of the Earth. Saying, well, I see this effect, it has to be specifically, predictably at a specific distance. It can't just be anywhere the fuck you want.
Yeah, because
Sure.
then the reason
I
wouldn't
mean,
be curvature if it was anywhere you want. It would have to be at a specific distance every time. If it's if the phenomenon that's occurring, like where Terrence is seeing just the head of some girl across the lake, and he's like, that's perfectly normal to see a head popping out of a lake. She must be below the curve. Like that, that'd be pretty nuts to see. But yeah, it has to be at a specific distance for it to be inferred as curvature. Otherwise, it has to be something else. It just has to be because
okay.
that's the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, it's got to be repeatable, testable, and valid, right? So that if you think it is curvature, a one-shot experiment across a lake is not proof of anything. You need
the thing that is
to do it
testable and
from different
repeatable is that
elevation.
if you go far enough, you will be bottom up obstructed every time. But the distance at which you get bottom up obstructed depends on atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, but also don't let the guy who just spoke fool you, right? Because he's talking about falsification, and then he's saying, well, no, you need to prove that it's something else. No, you already falsified that it was that it was X or A or whatever. You already falsified that. You don't need to now replace it and prove that it's refraction or something else. You've already falsified that it's curvature. So if someone was to say, well, it's disappearing bottom up due to refraction, that is pretty common and repeatable, but that wasn't the claim, right? You don't have to replace it. It was already falsified that it wasn't obstructed due to curvature.
Yeah, if it's like a very close distance, but I'm talking about like you can repeat going over a certain distance. Well, not a certain distance, but going far. And as you go far, you will start to be bottom up obstructed. I think you can
Sure,
test
why
and
is
repeat
that? Yeah, but why is that?
Why is
What's
that?
happening when this? What's going on there?
Well, I suppose I'm not gonna say this is proof, but I suppose it's because of round Earth, a globe Earth.
Yeah, but it's supposed to disappear like 3 miles sooner or 4 miles. 3 miles is it's not like just like the number 3. 3 miles is 5,000 feet times 3. That's almost 18,000 feet. If we put it in inches, it'll even be a bigger number. So like say the number 3 miles. That's a very large discrepancy of a surface. I mean, it's rough.
Sure. And I mean, if I were to measure the exact distance, and if I were to do it in the same atmospheric conditions every single time, then I would expect to see the same results. If I didn't, then I would reevaluate my worldview.
Right. Yeah. So you'd expect to see that same result, right? But if you didn't, you wouldn't just say it's my initial thing plus something else, or would you? my initial hypothesis
Well,
plus some other kind of variable that I don't know, but I'm not going to drop my initial hypothesis. Or you wouldn't do that, would you?
I mean, it depends. If I see one result more than another result, then I would say that my hypothesis has some weight, and there must be some confounding variable stopping it. If it's pretty much random and I'm seeing like different results every single time, and the result I'm expecting only happens like once and then whenever, then I'd be like, okay, my hypothesis is kind of garbage. If my
Yeah, like
hypothesis is like a common
one out of
occurrence,
like 1 out of 10 times. Like, what do they tell you to do? Like when you take a measurement through an angle measuring device. I think they say you get about 10 measurements, and then you just average it out and say there it is. So you really you didn't get the number any of the times in that. That's I think that's surveying. So it's almost you got the predicted value 0 times, but you just take the numbers, 10 of them, right? Average it out, divide it by 10, and there's your number. But you never got the same one ever. Do you think we ever get that number that you're hoping for? Do we ever get it?
I'm not
That's
exactly sure.
Yeah, because that's like the initial thing. Like, what if you never got that number, like ever, and you were just like, okay, I never get that number. Would you still? I mean, would you still keep using it?
No, I'd adjust my model and I'd look for other variables.
Yeah, no, I
Right?
appreciate
Like
that.
it's like I'm not gonna say that like, you know, my way is correct and I'm gonna keep my hypothesis even if it's wrong. But like if my hypothesis is wrong, it might be close. It might not be close. But if it is close, then I should be looking for confounding variables and add that to my equation rather than discard it.
That's what I'm saying. What you're adding it to it. So what? Yes, you add the variable. So then, if you've never measured the curvature, right, through that hypothesis, not you, but like if they've never measured the exact horizon distance due to Earth curve ever, not once, wouldn't you say, well, maybe things are disappearing bottom up for a different reason since we're seeing way too far, not just a little bit too far, 10 miles, 15 miles from higher elevations, like 100 miles too far, 200 miles too far, way too far.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if in those cases I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe something else is causing it. Or
Yeah.
maybe if we did the same experiment again, but
And then it's like, then you start thinking like,
complicated
all right,
it.
I'm seeing then you start thinking, all right, I'm seeing 200 miles too far just to the horizon, right? The horizon just is being like the edge. Okay, that's just the horizon. But all the stuff in the middle, like from my 800, not me, but the other guy, he took an 800-mile observation, from I think an airplane or something, right? But all the stuff in the middle between that 800 miles is also just a straight line to the horizon. None of it's like humping up or then you start to think maybe shouldn't something be happening in the middle as well as the edge of the horizon? What do you think?
In the middle between your line of sight to the horizon. Like
Yeah. I mean, why? Yeah. Yep.
I mean, yeah, of course there's light has to travel through air between it, so the medium
No,
in which
well, I
light
mean, that's what.
travels is
Sure,
what's
that's something
happening.
that's happening. I'm talking about just the landscape. So we got the horizon being like, okay, that's where the globe. You can't see any further, and I'm standing here, right? I'm standing here, and at 800 miles away, we know like a building that somebody said it's 800 miles away. I don't know if we know it, but they said it's 800 miles away. But I trust it for now. And between me and that 800-mile away object, shouldn't there be like a hump or something in the middle, or why is it just a straight line?
I wouldn't think there'd be
Mountain to mountain, by the way, that's the answer to that question. Just go from the Himalayas to the next highest mountain. See from 500 miles or 500 kilometers.
Yeah.
Is it a mountain?
Yeah, there would be a hump depending on your angle at what you're looking. Yeah. If you're just looking like directly like in front, it would be a drop. I wouldn't really call it a hump. but whatever.
Well, I mean, you're at the one part of a ball. Like, I mean, you could do it with a piece of paper, draw it on a circle. You're at the one part, right? And then, wherever else you want to just pretend 800 miles away is at another part, right? If you were to make those two marks, okay, now I'm going to rise up above it, right? I'm going to go vertical from my position, just straight up, and now draw a line to that other thing. There should be a big hump in the middle.
Yeah, but the line drawn from those, like the line drawn between those two objects, isn't your typical line of sight. It's looking down. You're looking like
Correct.
a
I mean,
lot
that's
down.
step one. Yeah. So on a globe, looking straight would be looking down. Yeah, I get that. I'm on board with you there. So now, when you're looking down, are you cutting like a line through the circle?
Yes.
Right. So now there's 2 points, and between those 2 points, right, is there anything that's like elevated higher than the straight line drawn between those 2 points?
Of course, the land.
Yeah. Well, it would be. So we would be drawing a chord line then, like between you and then the object in the distance. It'd be a straight line of sight, but but then we would be dissecting that circle of a globe, and that would be a chord line going through that large, that part of the circle. That in the middle. Now, if I were to measure up from that straight line to the edge of the circle, would be a change in elevation from that straight line. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't you expect to see that?
Like see a change in elevation.
Yeah, see a big hump of water.
I mean, you wouldn't be. I guess so, right? I guess. But to tell like it's of a hump or not would be a little bit different.
Well, I
Hold
mean,
on,
from the
sorry.
straight line, what would you call it?
Sure. We can call it a hump. We can call it a hump.
I mean, you can
Because
call it something
what I'm
else.
saying is to be a lot more clear from a different angle, from a different point of view. From the point of view that you are, it's just kind of just land that just seems to go away. Or
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't that a
I
little
don't know.
weird? So that we're not finding the horizon where we're supposed to find it. That's one thing. Okay, it's like maybe the horizon's doing something funny. Who knows, right? But all right, let's check the stuff from in the middle. How come the stuff in the middle, from me to the horizon, also doesn't appear to be changing in elevation? It just seems to be straight.
I mean, stuff in the middle. Well, it's a big ball, I guess. The stuff in the middle, you can't really tell how like the change in elevation for the stuff in the middle is really difficult to tell.
Yeah, but if it's a drop over distance, the horizon is the Earth's a globe. Is it dropping over distance? It's lower on what? It's lower down there than anywhere it is on the surface of the globe. Going back. There's a horizon. I'm going to draw little dots backwards. That's going to raise in elevation, and then what? Drop again. So that would be right back down to you, where you are viewing the horizon from.
Um,
Like a little rainbow there.
yeah, but this rainbow would be very, very minuscule to see. Like, I don't think you'd be able to tell the difference. Like, you'd have to be looking at it from a very harsh angle. Trying to imagine
Like
this in my
get
head.
lower. So get lower or get higher.
You'd probably have to get lower and look a lot down. I don't know what I'm saying. Hold on, I gotta go to the washroom.
Yeah, I remember this guy named Zanuck told me that if you want to look into outer space and see the curve of the Earth, you got to get your eyes in the water.
there really no one talking?
Who said that?
It was no tanks.
That dude doesn't shut up. So were you trying to teach Terrence that there is a hump or there is not a hump? You're the hump guy or drop guy? Like how do you feel about the math when they do the 120,000 foot weather balloons that, between there and the horizon should be a 20-mile hump in the middle?
Good. Yeah, there's a hump. It's there.
Yeah.
Cool.
So there is in the footage of a weather balloon at about 100,000, 120,000 feet. There is a 20-mile difference in elevation in the center from A to B.
I love it.
I'll go with it. Can you see it in the picture?
Can I see the hump?
Yeah, can you like pinpoint it in the high altitude footage?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You can see the Earth in the footage.
No, the part where it humps up and from
the hump. Right? The hump where you see it?
Yeah, where you see it.
Where the Earth is a hump.
Like, mark it down.
Humping. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with that.
You mean that the Earth is humping you, or you're humping the Earth?
It's all relative, right? It's in space. It's the same thing, right?
Oh,
reverse cowgirl and doggy style are the same position in zero gravity.
No, I mean, are you on the curve or are you not on the curve?
I mean, you're always on the hump.
You're always on it.
Yeah, you're always on it.
You're always humping.
Yeah,
because you're on the hump.
Yeah, we're on a hump.
So you're on the hump, but then you're also pointing to the hump at 20 miles high.
Yeah. You are on the hump and pointing towards the hump.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the same time.
that's the cool thing about that's what curved is. It's both going,
And then if
going
you
up
look
and going
behind
down
you,
at the same time.
yeah. And then if you look behind you, you see the other hump. It's like hump.
Oh yeah,
after
lunatic.
hump
That's
after
Pluto.
hump.
Lunatic's got that Pluto dump truck in the chat for everyone to enjoy.
Why it doesn't show why it doesn't show that hump like in the infrared photography? It doesn't show the hump.
Well, there's humps everywhere. It's a hump everywhere. It's a sphere. Globe is
Like
just humps, all humps.
Like you know the hump is there because you can't see it.
It's all humps. Yeah, it's everywhere. What do you mean? It's all. We're on it.
Yeah, but it's not just you on it. Like I'm on it and you're on it, right? So so for me, I'm on top of it. You're on top of it. Who's at the bottom of the hill?
So let's say you're on one hump and I'm on another hump, and we're both on humps.
Right. So now where would Gemsy be between you and me? Like
He's
halfway
on
between
hump.
me and you. He's also he's higher than both of us.
Yep. And there's no. You got to remember equidistant from the center is.
No,
so you're always
equidistant
you're
from
always
me and you.
Yeah, like
No,
it depends,
but
'cause,
bro, you're missing the point, Talon. We're looking at each other horizontally. I'm at eye level with you and the other guy. We're looking at each other.
We're looking deep into each other's eyes.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at each other, right? With
staring.
telescope. We're using optical.
Oh yes, I've had a telescope on your bedroom window for a long time.
We are pointing towards each other, right? I'm at the shore. You're at the other shore, 3,000 miles in Europe, right? And we're pointing towards each other horizontally, bro.
No shirt on.
No, where is the hump between you and me?
What the hump? It's between me and you. What are you talking about?
But I'm pointing towards you. You're pointing toward me, and we're pointing directly to each other horizontally.
Well, that's because that's just like only a lake. Like, we're just like not that far away from each other.
No, 3,000 miles away.
It's like a teensy little. It's a teeny tiny little baby. You got to think of it as like a little tiny baby hump.
No. Listen. I'm in Scotland. You are in Massachusetts. 3,000 miles across
That's an Atlantic-sized hump.
But the thing is that we can connect two-way antenna, right? And it's
we do a copper wire.
No, but from coast to coast, we can do a direct message, wireless message from before the cables. We can connect an antenna from Massachusetts to Scotland, two-way antenna to antenna, horizontally, line of sight. Yeah. So there's no curve, because if there was a curve between the antennas, there will be no connection.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm still trying to figure out, like, so if I'm in the middle, am I higher or lower than you guys?
You're both.
I mean, I know Talon wants to be in the middle, but I'm in the middle right now, so you're gonna have to just fucking deal with it, I think.
No, that's the fun
Am I
part about
above you
being
or
on
below
a
you?
globe. Is you're below, yeah, like I'm above you and below you at the same time.
Yeah, we're all on the hump. We're on our own little
Yeah.
humps, right?
We're
So
on our
that
little humps.
when you look at me, I'm down, right?
Yeah.
You have to look down to me, but then
No,
I
you gotta think
also have to look.
we're like both
Do I look
angled
up?
away from each other. So
Do I
it's
look
like,
up to you or
what's
down to
up?
you?
Yeah. It's like we're both like, what's up?
No, I'm asking a question. So you're there. You're looking off. You're looking. Not that far in the distance, right? But you're looking at me. I'm down. I'm down the curve. I'm dropping away. Correct
Yeah,
or
because
incorrect?
there's a drop over distance. Yeah, you're dropping away. Yes.
Yeah, and then I look at Talon. Right, I'm looking at Talon, and I'm going to take the picture through the telescope. Is Talon higher? Because he just said I was dropping away. Now he's up on top of the hill. I look up to him on top of the hill.
Yeah, because you're looking straight. You're just looking horizontal across the median.
Now, what do you think? What do you think, Talon? Are we both looking? Am I looking up and you're looking down? Are we both looking down?
No, I'm gonna show you. Hang on. It's
Just tell me.
You would both be looking down.
So there will be a down between the humps.
both looking down.
A down between the humps?
You mean down
Here,
between the
check this
humps?
out. These two pictures. So you got like two different angles. So think about think about which person you're standing on, and basically the second one would be using light refraction. You would be able to bend light around the curve to see farther, but that's only a theory.
Really?
You would need it would just be a big waste of time to try to get a powerful enough camera.
But Talon, we were talking about the realist level, not fantasy. Can you show us realist level stuff?
No. Okay, so the important part of the picture.
Terrence was right. I'm looking at your picture. Terrence was definitely right. Look how what's that? Like a 30-degree angle down from the horizontal. Is that what you're claiming is horizontal in the first picture?
So just pay attention to the first model. You see how both sides are looking down relative to their position.
Oh yeah.
But if you actually
if you want using
assume.
How did we get that line of sight? I'm saying we set up a little level with a plumb bob. We made sure we were looking straight, right? Is that what we did first, and then we drew that line?
That's so. The long distance observations would be the number one globe in the picture.
Listen, no thanks, and the other guy that we're asking Talon, where do we see this angle where the buildings are off the vertical? This is why I'm asking you about reality. This is fantasy, Talon. We don't see this.
These are just rough sketches. We're just looking at the concept of how you're looking down on each other when we're both standing across the Atlantic.
So when we turn off the screen and then we look at the realist level, we don't see these structures kind of bending with the curvature and kind of moving. With the
because when you're up high like that,
vertical,
when you're quote unquote high enough, I'm using air quotes, high enough to see straight across the Atlantic, hypothetically speaking.
So you're saying that
you wouldn't see it. Yeah, you wouldn't see the hump even though it's there.
So that's the evidence. It's there because you don't see
it would be
it.
an optical. So the fun thing is, yes. So I guess we could let's try to have
the horizon. You're saying we would not see
the optical illusion.
Is the hump the horizon?
So hypothetically, Well, to answer that question, there wouldn't be a horizon because hypothetically we're on two really high points looking at each other from across the Atlantic. That's the hypothetical. So the trick on your eye would be that the hump looks like a flat surface, even though we're hypothetically on really tall ladders looking straight at each other with, super powered binoculars just looking right at each other. Across the Atlantic. So you wouldn't physically see a hill like you're looking at a hill. It would appear flat if we were to look straight across, but it actually is a hump.
Yeah, because you're looking across and it looks flat across, and then when you look left and right, and you can see,
So yes, I totally
left,
believe you. So that is where I believe what you guys are saying when you're saying I see flat. Like I totally get it. That's why I don't like to be mean like some other people. They try to accuse you guys of like not being flat earthers and stuff. And it's like I see what you're saying. Yeah,
you're saying you see flat. So if you see flat, you see flat.
Well, it appears flat.
But what we see is actually when we're looking across the water, what we see is a horizontal, which is not.
So curving. The horizon is a horizontal. So that's different. Where you're not. Because now we're like looking at obstructions. So now we're no longer on our really tall ladders, and now we're on the surface, and so now we're back to.
So now you're saying now
you can see the hump.
Well, when we see the horizontal, we looking across that hump, right? And then it has a limit.
The horizon is the hump.
We can't see beyond that hump, and
exactly. Actually, that's a really good way to put it. The horizon is the hump.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that's.
So then the hump is like 3 miles away from me. I can't see you because you're 3 miles behind that hump. But then I look left and I see 20 miles, and then I look right and I see another 20 miles. I can't see you at 3 miles.
Oh, so that's depending. So now that depends on your ladder. Like, are you standing on a tall ladder? Or are you on a mountain? Like, it depends on your elevation.
At the sea level.
So it could be 3 miles, could be 20 miles, could be 500 kilometers, and you never fucking know until you actually.
I'm at the sea level right here at the sea level.
So then, like, whatever that. So yeah, then you see the hump.
So we see the hump looking towards the horizon, but no hump to the left, to the right, and behind me. No hump. The only hump
field
is
of view.
That's in front of me only.
That's land, because that's the land going up.
I'm still like stuck on it. You're saying we set up a level at the beach, like with Gems. We set it up a level. Like we grab it, we bring it with us. We make sure that we're level, and then we look straight out. We look out level, and there's a horizon, which is hump.
Yeah,
No, that's ridiculous. The horizon has no curvature. How can it be a hump?
Because you're looking straight at the hump, so it appears flat.
So you're redefining what the horizon means just because you want to adjust it to your belief?
So
we get horizon.
Are we living on a cylinder because you're talking about a hump, but that horizon is still horizontal, so it means it's curving just one way.
It's like it's like a toilet.
It's the field of view.
It's like a toilet paper roll, Earth.
Cylinder
No, because that's only because of the Earth. That's only because of land. Like continents get in the way of that perfect hump view. All from because when you go sailing,
talking about water.
When you go sailing, you have a perfect hump all around you.
I don't see a hump when I'm watching the horizon on the surface of water.
Right, because you see a perfect level horizon all around you, right? Right, because you can only see.
There's no hump. And I can see more than what I see in front of me. So the distance from me to the horizon is less than the distance from left to right.
It's about double. It's said to be about
equal. No. The reason why it's perfectly flat is because you're equidistant from all humps around you. So the entire hump looks flat because you're fucking on it. You're right directly on top of it.
It is flat, not it's just looking flat.
So like when you look at a basketball, you know how like a basketball looks. Like you can only see so far past a basketball, and then there's like
this guy.
I shoot the basketball. I hold the basketball. What are you talking about? What are you doing with the basketball?
Think of like a coffee cup. Like look directly at a coffee cup.
I drink from the coffee cup.
Okay, now, but look at it horizontally. So now, like, instead of like looking
I'm gonna,
like
I'm
directly
gonna get a
above,
level and I'm gonna level it out and
yeah,
make sure
make it
it's perfectly
level.
horizontal.
Make it level with your eyesight. If you take the coffee cup and you make it level with your eyesight, you'll see that the coffee cup is perfectly flat. But then if you turn and look vertical if you look overhead over
Why
the
would I
coffee
do that?
cup,
It would be the
you'll
same
see
thing
a
as
perfect
horizontal,
circle.
dude. What
You'll
are you
see a
talking
perfect
about?
circle.
You're saying flip yourself to be vertical now, perpendicular to horizontal, and look at it again. What are you talking about? A hump?
So like, let's say you're like, I'm sorry, like, let me try to what's the when you're running around on a circus ball, like, you know, those, like, a circus bears.
Run around on circus balls. What are you doing with all
And
these
you're on a
weird
ball.
scenarios?
Like, oh shit, I was trying to find a GIF. So like when you're on,
You know,
'cause, like, when
everybody,
you're
all those times where you run around on the circus ball while you know, holding a cup vertically and putting your eye perpendicular to the cup. Everybody on the
wait a
circus
minute.
ball.
How about
While
you
holding
know,
a
those
basketball
exercise,
in your shirt.
the exercise
Exactly.
balls that are cut in half? You know, they have exercise
They're
balls that are
not
cut
cut
in
in
half, and
half.
it's just a dome, and you stand on top of it. It's like an
Oh,
exercise.
you jump on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you jump on them. Yeah. Think of that. Like when you're standing on top of that.
You're not supposed to jump on them, dude. I tricked you. It's an exercise ball. You're supposed to lay down, kind of stretch your back out. Why are you jumping on the exercise equipment?
I'm just trying to find the best way to explain it.
All right, go ahead with that one.
You're standing perfectly, because you think about standing perfectly on top of the ball, but it's so big
half
that
ball, yeah.
you're on the hump, and the hump is 360 degrees around you, equidistant from your position.
No, there's no hump.
So
it's
how,
dropping away from me. I'm standing
the
on
image
top of
that
it. It's
I
all
see
dropping down. On this
okay, so
hemisphere that
you
I'm
see what I'm
picturing
saying?
out,
Like when
it's
you're
all
looking,
dropping away.
because yeah, exactly. It's so like, let's say you're in the middle of the ocean and the horizon is all around you, right? It's a perfect line in every direction.
Yeah, but then if I see a boat on the distance, right, like I'm on a boat, and then there comes another boat. It's in the distance,
coming over.
and that's also on top of the hump. And as it comes towards me, it's going down.
Yep.
See the image that I sent you in the side chat? That's the
Same thing with
horizon.
land.
There's no hump there.
What do you mean? That's the hump. You're looking at it.
No, that's the
red line.
hump.
The red line.
I see
That's
that
field
red
of
line.
view.
The red line is the horizon. That red line is the horizon. That's a flat horizontal line that is parallel to the horizontal line of the horizon. So yeah, that's the horizon, and it's not curving from left to right. It's not
Why would
curving.
it?
It's a straight,
Why would it?
level, flat, even
Because
line.
you're equidistant. Because you're equidistant from the hump, quote unquote, in every direction. So it wouldn't matter. It'd be flat.
Yeah, your feet and your head are equal distance to the horizon.
It's the same. It's the same trick. It's the same trick of the eye as the hump does overlooking a long distance.
Your eyes are kind of like, at the same distance from your feet to the horizon, so that's why you kind of whatever
it's like
he said.
It's a cross section.
Why does it have to take like 30 minutes for you to acknowledge what he's saying? I mean, for God's sakes, I argued the same thing yesterday.
What?
But it's the same issue. You have the same flaws, are in both of your arguments.
No, I argued what you were arguing yesterday.
Okay. It's tricky, like, because I've read about it a couple different ways.
It's not tricky. It's very simple.
But, well, what? Why is the horizon flat even though there's a hump right there?
What do you mean?
There is no hump.
You already listen.
Your
It doesn't
imagination.
whether it's visual.
Horizon is flat because it's
okay.
on a flat.
Yeah, somebody.
Welcome to the flat.
Yeah, nice, buddy. Whether it's angular resolution or whether it's geometric, still, no matter which direction that you turn in the ocean, it's always going to be the same distance from you. Equidistant, right? From you, like so.
Yeah. Because so you're like so like think about sitting on top of the hump,
but
like
you
perfectly, and there's a perfect circle around you.
I just explained it. Like you don't have to repeat yourself.
Okay.
Like,
sorry.
but as far as going out horizontally, saying that is the hump, horizontally, not left to right, but just beyond that, like things are going down. The curvature is like, well, no, that line
is not a geometric distance.
What
So
is it?
everything we just discussed right now, equidistance, like no, that there's no geometric distance.
Either way, he's not saying it's
There's
going down.
definitely
He's saying it's going
look,
up.
listen, there's definitely no equidistant refraction. That doesn't make sense, right? Equidistant, different distances? No, obviously not. Like, but
At
going
this
back to the
moment, the
geometric
guy's
point,
he's
You're losing me, real. You're losing me. I'm sorry.
well, I don't know why. Because where you turn in the ocean, the horizon is going to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet. Supposedly,
Okay.
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah,
well,
so
that's
it's water.
that's just the horizon, which he is saying
Then
is drop. But in the middle between the horizon being the supposed drop and the initial observation,
Why
there
you
would
got to
have to
tell me what
be
he was saying when I tried to stop
because we
him
were
from
saying it
repeating what he was saying?
before you jumped in to tell us all what we were saying. This is what we were
No, I
saying
didn't. No, I just
let's
moved on.
let's for real. Are you saying that I was wrong?
because you had the
I just,
conversation
I
yesterday
just,
that we're
I
having
just
now.
moved on though.
So are you
Yeah,
saying
but
there's
that
a
was
curve?
you.
Why would you repeat what I just told him he didn't have to repeat?
I don't know why
But
you
like, I'm
repeat
not
what
sure
I
what
was
you're
already
arguing.
talking about, even though you had the
Yeah.
conversation yesterday. What are you talking about?
So you're
If you
gonna
want to join
repeat
in,
what
just
I
join
repeated,
in.
what you repeated,
Yeah, you're repeating what we were talking about. I'm saying I already
and
talked
then
about this.
so you're gonna repeat it again. Then that makes sense.
No, I'm going to ask you to step away if you don't want to keep repeating it. Yeah, 'cause we were talking about it.
Yeah, but I asked him something because I actually was getting somewhere. So I listened for 30
I'm still
minutes.
confused. I was gonna talk to Real. Just let me ask Real some
Continue.
questions so I can understand.
What is there to understand?
So what do you mean by the 1.225 times the observer height in feet? What is that demonstrating?
I didn't even say 1.225, so I think you
Oh,
understand because I think you know what it is. Because I said 1.2, but you
I
knew it
genuinely
was
don't know. So are you saying
1.225.
there is a globe or there's
So
no
why'd
curve?
you say 1.225?
I was
What
just
do
asking.
you
I could
think
have
the
swore you just said
formula?
that, or it was
So
somebody
what
else.
do you think the formula is in relation to?
What, the geometric horizon?
Exactly. So what are you confused about?
Why you're applying that to the situation?
Because no matter where you look, that's supposed to be the horizon. 1.2
Why?
times the square root of the observer side in feet. It'll be equidistant.
That's only if you're like at like isn't that only if you're at water level though?
The
You have to be at
formula
sea level, I
is
think. And
1.2
like from
times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
it's not just any it's not just any
Yeah, but if
like
you're in the
any
middle of
horizon.
the ocean,
Only
then it would be equidistant, like you said. Because if you were talking about land, then it wouldn't be equidistant either, would it? So we're both talking about an instance in which it would be equidistant over water, right?
it is that.
Okay, okay. So what are you not understanding?
What you were saying? Like what were you implying?
Well, I just said what I said. You
That
just
there
agreed.
isn't a curve or there is?
No, I just said that geometrically speaking, because of the physical nature of the earth in all directions, that obstruction would be equidistant.
Well, that's like
If it
on
were
on water.
if
That was
it were
only
true.
that only applies to the ocean or like the Great Lakes.
Okay, if it were true. I don't know why you need to multiply my words, like Gregory says.
No. I'm just trying to understand.
Like,
I think you were kind
no,
of.
you do understand.
Now I do. After I finally got the answer to my question.
Well, you got the answer from the beginning because all I did is repeat myself.
You were being vague. So now we're not
No,
vague.
I wasn't being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the geometric distance. So no matter which way you look out in the ocean, it would be the
Okay.
same distance in all directions. I was clear about that from the beginning.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
And I also added the caveat if that were true. Everybody in this room knows it's not.
But it is true. That's why you got the horizon there.
I don't know. Maybe Seth School would like to do something here.
That's the hump that we. That's why we've been going on and on about humps.
What
Horizon
hump?
is the hump.
Is it?
Yeah. Made a note of it.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
So like it doesn't work on land. So in land it could be fucking anything because it could be a mountain, it could be
I didn't
hills.
say shit about land. You keep
Could be,
talking
well,
about
that's
land.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying
But you
I'm
keep,
actually we're
you
moving
keep talking
moving
about
on
land.
from.
I'm only talking about water. I'm only interested in on water.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
fine.
why you keep bringing up land.
Because
I'll
I think
show
a lot
you.
of people
What about this
misconstrue.
one? I think this is a good example, Elijah. This is. Let me post it real quick for you guys. 1 second. Go ahead, keep talking. Let me find it and post
I've been
it.
talking for a long time. Is there any other Globers who want to jump in
Here
and
it
take a
is,
shot?
Talon. Look. So, Talon, the observation that you're saying.
He's on the
Yeah,
right.
no, I don't want to. I don't want to run. I mean, I'm never. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere. But I've been talking for a long time. I just want to preempt any. Like we can keep going, but I don't want to overtake the mic and act like.
This is on the water that you
good
guys were
Glober.
talking in the water across the water, and we can see Mount Kanagu. What is it, Kanagu? What was it like?
Yeah, I felt like we agreed that the horizon is the hump. I think we're all.
Why is
pretty
the horizon so high? Like, if you were to point to it, create a
I don't
level.
blame I don't blame All Glory for stepping in here because what Talon has been describing is a concave Earth, for sure, like 100%.
What the fuck about
Humps
what
are concave.
Jimsy's saying? Like, am I the only one that wants to help Jimsy run this into the
Yeah.
end
So
zone?
this is 263 kilometers. So I'm just saying that that what you guys were talking about, that the horizon will be equidistant. You're saying that I'm equidistant to 263 kilometer mountain range. Is that what he's saying?
As far
Elijah?
as like
Is
into
that
the
what he's
breaks
saying?
wave. So the problem with into the breaks wave theory. I mean, I didn't know there was a boat in the middle of that. The stars.
No, that's your hump theory. That's the Gruber hump theory.
Gruber thumb. Well, no, you have to. Yeah, that's you just have to because the longitude and latitude don't comport with that picture that you did there. It was a cute picture though.
The longitude and latitude.
Yeah,
Okay,
so like we got
go
stars.
on.
We got
Where
stars
would
to
you put
prove
the longitude and latitude at in that cartoon?
you wouldn't.
Of your
You
hump
wouldn't.
theory.
I would not. I would actually put the curves together in the proper order.
Okay.
What's this hump theory?
A sphere is a series of humps.
It's Bob and Alice.
Globe has got
It's
that
if you're
dump truck.
looking down. If two people are looking down at each other, then you have a valley in between them.
I think it's if you're looking straight now, according to Talon. If you're looking horizontally.
That's
You're
the thought.
looking down.
That's the thought experiment we're going through right
Mhm.
now. Yeah, like, do you look up and down on a sphere? Or are you looking?
Well,
on
when you set that, when you establish that that vertical and that perpendicular to the vertical, the horizontal, and you look out horizontally, are you looking out horizontally, Talon?
Am I looking out horizontally?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
is that what you're doing? Okay.
From
And now
where I'm
horizontal.
Well, it depends. If I was like really high up, then no, I wouldn't be horizontal. I would be actually at an angle up above.
So listen. This photograph was taken, and this is going beyond the horizon that you're claiming, bro. The physical horizon that you're claiming.
What are we talking about?
The hump that you're talking about, the hump that you'll be talking about, it's supposed to be way before this 63 kilometers.
Okay. Are we on science or?
Are we on science? Yeah, I'm on science. I'm here. Science is under me. I'm on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking specifically in the chat.
In that image, maybe Talon, can you point to where the 40-mile hump is in the photograph that he posted? Can you point to where that 40-mile high hump is in that photograph? I'd like to see where that's at. I'd like to see where that's at.
Oh, so this is where, in terms of like seeing for long distances from high elevations.
I'm trying to find the 40-mile hill that's supposed to be in the way. Can you point to that?
We were talking about this earlier. I'm sorry, what? And which one are you talking about specifically?
Yeah, I know you were talking about it earlier. And now we're back, and now he's presented an image where there should be this 40-mile high hill, and you said that you can see it in this in a photograph like this, and so I'd like you to point to me because I don't see it.
This one is 273 kilometers.
But you got to answer my question. You got to tell me which photo you're talking about.
The last one, 273 kilometers. Where is the hump that you're talking about?
The last one. There's the sunset one. 534.
Yeah. Or
right below the sunset.
multiple.
That hump.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
No,
the Earth.
no, sorry, Migs, but it's
30
under
GMC,
heaven.
GMC,
He
yeah.
posted it.
32 minutes after that.
32.
I posted 3, so let me just.
Yeah. So the
any one
appearance
of them,
of seeing over a long distance, the right, because this is for like seeing long distances, right?
You know what's the name of this? They call their group the people that take this long distance photograph. They call the team Beyond Horizons.
Yeah.
So the
I'm gonna
horizon
bring
that
up
you're
my Earth
claiming,
viewing.
the physical horizon that is supposed to be there, that you're saying, hey, the hump is right there. It's not there, bro. We seen stuff beyond that horizon.
So Break, look at my so the picture I just put just now. It's 535. The top globe
Way
picture.
beyond it.
So this is just a 2-dimensional cartoon that shows a side view of the appearance.
Okay, I don't want to see a cartoon. I want you to, on that photograph, the under heaven that he gave you, show me where that 40-mile hill is.
It's directly in front of him. It's directly in front.
Well, yeah, put a circle on exactly where I'm trying to see where this hill is at in the actual. I don't need a cartoon. I need in the actual photograph, the observation. Show me where the 40-mile hill
we
is.
actually should do that. We actually should do that in Google Earth and draw the radius. I mean,
so this is the fun. This is the fun
circumference.
part about these huge curves. The what Into the Break is asking us.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Elijah.
You're not talking about what I'm talking about. So just relax while I tell everybody what. So you use Google Earth, and then ultimately it'll draw the circle, aka the geometric horizon, with the circle represented around you, your distance that you can see. I'd like to see that between where the person is standing in Canada and where it should be.
I mean the horizon.
I'm not asking you.
360.
I'm asking someone else if they, because I know you're not going to do it.
I'm just saying, at 360 degrees around you in a circle. That round horizon.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, go into Google Earth and put in these positions and just draw the line from one point to another to see and do the math.
What do you think it would
show? Damn, talent! Like you always just want to speak in the middle of someone else's sentences. It's kind of like silly. Elijah was addressing something, and I was addressing him.
You're repeating what he was saying?
Are you repeating what you're saying?
No, you were repeating what he was saying.
You've been saying hump everywhere. It's hump for you, hump for everyone, but we don't see the hump anywhere. Where's my hump? Where's my hump, Talon? You say hump for me, hump for the other guy, hump for you. Show it to me.
So it's a
And ironically, the thing where he said that he's going to point to the hump that's in the middle, ironically, he said that's the point where you got the observer and then you got the horizon. And in the middle, they would both be down from those initial observers, lower than the two observers on either end. He's saying that's the hump, and he's going to point to it. That's higher than the other 2 points.
So wait a minute. So
horizon.
If you look at the if you look at this the model of the building, looking at the antenna from straight across, so you see how the line of the line of sight is straight, and so even though
so good at drawing that. Can
Hey,
you just draw
listen.
the circle on the hump on the picture that Jemsy put up?
Why isn't this mountain? Why is this mountain why is this mountain not tilting with the curvature of the Earth like you're claiming? Like you're showing in your depiction of what's happening.
Plus, the observer isn't looking down. The observer
is looking straight ahead. See how the straight line from one observer to the other?
And you see how the observer in your diagram is tilted with the curvature, right?
Correct. Right.
And then the object that is being observed is also tilted. So there should be a tilt between the observer and the object being observed.
So
two tilts.
Wait a minute. So are those buildings when they're from the position of the observer, do they consider themselves at that angle?
They're both horizontally in a frame of reference and vertically.
So to them,
Above it.
to the observer, that hump would appear to be perfectly flat.
What hump? When you say hump, what
The
hump are you
hump
talking
between
about?
the two observers, because
Which one?
they're
Where? Can
seeing
you mark
a
it? Can you mark it
horizontal
where
line
it
of
is?
sight from one point to the other, a theoretical hump between them would appear flat.
So
To
there
any
is a
distance, to
between
unlimited
them.
distances. Then all of the distances in existence, you're gonna be able to just see beyond the
Hypothetically,
geometrical
yes.
plane.
If you can
Alan,
see over the
This
hump,
is
it would
ridiculous,
look
Talon.
flat.
You're trolling, bro. Honestly.
Alan,
Yes.
if you
Yeah.
see the hump, how can you
Fucking
see
troll.
that hump seems to be appear flat? It means the other side of the hump, not the side that is facing you. So your eyes are bending over that hump, and you can see the other side of the hump. You can see the all that flat surface in front of you, no cut, till you see the mountains, and you can you call that a hump that appears to be flat.
So the only issue with my diagram is that it's not demonstrating that the two observers are actually upright and because they can see each other.
that will be
They're actually
impossible on a ball, right? That will be impossible.
No. You can get up high enough to
Yeah.
see over the hump, but
Yeah,
once you do that, you wouldn't be able to see the hump. It would look flat, but it would still be there.
And you won't see the things kind of like tilting with the curvature. The curvature, we are standing on a curvature, but nothing is going with it.
You would see anything. So because again, you would be high enough up to see over any occlusion. So you wouldn't see any occlusion except for.
So you see the problem that you're having, bro. That you depicting the Earth, but the baseline in your diagram, the realist level baseline is that line that is observing. And that line, you basically the observer above that line. The line will be the water that you're looking across, and then you're just observing across a straight line. But you're saying we looking straight, but we're seeing behind the physical curvature. Bro, you're trolling, honestly.
He's not even saying we're looking straight. He's saying we're looking like 30
Down.
degrees down.
He's saying
from
we're looking
horizontal.
down. Yeah, we're looking down. Yeah.
So now for him the hump is changing, because for at the beginning I was thinking that for him the top of the hump is the horizon. So the horizon is the top of that hump, not the something beyond the horizon.
Yeah. The hump
horizon is the top of the hump. The horizon is the hump.
Bro, the hump is even higher than your feet. The observer on that diagram, the hump is higher than the observer.
So that diagram is not. So that's where that's where my diagram ends. Is it's not to scale because you really need to be on the
That's
Himalayas.
why I told you
you have to go to the Himalayas and then be on the Alps or something to see 500 kilometers. You really got to go to the mountains.
Bro, I just showed you 400 kilometers. I can show you 700 kilometers, and you're gonna say, "Where's the hump?" It's right there. Look, it's right there. That's what you're gonna say. It's right there. Look. Right
The
there.
horizon,
right there.
if the horizon is the top of that hump, how can we see beyond the horizon?
You're high up.
Okay, so
No, just on
Go ahead.
water
Go ahead. Go
surface,
ahead.
5 feet or 3 feet. How can we see? How can you explain the black swan?
The black swan's got the hump in it. You can see the oil
The
rig
hump.
that is further away is further behind the hump.
The hump behind the oil rigs, where it's not supposed to
I
be.
see the horizon behind that oil rig.
That debunks your
So
globe.
the horizon's geometric again. Yeah, that's bad news for you.
Well, the horizon's always geometric. It's part of a spherical globe.
Oh wow!
Horizon behind that oil rig.
Globe debunked.
So look, where's the hump on this infrared? Where's the hump on this infrared? Where's the hump here? Can you show? Can you tell me the hump?
Right there. Boom.
Right there. Where? Can you mark it?
Yeah. How come that Earth is? How come there's Earth How come there's a horizon?
Yeah,
right there?
that's water. That's water level. You see, horizontal.
Yeah.
That's not
No,
Earth. That's water.
Horizon is the hump.
The horizon is
Wow.
so beyond that point. That's the curvature of the Earth. The physical curvature is behind that point.
A sphere is an infinite series of humps.
But it's not behind. It's not to the left and the right. So it's you're claiming like a tube Earth.
I mean, there is a horizon all around you, isn't there?
You're saying like a toilet paper Earth. Yeah, but it's not conforming to your claim of the radius. It's not conforming to what you're claiming. The globe Earth, the 6,000 kilometer radius. It's not conforming to that. So what you're claiming, it's just look. You're saying, look at this cartoon. This cartoon explains it. Then, let's go check reality. We look at reality, and your cartoon falls flat.
Well, it's just a diagram. It was just meant to show.
Do you think your diagram
it was mostly to show like that two people are looking at each other down.
Do you believe your diagram what supersedes what? Your diagram supersedes the infrared and the long distance observations, or the infrared and the long distance observations supersede your claim? Which one is it?
So the fun thing about my diagram is that
diagram.
If you look directly at it, you'll see that both top of the observers are looking down.
Which one overrules which one? Does yours overrule?
If you line up your head, if you tilt your head to the left and line up your head with the building on the left on diagram 1, you'll see that the building is now above the second observer. But then if you tilt your head to the right and you line your eyesight up to the tower antenna thing, and you'll see that antenna is now above the buildings. And so that diagram presents and demonstrates a visual demonstration of being both above and below.
A visual demonstration of Fantasyland, because here we're not looking at reality. I showed you reality and you hand waved it.
That is reality. And your reality shows being up really, really high and seeing the straight shot. So all your picture shows is the straight line in my diagram. I'm sorry, sir, but your picture is in my diagram, and diagram 1
and where is the
straight line.
Where is the tilting stuff in the photograph? We see the straight line.
So because
in your diagram, we have tilting things attached to the ball. Where is the tilting stuff on the photographic evidence? Where is the tilting stuff?
Your photograph is the straight line, so there is no curvature in the straight line.
And then from the tilted tower, that the observer from the tilted tower,
it's a straight line to the other
tilted,
antenna.
and then towards the other tilted thing. Where can we see that in reality?
A straight line, but no. I'm just saying that in reality,
you can see the tilt. You can't see it.
The picture.
It's
the picture
there,
is the straight line.
You can't see it.
No, the picture is the straight line. You can see everything but the curve because the straight line can only see straight.
So if you were standing in this building, like you have to be horizontal on the building, right? So you don't fall through the windows outside and die, right? And then you actually, what are you doing? You looking down from the that observation is like you're actually standing on top of the building, and you're just looking down. You're not looking across. You're not looking horizontal because in the building. You're standing horizontal, right? Because the building is horizontal, isn't it? So in the building you're standing horizontal, and then that line is not horizontal because look, it's away from the horizontal of the building. You see that?
Is that line? Wait a minute. Is that line horizontal relative to the hump?
Is that line horizontal to the buildings?
No, it's horizontal to the hump. See how it's a tangent? See how it's a tangent to the hump?
Yeah, the line is horizontal. Is it horizontal to the building?
Is it horizontal to the building?
Okay, let's compare this one, because in the observation in the photograph for the Kanagu, 300 miles away, we see that we're standing on the building in reality. We have the camera, the building is horizontal. I'm looking across the horizontal towards the observed object, right? In your diagram, that's not happening. So in the realist level, reality is happening, and your diagram, something else different is happening.
No, the straight line is level. That's what I'm talking about.
So we don't
which
see
is the
your
picture.
diagram in the photograph. Your diagram is not in the realist level photographs.
We see your photograph is the
So
straight
basically,
line
the
in the diagram.
photographic evidence of the realist level supersedes and debunks your claim in the diagram. It's pretty simple. It does. It does.
Like I said, I told you, your
It
picture
does.
is in the diagram. It's the straight line. And so from the position of the observer, looking down, looking straight across the hump, it would appear flat.
So let's go backwards, because you're thinking about it from the fantasy place. Now let's go to reality. Let's go to the, you're holding the camera, looking towards Kanagu. The sun is setting behind Kanagu, right? You kind of see that? You see the Kanagu kind of in front of the sun? You see the
sun
mountain?
setting, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
sunset,
yeah.
yep.
So I'm observing the horizontal. So I'm in a building. The building is horizontal. I'm looking across the horizontal, right? The building is horizontal, and I'm looking across the horizontal. Now, your diagram is not showing what I'm doing in reality.
Yeah,
what are you doing in reality again?
The guy is looking down. It's not level.
It's not looking like I'm looking. It's not looking. I'm straight on the building, looking straight outside the window with the camera and looking across, straight line. And the building is straight, like it's horizontal. With the line that is going across the observation, the line that you drew in your diagram is not the same as we're doing in reality. You see the difference?
Look at that straight line.
The building is straight in reality. The mountain is straight in reality. In your diagram, the building is tilted and the mountain is tilted. So that's not reality. You see, Talon,
no, they're not
how
tilted
easy it
relative.
is?
The observers are also level. Everybody's level, but it's over a hump, and it's just what you're saying is incorrect.
So listen, in your diagram, I'm standing in that building. You see the building that has like 3 buildings?
Yeah.
There's 3 buildings.
Yeah,
so I'm
turn your
standing.
head, but you got to turn your head. So
I'm gonna cruise. I'm not gonna look down. I'm gonna look horizontal from the building outside the window, right? And I'm gonna be looking not towards the line that you drew. If I'm looking out of the window, I'm looking up. I'm looking away from the earth, straight out the window, and it's not the line that you drew.
Yeah, look, the line is going from the window toward the ground, so it's going down. It's not straight from the window level.
Exactly, from the
So
realist
that line
level.
is not 90 degree from the building.
There you
It's
go.
45 degree because the guy who is on the window is looking down. He's not looking straight.
And
The
in the
line is
photograph,
straight,
we're looking
yeah.
straight. In the photograph, we're looking
the diagram is
horizontally
not to
straight.
scale. The diagram is not to scale.
So it's a fantasy. Like I said in the beginning, I said, bro, present reality. And you say, this is reality. And look, it's fantasy.
No, there's a big difference between something not
It
being to
doesn't
scale and
add up
something
to
being
reality.
fantasy.
It doesn't add up to the realist level. It's nowhere to be found in the realist level. You cannot do this in reality. Because when we go to reality, what we do to do this observation is nothing as you explain in the diagram.
What do you mean? I only explained what I needed to explain in the diagram, not what you're saying I should explain.
In your diagram, the observer is not looking horizontally out the window, it's looking down towards the parking lot. That's what you're doing in your diagram.
They're looking straight across as far as they can.
If you were looking out the window, you will be looking you will be seeing the stars.
The line is straight, yeah, but it's not 90 degree to the building. To be watching straight from the window from that building, so that
He knows
line
what we're
has to
saying.
be
He knows what we are
See
saying.
the line touching is the line touching the earth, or is it going straight to the?
Draw just a line 90 degree from the wall of that building. Draw it now. Can you do that?
You don't think that? Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just want to be clear. Though. You don't really think that line goes towards the parking lot of the building in the diagram?
It's not going anywhere because that's a fantasy.
Can you draw a 90-degree line to that building?
Yeah. Now draw that line that you drew. Draw it away from the window, like straight out the building, like you're looking out of it.
Take the wall of that building. use it as a baseline, the wall of that building, use it as a baseline and draw a 90-degree line from that baseline.
No,
Yep,
guys, you're
go
being
ahead.
silly. No, we wouldn't. I wouldn't
No, you're
use
being
this
silly.
diagram
You're
because it's not to
presenting
scale.
cartoons
It's not to
fantasy.
scale, so I wouldn't do that. You wouldn't get accurate measurements from
Oh, go ahead and do it to scale if
an
you want.
unscaled.
And
The
not come
diagram
to
is just, it's
don't
just a
come with
visualization.
don't
It's just
come with
visualization.
something that is not to scale, but and when we debunk it, you will say that, oh, it's not to scale. So come with something with on scale, so we can discuss that.
My point stands from the beginning. You present a fantasy, and now we came to the conclusion you're presenting fantasy. And we've been arguing all this time, and you've been arguing for
And that's
fantasy.
not what happened.
Talon, you've been arguing for a fantasy line, fantasy idea that is
Are
not
you saying
found
the
in
picture?
reality.
The picture that they took from the Alps, from one point on the Alps, the 440 kilometer picture is not fantasy. They took that picture for real.
The photograph that I posted, looking towards Kanagu, towards the sun.
World record first. It's a world
Same thing.
record. It was
Right,
a world record.
that's not fantasy. That's all correct.
Before the infrared shot, that was the first world record for a long distance shot. Then they gave the infrared shot, and it was considered as the new world record for the for the long shot, long distance shot. I can put them
Okay,
both.
cool. Yep. So we agree that this is reality. So that we're really looking over long distances.
Yeah, we are standing on a building, and I'm standing on a building horizontal, and I'm looking across the water, straight across
So that's a new
the water.
hypothetical. That's a new hypothetical.
That
That
is a
doesn't have
realist
anything to do
level.
with
No, that's not a
that has nothing to do with the
hypothetical.
diagram that I posted.
No, exactly, because your diagram is fantasy. That's the whole point.
No, my diagram is only a visualization of what we were trying to describe when it came to seeing each other over a hump and high distances. So you can't keep misconstruing.
You admittedly so.
Just stop trying to say that I'm arguing something that I did not argue.
It doesn't work. It's not representing the realist level. It's a falsehood. Stop doing it.
I was never doing it. You're creating a straw man. I'll go ahead and mute myself because you're not having
mute yourself because obviously your argument fell apart.
Horizon is the hump. You can try to prove that wrong.
When you're looking up to the sky or down, well, the horizon is the hump.
Yeah, the horizon is the hump. You're actually looking at a hump when you see the horizon. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, like in your imagination, the cartoon fantasy that you were trying to represent.
Are you saying the horizon? I think we can all agree here that the horizon is something you can see. This guy thinks our horizon is a fantasy. Okay, anybody else want to agree with that? Horizon is a fantasy.
Talon picks a cartoon versus reality.
The horizon is horizontal.
The horizon is the geometric curve of the Earth.
No, that's a curve. That's an abstraction. That's not the horizon. The horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground, and it depends to the distance and elevation and what material are you using. If you are using your naked eyes, your horizon will be shortened than if you use telescope
or infrared.
So, yeah, it's not a curve. There is
Who's hot mic? Wait, 1 second. Terrence. 1 second. 1 second. Who's hot mic in Terrence?
Our seminars here.
I don't know what's happening. It was his mic
He's
or
taking his lunch break at CIA. He has to give them his codes.
oh, he's taking a lunch break. Talon. Elijah, does the point that I made does that make any sense? Because he presented this. Hopefully, you looked at it. He presented.
He didn't address it at all. He just keeps asserting that horizon is Earth curve. The tangent point, which the line of sight meets the curve of the Earth. No, it's not. It's not true.
Well, what is the horizon?
Not that.
I think
Okay,
Lou presented something better.
Horizon
What is it?
Well, I'm not
the
answering
horizon
the question. I'm
where
not
is
answering
where
the
the
question. I'm rebutting the fact that it's Earth curve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, what makes the horizon then?
It's the natural limitation
like
of our
I
vision.
said, I'm not answering that question. Remember, we're asking the question of whether or not it's Earth curve, and it's not.
Oh, well, you have to prove that. That's a claim. You have to prove.
Yeah,
You have to
yeah,
prove
we
that.
can. Yeah, we have. It's called the Black
You
Swan.
didn't.
So,
Oh, you
Jimsy,
did.
you want to go through the Black Swan?
Oh,
Yeah, let's
I got
go. Let's go
I
with
got Black Swan
Talon
for
through
you.
the Black Swan. Let's go, Talon. You want it in English or Spanish?
Which one? Go ahead and pick which Black Swan you would that you would use.
Let's do it in
That's for
Spanish.
real. Go
Spanish
ahead
is
and
better.
show me. Would you pick the left or the right to determine
Spanish.
the horizon?
Spanish.
The wind thing. Send.
Mira,
If
amigo.
you want, I can send the
Escúchame.
GIF a
Just
photo
kidding.
for the wind
I got it right here.
turbines.
I already posted the Black Swan. Which picture would you guys use?
Oh,
The left or the right?
look, the horizon is changing. Talon, it's not physical, bro. That's the whole point. Look, the horizon is different in one image. Look, where is, Talon, where is the horizon in the first image? In the left image, where is the horizon? Is it? Listen.
I would the left. I don't use the left image to see the horizon because there's multiple horizons in there.
There's
So you can
multiple horizons.
accurately see it's a distorted view.
So the right image, where's the horizon in the right image?
The one in the right is that clear blue line where the hump reaches an apex and the water is level across the surface, and you can clearly see the horizon obstructing the
in the
oil
second
rig that's
image,
further away and further over
So
the
in
hump.
the first one, is there a horizon or there is no horizon? Which one is it?
No, there's in the first one there's distortion, which makes a blurry and unreliable
Wait, I
picture.
didn't ask about distortion. Is there a horizon in the first one?
There's like 4 horizons in that picture.
There's 4 horizons.
Yep, and also one of the cranes. Also, one of the cranes is bent, and also they're distorted. So they're literally deformed. The oil rigs are not an accurate view.
So you debunk yourself because you said that the horizon is this physical place at the edge of the ball.
Yeah,
and here we can see where you posted debunks what you said.
He said a horizon equal a hump. He said it, and he have it in his name. He said a horizon equal a hump. So there is 4 hump there that are changing all the time.
We have 4 humps. So the guy that was
look, let me get it back
go ahead.
on track. Let me get it back
Go
on
ahead.
track. Which one of these horizons in the photo is a line of sight to the point at which the Earth is curving? Which one of those?
The picture on the right is a clear photo of the horizon.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not at 1.2 miles.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? What does that
That's not
matter?
at 1.2 miles on the right.
What do you mean? Do you have measurements for that?
Yeah, you can
How do you
clearly
know?
see.
How do you know those?
Because they're zoomed in, so 2 miles is not in their field of view. Clearly.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
You know,
Fair view.
now it doesn't matter. Oh, he's a loser.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? So why did you? So go ahead and explain why
he's
what
a
you said just
loser.
mattered.
There's no line of sight to a curve. You're a loser.
Well, no, you can see the bottom up occlusion with the
No,
second
you said
oil
that
rig.
doesn't matter. You can't double back and say no. You
Yeah,
can see
what
it.
After
you
that,
said.
he stumbled and said,
What you
wait,
said doesn't
what?
matter for real. That's right.
Hold on. Can I just
He's
check?
trolling now. He's trolling now.
Okay, real.
Go
Can I just
ahead,
check something?
Cyclone, my bad.
Which picture would you
Yeah.
use for real?
I was
Which
just
picture would
because
you use
someone
there?
said they were talking about 4 horizons. Are you talking about the Black Swan?
No, I'm talking about the picture on the left of the black swans that I posted. I posted
So
2
you said
black swans.
there's 4 horizons. What do you mean?
No, I said there was distortion in one of the pictures, and the picture that has
Yeah, but
multiple
I just heard you say something
horizons.
about
I would not use. There's only one horizon because there's only one Earth.
I thought you just said there was 4 horizons.
There appeared to be 4 horizons in the distorted picture because that's distortion.
Could you draw on the image where you see 4 horizons? I'd like to see that.
What? No, you guys know you know what I'm talking about. Don't be silly.
Well, no, I just see one. I just see one horizon, so I'm just wondering what you mean by 4 horizons.
Okay. So you go ahead and point to which horizon you see.
Well, you said there's 4, so could you just draw the lines where you see the 4 horizons?
What? You can't see the 4 horizons? Where do you think I'm talking about in the first picture?
Well, could you just draw it and then post the image so we know what you're talking about?
No, because you've gone over that multiple times. I know you have.
Well, no, but you're saying there's 4 horizons, so
Okay, so
you need to draw where you see
So
them.
the question is, how many horizons do you see in the right picture?
I think
You
I
just see one horizon.
More than one.
Okay, one horizon. Okay, cool. And is it clear? Is it a clear horizon? Is it clearly just one? picture?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so do you
a
see?
clear horizon.
So Cyclone. So how many different levels of water in terms of blue do you see on the horizon of the left picture?
You
I
just
just
said
see
it. How
one
many
horizon
Which is where?
You just
Beyond the
behind the
first
rig.
The real
platform.
question.
Okay, so
The
wait.
real
So how
question
come? So
is.
how is it
The real
possible?
question is.
How is
The
it?
real
How is it
question
possible
is.
that there's
The real
a
question
horizon
is. So it's
behind
not a.
that oil rig, but
The
then
real question is. So it's not a
Alan,
tangent point, right? So it's not a tangent
Alan,
point, right? Because it's not no Atmos day. It's not. It's not no air day, right? So there's always refraction. So in both images, it's not at 1.2 miles because there's always refraction, right? So there isn't a tangent to a tangent point, right?
So that's the answer to your question, Talon. Not at 1.2 miles, which has to be there, right? Not at the horizon in that image is not at 1.2 miles.
and you just said it yourself. How many colors of the water you see there? So it's just water, 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 and then you see the horizon and the sky.
Not
Yeah,
not
that's a good
not at,
point.
not at the geometry
but
position
we're
that
only
it should
looking at
be.
the right picture.
I don't understand where the four horizons is coming in. I still don't
It's
know what that means.
because the distortion in the video makes you think that there's a horizon behind the oil rig on the left, but that's distortion. So
Well,
you've
we
been
see the horizon
bamboozled.
there.
So but again, but wait a minute. But then
Okay,
how
so
come
could
the
you
right
take the
picture?
image and then draw where you see the horizons?
No. Cyclone, tell me which of those pictures is the more reliable picture.
No. You need to tell us. You're saying we're seeing. I mean, the horizon is beyond that last rig. That's what you can see.
No,
But you're saying you
that's
see
what you see,
four.
right? So you
Yeah,
see
that's what we see.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what we
I
see.
actually
The
see a horizon
horizon
before.
is
I actually
seen
see a
there.
horizon in front of the back. I'm
In
talking about the
front of the
horizon in
back.
front of the. If you're
In
talking about the
front of
distorted
the
view of the left picture, which shows multiple multiple blurry horizons, versus
you're
the
saying
right
that you-
One
picture,
horizon. What are you
which
talking
shows
about? Multiple
one clear
horizons,
horizon.
right?
Yeah.
This is
So
why I
then,
don't understand
okay.
what you're saying. So you need to draw it on.
Right.
What do you mean?
No. I need you to explain why the
No,
left
I need
picture
you
shows
to
horizon
explain
behind one oil rig,
your
but then the
four
right picture shows.
horizons. You've said there's
Jesus Christ,
four
Cyclone.
horizons in this image.
Cyclone, can you see the horizon on the right picture?
Yeah, we see one horizon
Okay.
in both images.
Cyclone, is the oil rig in the right picture in front of the horizon or behind the horizon?
Talon, come on. We can do this once you've
We're going to
pointed
answer.
out where
No,
you're
you're gonna
claiming the
have
four
to use
horizons
it.
are.
But this is why. But this is important, Cyclone.
Are you retracting your claim that there's four horizons?
No, I'm not retracting. I'm asking you. I'm not retracting that
Well,
claim,
then
and
you
now
need
I'm asking you a
to
question.
show us where you're seeing that.
So wait a minute. So
No,
okay, but before
because you
that
need to
happens,
show this.
so wait a minute. I just need you to answer my question. Is the oil rig in the right picture on the left, in front or behind the horizon?
In front of it.
Wait.
Cyclone.
In front of it,
The right
and that's beyond
the right
the
image is
1.22.
the left oil rig behind the horizon or in front
Yeah,
of it?
the horizon
it appears
is behind
obstructing.
the front.
What's
it
the
appears
word?
to be
Say
obstructing
behind.
the
So it
one on
is
the left.
behind.
Yeah.
Behind.
Yep.
Yeah. However you want to say it.
Okay. So
But
then,
that's one horizon, Talon.
no, that's one clear picture of the horizon.
That's one horizon, Talon.
Okay.
You
So
one line
what do you
demarcating the
believe?
sea and
Okay,
the
so
sky.
Cyclone. But so
Okay,
Cyclone,
I
you've got a
answered
problem.
you. No, Talon, I answered you. So now you need to draw where those four horizons are on the images you claimed.
No,
That's what
I'm
you
not
need
going
to
to
do.
waste my fucking time with that. So you have to explain to me why there would be a horizon
Whoa.
behind
You're not going to waste
the.
time
So wait a
demonstrating
minute.
what
So
you say
Cyclone.
is so clear.
No, because
Talon,
this
don't get
doesn't matter.
triggered. This is a
So
claim that
I'm
you're
going to tell you
making.
why it doesn't
So
matter.
either retract it or show us what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's not gonna do it. He say, "I'm not gonna do it," whatever. But what even Cyclone, what he's asking for, that horizon in the second image, that's beyond the geometrical one.
Yeah, they're both black swans. But this is the thing.
I don't
We're
get
gonna
it.
get him. We're gonna get him to actually put some skin in the game because he's making outrageous claims like, well, on the one on the left, you can see four horizons. So, okay, you're going to be held to that unless you retract it. Show us where these four horizons are. And if you can't do that, then and you can't retract it.
I will draw you your little picture that you're so obsessing about. If you can.
Yeah. No. There's no ifs. It's your
if
claim,
you can,
Talon.
No. Wait a minute,
No,
because you
Talon, that's
just
not how
said.
it works.
So wait a minute.
Talon. I'm sorry, Talon. Once you've posted it in the chat, we can continue.
Any new people
Oh,
got any
dear.
questions? So we might have some new people. Anybody got any questions before Talon post his For Horizon depiction that he's claiming?
He's going for the quadruple, guys. This is historic.
Jamesy, can I say only one? He's saying about left picture, there is something blurry that you cannot recognize. That means that water behind the oil rig is not real, because we cannot see that, or we can see the real water behind the oil rig.
Yeah. In the first one, right?
Yeah, because he speak about the right pictures. Like, do you see the horizon? Yeah, we see the horizon. We see the oil rig behind the horizon. On the left picture, I see the water, real one, behind the oil rig.
Yeah,
Doesn't
because
matter.
he asked Cyclone, do you see the blue water right there and the limitation? And that's the horizon right there. So do you see the water behind the second oil rig in the first one? You see the water? That's right there, beyond the second oil rig.
Yeah, but
and whatever
someone
color
brought up a
is
good
on the left.
point. I think it was Necro. He was saying that he's like, you see different colors of the water, which presumably that's what he's going to try and draw the horizon line to. But he was pointing out, well, that's just still water. That doesn't support your argument.
Oh,
Yeah,
the color of the water. Okay, yeah.
Whatever color, of the water is on the left picture, it's a real water. That means there is no phenomena happening, and then you see that color, you know.
Yeah, depending on the color of the water, it will determine if the water is real or not. If it's an illusion or not an illusion. Go ahead, Talon.
Hold on.
Show us the
Before
fake
we
water.
continue. Hold on.
Okay, so you guys are going to have to really learn to not talk over me. And so the issue is I counted 3 horizons. And so the problem with what Cyclone's saying is he said that the horizon is behind the oil rig in the left one, but then he changed his story and suddenly the horizon is in front of the oil rig in the right picture. So Cyclone, you have to figure. So which one is it, Cyclone? You're the one who apparently can't
3 horizons.
tell
is that right?
which
so
horizon is real, Cyclone.
A yellow line, a
Please,
blue line, and a red line.
No, we're talking about the right and left picture, Cyclone. Which one of those horizons
we're talking about your diagram.
is real?
You just posted your diagram, yeah?
Yeah,
with
right. So you got what you wanted.
A yellow
now it's
line.
my turn. You said you made a deal with me.
We're going to talk about it, Talon. We're going to talk about it, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about right now. So which one do you believe is real?
Calm down. So you've done a yellow line, a blue line, and a red line, right? Those are what you're saying is 3 horizons?
Okay, so out of these 4 horizons, you've got the one on the right, and then you've got your 3 imaginary horizons on the left. Which one's the real horizon, Cyclone?
Oh, right. Okay, so you're including one from the other
one
images.
on the right is number 4.
There's 3 in this one.
So there's 3 on the
how
right.
Are you getting...
which one? Because again, you're the one who's having issues figuring out which
how
one's
are you
horizon.
getting...
You think the horizon is behind one oil rig, but then in front of another. It kind of sounds crazy.
So why have you drawn a line at the yellow one and the blue one?
What you said? Because I told you there's a distorted view of horizons in that picture.
Well, what do you think a horizon is?
A horizon is where the sky meets the earth.
Okay, so in the yellow line, is that the sky meeting the water?
Is it? You tell me. You're the one that's thinking there's horizons in that picture.
No, it's water.
Oh, okay. So what?
So that wouldn't be a horizon.
And it's distorted. That's the problem.
You just said it's where the sky appears to meet the surface, but it's just water at yellow.
But then there's horizon behind oil rigs and shit. Like, you're the one who's making crazy sounds. So why wouldn't I account that one?
I'm making crazy sounds.
You're the one who's
the blue one as well. There's water beyond the blue one. So there's water beyond the yellow one and the blue one. There's also a boat beyond them in the middle.
Again, these are distortions in your picture.
So that wouldn't be a horizon as you defined it, because they're not meeting the sky.
What? Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't define this picture as a good source for horizons.
Well, you just said there's 3 horizons and you marked them on the drawing, but then you said they'd have to be meeting the sky, which they're not.
What? What do you mean? They're meeting the sky. It's just blurry. So you can't tell which is real. You can't tell which line is the real line.
But the yellow line, you can see beyond it is water. Yeah?
It's lighter water. It's lighter though. So like, how do you know
Right,
that's
so
not
it's
clouds?
water,
How do you know
so
those? How
not
do you know those
sky.
aren't clouds or something?
Those are clouds? So the oil rig is floating on the clouds.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You're again. This is a blurry picture. So what? So again,
Wow.
Cyclone, you're agreeing with me that we should use only the right picture to look at those oil rigs.
No,
correct?
I'm not agreeing with anything you're saying, Talon.
So you
We're
want to
just
use?
kind of
Wait, you're not going to agree with anything.
trying to
So that's
figure out
bad
what
faith
you're
position.
talking about.
So
No. We're just
talking about which
figuring out
horizon.
what you're talking about with these horizons that aren't horizons by your own
I'm
definition.
gonna try one more time. So out of these 4 supposed horizons, which one do you find to be the most
There's not 4
realistic
horizons,
horizon?
though. We just discussed it. You just agreed the horizon is where the surface meets the sky, and in the yellow one and the blue one, it's just water meeting water.
So but we're not talking about just the yellow and the blue one. Out of those 4 horizons, which one do you pick?
Well, they're not horizons. You've got 2 horizons. You've
So
got
the one on the
where the
right?
red line is. The red line, yeah.
Cyclone,
You've managed to
quit dodging.
identify one actual horizon, Talon, so well done there. You've got
So where's
1
the
out of
horizon
3.
in the right picture?
You've got 1 out
Where's
of
the
3.
horizon in the right picture?
You can see the horizon's where the sea meets the sky, yeah?
Okay, cool. And so is the oil rig behind or in front of the horizon?
The one on the right's like on the horizon, and the one on the left appears to be behind the horizon.
Okay, so now go to the left picture. So what does the left oil rig look like according to your horizon?
So that's in front of the red line where you correctly identified one of your horizons, yes.
A horizon, the possibility of a horizon, right?
Well,
But
that's the
not accurate, is it?
observed horizon.
That's not, I mean,
yeah.
that's not even, but that's not, but unfortunately, Cyclone,
the horizon-
right picture debunks your horizon, Cyclone. You can't have it both ways.
What do you mean? No, the horizon
That's not
we
the horizon.
agreed is where
The red
sea
picture.
meets
Oh
the
my god,
sky,
spoiler
Talon.
alert. Spoiler alert. The red
Talon,
line
calm
isn't the
down.
horizon.
Hold on to yourself. Grab a hold.
Uh-oh, big
Hold
L.
on to
Big L
yourself.
incoming.
You'll be okay.
Big L's.
So the
Big L.
horizon, big L. I mean, you're the one that drew this image, Talon. I mean, we're going to remind you of this. Because you just agreed the yellow has water beyond it, the blue has water beyond it, meaning not horizons.
Correct.
Yeah?
That's what I said.
Is there anyone else?
Appears there could
Is there
be
anyone else in
horizons.
the room
Those are
who's
not real.
confused over this? Is there anyone else in the room who agrees with Talon that there's a horizon at the yellow mark and a horizon at the blue mark? Anyone else?
I never said that there was.
That's what you were drawing.
I said that it looks like there's 3 horizons. Do you understand what that means when I say that looks like something?
It doesn't,
versus
though. Okay, is there anyone
is
else who
something?
thinks there looks like there's a horizon at yellow and a horizon at blue?
If the horizon is where the sky meets the land, then the yellow and the blue line cannot be the horizon.
Well,
But it
there you go,
is.
Talon.
But they are.
Oh, but
They
it
are.
is.
The yellow. In
It
fact,
is the horizon into the
yellow
wild. What do you think of
line
that?
is the real horizon. Or
The
blue
yellow
line.
line's
Sorry,
the
not the
real
yellow.
one into
Not
the
the yellow.
wild.
No,
aren't
the
you?
blue.
Do you
The
figure
blue.
it?
I mean, you're
do you
trolling at this point,
understand it?
Talon.
The blue would be the real horizon.
You said yellow just 2 seconds ago.
What?
Said yellow 2
I haven't.
seconds ago.
I didn't memorize the colors, dude. Calm down. I just wrote them. I just
Calm
look
down,
forever
bro.
correcting myself.
This isn't
Blue.
science we're talking about.
Calm down. Yeah.
It's just flying by the seat of his pants.
So we
Sorry,
can
I
observe.
misspoke.
We can observe
Leaps
the
of
bottom
logic.
of the oil rig of the second
Cyclone,
one.
you don't even know. You can't. You're not even. You're the inconsistent one here,
It's
Cyclone. You
okay,
get that,
bro.
right?
Yeah. I'm the one
we can-
who's
we-
crazy here. That's
Right.
true.
We can clearly.
That's true.
We can
That's actually true.
clearly. We can
Yeah,
clearly.
definitely, bro.
We can clearly observe the first oil rig. Then we observe the second one. We can see the bottom of it, and behind that, we can see the horizon.
Can you?
You don't.
No,
You don't
that
see
looks
it.
like the horizon, but it's not. That's not the horizon.
So wait. 1 second. Where is the first oil rig at? Is it on water? The first
they're
one,
both
is it
on
on
water.
water?
Yeah.
Okay, what about
Yep.
the boat that is after that? Is that on water?
Yep.
Oh, so we got water there. Okay, what about the second oil rig? Is that water under it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so what about behind the second oil rig? Is that the sky?
Yep.
Oh, so we have water in the second oil rig, and then we have the sky behind it. So we have the water and the sky meeting and an apparent position that we call the horizon.
That gray blob of that gray line going across the picture, underneath, above the water line. The blue.
You remember
water
that
line?
the oil rig is in water? You remember that part? Remember? The
What's
oil
that?
rig, the second one, the second oil rig that is about 9.4 miles. Remember that? Where is that? Is it in the water?
No, it's in a distorted picture. It's actually like if you look at the accurate
Oh,
picture
so it's
with
not
the
in the
clear
water.
horizon.
So are you saying that oil rig is
Again, I'm not.
in the water?
I don't use the left picture. You guys are the ones with the fantasy horizons. I'm looking at the real horizon on the right picture, number 4.
The one that goes beyond the geometrical horizon.
No, the
that
one
you're
that's
going?
actually the physical horizon that actually
Yeah,
obstructs.
you know that oil rig is about 6 miles, right, from the observer? That oil rig, the front one, is like 6 miles away from the observer, isn't it, Talon? And we can see the bottom of it.
What's the flat Earth explanation for the hump in front of the oil rigs in the right picture?
Cyclone, do you legitimately not remember when I said distortion creates the appearance of 3 horizons?
Yeah, I remember, and I asked you to draw them, and you drew them,
right.
and they weren't
Yes, and then I drew them,
horizons.
right. And then you stupidly
and they
confused
weren't
that
horizons.
for me saying there's 3
Yeah,
horizons.
Talon, you debunked
Stop doing that.
yourself.
Just stop doing
Everyone,
that,
even
Cyclone.
the
You look like an
non-flat
idiot.
earthers, are saying you're trolling.
Cyclone, you literally just admitted that you confused what I said.
Talon, your heel
No,
has
you drew
been,
it, bro.
Achilles heel.
Yes, I drew what
Talon.
looked like. Remember when I said because of
No, but they
distortion?
don't. You
it
agreed they don't look like
appears-
horizons. You agreed that
Oh,
they
they
don't
don't?
look like
Oh, I'm
horizons
sorry. Why is
because
that?
because
Why
you
is
said the
that?
water continues after them.
Huh? What's that?
You said they're meeting water, not sky.
No, I said that it was. I said that it was
Remember?
distorted. Remember, say distortion.
No,
Can you say
remember
the word?
I said what's
distortion?
beyond the yellow line, and you said water. Remember?
No, I said it
So we all know
could
Talon.
be
Come on,
water.
Talon.
What was there?
You know, you were
Well,
smart enough that you didn't want to do
No,
it
Cyclone,
because you knew
remember,
how
remember when you
silly it was
weren't
going
smart
to make
enough?
you look. Okay.
Guys,
Talon,
that
you were
image on the
smart enough.
left of the Black Swan photo there, if